Chapter 1. Doubts at the Preliminary Audition. In the Huagua region, at the preliminary audition for I Am a Singer, the atmosphere was charged with commotion as the crowd's attention was predominantly fixated on a man cradling a child in his arms. Look, isn't that the recently controversial third-year artist Han Luofeng from Huangtian Entertainment? Indeed, can you believe he still dares to show his face here? To participate in the auditions for I Am a Singer? You all are unaware, aren't you? His audacity knows no bounds. With domestic violence and plagiarism scandals making headlines, he probably feels he has nothing left to lose. Honestly, I used to admire him, but I never imagined he could be such a despicable character. People without shame are invincible. What would he possibly fear? Amidst the cacophony of skepticism and ridicule, Han Luofeng, holding the child with unwavering composure, approached the stage. Wow, this guy is actually going on stage. He can't be serious about auditioning, can he? Yet, just before the steps, Han Luofeng halted. I told you, how could he have the audacity to participate in such a competition? Everyone expected Han Luofeng to be intimidated by the jeers and retreat, but within his mind, he fervently repeated, I must draw the winning ticket. Please, dear system, grant me some fortune. In his mind, an image resembling a spinning lottery wheel whirled around. In the next moment, ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the talent. Beginner heavenly voice. A sigh of relief escaped Han Luofeng's lips. He had succeeded. The crowd was bewildered by the smile that crept onto his face. Could it be that this man still had the audacity to smile? While everyone presumed he had lost his sanity, they were oblivious to the fact that this Han Luofeng was no longer the same. Just a week prior, he had traversed into this world, fortuitously inhabiting the body of another man, also named Han Luofeng. However, this individual was tragically unfortunate at the age of 27. A third-tier singer, he not only faced betrayal from his ex-wife, but was also vilified as a domestic abuser and a plagiarist, ultimately leading to his ostracization from the entertainment industry. With his career in ruins and his reputation shattered, all that remained for Han Luofeng was a small child to care for. The bewilderment he felt upon awakening to the child calling him daddy was indescribable. Reflecting on these circumstances, Han Luofeng couldn't help but pity the original owner of this life. Yet, fortune had not entirely abandoned him. Though his arrival in this world was fraught with adversity, he unexpectedly acquired a miraculous artifact, the all-purpose star lottery system. Moreover, he discovered that this world bore striking similarities to Earth, with a flourishing entertainment industry. Most importantly, all the cultural products that had existed on Earth had yet to make their appearance in this realm. This revelation filled Han Luofeng with delight. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to pursue his long-held dream of becoming a superlative star. With a surge of excitement, Han Luofeng took a deep breath, glanced at the number on his badge, and realized it was nearly his turn to take the stage. Recently, I have acquired the rudimentary skill of an enchanting voice. Although it is merely basic, allowing me to sing only a few high notes and incapable of tackling more advanced vocal challenges, the allure of this melodious talent suffices to conquer this modest preliminary audition. Contestant number 285, please come to the stage. As Han Luofeng stepped onto the platform, murmurs erupted among the audience. Wow, Han Luofeng is truly shameless. How dare this good for nothing take the stage? I feel my chances of advancing have just increased. Don't be so quick to judge. What if he actually makes it? If that good for nothing Han Luofeng advances, I swear I'll livestream myself eating dirt. Everyone knows his songs are plagiarized. He's been blacklisted now. He surely can't produce anything worthwhile. Amidst the cacophony of ridicule, Han Luofeng ascended the stage, cradling his son in one arm while holding a guitar in the other. Daddy, I'm scared. The little one tugged at Han Luofeng's shirt. Don't worry, sweetie. Daddy's here. The identity of a doting father was still somewhat unfamiliar to him. This contestant, this is the audition stage for I Am a Singer, not your home nursery. What's the meaning of bringing a child up here? A female judge's scathing voice pierced through the air, provoking laughter from the audience. Han Luofeng chuckled lightly. There seems to be no law in Huagua that prohibits children from standing on stage. Esteemed judges, I'm a single father, and with no one to care for my child, I had no choice but to bring him along. However, rest assured, my son is very well behaved and will not interfere with my performance. Yes, as soon as he finished speaking, the male judge seated in the center of the panel rose, and the camera shifted to him. The audience stirred with excitement. Oh my, that's director Li Jinming. I can't believe I'm seeing the real Li Jinming. The crowd was abuzz with astonishment. Who is Li Jinming? He is one of the top 10 outstanding directors in Huagua, a wealthy filmmaker who has graced the top 10 richest list for several consecutive years. Li Jinming is a legend in the entertainment industry, hailing from an affluent family and a literary background. Through his talent and robust financial support, he has carved out a remarkable niche in the entertainment realm. He stands as a towering figure, the object of admiration for countless individuals. Amid the astonishment, Li Jinming spoke with a subtle, sardonic smile. You must be Han Luofeng. Han Luofeng paused briefly, then nodded. Hee. Under the perplexed gazes of Han Luofeng and the audience, Li Jinming sneered dismissively, his eyes glinting with a trace of disdain. Han Luofeng, while there are no regulations in Huagua or on our I Am a Singer program against bringing children to compete, I personally believe that someone like you should be wise enough to withdraw from the competition voluntarily. Boom. The audience erupted into chaos. Wow. Director Li Jinming truly lives up to his reputation. Han Luofeng is finished. Li Jinming is the head of this preliminary audition in the Nanjiang region. I believe Director Li is correct. Someone like Han Luofeng, a plagiarist, does not deserve to stand on this stage, in any realm, be it the entertainment industry or the music scene. The most despised individuals are those who resort to plagiarism that at this moment. Han Luofeng is perceived as just such a person by the masses. Upon hearing Li Jinming's remarks, Han Luofeng's gaze turned frigid. Judge Li, what kind of person do you believe I am? Why should I withdraw from the competition? Surely, I deserve a reason. A collective gasp echoed through the audience. Could it be that Han Luofeng had lost his mind, daring to openly challenge Director Li Jinming? Li Jinming, momentarily taken aback, soon responded with disdain. Han Luofeng, a third-tier singer under the former Huangtian label. 2 months ago, you were exposed for plagiarism and domestic violence, with irrefutable evidence. Am I mistaken? And what of it? The audience was left in stunned silence. This was unprecedented. May I inquire, Judge Li, how my alleged plagiarism and domestic violence relate to my participation in today's audition? Li Jinming seemed unprepared for Han Luofeng's boldness and lack of humility. His expression darkened as he coldly retorted, "Humph. A singer confirmed to have committed plagiarism. Who can attest that your song is original today? You must understand that our big star stage only permits original compositions." In response to Li Jinming's incessant accusations of plagiarism, Han Luofeng smiled rather than seethed. Then what if I can prove that the song I present today is indeed not plagiarized? Oh, and how do you intend to prove that? Li Jinming, known for his peculiar temperament and lack of deference, sneered derisively. If you cannot substantiate your claim of originality, you shall automatically withdraw from the I Am a Great Singer auditions today. To be compelled to withdraw from the competition? Han Luofeng chuckled coldly within. And what if I can indeed demonstrate my innocence? What do you propose? Then I demand that Director Li publicly apologize to me. Chapter 2. On-site creation. The vast sky and the sea. I'm a Great Singer edition scene. Everyone was taken aback. A once popular star with a tarnished reputation actually demanded the illustrious director Li Jinming to publicly apologize? Upon hearing this statement, countless individuals in the audience erupted in laughter. Could it be that Han Luofeng has truly lost his mind? This is simply hilarious. Who is Director Li Jinming? Apologize to him? Does Han Luofeng even qualify? This fellow has clearly lost all sense of propriety. Li Jinming, upon hearing Han Luofeng's words, was momentarily taken aback. Then wore a look of derision as he replied, "Very well. If you can prove that the song you are performing today is original, I, Li Jinming, will publicly apologize to you. Conversely, if you cannot provide evidence, you shall withdraw from the audition and never grace the stage of I Am a Great Singer again. How will you prove it?" Observing the smile on Li Jinming's face, it was apparent that he was convinced Han Luofeng would be unable to substantiate his claim. The judge was indeed forthright. Surely, on-the-spot creation could demonstrate that I have not plagiarized. Boom! At this proclamation, the audience was momentarily stunned. On-the-spot creation? What a farce! It is common knowledge that songwriters require extensive time to compose, anywhere from half a day to even a month. What audacity does Han Luofeng possess to assert he can create on the spot? Evidently, the judges on stage also displayed expressions of disbelief. Li Jiming, Lauga Otrigut. Are you jesting? Do you expect us to accompany you for a day? Or perhaps two? Do you think everyone's time is not valuable? Unfazed by the skepticism around him, Han Luofeng calmly replied, "Who says on-the-spot creation requires a whole day? 10 minutes is more than sufficient." The audience burst into laughter. Incredulous. Is this fellow truly jesting? 10 minutes? He must be seriously deluded. Amidst the cacophony of doubt, Han Luofeng remained motionless, simply standing in place. After approximately 5 minutes, he chuckled lightly. "All right, shall we begin?" The audience was left speechless, realizing he had yet to commence. "May I start my performance?" Han Luofeng inquired once more, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Han Luofeng, did you not claim to create on the spot? "I've already completed it," he stated. Upon hearing this, Li Jinming's mouth twitched in disbelief. Suspecting that he had been toyed with by Han Luofeng, Li Jinming scoffed coldly, "Commence your performance." As his words fell, the venue fell into silence. Han Luofeng first retrieved 2 earplugs from his pocket and handed them to his son. Then, clutching an electric guitar, he strode to the center of the stage. Clap! The lights dimmed, and Han Luofeng stood alone under the spotlight, surrounded by silence. Strum. His fingers glided over the guitar strings, producing a gentle prelude. Taking a deep breath, Han Luofeng thought to himself, "This time, this era, it shall belong to me. My name, Han Luofeng, will surely be etched in the memories of all." Tonight, I beheld the snow drifting through the frigid night, my heart, once warm, now carried away to distant realms. Through the storms, I chased the shadows, lost in the mist. In a vast expanse of sky and sea, will you and I ever change? With a swift blink, it appeared as though a flicker of flame ignited within Han Luofeng's eyes, radiating determination. My life, Han Luofeng's life, requires no explanation. Only strength can validate all. I shall make it known to the world that I, Han Luofeng, am no mere creature of the pond. Forgive my free-spirited existence, my love for liberty. Yet I also fear the day I might stumble and forsake my ideals. Anyone could do so. Who would fear a day when it is just you and me? In this moment, below and above the stage, all eyes widened, mouths agape. This song, when the chorus erupted, a collective shiver ran through the crowd. As the lyrics resonated through the melody, a pang of emotion struck many hearts. Among those present were numerous fans from Han Luofeng's early days. At this moment, they seemed to hear his disappointment and struggle echoing through the song. This is Han Luofeng's stance. He shall not bow to anyone. What others gleaned from the song was his unwavering resolve and the hardships he endured. Their minds drifted back to the time when Han Luofeng first emerged, causing a sensation in the music industry with his hit Freedom Road. On stage, Li Jinming was equally astounded. Sensing the power within the melody, it was Han Luofeng's defiance against the world, a rebellion against all who had belittled him, still free and true to himself. He sang his song across the miles. "Forgive my free-spirited existence, my love for liberty. Yet I, Han Luofeng, fear not the day I may fall." With a resounding thud, the crowd erupted. Everyone snapped back to reality from their astonishment. In the midst of the throng, a petite girl clapped her hands softly, her excitement palpable yet cautious. The next moment, applause thundered. At that instant, the applause soared, as if it would pierce the heavens. In a fleeting moment, everyone recalled Han Luofeng's striking figure on stage. What an exquisite proclamation of unrestrained love for freedom. This song, it is simply enchanting. Did Han Luofeng truly compose this? It is magnificent. This is not merely songwriting. It encapsulates the essence of every individual. This time I am certain, this song is undoubtedly penned by Han Luofeng, for in the realm of music, it can outshine 80% of all songs. Remarkable. At the judges' table, the 5 evaluators wore expressions of astonishment, particularly Li Jinming, whose face seemed to convey 4 words. How is this possible? Han Luofeng reveled in the applause, basking in the sounds of admiration that rightfully belonged to him. Upon concluding his rendition of A Sea of Stars, he discerned that his voice had grown somewhat hoarse. Indeed, delivering this song with finesse proved to be quite a challenge. Nonetheless, this single performance was sufficient to validate his presence before the audience. The deafening applause persisted for nearly 2 minutes before finally subsiding. Han Luofeng uttered not a word, merely fixating his gaze upon the center of the judging panel, where Li Jinming sat. In that moment, silence enveloped the room. All eyes followed Han Luofeng's intense stare towards Li Jinming. Slowly, Li Jinming began to process the situation, his complexion paling in disbelief. He had never anticipated that Han Luofeng would deliver such a breathtaking performance. After a prolonged pause, Li Jinming's lips quivered as he uttered, "Han Luofeng, I apologize for my earlier remarks." Astonishment etched itself upon every face in the crowd, mouths agape in disbelief. The director had issued an apology, and yet this was merely the beginning of their surprise, for at that moment, no one could question Han Luofeng's talent. Soon, a chorus of voices emerged from the audience. "Han Luofeng, I am sorry. I apologize for my previous doubts." The phrase "I am sorry, Han Luofeng" resonated throughout the venue. Chapter 3. Misfortune Strikes. Cast out from home as he departed the stage, Han Luofeng felt a profound sense of relief. This was merely the first step, the initial stride towards his ascent to greatness. "Father, I am hungry," came the soft, tender voice of his little one, who had remained silent until now, filtering through the corridor. "Hungry? Then let us find something to eat," Han Luofeng began to reply, but his words abruptly halted. He rummaged through his pockets, only to discover they were emptier than his own countenance. With a sheepish touch to his nose, he realized that while he had basked in glory, his pockets were devoid of even a single coin. The pressing matter at hand remained unresolved. The duo was on the brink of missing a meal. "My dear, listen to your father. Great responsibilities will be bestowed upon those destined for greatness. But first, they must endure trials that temper their minds, strengthen their bodies, and sharpen their resolve. We are destined for significant endeavors, so we must embrace hardship now." Suddenly, Han Luofeng recalled that there were some noodles at home. "Shall I borrow an egg from Uncle Landlord to prepare a delightful egg noodle dish for you?" He rambled on, but the 4.5-year-old comprehended little of his discourse. While most of Han Luofeng's words fell on deaf ears, the mention of returning home for egg noodles caught the child's attention. Instantly, the cherubic face drooped in disappointment. "Father, I do not wish to eat egg noodles." Han Luofeng found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that the little one had been eating egg noodles for a week straight. Children, after all, possess their own palate, and it was only natural for him to feel weary of the same dish. "My dear, trust your father. This time, I shall prepare a different version of egg noodles, and I assure you, it will be absolutely delicious." It was rather unfortunate. As Han Luofeng cradled the little one, he walked the 7 or 8 kilometers back home without even a spare coin for transportation. However, upon reaching the threshold of his abode, both father and son were momentarily taken aback by the scene that unfolded before them. At the dilapidated wooden door lay a black suitcase and a somewhat antiquated black backpack, haphazardly stacked, while a sturdy iron chain secured the entrance. Dumbfounded, Han Luofeng touched his nose, realizing they had been evicted. In the next instant, he hastily retrieved his shabby imitation mobile phone from his pocket and dialed the landlord's number. "Hello, Han Luofeng. Why are you calling me? Didn't I leave your belongings at the door?" The landlord's voice was brusque. "Let me tell you, if you wish to continue residing in this house, you must pay the rent that you've owed for 2 months. No, wait, it's 3 months. The month is nearly at its end. Otherwise, I cannot possibly rent this place to you any longer. If it weren't for seeing you with a little child, I would never have agreed to a monthly rent of merely 300. And now, if it weren't for my daughter telling me what kind of person you are, I would have remained blissfully unaware. My house will never be occupied rent-free by someone like you. That's it. Goodbye." The line went dead with a sharp click. Han Luofeng stood there, mouth agape, unable to utter a word as he was met with the incessant tone of a busy signal. A wave of melancholy washed over him. Indeed, lacking financial means was a dire predicament. "Daddy, do we no longer have a home?" The small, soft voice of the child broke the silence. Looking down, Han Luofeng met the glimmering eyes of the little one, and his heart ached. Squatting down, he affectionately ruffled the child's hair, reassuringly stating, "Little one, that will never be the case. As long as I am here, wherever I am, that is our home. But will Daddy be like the bad people and not want me?" The word bad struck Han Luofeng's heart like a heavy blow, as it referred to his ex-wife. "Of course not. You will always be Daddy's treasure. I will never abandon you." MHM. The little one nodded vigorously. "When I grow up, I will earn lots and lots of money so that Daddy can live in a grand, splendid house." With a deep breath to compose himself, Han Luofeng shouldered the bag, took the child's hand, and dragged the suitcase as they exited the aged, crumbling building. As they stepped outside, Han Luofeng sighed internally, lamenting how the mighty have fallen. Here he was, a man destined to become a superstar, yet he had scarcely taken a few steps before finding himself homeless. Lost in his thoughts, he was startled by the appearance of someone unexpected. Ning Sishi. The name slipped from his lips before his mind could fully register. Ning Sishi, a former university classmate, was renowned as the campus belle at Nanjing Music Academy for 4 consecutive years. Upon recognizing her true visage, Han Luofeng could not help but gasp in astonishment. What a stunning beauty! At that time, Ning Sishi became the campus belle for 4 consecutive years, admired for her exquisite beauty and serene demeanor until her graduation. "Wow, Han Luofeng, you walked away rather swiftly," the young girl said, her breath slightly labored. "Have you been following me all along?" Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Ahem, please don't misunderstand. I saw you at the audition for I Am a Singer. I intended to approach you after your performance, but you left so quickly that I had no choice but to follow you here." Ning Sishi paused when she noticed the bundle in Han Luofeng's hands. Han Luofeng let out a wry smile and then shifted the topic. "Ning Sishi, what brings you to seek me out?" If he recalled correctly, they had hardly exchanged words during their school days, and after graduation, they had lost all contact, merely exchanging occasional messages in their class group without any significant rapport. Ning Sishi opened her mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Would it be possible for us to talk somewhere else? I'm easygoing. Anywhere is fine," he replied, as he was essentially stuck where he was. 20 minutes later, the three of them found themselves in a nearby CF. After nearly 10 minutes of sitting in silence, Ning Sishi still hadn't revealed her purpose, which piqued Han Luofeng as curiosity. 5 minutes later, Ning Sishi's phone chimed, and upon glancing at it, her eyes brightened as she waved her arm towards the entrance. "Feng Yujing, this." Han Luofeng nearly spewed his coffee upon hearing the peculiar name. "Feng Yujing? Goodness, why not just call him Wind Oil Essence?" Naming a child nowadays truly is a bizarre affair. "Apologies for my tardiness." As Feng Yujing spoke, Han Luofeng quickly discerned that this fellow was not of Chinese descent. "You must be Mr. Han Luofeng, right? Greetings. I am Might, with the Chinese name Feng Yujing. You can call me Yujing. I sincerely apologize for this unannounced visit. The reason I have contacted you is to inquire about purchasing the copyright for the song Hai Quotian Kong. Chapter 4. A person's character is reflected in their work. Timely assistance from Feng Yujing. Buying the copyright? Han Luofeng instinctively assumed that the individual sought to acquire the entirety of the song's rights, prompting an immediate desire to decline. "Mr. Yujing, if you intend to purchase all the copyrights for Hai Quotian Kong, I must respectfully refuse." Before the other party could finish, Han Luofeng outright rejected the offer. This song held profound significance for him, and he would never part with it under any circumstances. To his surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the two individuals opposite him exchanged amused glances. Ning Sishi chuckled and remarked, "Han Luofeng, you're overthinking it. Yujing is actually the behind-the-scenes owner of Light Music Platform. Light Music Platform is a new music marketplace that entered the Chinese music scene last year. It's a foreign enterprise. Currently, it's relatively unknown. While you were performing on stage today, Yujing and I were on a call, and upon hearing this song, he became exceedingly excited. That's why he is here to discuss acquiring the playback rights for your song." "Oh, so it's merely the playback rights?" Han Luofeng scratched his head and smiled. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" He had thought it was about all the copyrights. The two individuals opposite him were taken aback. Brother, you didn't give us a chance. A whirlwind of thoughts surged through Han Luofeng's mind, but he realized he had never heard of this light music mall. Ning Sishi continued currently. The popularity of the light music software is quite limited, so you may not have heard of this platform. However, rest assured, it is a legitimate platform, and all contracts are duly notarized for protection. Feng Yujing, with his broken Chinese, added, yes, Mr. Han Luofeng, our light music mall follows a boutique model. We do not release just any songs. I believe that within 5 years, Light Music Mall will undoubtedly become the first successful boutique platform in Huagua. Your song Sea and Sky is rich in emotion, and especially, your voice creates a strong sense of immersion. In the Chinese music scene, it is rare to encounter a unique artist like you, with such high-quality songs. So please give me a chance. I am very eager to include this song in our light music mall. As long as you agree, the price is not an issue. Feng Yujing's sincere words caught Han Luofeng by surprise. Mr. Yujing, are you not aware that my reputation in the country is not particularly favorable? It was indeed perplexing. Anyone aware of their own infamy would typically wish to distance themselves from it. Upon hearing this, Feng Yujing chuckled lightly. Mr. Han, the entertainment industry is a blend of reality and illusion. If I believed everything I heard, I might suffer from a form of schizophrenia. I only trust my own eyes, and I have always held a belief that a person's character is reflected in their art. A singer capable of crafting such stunning songs certainly cannot possess a character as rumored by the outside world. Ah, this Feng Yujing is quite reasonable, Han Luofeng thought, his impression of him immediately improving. All right, for the sake of that statement, I shall agree, not for the money, but to forge this friendship. The copyright of a song exchanged for a friend. Worth it. Excellent. Mr. Han Luofeng, if it is convenient for you, please contact me in 2 days to record the song, because I will be leaving Nanjing in 2 days. Sure, no problem. Dad, the cake is delicious. I want more. At that moment, little Tuanzi looked up, his face smeared with cream, his little tongue licking his lips, utterly adorable. Han Luofeng felt somewhat helpless seeing his son acting cute upon seeing food. But there was nothing to be done. This tactic was effective. Ning Sishi and Feng Yujing were instantly captivated by that soft and sweet voice. Mr. Han Luofeng, this is your son. He is simply too adorable. Han Luofeng, your little Tuanzi is indeed 100 times cuter than in the pictures. Ning Sishi stood up and walked over to little Tuanzi, her eyes sparkling as she pinched his cheek. Little Tuanzi, shall we go get some cake? Tuanzi didn't respond but raised his head, looking eagerly at Han Luofeng. Han Luofeng found himself at a loss. What could he do? After all, his son was a little foodie. Go ahead, but you can only take one. You've already exceeded your snack limit today. Thank you, Dad. The little one immediately jumped up and followed Ning Sishi. Feng Yujing continued, Mr. Han Luofeng, this is the contract I brought. Please take a look. If there are no issues, we can sign it right away. Han Luofeng picked up the contract and scrutinized it. When he saw the price, he was taken aback. 300,000? Rubbing his eyes, he wondered if he had misread it. Typically, the rights to a song's playback were worth only a few 100,000, weren't they? Could Feng Yujing be deceiving him? Is there a problem, Mr. Han Luofeng? No, there is no problem at all. After signing the contract, Feng Yujing slid a Huagua Bank savings card toward Han Luofeng, exchanged a few pleasantries, and hurriedly left. Gazing at the card in his hand, no, the card worth 300,000. Han Luofeng swallowed hard. Even after 2 lifetimes, he had never experienced such exhilarating feelings. In just a few minutes, he had earned 300,000. Has Feng Yujing left? Yes. Ning Sishi's beautiful eyes momentarily widened, her hand holding the little dumpling, both of them with traces of cream at the corners of their mouths from eating cake. This made the girl before him appear even more enchanting, and Han Luofeng found himself momentarily entranced. Are you all right, Han Luofeng? Huh? What'd be wrong? I meant about Panrong. Panrong, such a familiar name? It took Han Luofeng a moment to realize she was his heartless ex-wife. So this little girl was concerned about his feelings. Han Luofeng scratched his head and chuckled. It's nothing serious. In life, one must miss some wrong people to meet the right ones. It's good that you can think that way. Not sure if it was his imagination, but at the moment he mentioned the right person, it seemed Ning Sishi's eyes sparkled with delight. Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought as mere illusion. Having acquired the money made everything easier, with 300,000 in hand and Ning Sishi's assistance. Han Luofeng found a hotel near the audition site to settle in. Chapter 5. Trash should be disposed of in the trash bin. June in Nanjing City was still somewhat sultry. Today marked the second round of auditions for I Am a Singer. Only 20 individuals had made it this far. Upon arriving at the venue, Han Luofeng had not even entered when he spotted Ning Sishi standing at the entrance. Han Luofeng, you're here. Sister Sisi, are you here to see Dad? Han Luofeng thought he saw a flicker of panic in Ning Sishi's eyes. No, I'm here to see you. Let us go. The audition is about to start. The three of them, 2 adults and 1 child, walked through the entrance and passed through security into the audition venue. Compared to yesterday, today's audition site had considerably fewer people. Including staff, the total number of individuals present barely exceeded 50. Ning Sishi is undoubtedly a stunning beauty, while Han Luofeng is a down-and-out celebrity with a tarnished reputation. Although he appears somewhat shabby and unrefined, he considers himself to be reasonably handsome, at least in his own estimation. Thus, the combination of a handsome man, a beautiful woman, and an adorable child inevitably draws the attention of many onlookers. Among the 100 or so contestants yesterday, only about 20 advanced, and some remembered Han Luofeng well, particularly because he had compelled the notoriously proud director Li Jinming to apologize publicly. However, there were others who had no recollection of him, as they had departed early and missed the astonishing scene. As they made their way to the communal lounge area, essentially a waiting room furnished with a row of benches, several contestants gathered in a corner, forming a circle to whisper and laugh amongst themselves. Han Luofeng and Ning Sishi settled in the far left corner of the last row with their little one. As soon as they sat down, he donned one of his headphones. Following his recent performance, Han Luofeng realized that despite his inherent talent, his singing skills remained somewhat nebulous. Thus, he felt it prudent to listen and learn more, even if he understood that it might not yield significant results. It served as an excellent way to pass the time. Unbeknownst to the trio, their arrival had captured the attention of a group of fashionably dressed young people in another corner of the lounge. Among them, the most ostentatious was a well-spoken man sporting a colorful headband, who squinted as he scrutinized the 3 newcomers, primarily focusing on Han Luofeng. He nudged the man beside him and exclaimed, "Hey, do you see who that is?" Who? Oh wow, isn't that Han Luofeng? Indeed it is. This revelation piqued the interest of those around him. One strikingly attractive woman in a crop top narrowed her eyes and then turned her head away, a hint of discomfort crossing her face. Her companion called out, "Hey, Anya, isn't that your old flame?" Upon hearing this, the woman named Anya quickly replied, "Ugh, don't say such things. I'm not familiar with him. Relax. I was just joking." The man with the colorful headband replied, tilting his head back with a smirk of disdain, as he slyly crumpled a piece of white paper into a small ball. In the next moment, the paper ball soared through the air in a graceful arc, landing squarely on Han Luofeng's child's head. Han Luofeng, engrossed in his music, suddenly noticed a shadow passing in front of him, and in the blink of an eye, his playful son had frozen in place. Ning Sishi was also taken aback. With a sharp gaze, Han Luofeng turned to face the group. "Hey, what are you doing? Bullying a child? How shameless." The man named Like, reclining with a smug expression, deliberately thrust his chin towards Han Luofeng. "My apologies, I slipped." Han Luofeng's expression hardened. Ning Sishi whispered, "Isn't that Like and Anya's crew?" "Like? Oh no, why do those names sound so familiar?" As memories surged within Han Luofeng's mind, he recalled that Like and Anya were his university classmates. However, during their time in college, there had been little interaction among them. It was only after he embarked on his career and attained a modicum of fame that these two reached out to him, attempting to ingratiate themselves with him. Like's family was of modest affluence, and after Han Luofeng gained recognition, Like sought him out, hoping to curry favor in order to persuade him to write a song. Yet, Han Luofeng was acutely aware of Like's character and was reluctant to forge a deeper bond, resulting in minimal interaction between them. As for Anya, the recollection was somewhat surprising to Han Luofeng, primarily due to her audacity. At that time, he was already married to his ex-wife, Pan Rong, yet Anya shamelessly approached him, privately claiming she would be willing to be his mistress. Even more outrageous was an incident when Han Luofeng was on a business trip. Anya, having somehow acquired the information, followed him in that night, made her way to his bed, completely undressed. Upon reflecting on this, Han Luofeng was reluctant to continue his reminiscence, fearing the resurgence of unwanted images. Meanwhile, Like and his companions had approached him. Like, brimming with bravado, exclaimed, "I never expected you would also participate in the auditions. Aren't you a big star? Why would you need to audition?" Han Luofeng ignored Like's provocation and turned to Ning Cixi, asking, "Do you have any tissues?" Just a moment," she replied. After receiving the tissue, Han Luofeng crouched down and asked the child, "Do you remember what Daddy said? When you have a cold and a runny nose, you must conserve your tissues." With a chuckle, he folded the tissue, crumpling it into a ball, and without a glance, threw it at Like. "Whoa!" The individuals who had been sitting shot up in shock. Like's expression darkened, his eyes filled with disdain. "Han Luofeng, have you lost your mind? Child, do you recall what Daddy said? Where should we throw away garbage? In the trash can. Very good. A good child should not litter." Ning Cixi couldn't help but laugh at the earnest interaction between the two. Like and the others wore grim expressions, feeling insulted. Did Han Luofeng mean to imply he was akin to a garbage bin? Feeling ignored by Han Luofeng, a surge of anger welled up within Like. He stepped forward and declared, "Han Luofeng, do you think you're still the illustrious star you once were? Do you realize where you are? This is the audition site for I am a great singer. Do you dare provoke me? Do you believe I won't ensure you never step foot on that stage?" Han Luofeng could no longer endure the incessant buzzing of the flies beside him. He cast a cold glance at Like and replied, "Oh? What? Do you intend to strike me? Do you think I wouldn't dare?" Like's fury churned within him as he stepped closer, fists clenched. The atmosphere grew tense, and those around them sensed a potential confrontation. Like, his fists tightly gripped and lips pursed, harbored a deep-seated disdain for Han Luofeng's nonchalant demeanor. Since university, Han Luofeng's stellar reputation had overshadowed his own, even garnering the affection of the very flower of their department, whom Like admired. After graduation, Han Luofeng seemed to soar effortlessly, achieving both career and romantic success, becoming a star and gaining both fame and fortune. His classmates from the same cohort looked on with envy. When one of them sought Han Luofeng's assistance, he was met with utter indifference. Each instance of this treatment fueled a lingering resentment in Lake towards Han Luofeng. Consequently, as Han Luofeng fell from grace, Lake reveled in undermining him within their social circle. The reason Han Luofeng is now shunned by his former classmates is largely due to Lake's machinations. Upon hearing these remarks, Han Luofeng could no longer contain himself. "You dare to bully my son, and I have yet to settle the score with you? You overstep your bounds." With that thought, he rose, rolling up his sleeves. The tension between the two sparked the curiosity of those nearby, who gathered to witness the impending clash. Everyone anticipated a spectacle as the two squared off. Chapter 6. A sudden change in audition rules. "Hey, what are you two doing over there? Looking for trouble? If you don't want to participate in the competition, then get out, or I'll call security." Just as the onlookers expected a brawl, a loud voice from a nearby judge interrupted. Lake, undeterred, maintained his fierce demeanor, but a frail boy behind him leaned in and whispered, "Lake, take it easy. We're here to compete. If you cause a scene and get thrown out, it won't be worth it. Don't stoop to Han Luofeng's level. Remember, he is like a phoenix that has lost its feathers beneath you. If you pass the auditions and advance to I am a superstar, your future will shine brightly, and your worth will far surpass his." Upon hearing this, Lake's aggression diminished significantly. He shot a fierce glare, still simmering with intensity, before huffing and turning away. "Han Luofeng, I want to let you off easily. Don't think I'm unaware of your intentions for entering this audition. It's merely a stepping stone for your comeback in I am a superstar. I want to allow you to succeed. Just wait and see." Lake seethed inwardly as his group moved farther away. Han Luofeng smirked, thinking, is that all you've got? You think showing me that is enough? Had the judge not intervened, he truly intended to make Lake regret his words. A dragon has its scales, and if Han Luofeng had a sensitive spot, it would undoubtedly be this little one. For reasons unknown, each time he thought of the child, who bore his blood, he felt an extraordinary connection, a unique bond between father and son. Ningxi, watching Han Luofeng's cocky demeanor, covered her mouth and giggled. What this? Did you genuinely want to fight him? You think I can't handle him? Han Luofeng retorted with a dismissive glance. Of course not, but brother, today is not the day for fighting. I just heard that the audition rules have apparently been changed last minute. A sudden turn of events has arisen, and we remain uncertain about today as preliminary selection. Perhaps it is best to endure this moment of calm. A temporary change? Han Luofeng dismissed the thought. He held little regard for such rules. To him, strength transcended any limitations imposed by regulations. Soon enough, the preliminary selection commenced, with 20 contestants gathered and seated in the audience, while their families occupied the last row. Han Luofeng maintained his composure as he settled in. Before the competition began, a judge stood up and addressed the crowd, welcoming the contestants to the second round of the I Am a Great Singer auditions. The judge expressed delight upon seeing the 20 handsome and beautiful participants seated before him. He then announced an urgent update from the official I Am a Great Singer team. As the auditions in the other 11 regions had concluded, it was decided that the auditions in the Nanjing region would also need to accelerate. Consequently, after discussions among the higher-ups, the subsequent 2 rounds of auditions would be consolidated into one. This meant that today, as competition would serve as the final round, with only 2 of the 20 contestants advancing. With that, he extended his personal wishes for success to all the participants. A murmur of surprise rippled through the audience. What? 2 rounds condensed into one? Wouldn't that intensify the competition? However, others remained unfazed, believing that those with true talent would ultimately prevail. The fierce competition of each audition had left many feeling anxious. It seemed this time would be a struggle for survival. Brothers, take care. Many began to express their concerns about not passing this round, yet others accepted the news with a sense of calm. Forderhon Luofeng. The change from 2 rounds to 1 merely expedited his path to the formal competition. Just as he prepared to don his headphones and relax, he felt a weight on his shoulder. Someone had tapped him. Hey, brother, are you feeling nervous? Han Luofeng turned to see a youth with slicked back hair, polished to an almost reflective sheen. Despite his youth, the hairstyle added an air of awkwardness to his appearance. The young man continued, I forgot you don't know me. I'm Chio Yuan, competing in the same audition as you. When you sang Endless Sky, I was there too, and many in the audience were moved to tears. That song is truly excellent. Han Luofeng nodded in acknowledgement, responding with a simple thank you. Chio Yuan scratched his head, saying, I didn't expect a sudden change in the audition format today, but you needn't worry. In my opinion, with your rendition of Endless Sky, you won't falter even in the official competition of I Am a Great Singer. I believe you will definitely advance today. Unlike me, Chio Yuan was quite the chatterbox. Once he began speaking, he didn't cease, continuing to prattle on beside Han Luofeng. Behind the 2 individuals, Lake and his companions were engaged in animated discussions. At that moment, the first contestant had already taken to the stage, and the music resonated throughout the venue. The chatter of the audience growing louder. Alas, how can the rules be altered so capriciously? I initially harbored confidence in my ability to advance to the 3rd round. However, it appears that my hopes are now dashed. Given our humble talents, being eliminated is hardly surprising, is it? Yet for Lake, this round is essentially the finals of the preliminary selection. Do you possess confidence? Lake cast a slight, sidelong glance and scoffed. Whether or not one possesses confidence is one matter. This competition is not determined by mere confidence, but by true prowess. I fear that even those brimming with confidence may ultimately find themselves empty-handed. As he spoke, Lake deliberately raised his voice, clearly intending for Han Luofeng to hear. Oh, must that even be stated? I witnessed the preliminary selections a few days ago, and scarcely anyone can rival Lake. With his caliber, it would be a challenge not to advance. Indeed, how thoughtless of me. Lake hails from a modestly affluent family, akin to a minor landowner in ancient times. Thus, it is common for him to be surrounded by a few sycophants. Ignoring his two followers, Lake turned directly to Anya and said, "Anya, you promised that if I could reach the stage of I am a great singer today, you would be with me. Does that still hold true?" Anya nodded, her gaze modestly lowered, feigning shyness. "Yes, it does. Oh dear, they haven't even united yet, and are already indulging in sweet nothings. In my opinion, Anya and Lake are simply a perfect match. A talented man deserves a beautiful woman, unlike some who are nearing 30 and whose wives have strayed. Hey, let us not pierce his heart too deeply. After all, isn't his head adorned with a rather verdant hue?" This remark was undoubtedly aimed at Han Luofeng. Chapter 7. As free as the wind, it must be said that Anya is not your typical gold digger. From a moment she enrolled in Nanjing Music Academy, her sights were set on the entertainment industry. During her university years, she sought connections, and her relentless pursuit of Han Luofeng was merely a strategy to leverage him as a stepping stone into the limelight. In this era of opulence and excess, the entertainment industry resembles a treasure trove. Many believe that entering this realm guarantees wealth and success. Yet, unbeknownst to them, among 10,000, perhaps only one can truly achieve their dreams. Rest assured, Anya, I shall undoubtedly advance. Good. Their voices were not low, and Han Luofeng caught snippets of their conversation. Soon, one by one, the individuals around them took the stage. Below, those who had completed their performances sat in a row, some jubilant, others despondent. Some rejoiced at their flawless performances, while others lamented their nervous mistakes. Before long, it was Lake's turn to take the stage. His attire clearly indicated the genre he was about to perform. Rap, in the eyes of contemporary youth, is a remarkably trendy and cool style. As the song Show Off by Lake played, Han Luofeng felt not a single ripple in his heart. His critique was succinct, bland, devoid of distinction, and the forced rhymes were awkward in the extreme. Several lines were even sung off-key, eliciting stifled laughter from the audience. Meanwhile, Lake remained blissfully unaware, lost in the ecstasy of his own performance, unable to extricate himself from its allure. Once the song concluded, he merely bowed hastily and swaggered off the stage. As he passed by Han Luofeng, he raised an eyebrow and flashed a smug grin, as if to say, "What do you think? Have I not dazzled you with my talent?" Han Luofeng nearly burst into laughter, pondering the audacity of this fellow. After all, where did he derive such confidence? This world had not revealed a Liang Jingru to him, who had bestowed upon him such self-assurance. When Anya took the stage, she opted for a singing and dancing mode. Yet her performance lacked any distinctive flair, being quite conventional and unremarkable. In this round of auditions, Han Luofeng drew a later number, being the 18th to perform, while Chiu Yuan followed as the 19th. Soon, it was Han Luofeng's turn. Rising from his seat, Chiu Yuan patted his shiny head and flashed an encouraging smile at Han Luofeng. Han Luofeng felt a wave of exasperation. He could not endorse this fellow's appearance. As he positioned himself at the center of the stage, a chorus of boos erupted, undoubtedly orchestrated by Lake and his entourage. Lake's provocative gaze fixated on Han Luofeng, and he gestured a mocking thumbs up. Who was this person, daring to appear on stage in such casual attire? Clearly lacking in talent. He must have emerged from some obscure corner of the world. Would he be so nervous that he couldn't even sing? Who knows? Amidst Lake's deliberate provocation, the crowd joined in the mockery, hurling jests and jeers without restraint. Ahem, contestant Han Luofeng, you may begin, a judge finally interjected, unable to bear the spectacle any longer. The judge's curious eyes roamed over Han Luofeng, their minds still echoing with the brilliance of his stunning rendition of a sea of vastness from the previous day. They eagerly anticipated what this young man would deliver today. Han Luofeng nodded lightly, dismissing the jeers and whispers from the audience with an air of nonchalance. As the music began to swell, silence enveloped the room. The lights dimmed dramatically. The melodious strumming of the guitar resonated throughout, and the audience was astounded to find themselves swept away by a sudden lightness, compelled to sway to the rhythm. It seems this fellow possesses some skill after all. Clearly, this was merely a light rock piece. As the upbeat prelude concluded, a slightly raspy voice imbued with a hint of gravel emerged, captivating the listeners. I am as free as the wind, just as your tenderness cannot be retained. You pushed away my outstretched hands. It is best that you depart without looking back. The endless drift and thirst for freedom echo through Han Luofeng's melodious voice, resonating throughout the venue. On and off the stage, judges and audiences alike are captivated, as if they have uncovered a new world. Indeed, this song is surprisingly delightful, with a lively and distinct rhythm that embodies the essence of light rock. Compliments arise amid the crowd, and in this moment, they seem to share a profound connection with the song. I offer you tenderness, yet you refuse to accept. I extend my hands for genuine feelings. I grant you freedom, a lasting memory. I give you everything, yet cannot hold you back. In this world, countless individuals engage in activities they detest, enduring an existence devoid of interest. Like many, they are confined by the constraints of life, shackled not by locked doors, but by the chains forged in their hearts, afraid to escape, hesitant to break free from this bondage. For too long, they have acquiesced to these two words. Some have not only compromised with life, but, under the weight of its pressures, have also surrendered in love. How many indifferent souls have entered the sanctum of marriage due to life's demands, year after year, day after day? Yet at this moment, as the song reverberates in their minds, the audience seems to awaken to an understanding. This song conveys a powerful message. No more compromise. No longer yielding to life's demands, nor succumbing to various pressures. As the audience lifts their heads once more, their expressions transform, as if they have become entirely different beings from just moments ago. Meanwhile, Qiu Yuan, seated in silence, is momentarily taken aback. In this instant, he seems to grasp a revelation, albeit one that diverges from the understanding of others. Love, beloved, he has bound her too tightly. Love should not be a shackle or a restraint. He should not confine her to his side. On the path of love, it is essential to embrace freedom. They should all be as unrestrained as the wind. I understand now. I comprehend. Thank you, Han Luofeng. Thank you, freedom like the wind. Qiu Yuan's eyes sparkle as he suddenly rises, clapping to the rhythm of the music, swaying gently. In a corner, Ning Cixi holds the hand of the little dumpling, gazing at the man on stage, who seems to radiate brilliance. In an instant, Ning Cixi is entranced. Sis Cixi. Huh? What is it, dumpling? Ning Cixi softly responds, lowering her head. The little dumpling gazes up, eyes sparkling with curiosity. Sis Cixi, do you like my daddy? Ding! A bell seems to toll within Ning Cixi's heart. She is momentarily stunned, pursing her lips as she gently kisses the little dumpling's forehead. Little one, how old are you? Do you even know what like means? Of course. It's like how Dumpling loves double-layered beef burgers and egg tarts. And just now, Sis Cixi looked at Daddy with stars in her eyes. Does Sis Cixi think Daddy is handsome? Ning Cixi's cheeks flushed as she gently tapped the little one's nose. Little one, refrain from speaking carelessly. Look at your father. You adults are all cowards. With a chuckle, the 8th chapter titled The Unexpected Qiyuan unfolded. As the song concluded, Han Luofeng lowered the microphone and the stage lights illuminated the space. The audience found themselves enveloped in a newfound clarity, their hearts brightening alongside the atmosphere. The piece, free as the wind, undoubtedly captured the hearts of everyone present, including the 4 judges on stage. Han Luofeng solemnly bowed to both the audience and the judges, a gesture steeped in respect. At that moment, the venue fell into silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, the applause erupted like thunder. Gleaming eyes and exuberant expressions adorned the faces of all, a testament to the immense surprise Han Luofeng had bestowed upon them. Goodness, this is my first realization that the fusion of rock and pop can yield such a unique flavor. Who is this young man? Why does he seem so familiar? Are you foolish? This is Han Luofeng, the talented singer who was last year's frontrunner for the Best New Artist Award. Oh, so this is Han Luofeng. But what about the scandals that emerged recently? Come on, everyone in the entertainment industry knows the underlying truths. Who can discern the authenticity amid the falsehoods? Yet, at this moment, I finally comprehend. Han Luofeng is indeed exceptional. His talent is formidable. What a pity, a singer of such caliber, although free as the wind lacks extravagant embellishments. Its simplicity is profound. This song alone is sufficient to sweep today's auditions. Indeed, there is no doubt that Han Luofeng will secure his spot today. So what? He deserves every bit of it. Amidst the resounding applause, Han Luofeng descended the stage with an air of humility and confidence. His silent ascent and descent left an indelible mark on the hearts of those present. In that instant, they re-evaluated this young man, now a father. Well done, brother. I never imagined you were Han Luofeng. I adore your music. Please, grant me an autograph. As Han Luofeng stepped off the stage, Chu Yuan's eyes sparkled. My girlfriend and I are huge fans of your songs. I've purchased every album since your debut, all treasured at home. If she knew I encountered Han Luofeng in person at the auditions today, she would be utterly thrilled. With a radiant expression, Chu Yuan requested an autograph on his shirt collar. Thank you for your support. I truly appreciate it. Han Luofeng replied with a gentle smile. This smile, however, left many of the young women present momentarily mesmerized. Is it permissible for us to scream? Though Han Luofeng's features were not overwhelmingly stunning, his aura surpassed that of many youthful idols. His smile ignited a flurry of romantic daydreams among the young women, envisioning a scenario of a dashing CO falling in love with them. Soon, numerous individuals approached Han Luofeng for autographs, and what had once been empty seats around him became filled with admirers. Many young women sought the contact information of Han Luofeng, only to be dismissed by a simple, "I don't have a phone." This scene left the onlookers from Lake with ashen faces. They had anticipated using this competition to humiliate Han Luofeng, but to their astonishment, his performance of As Free as the Wind utterly eclipsed them. The earlier provocations and jeers suddenly seemed like a farce. Particularly, Lake was furious, his face dark as coal. No one could deny that Han Luofeng's song left them in the dust. They couldn't even glimpse his taillights. Realizing this, Lake's anger surged. Han Luofeng, how could it be? How could you, a once fallen star, still bask in glory? Why do all the accolades still belong to you? Anya's expression was hardly better. In that brief performance, she truly grasped the chasm that lay between them and Han Luofeng. Could 100 Lakes ever compare to one Han Luofeng? Absolutely not, given his current prowess. The possibility of his return to the entertainment industry seemed immense. If he succeeded in this endeavor, his future achievements would likely far surpass those of his past. Realizing this, Anya bit down hard on her lip, drawing blood as she wrestled with her frustration. Only 2 contestants remained, one of whom was Chiu Yuan. This time, Han Luofeng did not listen through his headphones, but focused intently on the stage. He was curious about the extraordinarily eccentric Chiu Yuan and the performance he would deliver. As Chiu Yuan took the stage in his eye-catching attire, the audience erupted in laughter. Who is this peculiar character? Look at that slick-back hair. Hilarious. Who invited this clown? What an outrageous outfit. E.M. dying. Chiu Yuan chuckled, unfazed by the ridicule, and sat down, grasping a folk guitar that seemed at odds with his flamboyant look. However, the moment he began to strum the guitar, his entire demeanor transformed. It was as if he became a different person. The playful expression faded, and he immersed himself in the music. This unexpected shift startled the audience. Clearly, he was not ordinary. His rendition of the folk song that year in Nanjing instantly stirred countless memories. The crowd, enveloped in nostalgia, was drawn into the world of the song. Each person recalled their own arrival in Nanjing and the reasons behind it. The scene shifted to the various landscapes of Nanjing, shrouded in mist, with the glow of neon lights and a hazy drizzle. In an instant, the venue fell silent, with only the gentle, melodic voice of the performer resonating. As the song concluded, the audience's eyes reflected deep reminiscence. If Han Luofeng's performance evoked a sense of carefree spirit among the audience, then Chiu Yuan's song, though not comparable to Han's, still imparted a profound significance, instilling a sense of belonging in Nanjing City. In that moment, both locals and outsiders alike found a sliver of tranquility and harmony within the warm and unpretentious lyrics. Applause erupted, the music ceased, and Xiao Yuan resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Thank you. Thank you all. Hi. Love you. The crowd exchanged bemused glances. Had he truly fallen for them? How did this fellow so effortlessly oscillate between greasy charm and profound depth? A glimmer of admiration sparkled in Han Luofeng's eyes. It must be said that despite Xiao Yuan's seemingly disheveled and carefree appearance, his voice bore an inexplicable enchantment, simple yet intricate. It seems that the song reflects the person, both simple and complex. Chapter 9. The surprising results of the audition. The performance concluded. In 10 minutes, the results would be announced, and the hearts of everyone present were in turmoil. Oh dear, Luofeng, pinch me. I'm so nervous. I can't take it. I'm about to faint. Luofeng, if anything happens to me, I still have $250 in my account, and the password is just before the words could escape. Xiao Yuan's anguished scream pierced the air. Ouch, that hurts. He grimaced, clutching his thigh in distress, casting a resentful glance at Han Luofeng. Luofeng, are you serious? Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow, bemused by such a ridiculous request. How could one voluntarily ask for a pinch? It would be rude not to oblige. I thought you were serious, he quipped. Xiao Yuan, pouting, fell silent. 10 minutes later, the 4 judges returned to the stage, with Li Jinming making his debut today. Standing in the center, he held a piece of paper, presumably containing the final results of the audition. The atmosphere was thick with tension. That paper was in their eyes, a determinant of their fates. With a solemn expression, Li Jinming began his address before revealing the list. The results of the Nanjian region audition for I Am a Great Singer have been finalized. After half a month of auditions, only 2 contestants have emerged victorious from over 1,000 participants. I now announce the final list of qualifiers for the Nanjian region. The first is Han Luofeng. A collective gasp filled the air as eyes turned toward Han Luofeng, some filled with envy, others with jealousy, and some with congratulations. Yet Han Luofeng remained seated, composed and unperturbed, displaying little surprise. And the second contestant. At this moment, anxiety gripped the crowd, many clenching their hands, palms slick with sweat, overwhelmed with tension. Han Luofeng's prowess was well acknowledged. Everyone recognized they could not compete with him. However, there was still one more spot available, and contention was fierce. The second contestant is like. A stunned silence enveloped the audience. Like? Who on earth is that? Is he the one who sang show off terribly? What is happening? He actually got selected? This can't be real. This is utterly surreal. Could this program be tainted by foul play? How could someone perform so poorly and still be selected? Even a dog could sing better with a bone. The atmosphere in the venue immediately became tumultuous. Han Luofeng furrowed his brow, pondering the complexity of the situation. With such a meager talent, it truly was a mockery that a dog could outperform him. How could he have made the cut? As he glanced over, he noticed Lake lounging with an air of arrogance, tilting his head at Han Luofeng in a brazen display. On stage, Han Luofeng and Lake stood beside Li Jinming. The expressions of the audience varied, many of them flickering with indignation, their faces reflecting a simmering anger. Clearly, the crowd was both astonished and outraged by this outcome. The audition for I Am a Singer in the Nanjing region had reached a perfect conclusion today. Now, let us anticipate what dazzling performances these 2 contestants will bring to the stage of I Am a Singer. Let's extend our warmest applause to congratulate these 2 contestants. However, the audience responded with only scattered, half-hearted claps. Li Jinming's expression shifted, and an awkward tension filled the air. In the next moment, a contestant in the audience could no longer contain himself and stood up to exclaim, I refuse to accept this. Why on earth should someone named Lake be selected? Is there any integrity left in the auditions for I Am a Singer in the Nanjing region? This voice resonated like a boulder crashing into a lake, sending ripples of outrage throughout the crowd. Indeed, why should this stand? I refuse to accept it. The production team must provide us with an explanation. I traveled 200 kilometers just to participate in this audition. I neglected my job, my children, and my wife for this audition. How can someone with such atrocious singing skills be chosen? I will not accept it. The production team must give us answers today. A chaotic uproar erupted in the venue. The crowd stirred restlessly, while Han Luofeng stood on stage, his gaze landing on Ning Cixi, who was holding a small bundle in the corner, finding solace in their calm amidst the turmoil. Meanwhile, Lake appeared visibly anxious, defiantly shouting to the audience, "What are you talking about? I advanced based on my talent." The judges exchanged uneasy glances, bewildered. Li Jinming's expression darkened. He was at a loss. The outcome had been a unanimous decision by the judging panel, in which he should have participated. However, due to an urgent matter, he had missed today's audition and had just arrived. He never anticipated that announcing the results would incite such chaos. At this moment, he still believed the judging panel would not resort to deceit. "Everyone, please calm down. This result was determined after thorough deliberation by our professional judging panel. I assure you, there is absolutely no hint of dishonesty involved." This statement only served to further agitate the audience. How can there be no deceit? Lake sings worse than my dog. How could someone like him be selected? Are we being treated as fools? Suddenly, a reporter, having infiltrated the crowd, raised his camera and began snapping photos of the stage, the flash illuminating the scene with a series of bright bursts. Squinting, the reporter directed his question at Li Jinming. "Director Li, as the head of the audition for I Am a Singer in the Nanjing region, how do you perceive the recent scandal? Will you provide an explanation to the contestants present?" At this moment, Li Jinming felt a pang of anxiety, not to mention the judges behind him, their faces paling in fear. Where did the reporter come from? It is well known that the entertainment industry is most fearful of offending journalists, and any program dreads being associated with corruption. Once that connection is made, it signifies that the show is on the brink of collapse. Faced with the increasingly agitated contestants and the unexpected presence of reporters, Li Jinming sensed something amiss. He turned, his sharp gaze piercing through the panel of judges. The judges were thrown into disarray, exchanging apprehensive glances, but one slightly plump male judge appeared particularly shaken, his complexion ashen, his mind racing with the thought, "It's over." Like was equally flustered, his hidden hands trembling slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. When Li Jinming's gaze landed on Han Luofeng, the latter remained composed, seemingly indifferent to the turmoil. Li Jinming squinted, and Han Luofeng, with an air of resignation, remarked, "Isn't there a recording of the competition? Director Li, you can see for yourself." A sudden wave of foreboding surged within Li Jinming, leaving Like on the verge of collapse. It was well known that Li Jinming was not easily swayed. He was one of the toughest figures in the entertainment industry, intolerant of plagiarism and corruption. It was over. Everything was ruined. Chapter 10. Qiu Yuan advances bang. After watching the recording of Like's performance, Li Jinming's expression darkened, and he threw the microphone to the ground. The sound startling a male judge into a state of weakness, collapsing onto the floor. Like was not spared either, his face going pale, trembling uncontrollably. Who was Li Jinming? He had navigated the entertainment industry for decades. If he couldn't discern the truth now, he would truly be a fool easily manipulated. "You are dismissed. From this moment on, I, Li Jinming, will never collaborate with you again. As for the contestant Like, you are disqualified from the competition." With a grim expression, Li Jinming turned to the contestants and declared, "I announce, from today onward, contestant Like is permanently blacklisted from the I Am a Singer program. Furthermore, should this individual attempt to enter the entertainment industry, I, Li Jinming, will not collaborate with any company or program that employs him." In truth, Li Jinming was not inherently a bad person. He was merely stubborn and had a peculiar temperament. He detested corruption and plagiarism with a passion, which had previously led him to confront Han Luofeng. At this moment, his emotions were complex, but predominantly filled with fury. He could not believe that such an incident had unfolded right under his nose. The crowd stirred restlessly, yet this time, their anger had subsided. All they desired was fairness. Meanwhile, Like was utterly devastated, collapsing to the ground, mirroring the state of the slightly plump male judge. Li Jinming's words indicate that he has effectively been ostracized by half of the entertainment industry. Who would dare to offend a major celebrity for the sake of an inconsequential figure lacking in talent? The audience shouted, "Damn it! Although my abilities may not measure up to many present, I certainly cannot be outdone by such a useless individual. Indeed, when Lake took the stage, he nearly made me nauseous with his performance. Thank you, Director Li Jinming, for restoring our sense of justice. Li Jinming exhaled softly, glancing at Han Luofeng. And one cannot help but acknowledge that Han Luofeng's reminder was invaluable. At this moment, the look in Li Jinming's eyes shifted from contempt and scrutiny to one of exploration and assessment. He had finally managed to stabilize the atmosphere of the event. Due to this incident, the results of today's audition would see the judges engage in further deliberation, with Li Jinming participating in the selection of an additional contestant to advance alongside Han Luofeng. 10 minutes later, Li Jinming ascended the stage once more, microphone in hand, and spoke slowly. Following our discussion, the judging panel and I have unanimously decided that the other contestant advancing from this audition is Qiu Yuan. A gasp of astonishment swept through the crowd. Some were shocked, others surprised, yet none could contest the decision. Everyone present had witnessed Qiu Yuan's capabilities. Though his attire was quite garish, his talent was undeniably impressive. The atmosphere filled with sounds of gasps and sighs, and in the presence of these two remarkable individuals, the audience accepted their defeat with grace. Amidst the applause, Qiu Yuan smiled brightly, while Han Luofeng maintained his calm demeanor. "Daddy is amazing." Upon stepping off the stage, the little girl clapped her tiny hands, beaming with joy. Han Luofeng affectionately ruffled her hair, signaling that the competition had concluded for the day. "Let us go." Nothing. I just wanted to say that you performed well today." Han Luofeng chuckled lightly. "Thank you." Ning Cixi pouted and declared, "Considering your commendable performance today, I've decided to treat the little one to hamburgers and egg tarts." "Oh yeah, Sister Cixi is also wonderful." Han Luofeng's lips twitched as he thought. "Wasn't it my performance that was commendable? Why am I not being treated?" Chuckling softly, he hurried to catch up with the two. As they approached the exit, Han Luofeng furrowed his brow at the sight of a woman standing before him. "Is there something you need?" Anya had somehow remained behind, not leaving with Lake and his entourage, but instead waiting for Han Luofeng. "Can I speak with you?" Ning Cixi, unaware of the tension between the two, opened her mouth to say something but fell silent, turning to the little girl beside her. "Tuanzi, I just saw some small buns over there. Do you want to eat?" Yes. I want to eat." "Let us go." "Sister Cixi, isn't Daddy going to eat?" "Your daddy isn't hungry." The voices of the father and daughter faded into the distance. "Is there something you need?" Han Luofeng's tone was laced with impatience. "That Luofeng, speak quickly." Anya bit her lip, feigning a look of distress, hoping that Han Luofeng would fall for her act. To her surprise, he offered her not an ounce of sympathy. She clenched her hands and spoke. "Luofeng, could you possibly assist me?" Han Luofeng furrowed his brows, perplexed. "What is it? Could you help me escape from Like?" She pretended to struggle with her emotions, continuing, "Like has threatened me to be with him, or he will ruin me. So, can you help me?" Amused, Han Luofeng fought back laughter, thinking, is this it? Such clumsy acting, and she aspires to enter the entertainment industry? This woman surely must be joking. He deliberately remained silent, enjoying her discomfort. Seeing that Han Luofeng was unresponsive, Anya, feeling anxious, blurted out, "Actually, I have always liked you. Ever since the day you had your accident, I have wanted to find you. I want to help you through this difficult time because I believe you can overcome it. But Like and his associates have been blocking me, threatening me not to seek you out and coercing me to be with him, to slander you. Truthfully, none of this was my intention. I was forced to say those things. Luofeng, the one I have always loved is you. Now that you are divorced, the little one needs a mother. A child cannot grow up without maternal love. If you are willing, I can be his mother. I will treat him as my own." After this heartfelt confession, Anya managed to squeeze out a couple of precious tears. Unexpectedly, Han Luofeng burst into laughter, unable to contain himself. "I apologize, but I couldn't help it. This performance, it's utterly ridiculous. What a tragic play. Yet it resembles a comedic skit." "Luofeng, wait. Miss Anya, I believe we are not well acquainted. Please refer to me as Mr. Han or simply this gentleman." Han Luofeng raised a hand to block her advance. "Moreover, what makes you think I would trust you?" And why do you believe you are worthy of being my child's mother? Do I truly appear so desperate? Oh, no. Observing the change in Han Luofeng's expression, felt alarmed, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. She stepped forward, attempting to grasp his hand, but he retreated. Luofeng, you must believe me. It's all true. Another chuckle escaped Han Luofeng, who found himself speechless. This woman possessed a skin as thick as a city wall. When you stripped yourself bare and climbed into my bed, I could barely muster any regard for you, let alone now, with that grimace on your face. Instead of speaking further, I suggest you consider how to explain yourself to the person behind you. Chapter 11. The Ambitious Stepmother Boom. Han Luofeng's words landed like a series of slaps across Anya's face, leaving her utterly humiliated. As his words echoed, her heart sank, and turning around, she saw her expression shifting drastically. Without granting Anya an opportunity for explanation, with a stern expression, delivered a resounding slap, causing Anya to fall to the ground with a sharp thud. You wretched creature, he exclaimed, crouching down to grasp Anya's chin with a firm grip, inflicting pain that rendered her speechless. You dare shamelessly approach and seduce Han Luofeng, that useless waste, after witnessing my defeat today? Have you forgotten how you appeared in my bed yesterday? Anya, let me make myself clear. It is over between us. From this day forth, do not expect to rise in Nanjing. It's not like that. Please listen to me. With a cold chuckle, Han Luofeng disregarded the two clowns entirely and walked away. For every villain will eventually face their reckoning, and every wretched soul will find their match in wickedness. When Han Luofeng finally spotted Ning Cixi amidst the crowd, a hint of helpless amusement graced his face. There he found a little bundle, joyfully clutching several cream-filled cakes, her nose smeared with a touch of pink frosting, while Ning Cixi, holding her phone, enthusiastically directed the child to pose, snapping pictures with fervor. All right, little one, strike a different pose. Perfect. In her excitement, Ning Cixi, preoccupied with capturing the moment, inadvertently backed into Han Luofeng, who was standing behind her. The sudden collision caught them both off guard. Quickly regaining her composure, Ning Cixi brushed her hair nervously and asked, "Have you finished your discussion?" "Yes, we're done." Han Luofeng replied with a nod. A blush crept onto Ning Cixi's face as she stammered, please don't misunderstand. I simply thought the little one looked too adorable and wanted to take a few photos." Han Luofeng huckled softly. "Daddy," the little one exclaimed, scampering over with her tiny legs, tightly clutching the cake as if it were a treasure. Looking down, Han Luofeng's eyes filled with tenderness. He couldn't help but acknowledge that this little girl had undeniably inherited his genes. Her charming appearance was simply irresistible. Ning Cixi, observing the warmth in Han Luofeng's gaze, found herself momentarily taken aback. A voice within her whispered, how could this man be the abusive husband and father that the rumors suggested? Upon returning to the hotel, Ning Cixi lay in bed, incessantly scrolling through the photos she had taken of the little one, growing fonder with each glance. Oh, how delightful this little bundle is. If only she were my daughter. Realizing the implication of her own words, she froze in disbelief. What was she saying? Shaking her head, she sent the photos to Han Luofeng. Meanwhile, Han Luofeng had just entered his room, preparing a bath for the little one. Hearing the notification of a message, he picked up his phone and couldn't help but smile upon seeing the photos sent by Ning Cixi. Ning Cixi, aren't these pictures rather nice? Han Luofeng, wiping his hands, replied, indeed. Ning Cixi, is that all? No acknowledgement? Perhaps a thank you or some form of reward? Han Luofeng paused at her message, slightly taken aback, when another message from Ning Cixi popped up. Seeing your silence, I take it as consent? May I share these photographs on my Weibo? I mean no harm. I simply wish to showcase these adorable little ones to brighten my feed. Han Luofeng swiftly tapped a few keys in response. Sure, feel free. He set his phone aside and called for the little one outside to come in for a bath. Father and son sat in the bathtub, with Han Luofeng attentively washing the child's hair. Clutching a toy duck, the little one played while asking, Daddy, who was that peculiar lady we met today? Peculiar lady? Han Luofeng paused, realizing the child was referring to Anya. Just a stranger. A stranger? The little one tilted his head, but I think she has her eyes on you. Huh? What do you mean? She's up to no good. Han Luofeng nearly choked on his laughter. Up to no good? Where did you learn such words? The little one pouted, expressing disdain. Daddy, is that strange lady chasing you? Does she want to be my stepmother? Han Luofeng's eyelids twitched with exasperation. Are children these days so precocious? They can even grasp concepts like pursuit and stepmothers? He playfully pinched the little one's belly. Don't talk nonsense. You know nothing. Sit still. The little one pouted. Daddy, don't try to fool me. I've seen it on cartoons. When a girl takes the initiative, it means she likes the boy. So that strange lady must want to be my stepmother. But Daddy, you must protect your virtue. You can't let such a strange lady become my stepmother. The television says such strange ladies are wicked stepmothers. If you end up with her, she'll definitely bully me, hit me, scold me, and worst of all, she won't feed me. Han Luofeng almost choked on his own spit upon hearing the child's astonishing words. Where did he pick up such ideas? From television, of course. He resolved never to let this clever little imp watch so much TV again. Though he made this decision, he was intrigued that the little one had broached the subject of stepmothers today. To be honest, he had abruptly found himself in this world, suddenly transformed into the child's father. He had never even held a girl's hand, let alone experienced the joys of romance. It felt as though he had skipped all the steps and directly acquired a child. He could accept this, but surely he could not remain single forever? Just not at this moment. It was merely a matter of time. Feigning casualness, he probed, Little one, what kind of stepmother would you like me to find for you? The child, engrossed in playing with the duck in the foam, looked up at Han Luofeng, his big eyes sparkling with thought. I want a stepmother who buys me lots and lots of hamburgers and egg tarts, who is beautiful, can cook, and brings me plenty of snacks. Han Luofeng's forehead furrowed with a few dark lines. So, this little rascal only cares about whether someone will buy him treats, huh? Suddenly, a hint of concern washed over me. Would this little one be swayed by a mere hamburger in the future? The little dumpling chuckled and, with sparkling eyes, exclaimed, I hope it's someone like Sister Sishi. Sister Sishi treats me wonderfully. She buys me gigantic hamburgers, countless egg tarts, and delightful little cakes. Besides, Sister Sishi is incredibly beautiful. Han Luofeng, taken aback, couldn't help but feel a wave of exasperation. How could this little one already be thinking of someone as a potential stepmother after only a few days of acquaintance? He playfully flicked the little one's forehead and chuckled, dismissing the thought and attributing it to the innocent affection the dumpling had for Ning Sishi. Chapter 12. The Little Dumpling's Rise to Fame on June 30th. Han Luofeng received a message from the production team of I Am a Singer. The message stated that contestants were to arrive in Shanghai by July 2nd, with the first episode's recording commencing on July 3rd. At that moment, Han Luofeng was in the hotel, packing the meager belongings he and the little dumpling possessed, which consisted of merely a few articles of clothing. As he sorted through their things, he suddenly uttered a sound of realization. Without hesitation, he tossed the half-packed clothes into the trash bin. Dad, why are you throwing away our clothes? What will I wear in the future? The little dumpling, seated on a nearby bench, cradling a box of milk, swung her short legs and inquired, puzzled. Han Luofeng grinned and replied, out with the old, in with the new. Once we arrive in Shanghai, I'll get you some new clothes, all right? Just moments before, he had an epiphany. He was not short on funds. Why cling to a pile of faded old garments? A new beginning deserves a fresh appearance, does it not? He was certainly not lacking the means to purchase new attire. Okay, the little dumpling beamed in delight at this prospect. Suddenly, there was a rapid series of knocks at the door. Han Luofeng, Putzlid, opened it to find Ning Sishi standing at the threshold, her brow furrowed in distress. Upon seeing him, she hurriedly exclaimed, Han Luofeng, something terrible has happened. What? Han Luofeng was bewildered, completely at a loss regarding her words. Ning Sishi stepped inside, pacing anxiously. Han Luofeng, it's about the little dumpling. Hearing that it concerned the little dumpling, Han Luofeng's expression turned serious. What is it? Ning Sishi, please don't panic. Take your time. The little dumpling. He has gone viral. Ning Sishi's eyes widened in alarm. Yes, that's right. The little dumpling has gone viral. Han Luofeng was momentarily stunned. Ning Sishi clasped her hands nervously. Last night, I posted some adorable photos of the little dumpling on my Weibo. My followers are mostly friends, and I merely wish to share those cute images. However, I never anticipated that Ning Cixi bit her lip and directly handed her phone to Han Luofeng. He accepted the phone with a calm demeanor, his expression inscrutable, betraying no hint of the emotions swirling within him, which only served to heighten Ning Cixi's anxiety. Upon receiving the phone, Han Luofeng noticed that the screen displayed Ning Cixi's Weibo homepage. The first post featured an adorable photo of the little dumpling. However, as he scrolled down, Han Luofeng's composure began to waver. The comments had surged to an astonishing 200,000. The shares had skyrocketed to 76,000. Beneath this post, a throng of netizens fervently commented, "Oh my, is this the blogger's child? How adorable. My heart has been utterly melted. Single ladies, how can one bypass the steps of love and marriage to acquire such a delightful little treasure?" The child's captivating features could only be described as exquisite. One couldn't help but wonder what remarkable beauty the parents must possess to have birthed such a charming baby. In merely one night, unbeknownst to Han Luofeng, the little dumpling had inexplicably garnered a small measure of fame on Weibo. Before Han Luofeng could fully grasp the situation, Ning Cixi snatched the phone back, her fingers dancing across the screen before she handed it back to him. This time, she had opened the immensely popular Douyin short video platform, which had been downloaded by 70% of the nation and boasted an immense traffic volume. As the application loaded, Han Luofeng was left speechless. Netizens had transformed the little dumpling's photo into a plethora of memes and videos, with half of the top 10 trending videos featuring the little dumpling's expressive images. Ning Cixi tugged at her fingers. "I truly have no idea why the little dumpling has become such a sensation. I only discovered this morning upon waking to a flood of messages." She continued, "Now, not only on Weibo, but also on forums and Douyin, everyone is discussing the little dumpling. Although it hasn't made the trending searches, the buzz is considerable. Han Luofeng, what should we do?" Coming back to reality, Han Luofeng himself was at a loss for a solution. His eyelids twitched as he pondered whether this turn of events was a blessing or a curse. Observing Ning Cixi's expression of guilt, Han Luofeng cleared his throat and offered comfort. "It's all right. You had my consent to post the photo, and none of us could have predicted that it would escalate to this extent. You're not to blame. Yet," he added, "but with this much attention online, could disrupt your life?" Ning Cixi felt a heavy sense of guilt, believing the situation stemmed solely from her actions. Han Luofeng smiled reassuringly. "What does it matter? Our little dumpling was destined to enter the public eye sooner or later, especially with such an extraordinarily exceptional father as myself. This is merely a slight advance in time." He encouraged her, "You need not feel overly guilty. This situation may not necessarily be a bad thing, and besides, the internet buzz will not last indefinitely." Although Ning Cixi felt remorseful, Han Luofeng's words caused her lips to twitch, sensing an oddity in his statement. Just then, her phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Ning Cixi furrowed her brow and answered the call. "Hello, is this Miss Ning Cixi?" "Yes, this is she. May I ask who is calling?" "Greetings. We are from Tongxin Children's Apparel Company. We found your child on Weibo to be exceedingly adorable." "Is he your child?" "We are calling primarily to discuss a potential collaboration." "Collaboration?" Ning Cixi was momentarily taken aback, unable to grasp the situation. "Indeed, your child possesses a remarkable image, and we would like to extend an invitation for him to become the face of our new children's clothing brand. As for the remuneration, oh, my apologies. This is actually not my child. It appears there has been a misunderstanding. I am truly sorry. Goodbye." With haste, she hung up the phone, her face etched with exasperation. Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed. "By the way, this afternoon, I have arranged for Feng Yujing to record a song. Do you have time?" Ning Cixi nodded. Still in a daze, Han Luofeng chuckled softly, reassured her, saying, "This incident is not of great consequence. The little one takes after me, possessing striking looks, and it is hardly surprising that he has garnered sudden fame. Thus far, this situation has not brought us any adverse effects, which at least proves that it is not a misfortune. Wouldn't you agree?" "Dad, what secretive conversation are you having with Sister Cixi?" Han Luofeng turned, saying, "You are quite clever. We are planning to sneak off for hamburgers without you." "Ah, no, I want to go too. observing the composed Han Luofeng before her. Ning Cixi found herself momentarily frozen. A few seconds later, a smile broke across her face. Chapter 13. Recording met with disdain? In Nanjing City, at 3 in the afternoon. At the recording studio reserved by Feng Yujing, Han Luofeng and the others arrived at the front desk. "Hello, we have a reservation." Before he could finish, Han Luofeng was met with a disdainful roll of the eyes from the receptionist. He was taken aback, wondering what had transpired. "Looking to book a recording studio?" she said, crossing her arms and surveying Han Luofeng with exaggerated scrutiny, before dismissively stating, "Come back tomorrow. Today's reservations are fully booked." The receptionist's attitude left Han Luofeng feeling quite exasperated. It was indeed disheartening to encounter such superficiality in this day and age. He took a deep breath and patiently explained, "Miss, we made this reservation several days ago for Studio 2 under Mr. Feng Yujing." "Oomph." The receptionist rolled her eyes again. "Mr. Feng Yujing did indeed reserve a studio with us, but it was not you who made the booking." Han Luofeng's lips twitched in disbelief at her ignorance. Indeed, it was not his reservation, but Mr. Feng Yujing had summoned him for the recording. He requested the key and assistance from the sound engineer. "Hey, why won't you listen?" The receptionist snapped. "You think Mr. Feng Yujing invited you to record? Do you really consider yourself someone of importance? Show me proof." She slammed her belongings onto the desk with a loud thud. This outburst ignited Han Luofeng's irritation. He was truly witnessing a new level of ignorance today. Just as he was about to confront the receptionist, a deep male voice resonated from behind him. "Oh, my apologies, Mr. Luofeng. I was caught in traffic and have arrived late. I am truly sorry." Upon hearing this voice, both Han Luofeng and the receptionist paused in surprise. Han Luofeng, crossing his arms, smirked at the receptionist, deliberately smiling. The receptionist stood frozen in place, her eyes wide and her complexion shifting rapidly from crimson to a pallid hue. Awkwardly swallowing, she managed to say, "Mr. Feng Yujing, here is the key to recording studio number 2. The sound engineer will arrive shortly." "Ah, thank you, dear lady," Feng Yujing replied as he accepted the key. Han Luofeng observed the receptionist's face contort as if she had bitten into a bitter herb and could not help but chuckle. Choosing not to dwell on the matter, once they departed, a colleague approached the receptionist, inquiring, "What is wrong with you today? Why are you so irritable?" "Ugh, it's utterly vexing. Oh dear, you've landed in quite a predicament. It seems you've offended Mr. Feng's collaborator. What if he reports this to Mr. Feng? Should Mr. Feng decide to withdraw his investment from us, you can expect a stern reprimand from a boss." Upon hearing this, the receptionist's face turned pale and with gritted teeth. She urged, "Let us go. Hurry." Little did she know that the seemingly impoverished man was indeed the esteemed Mr. Feng Yujing, invited to record a song. "Mr. Luofeng, shall we begin? I am eager to once again bask in the melodiousness of your voice." Feng Yujing exclaimed, his eyes shimmering with excitement. Ever since he had heard Han Luofeng sing a snippet of Boundless Sky over the phone, he had fallen in love with the song, lamenting that he had not heard the full version. This obsession had distracted him from work these past few days, as he longed to hear Han Luofeng perform it once more. Han Luofeng nodded with a smile. Once the sound engineer was ready, Han Luofeng donned his headphones and began to sing. "Today I watched snowflakes drift through the cold night. My heart, once warm, now floats far away." As the music and vocals filled the air, both Feng Yujing and the sound engineer were taken aback. Feng Yujing's eyes sparkled with realization. Indeed, my choice could not have been more apt. This song, with time, will surely ascend to the pinnacle of the Chinese music scene. No, it may even reach international acclaim. The sound engineer, equally astonished, stood with his mouth slightly agape, unable to believe what he was hearing. Throughout his extensive career, he had never encountered a song that stirred such fervor and empathy within him. Particularly, the timbre of the man currently singing was simply extraordinary. While his technique might not be flawless, the song required little to no adjustments. At that moment, the sound engineer felt a sense of novelty. It was the first time in his long career that he could record a song without the frantic need to adjust the sound. The unexpected leisure was somewhat disconcerting. 2 minutes later, the performance concluded. Outside, Feng Yujing, still wearing headphones, had a look of insatiable delight. Mr. Luofeng, your voice, along with this song, has truly exceeded my expectations. Trust me, with time, this song will undoubtedly resonate across the land. Han Luofeng grinned widely, replying, "You flatter me, Mr. Yujing. Resonate across the land? Huh, that's a piece of cake." The fervor of Boundless Sky in My Past Life was beyond description. Not only is it regarded as a classic in China's music scene, but it also received immense acclaim in Japan and the international music arena. It is precisely this song that has shattered many foreigners' perceptions of the Chinese music scene. Wang Ka-kuei's A Sea of Stars remains unparalleled to this day. No one can surpass it. The sound engineer beside him couldn't help but praise, "Young man, with such a voice and singing talent, you must be involved in music, right?" Han Luofeng nodded with a smile. "Involved in music? I suppose so." The sound engineer chuckled. "I knew it. But you, young man, possess such a remarkable voice at such a young age. You could easily make a mark in the entertainment industry." After the recording concluded, Feng Yujing hurried off to catch a flight. Han Luofeng also returned to the hotel with his little companion. On the morning of July 1st, Han Luofeng took the little one to the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. As they disembarked from the plane, the little one nestled in Han Luofeng's arms, soundly asleep. Qiu Yuan, standing beside Han Luofeng, was filled with astonishment, exclaiming at every sight, "Heavens, is this really Shanghai? Brother Luofeng, this is my first time here. I'm so excited. Ah, Shanghai, here I come. Embrace me." Unable to contain himself, Han Luofeng delivered a light smack to the back of Qiu Yuan's head. "Must you be so unrestrained? Especially since your exuberance nearly woke my son. Brother Luofeng, can't you be a bit gentler? After all, I've admired you for so many years." Qiu Yuan gazed at Han Luofeng with a hint of melancholy. Resisting the urge to retaliate, Han Luofeng inquired, "Have you found a place to stay? Would you like to join us in finding a hotel?" Qiu Yuan paused, then scratched his head and smiled. "No, Brother Luofeng, my dad has already arranged everything for me. I'll head off now. See you at the competition." Watching Qiu Yuan's departing figure, Han Luofeng's lips twitched slightly. So this fellow is actually an invisible tycoon? The author has a message. Please show your support and bookmark. Reader friends, if you have any questions, feel free to raise them. I will diligently revise and take your suggestions to heart. Chapter 14, Pre-Competition and a Long-Awaited Trending Topic Weibo. Official Weibo of I Am a Singer. Today on July 2nd. The recording of the first episode of the third season of I Am a Singer will officially commence. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to all the fans and viewers who have supported us over the past 3 years. Let us eagerly anticipate the exhilarating performances that the following singers will bring in this new season and new arena. Zhang Liu, Yang Jin, Lan Xian, Han Luofeng. Boom! The moment this post was released, it sparked a tremendous uproar online within minutes. Not only because everyone had been eagerly awaiting the commencement of the third season of I Am a Singer, but also because within this roster of singers was a name that resonated deeply, Han Luofeng. This revelation incited a wave of astonishment among countless netizens. What the heck is going on? Han Luofeng is here? Am I seeing things? Is this truly the Han Luofeng I know? You are not mistaken. This Weibo post is indeed about the Han Luofeng from Huangtian Entertainment. My goodness, what is happening? Has the production team of I Am a Singer lost its mind? How could they dare to invite Han Luofeng to participate? Hasn't he already been blacklisted? Such a scoundrel does not deserve to stand on stage. Indeed, the internet seems to have no memory. What nonsense is this about the internet lacking memory? We have not forgotten the heinous acts committed by this wretch. Domestic violence, plagiarism. How can Han Luofeng possibly evade the consequences? Since he dares to show his face, I shall wait until I can unleash my wrath upon him. I aim to berate him until he voluntarily withdraws from the competition. He is unworthy of appearing on stage again. Yes, I concur. Such a person does not deserve to be there. Count me in. I have always held disdain for those who commit domestic violence against their spouses and children. In an instant, a plethora of vitriolic comments condemning Han Luofeng flooded the comment section of this Weibo post. Within just one morning, Han Luofeng's name swept across the internet like a whirlwind. Yet the response remained uniformly scathing. A few hours later, the situation escalated, and the ire of netizens began to turn towards the I Am a Singer production team. How could you allow such a scoundrel to compete? Did he pay you off? I am a devoted fan of I Am a Singer, having watched every episode of the previous 2 seasons, yet this season, I truly cannot comprehend why a notoriously tainted singer would be invited to compete. In no time, discussions online grew increasingly fervent, with I Am a Singer trending at number 3. This marked the first time Han Luofeng appeared on the trending list after several months of obscurity. Within just a few short hours, the program's popularity soared to unprecedented heights. Since you dare to invite such a scoundrel to compete, prepare to be vilified until the show is canceled. Indeed, when the program airs, I will surely bombard you with relentless criticism. At this moment, the organizing company of I'm a Singer was in turmoil. Director Jiang, this matter has already attracted the attention of the president. The internet is awash with condemnation. Our program's reputation has never been so severely criticized before. Should we not consider removing Han Luofeng from the competition? The person referred to as Director Jiang is none other than Jiang Zheng, the chief director of I Am a Singer. Jiang Zheng sat on the sofa, eyes closed in contemplation, seemingly unfazed by the voice of his assistant. What is our current level of popularity? The engagement on that Weibo post has surpassed 30 million. Various data indicate that our current popularity exceeds that of the previous 2 seasons by a significant margin. Jiangjing opened his eyes, pondering, is this not a good thing? A good thing. The assistant's eyes widened in disbelief. What good could come of this? It's all negative publicity. But hasn't Han Luofeng already been blacklisted? Enough. Jiang Zheng's tone suddenly turned impatient. Blacklisted? A tainted singer? What does that concern me? I am merely a director. My only consideration is how to ensure the best recording quality for the program. Everything else is of no concern to me. Moreover, regardless of Han Luofeng's past, does it have any bearing on me? He made it through the auditions based on his talent. Do you suggest we prevent him from competing? However, our program's reputation is on the verge of being tarnished by this individual. Reputation? Jiang Zheng scoffed, expressing indifference. This is not my concern. It is the responsibility of the investors above. Enough. You may leave now. I need to indulge in a beauty sleep. Otherwise, will you replace me for the recording this afternoon? All right. The assistant exited with a look of bitterness. After the door closed, Jiang Zheng picked up a photograph from beneath his pillow, addressing it to old Han, stating, I can only do so much. I hope your son proves himself worthy. Nevertheless, I believe your son will not disappoint. Let us, 2 old men, await the outcome. At Huangtian Entertainment. Sister Pan? What is it? Do you still wish to hear this work report? Pan Rong sighed, rubbing her temples. No need to listen. You may go. In the office, a woman dressed in a strikingly fashionable manner put down her phone, narrowing her eyes. Her expression was complex, revealing a hint of concern. Han Luofeng, I never imagined you would fall to such depths, yet you still dare to make appearances. I am even more astonished that you have come this far. This woman is Han Luofeng's ex-wife, Pan Rong. At this moment, she could not help but worry whether Han Luofeng might regain his popularity due to this program. With a click, the door swung open, and a man in his 40s entered, clad in a suit that failed to conceal his greasy demeanor. Xiaorong, I heard from your assistant that you're feeling down today. What is the matter? Manager Lu. Pan Rong greeted him with a bright smile. This man is Lu Jinkai, the head of Huangtian Entertainment. It is this pair of illicit lovers who conspired to bring Han Luofeng crashing down from his pedestal. Jinkai, I saw on Weibo that Han Luofeng actually participated in this season of I Am a Singer. I am worried he might make a comeback because of this competition. Pan Rong leaned softly against Lu Jinkai, her eyes sparkling. Lu Jinkai placed his hand on Pan Rong's waist. Do not worry, I have seen that news as well. Han Luofeng is merely a mediocre singer with a modicum of talent, but his reputation in the entertainment industry has already soured beyond repair. Does he think he can make a comeback? That is impossible. Furthermore, I am here, so what do you have to worry about? As long as I am present, Han Luofeng will never rise again. You may rest assured, once I divorce that lioness at home, you will be the legitimate Mrs. Lu. Lu Jint's greasy hand gently pinched Pan Rong's soft waist, eliciting a delicate gasp from her. How annoying. I know. I believe in you. Unbeknownst to them, Han Luofeng was oblivious to all of this. At this moment, he was clutching a severely damaged imitation phone, a pained expression on his face. Dad's little dumpling did not mean to do it. Chapter 15. The Sharp-Tongued Sietong. Sighing, Han Luofeng discarded the broken device into the trash can. No witties. It's just the right time for me to get a new phone. It seems that after the recording of the show, he must make a trip to the mobile phone store. His phone has deteriorated beyond repair. The pressing matter at hand is to set off in haste. For the recording of I Am a Singer is fast approaching. 30 minutes later, after rushing through the streets, Han Luofeng finally arrived at the venue just in time, cradling the little bundle in his arms. Who are you? The staff member frowned as he looked at Han Luofeng. Hello, I am Luofeng. Here to participate in the competition. Participate in the competition? Please show me your participation certificate. Participation certificate? Han Luofeng was taken aback, suddenly recalling that contestants are required to present their certificates to enter the backstage. However, that cursed certificate had been sent to his phone. Damn it, Han Luofeng muttered under his breath, inadvertently catching the attention of the staff member. What did you say? And nothing. I didn't say anything. The staff member shot a glance at Han Luofeng. Where is your participation certificate? Don't tell me you forgot it. Han Luofeng, feeling embarrassed, scratched his head. Look, my phone is broken, and I haven't had the chance to buy a new one. Could you please make an exception and let me in? The recording is about to start. Upon hearing this, the staff member's expression instantly turned cold. With a disdainful huff, he retorted, So you mean to say you do not have your participation certificate? And no, I have it. My phone is just broken. Han Luofeng waved his hands in protest. Does it make a difference? You're not trying to pose as a contestant to sneak into the backstage, are you? Go on, get out of here. No one is allowed backstage without a participation certificate. Hurry along, please. I truly am here to compete. Han Luofeng felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Was he really this unlucky on his first day of the competition? Had he failed to consult the calendar before leaving home? Move along. If you don't, I'll have to call security. The staff member continued. I've seen many like you trying to sneak into the backstage. Don't think you can fool me. Out you go. As the staff member was about to summon security, Han Luofeng was shoved to the side. At that moment, all he wanted was to scream. What terrible luck. With time slipping away, his anxiety grew palpable. Daddy, why can't we go in? The little bundle asked innocently, looking up at him. It's all right. Little one, we'll be inside shortly. Han Luofeng glanced nervously at the clock on the wall, his heart racing. He approached the staff member again, hoping to communicate one last time. At that moment, a woman dressed in a sleek black suit approached gracefully. Upon seeing Han Luofeng, she squinted her eyes momentarily before speaking. You are Han Luofeng? Hearing her voice, Han Luofeng paused, turning to face her. His mind raced, realizing he did not recognize this strikingly beautiful woman. May I ask who you are? With a light chuckle, she replied, I didn't expect to run into you here before the competition even begins. Hello, I am Sietong, one of the contestants for this season of I Am a Singer. You know me? Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow in surprise. Of course. Today the posts about you on Weibo have gone viral. How can I not be aware of it? Speaking of which, why aren't you inside? Sietong remarked with a smile, her demeanor strikingly elegant. Yet Han Luofeng detected no hint of disdain or contempt in her eyes. I forgot to bring my phone. Oh. Sietong nodded thoughtfully. Then I shall proceed inside. Han Luofeng's forehead was furrowed with a few dark lines. I was just teasing you. Sietong chuckled, presenting her competition credentials to the staff, stating, This individual is also a contestant. May he accompany me inside? The staff furrowed their brow, looking somewhat troubled. Miss Xia, I apologize, but we are following the directives provided. Without a competition credential or work permit, unauthorized personnel cannot access the backstage area. This gentleman. I assume you haven't been on Weibo today? The staff was momentarily taken aback, not comprehending. Sietong smiled, pointing out, Look, this is the official list of contestants, complete with photographs. Does this not bear a striking resemblance to this individual? Well, it does indeed resemble him somewhat, but we still cannot, meow. Are you genuinely diligent? Or are you purposely making this difficult for me? Han Luofeng's expression darkened. Yet Xie Tong remained unperturbed, stating, "My dear sir, consider the time. The recording is about to commence. Logically speaking, if a contestant were to suddenly be absent, today's recording would face considerable challenges. If today's recording cannot proceed, not only would the program's timeline be disrupted, but should this news leak, what ramifications might it have on the show? Sometimes rules are rigid, yet humans are adaptable. If you let a trivial rule obstruct progress, how many will remember your good intentions? People would merely think that your delay caused the disruption in recording. Do you not think this could jeopardize your position?" With a polite, official smile on her face, Xie Tong's words sent the staff into a cold sweat. "Mr. Han, Miss Xie, please enter." "Thank you." Xie Tong nodded graciously. Han Luofeng stood aside, somewhat dumbfounded. Goodness, this girl's tongue is formidable. With just a few words, she secured entry for him. Incredible. Why are you standing there in a daze? Hurry inside. Are you planning to withdraw from the competition? I'm coming. Han Luofeng scooped up the little bundle and entered. The backstage was already prepared. All contestants, except for Han Luofeng and Xie Tong, had completed their styling and makeup. "Brother Luofeng, why have you only just arrived? The recording is about to begin." Upon entering, Qiu Yuan rushed over, looking anxious. Han Luofeng replied, "There was an unforeseen incident." "Well then, you should hurry to get your makeup done. There's still time." "No, I don't like makeup." Han Luofeng shook his head. Qiu Yuan's eyes widened. "Are you really planning to go on stage like this? And with this little bundle?" "No, brother, this is not a local audition in Nanjing. Don't tell me you intend to bring this little one on stage with you?" Han Luofeng. He had indeed contemplated such a notion. Qiu Yuan swallowed hard. "Well, you are indeed the big brother. You're impressive. But honestly, perhaps you should steer clear of that little milk bag. If it comes to it, I can keep an eye on you once I exit the stage." "That works too." There are still 20 minutes until the competition begins. Upon Han Luofeng's entrance, numerous individuals took notice of him. Chapter 16. "You are quite the loser, hey. Isn't that Han Luofeng over there? Let me see, yes. That's him. Wow, I can't believe it's really him. When I saw it on Weibo today, I thought it was a hoax. Do you think he aims to return to the entertainment industry through the platform of I Am a Singer? Is that even a question? It's evident to anyone with discernment. But wasn't it said that all his songs are plagiarized? Given his current status, he shouldn't possess the ability to copy other songs anymore, right? So how did he make it through the preliminaries? Is it truly based on talent? What talent does he have? If he truly had talent, he wouldn't be in such dire straits. In my opinion, he undoubtedly managed to slip through the cracks. Hey, that does make a certain amount of sense. The backstage chatter intensified. Some were speaking without any attempt to lower their voices. Thus Han Luofeng caught every word, yet he maintained an indifferent demeanor, seemingly unaffected. The discussions were utterly ungracious, to the point that even Qiu Yuan found it unbearable. He nudged Han Luofeng with his elbow, saying, "Brother Luofeng, this bunch of losers is talking about you. Aren't you upset?" Losers? Han Luofeng nearly burst into laughter at Qiu Yuan's down-to-earth terminology. He covered the little one's ears, emphasizing, "Mind your language, there's a minor present." "Daddy, what does loser mean?" At this moment, the little one looked up, holding a lollipop, his face a picture of confusion. Ahem. Han Luofeng shot Qiu Yuan a sharp glance. Loser is a term used to describe someone who is quite admirable. Qiu Yuan nearly fell off his seat. "Oh, you Han Luofeng, deceiving a child." "Oh, I see." The little one, half understanding, turned to Qiu Yuan. "Uncle Qiu Yuan, you are a big loser." Qiu Yuan couldn't hold back any longer, and the water he had just sipped sprayed across the floor. "Uncle Qiu Yuan, what's wrong with you?" "No, I'm fine." "Then are you a loser?" "I'm not." Qiu Yuan instinctively jumped up. However, upon catching the sharp glint in Han Luofeng's eyes, he immediately hushed down, then gritted his teeth, squeezing out 2 words through clenched teeth. "I am Han Luofeng. You rascal. I'm going to report you for corrupting the youth." At this scene, Han Luofeng couldn't help but chuckle and averted his gaze. Just then, a commotion arose at the entrance. With only 20 minutes left until the competition, could it be that someone was arriving late? All the contestants turned their attention toward the entrance, where director Jiang Zheng and the producers stood to greet someone. Oh my, could this person be of significant importance? Is it a high-ranking investor? The crowd buzzed with curiosity. Mr. Feng, long time no see, Jiang Zheng greeted warmly, extending his hand for a handshake. As the other party's accent became apparent, their visage also entered the public's view. Jiang, my old friend, long time no see, with a somewhat clumsy command of Chinese. Coupled with their fair hair and blue eyes, it could only be Feng Yujing. Han Luofeng was taken aback. Feng Yujing, such a prominent figure? Jiang Zheng continued with a smile. Mr. Feng, I sincerely appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to serve as a judge for our IAM singer competition. Judge? A judge? The crowd murmured in astonishment. What was the significance of this foreigner? This was the first time they had seen a music competition featuring a foreign judge. As the whispers spread, someone quietly remarked, "You must not know. It's Feng Yujing, although he is not widely known domestically. If I mention the Feng family in Europe, you would certainly recognize them." The Feng family in Europe? My goodness. You can't be referring to the mastermind behind the International Golden Leaf Music Award, can you? Indeed. Who else could it be? Despite his youth, Feng Yujing has already begun to take over the family business. He is undoubtedly a legitimate heir, born with a silver spoon in his mouth. A collective gasp echoed through the audience. Han Luofeng furrowed his brow. It seemed as Feng Yujing indeed had considerable influence. As he contemplated this, memories flooded back. The International Golden Leaf Music Award is regarded as one of the highest honors in global music. Since its inception, it has been held 5 times, every 5 years. The number of artists who have achieved this honor worldwide is exceedingly rare, totaling fewer than 50. In Huawei, only one individual has ever received this prestigious award, and it was for the least significant category. Han Luofeng was momentarily stunned. He had not anticipated Feng Yujing's formidable background. Indeed, individuals with peculiar names often possess extraordinary backgrounds, such as Lu Xinxiu, Wang Xiaoji, Hao Meng, Zhou Shunliang, and Wang Jidang. Which of them was not significant? As he pondered, Feng Yujing and Jiang Zheng had concluded their pleasantries and were approaching. Upon spotting Han Luofeng, Feng Yujing's eyes lit up, and he approached without hesitation. "Mr. Luofeng, I never expected to see you today. I knew with your talent, you would surely advance to the main competition. Little dumpling, long time no see. Han Luofeng nu dit in acknowledgement. Uncle Yujing, we saw each other just 2 weeks ago. It hasn't been that long." Feng Yujing chuckled. "Little dumpling, you are simply adorable." With that, he shook hands with Han Luofeng. Now, the rest of the crowd was left speechless. What the hell? ISN Han Luofeng supposed to be blacklisted? How does he know such a prominent figure? Are we sure we're not on a fake platform? Feng Yujing smiled at Han Luofeng, saying, "Mr. Luofeng, I am eagerly anticipating your performance today. I hope you do not disappoint." Han Luofeng replied, "Thank you for your support." Following a round of pleasantries, director Jiang Zheng stepped forward, clapping his hands to gather everyone's attention. It appears that all the contestants have gathered. Before we commence the competition, let us take a moment to familiarize ourselves with the esteemed judges of the 3rd season of I Am a Superstar. At this moment, the other 2 judges join Feng Yujing, standing side by side. Our first judge is none other than Mr. Feng Yujing, a name that surely resonates with all of you. The second judge is the illustrious Ma Tianxun, the winner of the previous Hangzhou Golden Melody Award, who, without a doubt, is also well known among you. Upon hearing the name Ma Tianxun, a wave of excitement ripples through the contestants, with even Xiao Yuan standing beside Han Luofeng, rubbing his hands in anticipation. Chapter 17, Striking the Heart. Ma Tianxun, a quintessential representative of the nation's young and talented singers, is renowned for his eccentric and unrestrained musical style. His unique flair caught the attention of a music industry veteran during a talent show, leading to his debut, and within 5 short years, he secured a prestigious first prize at a prominent national music award. Consequently, Ma Tianxun's name became a household word across the country, and at such a young age. He has emerged as a leading figure in the music scene, inspiring countless young admirers. After absorbing the details of Ma Tianxun's illustrious career, Han Luofeng is struck by a thought. Is he not akin to a terrestrial version of Huachin Yu? Clearly, this individual's influence is significant. Being invited as a judge for a grand music competition like I Am a Superstar suggests a remarkable background. The final judge is the representative singer from the Taiwan province. Zhou Luan, a seasoned artist in his 40s, with over 2 decades of experience in the industry. His songs epitomize the youth of a generation, and his accolades are countless, maintaining a high profile in the music scene for 20 years, making him a formidable presence even in mainland China. Before director Jiang Zheng could even commence his introduction, a chorus of astonished contestants erupted. "Oh my, it's teacher Zhou Luan, my idol. I grew up listening to his music. Oh my, this man who encapsulated my youth is standing before me. This must be a dream. Teacher Zhou Luan, I'm your fan. I adore you." The fervor of their cheers left Han Luofeng wearing a rather displeased expression. Goodness, the competition hasn't even begun, and the atmosphere is already electrified. All right, everyone, let's calm down. If you wish to spend more time with Teacher Zhou Luan or Teacher Ma Tianchen, then showcase your talents and earn your place on this stage. Director Jiang Zheng remarked with a smile. The group of young contestants immediately responded with enthusiasm. Yes, director, I will strive to make it into the top 7. Such modest aspirations. One must aim for the top 3. Teacher Zhou Luan, if I secure a spot in the top 3, would you sign my battle uniform? Though Zhou Luan is a super A-list artist, he possesses a commendable humility and readily replied, "Sure, don't mention the battle uniform. I would even sign on your leg hair if you wish." Oh my, then let us hope for stellar performances in the upcoming competition. Yes, director. After a brief introduction, the audience became acquainted with the judges, and time swiftly passed, marking the commencement of the competition. As per tradition, the participants were drawn randomly for their turn to perform. Unfortunately for Han Luofeng, he drew the somewhat unfortunate 15th position. This placement left him in a bittersweet predicament. Unless he delivered a remarkable performance, he risked fading into obscurity. In contrast, Qiu Yuan was beaming with joy, having drawn a more favorable 6th position, an advantageous spot indeed. "Well then, I'll be watching over the little fellow once I step off stage," he said with a grin. Han Luofeng nodded in acknowledgement. As the competition officially began, the first contestant took the stage, and the participants settled into the front row of the audience. Perhaps out of sheer boredom, whispers began circulating among them regarding Han Luofeng. TSK. Who would have thought that Han Luofeng actually knows the judges of this season? It seems the situation isn't as dire as the online rumors suggest. Knowing the judges is of little consequence. This isn't his family-esque show. Without genuine talent, he will still be eliminated. Such sentiments echoed among the crowd. And while I initially believed Han Luofeng's current predicament rendered him unqualified for this competition, it appeared he had some influential backing. This remark, laden with disdain, led thoughts astray into negativity. Wow, now that you mention it, do you think Han Luofeng might have used connections to get in here? Keep your voice down. That is actually a possibility. After all, he has a history. Alas, soon enough, he won't be smiling anymore. The stage is a battlefield. It cares not for your connections, only your prowess. Indeed, a mere plagiarist like him certainly lacks the resilience to withstand challenges. He will undoubtedly be eliminated in the first round. Upon hearing these disparaging remarks, Qiu Yuan could no longer contain himself. His face reflected a mix of anxiety and anger as he turned to Han Luofeng. "Brother Luofeng, their words are utterly despicable. You don't care at all? I cannot endure this any longer." Without waiting for a response, Qiu Yuan whipped around, and before Han Luofeng could intervene, he shouted loudly at the group of critics, "Hey, you lot, have you stuffed your mouths with dung balls? Are you relatives of the dung beetle? If you can't speak properly, then keep your foul mouths shut. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson with some dung balls." The outburst left the critics momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback that someone would defend Han Luofeng. One of them quickly retorted, "Could you clean up your language? What have we said? We're merely stating facts." Exactly. Han Luofeng's infamy is known nationwide. He is nothing but a plagiarist. Shouldn't we voice our opinions? Plagiarism is disgraceful. We resolutely oppose such petty thieves. What? Do you intend to strike me? Oh, I'll gladly teach you a lesson today. Faced with a barrage of insults from several adversaries, Qiu Yuan's temper flared, and he rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront them. Realizing the situation was escalating, Han Luofeng furrowed his brow in resignation and intervened. Qiu Yuan, calm down. Brother Luofeng, can you truly tolerate those little scoundrels? Qiu Yuan panted heavily, while Han Luofeng maintained a calm demeanor. Tolerate? Why should I? Today is the competition. The most ruthless way to defeat the enemy is to strike at their heart. If they dare to defy, we shall dominate them in their own territory. To strike at the heart. Qiu Yuan was taken aback. Han Luofeng's seemingly casual tone, though not forceful, resonated deeply, piercing directly through Qiu Yuan's heart. You are indeed quite fierce. Qiu Yuan smirked, giving a thumbs up. What's wrong? Too scared to speak? Han Luofeng, are you feeling guilty? Qiu Yuan cheekily gestured a middle finger towards the opposing side. What is there to discuss between two humans and a bunch of dung beetles? You, what? Not convinced? We'll see the truth on the battlefield. Whoever gets eliminated first is the grandson. All right, if you two can't survive the first round, I shall be your grandfather. Qiu Yuan's eyes sparkled with amusement as he pretended not to hear. What? What did you say? I am your grandfather. Grandfather. Ah, good grandson. Your grandfather is right here. Are you messing with me? Qiu Yuan chuckled and turned his back, ignoring the agitated individuals behind him. Han Luofeng couldn't help but laugh at Qiu Yuan's banter, realizing that if this guy pursued a career in comedy, he would undoubtedly become a sensation. The author has something to convey. Dear readers, if you enjoy this, please consider adding it to your bookshelves. Chapter 18. An empty heart reflects an empty city. The city of Neon is a desert soon. It was Qiu Yuan's turn to take the stage. With a grand production comes exceptional talent. The makeup artists and stylists were of an extraordinary caliber, and today, Qiu Yuan's appearance was quite pleasing. Clad in a simple black shirt and black jeans, he prepared to perform the folk song he mastered. His rendition of Life Brings Many Partings brought tears to the eyes of numerous female audience members. His voice was like a gentle breeze in spring rain, clear and delicate, and his songwriting and composition captivated even Han Luofeng, who silently acknowledged the depth of emotion it conveyed, piercing through to the very soul. Upon finishing, Qiu Yuan received the highest score of the day, 390 success, much to the approval of the judges, who offered fair assessments. Thank you, esteemed judges, and to the audience, I love you all. As expected, one cannot hide their true colors for long. Just as the music ceased, Qiu Yuan's inherent playful nature emerged as he blew several kisses to the audience, eliciting laughter from the crowd. Jiang Zheng, visibly annoyed, contemplated having someone pull this rascal off the stage. After stepping down, Qiu Yuan returned to his seat, deliberately making faces at those who had mocked him earlier. The expressions of those individuals turned sour. So what if it was just a folk song? What of it? His scores from the judges are impressive. It seems he is secure for the first round. What does that matter? His stability has nothing to do with us. After all, there is still Han Luofeng. Han Luofeng had said very little from the beginning until now, undoubtedly consumed by fear. Indeed, who among them was unaware of the petty schemes swirling in Han Luofeng's mind? If he were to be eliminated later, I would undoubtedly record a video and share it online. Haha, I shall record it too. As they spoke, the group resumed their eager anticipation, all waiting to witness Han Luofeng's impending spectacle. An hour passed, and the competition gradually approached its climax. It was now the turn of the 14th contestant, a familiar face, Xietong. The moment Xietong began to sing, Han Luofeng was momentarily captivated. He had not expected such a rich and deep voice to emanate from a girl. Her timbre leaned toward the mid-low range, imbued with a smoky texture. Such a voice is exceedingly rare among young women, and it certainly caught Han Luofeng's attention. Upon the conclusion of Xietong's performance, the judges' scores were exceptionally high, 290 SIXS and 197. Ma Tianqian seemed particularly intrigued by Xietong's voice and in a rare display. He extended an olive branch directly on stage. Miss Xietong, your voice is truly unique. It is the most distinctive female voice I have encountered in my career in the music industry. If the opportunity arises, I would love to collaborate with you. Xietong, with a humble confidence, nodded in response. Thank you, Teacher Ma Tianqian. I would be honored. Oh my heavens. Teacher Ma Tianqian actually took the initiative to propose a collaboration with this girl, and on stage no less. Such occurrences are indeed rare. Few singers have received praise from Ma Tianqian over the years. This girl is certainly one to watch. I look forward to her upcoming performance. She's amazing. Is this Xietong in love? Let us not be overly rigid about gender. The audience erupted in enthusiastic cheers. Now, it was Han Luofeng's turn to take the stage. As his countenance emerged before the crowd, a chorus of boos filled the air. Good heavens! It really is Han Luofeng. I thought the rumors on Weibo were false. I heard he entered through the back door. Could it be? What else could it be? Do you really believe Han Luofeng possesses any real talent? He's merely a plagiarist. Huh, does this imply that we are in for a show? Who knows? The audience was rife with derision and skepticism. Han Luofeng was accustomed to this. He was unfazed, for he was a man who spoke through his abilities. Feng Yujing spoke up. Mr. Luofeng, you may begin. Very well. This time, Han Luofeng's gaze was unwaveringly resolute. They were right. He would leverage the fame of the I Am a Singer competition. He intended to announce to the world, Han Luofeng has returned. In the next moment, a beautifully flowing prelude filled the air, and the venue fell into an expectant silence. The atmosphere was palpably charged. Han Luofeng began to sing softly. Perhaps it is loneliness. The air has grown thin. The city's neon lights bloom in desolation, still waiting for you. My heart is on the brink of death. What must I endure to awaken my soul? So deep, so much. Love can lead one astray, allowing you the freedom to roam. Fortunately, I find joy in my suffering. Boom! A voice imbued with a sense of melancholy resonated in the ears of everyone present, including both participants and judges, leaving them momentarily stunned. In their hearts, a singular thought emerged. Han Luofeng's singing. It is laden with stories. The eyes of many suddenly sparkled with realization. This is a rock song. Who would have thought that Han Luofeng could rock? As the chorus commenced, the rhythm of the music shifted dramatically. Everyone seemed to be enveloped in the emotions conveyed through Han Luofeng's voice at that moment. They felt as if they could intimately grasp his sentiments. Loneliness and sorrow amidst the bustling metropolis. Careers shattered, reputations tarnished. The song evoked a profound sense of solitude, as if one were adrift in another world. Indeed, Han Luofeng was singing about himself. Oh, how vivid this song is. This city is so empty. This pain is so acute. In the sea of people, can we ever meet again? The joy is all too similar, while sorrow manifests in myriad forms. As the chorus repeated, the audience could no longer contain themselves. They rose to their feet in excitement. This song encapsulated not only Han Luofeng's experiences, but also resonated with the emptiness within each of their hearts. No amount of love could suffice. As the music gradually faded, it seemed that all eyes were fixated on the man standing at the center of the stage, illuminated by the spotlight, revealing a solitary yet formidable figure behind him, his true essence. Han Luofeng raised the microphone, his voice trembling slightly, reaching the ears of every listener. An empty city is not devoid of crowds, but rather of the hearts of individuals, both in the present and in the past. When the heart is empty, the city is empty. The neon lights merely shroud a desolate landscape. Boom! In that moment, it felt as if everyone's hearts trembled in response to those words. The crowd fell silent. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, then erupted into a thunderous applause. It was exquisite. What a profound statement. When the heart is empty, the city is empty. The neon lights are mere mirages of desolation. Han Luofeng, Han Luofeng, Han Luofeng. Applause surged continuously, and everyone joined in chanting the name of the person on stage. Chapter 19. The first perfect score of the night, the applause echoed as Feng Yujing, despite having witnessed Han Luofeng's talent before, found himself utterly captivated by the stunning performance of Empty City. Mr. Luofeng, you have truly not disappointed me. Ma Tianqian also clapped. Han Luofeng, it has been a while. I had no idea your talent would astonish us even more. Congratulations. And thank you for sharing your unique voice and personal experiences, bringing us this understated grandeur. Zhou Luan's eyes sparkled with admiration. Han Luofeng, this piece, Empty City, is profoundly moving. However, I wish to convey that an empty city is not devoid of meaning. Its essence is filled by your music and perception, transforming it into a sanctuary for the spirit. Boom! The contestants were left utterly astonished. Several judges bestowed upon Han Luofeng the highest accolades of the entire event. It must be said in this round, Han Luofeng was nothing short of breathtaking. Feng Yujing remarked, "In light of this, I award a score of 97. Ma Tianchen added, "I trust my score will meet expectations." 97. Zhou Luan declared, "I believe you are deserving. On this stage, you shall surely be reborn. I give you a perfect 10. A wave of excitement erupted from the audience. 10. My goodness. The first perfect score has emerged, and it's still the first round? Incredible. Last season's champion only received 2 perfect scores. Han Luofeng has made a powerful entrance. Yet, what does it matter? Han Luofeng's performance today was nothing short of divine. He truly deserves it." Applause erupted once more as Han Luofeng bowed in gratitude, a smile curving at the corners of his lips. This time, he wished to proclaim to all that he, Han Luofeng, had indeed returned. As Han Luofeng exited the stage, the expressions of the other contestants varied widely. Some were shocked, some astonished, and others envious. In short, a vibrant tapestry of emotions. Incredible, Brother Luofeng. Even I feel as though you've left me in the dust. At that moment, Qiu Yuan seemed to recall something, turning back with a sly grin and addressing the provocateurs. "Hey, did you see that? This is the prowess of your grandfather. Grandsons, take heed and learn well." The faces of those individuals turned ashen, wishing they could vanish into the ground at that moment. Coincidentally, the next contestant to take the stage was one of those very provocateurs. However, the brilliance of Han Luofeng's earlier performance cast a daunting shadow over him, inducing immense pressure. Undoubtedly, in this round, with Han Luofeng's brilliance as a backdrop, the contestant's song seemed rather lackluster to the audience. Perhaps overwhelmed by the pressure, he faltered on stage. There was no doubt he received the lowest score of the evening, and his elimination was all but certain. As he descended from the stage, Han Luofeng could clearly see the pallor on his face, tightly gritting his teeth on the verge of tears. At that moment, his little one looked up from Han Luofeng's embrace, beaming with joy, her eyes crescent-shaped and sparkling. "Daddy, awesome. Daddy is also a super amazing big loser." At this, Qiu Yuan, who was drinking water, could not help but spew it everywhere. "Goodness, Brother Luofeng, your little one's ability to learn is formidable. She is applying it right away. Incredible." Han Luofeng's lips twitched, a look of exasperation crossing his face as he shot a glare at Qiu Yuan. "Isn't that something you taught her?" Resolutely, Han Luofeng decided that he must ensure his little one does not grow too close to Qiu Yuan in the future. Yes, indeed. Suddenly, Qiu Yuan felt a chill breeze pass by him, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The recording of the day's competition concluded swiftly. By the end of the day, Han Luofeng had gained a preliminary understanding of the contestants. The proficiency of these contestants varies considerably, yet the disparities remain minimal. Only a handful stand out prominently. For instance, the striking Xie Tong, the dramatically contrasting Qiu Yuan, along with Zhang Lu, Lan Xian, Yu Haoren, and Wu Enshi, are regarded as the more distinguished participants in Han Luofeng's eyes. Notably, Zhang Liu and Wu Enshi possess remarkable vocal skills. Although their abilities in lyricism and composition are somewhat unstable, their singing prowess surpasses even that of Han Luofeng. He shook his head, realizing that basic talent can only suffice in preliminary competitions. When confronted with formidable opponents in larger arenas, such elementary gifts become notably insufficient. 15 minutes later, the results were finally announced. Feng Yujing took to the stage with the final results, teasing the audience briefly before revealing the first-place winner of the first round, as well as the last 2 contestants. Unsurprisingly, Han Luofeng claimed the top position. Upon the announcement, a wave of astonishment swept through the audience. many of whom turned their gaze towards Han Luofeng, their expressions subtly altered. Indeed, Han Luofeng appeared to exude an even greater aura of confidence this time. Moreover, his return featured a pop-rock style, a stark deviation from his previous musical identity. Some speculated whether he might have resorted to imitation. Yet, how plausible was that? Rumor had it that he was so impoverished he could scarcely support child, let alone replicate or counterfeit anything. Nonetheless, one could not be certain. Listening to the audience's murmurs, the remaining dozen contestants also regarded Han Luofeng with newfound scrutiny. Initially, they believed his participation was merely a stroke of luck, assuming his abilities would not sustain him through several rounds. However, their expectations were shattered when he secured first place in the initial competition with his song Empty City. Once again, the crowd cast furtive glances at Han Luofeng, their wariness towards him intensifying. That evening, after assisting the little one with their evening routine, Han Luofeng used a towel to dry the child's hair. "Daddy, you sang on stage today, and so many big sisters were watching you. Do they all like you?" "What?" Han Luofeng furrowed his brow. "Who told you that?" The little one with bright, sparkling eyes and a sincere expression replied, "Uncle Chiu Yuan." Uncle Chiu Yuan said that Daddy's charm is unparalleled, and if he is even half as impressive, many beautiful sisters will like him in the future. He also said not to be a bad stick. A bad stick? What on earth is that? At that moment, Han Luofeng felt an unsettling premonition wash over him. "Daddy, you silly. How do you not know this?" Uncle Chiu Yuan said that if you play kissy with beautiful sisters in the future, I must not be a bad stick and hit you. That means I cannot break up couples. Puffed. At this point, Han Luofeng could no longer contain his exasperation. "Little one, your Uncle Chiu Yuan is quite peculiar. Don't believe everything he says." With that, Han Luofeng pointed at the child's head. The little one nodded, somewhat perplexed. "Oh, so that means Uncle Chiu Yuan isn't a big loser after all." Han Luofeng, Tuanzi, from now on, refrain from speaking ill of others. "Do you understand?" "Why, Dad?" "Because you are still young. Children should not express such sentiments." "All right. The author wishes to convey. Please show your appreciation by liking and saving this story. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to voice them." Chapter 20. A request from Little Tuanzi. After lulling Little Tuanzi to sleep, Han Luofeng closed his eyes. With a flicker of thought, he activated the lottery system. Upon inspection, he discovered that, after all this time, his fame points had only accumulated to 30,000. Sigh. It appears that the prospect of another lottery draw is still a distant dream. After a considerable time, the room was filled with the sounds of snoring. Unbeknownst to Han Luofeng, his phone had been malfunctioning for a day, leaving him out of touch, and those searching for him were nearly driven to madness. Early the next morning, amidst his errand for breakfast, Han Luofeng seized the opportunity to purchase a new phone. Gazing at the device, which cost him several years' worth of breakfast funds, he felt a pang of regret. Upon returning to the hotel, he inserted the SIM card and powered on the phone. Before it had a chance to boot up, it began to ring. Staring at the unfamiliar number, Han Luofeng furrowed his brow and pressed the answer button. "Hello. Who is this?" "Ah, Han Luofeng. I finally reached you. Ning Xishi. What is going on?" On the other end, she took a deep breath and said, "Han Luofeng, where are you now? I'm coming to find you." "Wait, aren't you in Nanjing? I'm currently in Shanghai. Give me the address." The urgency in her voice was palpable. After a brief moment of hesitation, Han Luofeng relayed the address. Without further ado, she hung up, merely stating, "See you in 15 minutes. 15 minutes later, a flustered Ning Xishi indeed appeared before the father and son. "Cici Jia," Little Tuanzi exclaimed with unrestrained joy. However, upon entering, Ning Xishi only greeted Little Tuanzi briefly. "Han Luofeng, I must tell you, Little Tuanzi has truly gained immense popularity online." "Popularity?" Han Luofeng queried, his brow furrowing in confusion. "Isn't this something we already knew?" Ning Xishi continued. "Little Tuanzi now boasts over 1 million followers on Weibo. The buzz surrounding him has shown no signs of waning in recent days. Nonetheless, I bear unfortunate news. With Little Tuanzi's rising fame, he has attracted significant attention, particularly on Douyin and Weibo. After those few photos, I had refrained from posting anything further, believing that if we ignored it, the hype would eventually subside. However, we were both mistaken. Little Tuanzi's popularity has only intensified. That in itself isn't alarming. But today I noticed someone capitalizing on the situation. Capitalizing? Han Luofeng's expression shifted to one of concern. What do you mean? Look, she urged, as Han Luofeng promptly logged onto Weibo. It didn't take long for him to discover the truth. Indeed, there was an account claiming to be my adorable child, asserting that they were little Tuanzi's father. How outrageous! This is a blatant impersonation. Upon witnessing that individual's follower count had surpassed 300,000, Han Luofeng found himself increasingly restless, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. Ning Xixi, wearing a concerned expression, spoke up. Han Luofeng, it appears that matters are spiraling beyond our control. What shall we do next? She pondered for a moment. This person is undoubtedly impersonating someone else. Yet alarmingly, netizens are swayed by his mere words. His follower count has been steadily rising. I observed that he gained 300,000 in less than 24 hours. If this individual were to exploit the reputation of the little dumpling for nefarious purposes, Han Luofeng rested his chin on his hand, slowly stroking it, a habitual gesture he resorted to whenever he felt perturbed. This was precisely what troubled him. Suddenly, Ning Xixi's phone emitted a series of beeps. The caller ID read, "Head of Tiger You Live." Glancing at her phone, Ning Xixi noted that this was a regional manager from Tiger You Live, who had been persistently reaching out to her, under the impression that the little dumpling was her child. Upon witnessing the little dumpling's rising popularity, he had been eager for her to host a live stream featuring the child, hoping to generate some buzz for their platform. The mere mention of a live stream caused Han Luofeng's eyes to light up. The phone fell silent again. Ning Xixi, is this manager located in the Magic City? Yes, she replied, somewhat perplexed, unsure of Han Luofeng's intent with the question. Get in touch with him. Let us meet at Starbucks in an hour. What? Observing Ning Xixi's astonished expression, Han Luofeng smiled slightly. Isn't this a fortuitous opportunity? Indeed, Han Luofeng intended to leverage this live streaming opportunity to clarify matters regarding the little dumpling. He could not abide anyone seeking fame under the little dumpling's name. The child was his bottom line. Moreover, this was a chance to garner popularity handed to him on a silver platter. A single live stream could attract viewership numbering in the tens of thousands, if not more, especially given the little dumpling's recent online heat. One could only speculate how many would tune in. An hour later, at the Starbucks near the hotel. Miss Ning, greetings. I must say, I didn't expect you to be so young. And this must be your child? Oh, truly adorable. Even more charming in person than in photographs. Before Han Luofeng and his party could settle down, the Tiger You Live manager, Cui Xiao, promptly rose, showering praises upon Ning Xixi and the little dumpling. Ning Xixi and Han Luofeng exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Mr. Cui, you are mistaken. I am not the little dumpling's mother. This is Mr. Han Luofeng, the father of the little dumpling. Cui Xiao paused, momentarily taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment. My sincerest apologies. You see, I tend to misspeak when overly excited. I thought, given Miss Ning's youth, how could she possibly be married with children? Please, make yourselves comfortable and have a drink. After the group settled in and exchanged brief introductions, they swiftly transitioned to the crux of the discussion. Mr. Han, here's my business card. Allow me to provide a brief introduction to our platform. Although we are a nascent platform, we have already secured investments in numerous significant projects and established collaborations with various prominent companies. While our platform may currently lack widespread recognition, rest assured, we are not parsimonious when it comes to remuneration. Recently, I noticed that your child has been enjoying considerable popularity online, which prompts our platform to seek a collaboration with you. We wish to leverage your child's popularity to promote our platform. Upon hearing this, Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow, finding it unsurprising. In this day and age, celebrity endorsements have become somewhat antiquated. The internet is a rapidly evolving realm, while the charisma and influence of celebrities are undeniable. In the world of live streaming, audiences are drawn not by the names, but by the streamers themselves. Who can afford to host a top-tier celebrity streaming daily on their platform? If that were the case, the company would likely face bankruptcy before any profits materialized. Chapter 21. The competition for streamers. Mr. Chui, I have gathered a considerable understanding of your platform, yet I find myself grappling with a particular query. Mr. Han, please go ahead. As Chui Xiao spoke with confidence, he suddenly found himself taken aback by Han's inquiry. Han Luofeng rested his fingers, distinctly knuckled, rhythmically tapping on the table. I wish to ascertain what benefits a partnership with you would yield for me. Rest assured, Mr. Han. As I mentioned, we are quite generous regarding compensation. Today, to demonstrate our sincerity, I have even brought along the contract for your review. As Han Luofeng perused the contract, he feigned indifference, asking casually, is this a long-term contract? Yes. Oh, what a pity. Han Luofeng sighed dramatically. Mr. Chui, I fear I cannot sign this contract. Why not? Because my child, while exceptional in every aspect, is an avid learner. He dedicates 8 hours each day to his studies and reading. You see, the contract stipulates that party B must stream for no less than 3 hours daily. Alas, that simply will not do. I worry it may exhaust him. Ahem, Ning Xiqi. Witnessing Han Luofeng's fanciful fabrications, along with his feigned look of distress, found herself choking on her laughter. Chui Xiao glanced at the little dumpling. Lost in a world of culinary delights, momentarily bewildered, his expression a mixture of skepticism and disbelief. Brother, are you certain you are not jesting? Your child appears to be no more than 5 or 6 years old. Well, Mr. Han, the contract can certainly be amended. Please, point out any clauses that displease you, and I will gladly make adjustments. Furthermore, regarding the gift-sharing ratio, it is quite generous. 50-50. In the next moment, Han Luofeng commenced his critique. To Ning Xixi's astonishment, what seemed to her a rather unproblematic contract was met with over 20 points of contention raised by Han Luofeng. Not only did this leave Chui Xiao in a cold sweat, but Ning Xixi could not help but feel her eyelids twitch uncontrollably. After a brief interlude of several minutes, Han Luofeng finally paused, leisurely sipping his coffee. What do you think, Mr. Chui? Chui Xiao's lips twitched slightly. What do you mean by what do you think? You might as well draft an entirely new contract. The original contract, laden with 30 to 40 clauses, had been revised at Han Luofeng's insistence, with over 20 amendments. Particularly perplexing was the request to adjust the gift distribution ratio to an unprecedented 2-8 split in their live streaming industry. Mr. Han, allow me to make a quick phone call. With that, Chui Xiao dashed toward the restroom. Among the myriad concerns Han Luofeng had raised, nearly 10 were beyond his purview to decide. Chui Xiao had never anticipated that what he thought would be a routine collaboration would involve such a prickly character. Hello, President. It's me. Han Luofeng answered the call. Is there something amiss? Ning Xixi felt a twinge of unease. Are you certain this is wise? What could possibly be wrong? Han Luofeng replied nonchalantly. You, of all people, should know better. You're a father, yet still possess a child's temperament. 15 minutes later, Chui Xiao emerged from the restroom, once again donning a courteous smile. Mr. Han, I've just confirmed that most of your proposed terms can be accommodated. However, regarding the gift distribution ratio. Beep, beep, beep. My apologies, Mr. Chui. Please hold for a moment. Just then, Han Luofeng's phone rang. He deliberately angled the screen so that everyone present could see the caller's name clearly. Douyin Head. The bold letters loomed before Chui Xiao's eyes. The words Chui Xiao had yet to finish became lodged in his throat. The head of Douyin was reaching out? Were they also considering inviting little Tuanzi to stream on their platform? The thought sent an ominous shiver coursing through Chui Xiao. Indeed, Han Luofeng answered the call. Hello, Director Chiu? Yes, it's me. What is the matter? Oh, you wish to invite my little Tuanzi to stream on your platform? I'm currently discussing a contract with Mr. Chui from the Huya live streaming platform. What? A signing fee of 100,000? What? I could set my own terms? Really, Mr. Chiu? Splendid. I'm at the Starbucks on Tongshan Road. Please bring the contract. I'll be waiting for you. Excellent. Let us meet in 20 minutes. Ning Xixi and Chui Xiao stood dumbfounded at this revelation. Ning Xixi asked, Douyin Live? When did you establish contact with their head? Chui Xiao exclaimed, what? Someone is encroaching on our business? This is akin to highway robbery. Moreover, the conditions they're offering are tenfold better than ours. The realization made cold sweat bead on Chui Xiao's forehead as he anxiously dabbed at it with tissues. Mr. Han. Before Chui Xiao could finish, Han Luofeng adopted a mockingly regretful expression, fingers interlaced. Mr. Chui, I'm afraid I won't be able to collaborate with you after all. How about I treat you to this meal? Next time, perhaps we can find another opportunity to work together. Chui Xiao was left utterly astonished. Isn't that Mr. Han? Wasn't that the head of Douyin Live just now? Han Luofeng feigned indifference and nodded slightly. Yes. Well, they also wish to collaborate with you. Indeed, Mr. Han, in business, we must respect the order of precedence, right? I was the first to arrive, and we haven't concluded our discussion yet. Han Luofeng nodded, casually responding, Mr. Kui. At this moment, as both parties, we are essentially merchants. Wouldn't you agree? Historically, merchants have always prioritized their interests. Mr. Chui appeared quite troubled. Moreover, their offered terms are exceptionally favorable. Oh no, they stated that I could set the conditions. To be honest, I tend to avoid complications. We've been negotiating for quite some time, and we haven't even finalized a formal contract. This is quite cumbersome. How about we postpone it for now? We can certainly revisit it later. What do you think? Ning Cixi, listening to Han Luofeng's unusually serious tone, felt a sense of disquiet. Wait, Mr. Han, who said the contract wasn't prepared? I could do it right now. Isn't their printing shop next door? Just give me 2 minutes. I'll be back shortly. At this point, Chui Xiao was genuinely anxious. Please, let us proceed with the Little Dumpling live stream. This is the most cost-effective solution our platform has devised. Minimal investment, minimal hassle. Moreover, our expert team estimates that just with the Little Dumpling's face, we could attract substantial traffic. The Little Dumpling is immensely popular online. Han Luofeng furrowed his brow, contemplating, but Mr. Chui, haven't we yet finalized the terms regarding the profit-sharing ratio? No, Mr. Han, don't say another word. I agree to all the conditions you just mentioned. All of them. I'll print the contract right away, and we can sign it in 5 minutes. All of them? Really? Yes. You agree to the 80-20 profit split? Absolutely. And a signing fee of 100,000? Agreed. Wait, something seems amiss. Chui Xiao suddenly realized that they had initially discussed a signing fee of only 50,000. The author notes, I am diligently working on my writing. Dear readers, please add this to your bookshelves after enjoying it. Chapter 22. The eve of the broadcast. Chui Xiao, who only just grasped the situation, looked somewhat dumbfounded. He had once again been outmaneuvered by Han Luofeng. However, at this moment, he felt compelled to agree. If he did not, the opportunity would slip away. All right, let us consider this a delightful agreement. Mr. Chui exuded confidence. I believe our future collaboration will undoubtedly be enjoyable. Han Luofeng, without allowing Chui Xiao any time to react, spoke straightforwardly. Chui Xiao's eyelids twitched at that moment. He comprehended that seated before him was no ordinary individual, but rather an exceptionally astute person. Let us ensure a pleasant collaboration. Ultimately, as Chui Xiao departed, his face bore a bittersweet expression. In stark contrast, Han Luofeng appeared invigorated. At that moment, Ning Cixi also pieced together the truth. Han Luofeng, that head of Douyin Live was a ruse, wasn't he? Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow, his eyes sparkling with mirth. What deception! I never claimed he was genuine. Perhaps that individual was merely the head of the Douyin onlookers. That, too, counts as a position of responsibility, wouldn't you say? Huh. In Ning Cixi's eyes, a playful smile danced as she realized, to her astonishment, that Han Luofeng was indeed quite cunning. He had enlisted the help of a friend to stage a ruse, successfully deceiving Chui Xiao. At that moment, Chui Xiao, who had just stepped out of the CAF, paused in confusion. I don't recall a new director named Chiu at Douyin. Could it be someone recently appointed? Oh, whatever. Anyone attempting to snatch something from me, Chui Xiao, cannot be of good character. Fortunately, today's task has been accomplished. I can return and report. Meanwhile, in a luxurious apartment somewhere in the bustling metropolis, Chiu Yuan, leisurely sipping coffee by the window, sneezed repeatedly. Rubbing his nose, he mused, "Hey, who is cursing me? I wonder what Luofeng is up to? What is this Mr. Chio? What is this about a live stream? It's all so baffling. Not a single word made sense." The following day, Huya Live utilized a photograph of the beloved Little Bun for an overwhelming promotional campaign. Not only was it splashed across Weibo and Tieba, but at least 1 out of every 10 videos on Douyin featured their advertisements. This quickly captured the attention of Little Bun's fans. "Hey, isn't that a photo of the Little Milk Packet? This promotion is from Huya Live. Could it be that the Little Milk Packet is going live there?" Indeed. You all must check Weibo. Huya's official account has just announced that at 7:30 tonight, the Little Milk Packet will be live on Huya. Oh my, is this for real? I absolutely must watch. The moniker Little Milk Packet was affectionately bestowed upon the adorable Little Bun by netizens. This news spread like wildfire across the internet, igniting excitement among all of Little Bun's fans. In a flurry, they flocked to the Weibo account of our adorable little star, leaving comments such as, "7:30, don't be late, Little Milk Packet. Little Milk Packet, my rockets are ready to launch. Tonight at 7:30. I can't wait to send you my rocket brigade. I'm so excited, I adore you." With 5 hours remaining until 7:30, the anticipation of witnessing the real-life Little Milk Packet was palpable. Meanwhile, the account owner of our little star, Teng, was left utterly bewildered upon hearing this news. What on earth? What live stream? What is going on? Tang E, the owner of the account, furrowed his brow in confusion. A few days prior, after finishing a game, he had logged onto Weibo intending to browse through some gossip, only to find the platform inundated with posts about Little Bun. It was as if the little star had suddenly descended from the heavens, skyrocketing to fame on Weibo. At that moment, Tang E felt a mix of envy and admiration for the unexpectedly popular figure. However, when he revisited the subject days later, he discovered that netizens were desperately searching for Little Bun or their parents' accounts, yet to no avail. What did this indicate? It suggested that Little Bun likely did not even engage with Weibo. It was even possible that they were not from Huagua at all. A bold thought took root in Tang Yi's mind. As an e-commerce entrepreneur immersed in an era dominated by internet celebrities and influencer endorsements, he had invested all his funds into product research, leaving him with no budget to hire those very stars. Consequently, his business remained in a state of perpetual loss. Seizing an opportunity, he registered a Weibo account under the name My Adorable Child, intending to impersonate the popular figure known as Little Tuanzi for a brief period. After managing the account for several days, he envisioned leveraging Little Tuanzi's fame to boost his sales. Following the account's creation, Tang E experienced a stroke of luck. A casual post filled with whimsical chatter unexpectedly garnered the trust of netizens. His follower count surged past 400,000 in a single day, just as he prepared to promote his products. He was startled to discover that Huya Live had announced that Little Tuanzi would be live streaming on their platform at 7:30 that evening. How could Tang E remain composed? "So, Huya Live intends to encroach on my business, does it? Let us see who prevails." He instinctively believed that Huya Live's promotional message was a ruse, presuming they were attempting to exploit Little Tuanzi's reputation for their own gain. In a flash, he opened his phone and composed an extensive Weibo post declaring, "Dear netizens, greetings. Little Milk Bun has returned from his grandmother's home. Tonight, my adorable child and I will be live streaming on this platform. This is the only official account. There are no alternate accounts, nor will we be broadcasting on any other platforms. Please do not be misled by false information." Thus, Weibo erupted once more. What? A live stream on this platform? Wasn't it supposed to be on Huya? What's going on? Could it be that Huya's announcement is false? This must be the account of Little Milk Bun's parent. Is Huya involved in misleading advertisements? Surely not. I'm confused. Where will Little Milk Bun be streaming tonight? In a flurry of bewilderment, netizens were left in a state of perplexity. Soon, Huya Live took note of Tang Yi's Weibo post and issued a rebuttal, stating, "Truth or falsehood, reality is discerned through observation. Join us at 7:30. Little Milk Bun will not be absent," accompanied by a fresh photograph of Little Tuanzi. The excitement among netizens escalated. This was indeed a recently released image of Little Tuanzi, Did this imply that Huya Live had truly secured Little Milk Bun's appearance? Uncertain. However, my adorable child had yet to share any photos of Little Milk Bun, while Huya had showcased one on the very first day. Many began to view Huya as the more credible source. My adorable child has no photos because Little Milk Bun was visiting his grandmother, they retorted. Amidst the fervent debates among netizens, the clock swiftly approached 6:30. Meanwhile, Han Luofeng and the internet celebrity Little Tuanzi arrived at Huya Live's headquarters in Shanghai. The author interjects, Little Tuanzi is about to live stream. All everyone wished to see during the broadcast. Mr. Han, what do you think of this live streaming room? Are there any adjustments that need to be made? Liao Kai inquired with a benevolent expression. The individual in question is the general manager of Tigria. Han Luofeng shook his head, observing that this live streaming room must have been hastily arranged, perhaps even repurposed from another broadcaster's space. He noticed an array of feminine items strewn across the table and the sofa behind, carelessly stuffed into a box. Mr. Han, he ventured cautiously, if I may inquire. I understand that today marks your inaugural live broadcast with Xiao Tuanzi. Have you prepared what you intend to say or do? Liao Kai's inquiry was, in essence, about Han's readiness for the live session. Han Luofeng shook his head, admitting he had not formulated any specific plans. Upon hearing this, Liao Kai and Shui Xiao's expressions twisted in disbelief. What? You haven't thought it through? Liao Kai began, but his words were abruptly interrupted by a sharp female voice emanating from the doorway. Oomph. You haven't even prepared, yet you dare to stand before the camera? Shui Hua. Ugh. Amy, what brings you here? Shui Xiao stammered, taken aback by the arrival. The newcomer was none other than Wang Chuehua, the reigning queen of Tigria, known by her stage name, Amy. As the leading figure of the platform, she boasted the highest follower count among all streamers. Han Luofeng's suspicions were confirmed. This live streaming room was indeed designated for someone else, specifically for Amy. The company had taken great care of her, providing a private streaming space solely for her use. However, due to the significance of Xiao Tuanzi's broadcast, which had garnered substantial online attention, Liao Kai and Shui Xiao had made the decision to repurpose this top-tier facility. Amy, as the top streamer, was undoubtedly displeased with this arrangement, yet she could not voice her grievances, only mentally noting the intruder's transgression. Her disdain deepened upon discovering that her rival was a complete novice with no prior experience in the industry. Mr. Han? Ah, I recognize this little cherub. He's the darling of the internet lately. But are you truly confident that you and this child, who hasn't even lost a tooth yet, can manage? And without adequate preparation? Brother Chui, general manager, let us hope these two don't cause a mishap during the broadcast. It would be a disgrace for us at Tigria. Amy's eyes glinted with provocation, her expression one of contempt. Amy, refrain from such remarks. Chui Xiao interjected, his teeth clenched. Oh dear, Brother Chui, I'm merely jesting. Mr. Han, please don't take offense. I tend to speak rather bluntly, she replied with an insincere smile. Han Luofeng responded with a serene smile. I take no offense. I generally prefer not to engage with fools. You, what do you mean by that? Amy was instantly incensed by Han Luofeng's retort, her earlier grievances bubbling to the surface. Just as she was about to unleash her fury, General Manager Liao Kai interjected with a sharp command. Enough. Hui Xiao, manage your team. He then turned to Han Luofeng. Mr. Han, I apologize for this inconvenience. In truth, it matters not if one is unprepared. Throughout my extensive tenure in this industry, I have witnessed numerous newcomers perform remarkably well in the moment. After all, live streaming is not akin to pre-recorded broadcasts. It thrives on immediacy and responsiveness. Moreover, today's stream does not necessitate any performances with the charming little group. The audience present is likely composed of fans who adore them. Engaging in interaction is more than welcome. There is no need for undue pressure. Han Luofeng nodded with a smile, saying, Mr. Liao, I comprehend, and I shall not feel excessively pressured. As for my son, he will experience no pressure either. At that moment, the little one also nodded, Grandpa Liao. I feel no pressure at all. Splendid. That is excellent. Meanwhile, in a corner of Huagua, Tang, he was meticulously arranging his streaming studio. This shampoo set goes here, and this shower gel set belongs over here. along with 2 bottles of the new shampoo. Finished. Tang, he clapped his hands, utterly satisfied. Indeed, he intended to sell products during tonight's live stream. What? No little milk pouch? Huh. I couldn't care less. The buzz is already created. Surely people will tune in to my stream. As long as I conjure a plausible excuse, I can sell my goods simply by having an audience. Ha ha ha. From this day forth, I, Tang E, shall embark on a journey to wealth. At that moment, netizens were both excited and perplexed. Heavens! Once there were true and false jade emperors, and now we have true and false little milk pouches? Which stream should we watch tonight? I feel like the advertisements for Huya are so loud. They don't seem fake at all. Let's watch both. One phone for each. After all, there's only one little milk pouch, so surely one side will reveal the truth. Exactly. Wow, I am so thrilled. It is even more exhilarating than chasing stars. But just a casual inquiry. What must one consume to bear such an adorable child? Is there a wealthy lady upstairs? Let's have a child together. My genes are splendid. Puffed. At 7:20 p.m., the highly anticipated Weibo account of my adorable little one suddenly posted a new message. At 7:30 p.m., the little milk pouch would meet everyone punctually to express gratitude for the support and affection from all the fans and friends. My little one and I have prepared a surprise. See you in the live stream tonight. Everyone must come. Boom. Upon the release of this information, netizens erupted with excitement. A surprise? Oh my. The little milk pouch has prepared a surprise for us? What could it be? Is the little milk pouch going to perform for us? Hey, there's a surprise? Ah, little milk pouch, grow up quickly. I am waiting for you. Puffed. The audacity upstairs, attempting to harm the nation's flower. Regardless of your thoughts, I am determined to watch tonight's stream. I must take screenshots. I will hang a picture of the little milk pouch above my bed. This way, perhaps my baby will emerge as adorable as the little milk pouch. As a result, an increasing number of people began to believe in the adorable little one on Weibo. As the clock struck 7:30, Huya and 2 new livestream platforms commenced their broadcasts simultaneously, filling the largest recommended slots on their homepages. On Huya's side, as the stream began, the faces of Han Luofeng and the little group appeared on screen. Wow, Daddy, so fair. Han Luofeng almost choked in disbelief. The transformation of his and the little dumplings' faces was astonishing. They appeared to be nearly extraterrestrial on the screen. The live stream room was rather desolate, with barely over 100 viewers. What on earth? Who are these 2 with eyes like baby bottles? Am I witnessing an alien broadcast? Indeed. Wasn't it supposed to be the little milk pouch? How did they morph into aliens? Liao Kai exclaimed, baffled. What is going on? Chapter 24. Unsatisfactory live stream data, General Manager. I apologize. I neglected to adjust the beauty filter settings. This configuration has been exclusively used by Sister Amy. Quickly fix it, he urged. Yes, yes. The young assistant wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Han Luofeng cast a sidelong glance at Amy, who was seated in the corner. His expression a mixture of amusement and sarcasm. TSK, TSK. Though Amy's beauty could barely score a 6, the effect of the beauty filter was undeniably potent. One could be Lu Yifei in public, but transform into Xiao Biluo in private. Clearly, Amy had noticed the mockery in Han Luofeng's gaze, shooting him an angry glare before turning away in humiliation. Liao Kai and the leadership team, including Cui Xiao, were seated behind the computer, indicating the importance of this live stream to Huya. Amy decided to stay and observe. In truth, she need not have come, but her irritation compelled her to witness what capabilities Han Luofeng possessed to dare invade her live stream space. She was eager to see them make fools of themselves. Before long, the beauty filter settings were rectified. Han Luofeng exhaled in relief, finally looking like a normal person. Dumpling, do you remember what Daddy told you? Hum. The little dumpling turned, beaming at the camera. Good evening, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. I am the little dumpling. This is my daddy. A clear voice resonated through the microphones, reaching the ears of over 100 viewers. At that moment, the audience was momentarily stunned. Goodness, it truly is the little milk pouch. I can't believe Huya has actually invited the little milk pouch. Little Dumpling? What a delightful name. Little Dumpling. I'm your devoted fan. How adorable. How could there be such a charming child? The live stream room erupted with excitement. At that moment, they genuinely believed that Huya had indeed invited the little dumpling himself. In stark contrast, Tang Yi's live stream was a whirlwind of activity. Within just a few short minutes of broadcasting, the viewer count had surged to over 50,000. Tang Yi stood before the camera, waving enthusiastically, "Hello everyone. Welcome to the live stream." Upon noticing that only Tang Yi was present, the viewers immediately exclaimed, "Who are you? Where's the little milk pouch? Have I entered the wrong live stream? I want to watch the little milk pouch." Exactly. Who is this person? With that demeanor, he isn't trying to sell something. Is he? Where's the little milk pouch? Tang Yi chuckled at the barrage of comments. "Dear fans, you haven't made a mistake. This is indeed the little milk pouch's live stream. However, the little milk pouch just finished his meal, and his grandmother has taken him shopping. We'll be back shortly. So please be patient. Dear fans, please show your support for the host. In the future, I will occasionally go live with my dear friend. I must say, Tang Yi's acting skills and eloquence are too remarkable to be wasted on e-commerce. He ought to pursue a career in acting. Just a few casual remarks from him have garnered the trust of most netizens." After some light banter, Tang Yi awkwardly began promoting products. At first, fans were somewhat skeptical. However, under Tang Yi's persuasive charm, their doubts gradually dissipated. The number of viewers in the live stream continued to rise. Tang Yi, witnessing the flurry of comments and increasing viewership, was filled with uncontainable joy. He promptly linked his products in the stream. Within mere minutes, he sold 1,000 items. If it weren't for the camera, Tang Yi would likely have been unable to contain his laughter. "Oh, sold out again? Had I known, I would have prepared more for everyone. I didn't expect such overwhelming support from my dear friend, so I want to express my gratitude on behalf of him." At that moment, a viewer inquired, "Where's my dear friend? It's been nearly 20 minutes, and we haven't seen him." Another chimed in, "Yes, you've sold thousands of items. Yet where is he? You're not a scammer, are you?" "What? A scammer? Oh dear." Tang Yi felt a twinge of anxiety, but quickly responded with a smile, "Oh, everyone, please don't worry. I'll just give him a call." With that, he actually pulled out his phone, tapped a few buttons, and dialed a number. "Hello, when will you be back? Oh, you're almost here? Great. Hurry up, the live stream has started." If Luofeng were to witness this scene, he would undoubtedly feel compelled to award this fellow with an Oscar for Best Actor. What a remarkable performance. Using his main phone to call his own secondary number and conversing as if it were genuine, the viewers were indeed taken in by his act. Consequently, the voices of doubt diminished significantly. Tang Yi secretly reveled in the gullibility of this generation of netizens. Meanwhile, Luofeng was proceeding methodically. Although the viewer count had yet to surpass 1,000, the atmosphere in the live stream was relatively pleasant. In just 20 minutes, they had received 5,000 to 6,000 in tips. This spectacle left Amy beside him somewhat astonished, swallowing hard. Over 900 viewers had tip thousands? But in the next moment, she scoffed internally. It's been nearly half an hour, and the viewer count is still so dismal. Bradar Kui, are you sure the company didn't hire the wrong person? Am I seeing this incorrectly? How can there be just over 900 viewers? This can't be a joke. Amy, silence. Faced with Amy's unabashed sarcasm, Cui Xiao immediately rebuked her coldly. For he noticed that Liao Kai's expression had also darkened. This situation was unexpected for all of them, including Luofeng. The live stream had been ongoing for a full half hour, yet Luofeng's viewer count had only just exceeded 1,000, with an exceedingly slow growth rate. This left Cui Xiao and Liao Jia, among other leaders, feeling anxious. "Father, the little one needs to use the restroom." "Well, go ahead by yourself." Seizing the opportunity while the little one is occupied, Cui Xiao quickly called out to Luofeng, "Mr. Han, the viewer count for this live stream has not increased. You must devise a solution." Luofeng furrowed his brow, taken aback by the situation. "Devise a solution?" Live streaming is merely about showcasing talent or engaging in casual conversation. Should he perform a duet with the little one? Or perhaps dance? The mere thought of such a scenario sent a shiver down his spine. "I am Mr. Kui. I will do my best." "No, you must ensure it. Mr. Han, our hopes and stakes for this event rest solely on you and the little one. You absolutely must not disappoint us. Cui Xiao's face was etched with urgency. If all else fails, could you sing a song? Or play a game with the little one? If not, then perhaps tell a story? A story? Are we to commence storytelling? Daddy, I want to hear a story. The little one returned from the restroom, dashing over to Han Luofeng, his eyes sparkling with an irresistible light. Han Luofeng hesitated. What story should he tell? The Legend of the Condor Heroes or the Eight Dragons? He didn't know either. After a moment of inner turmoil, confronted with the little one's hopeful gaze, Han Luofeng reluctantly nodded. All right, Daddy will tell you a story. Yay, that's wonderful. Daddy is amazing. The little one quickly covered his mouth, swallowing the words he was about to utter. Cui Xiao wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still feeling anxious. Chapter 25. The livestream transforms into a storytelling session faced with the soft and endearing little one. Han Luofeng found it impossible to refuse. The livestream continued as he held the little one in his arms, his mind racing to conjure a suitable story. He had it. Children adore fairy tales. The entertainment industry in this world is vastly different from Earth's. Fairy tales like Grimm's or Andersen's tales. Wasn't it a breeze to recount a few? Little one, if Daddy tells you a story, it won't be without purpose. After I finish, you must explain the moral of the story to Daddy and the uncles and aunties on the phone, all right? Okay, I love hearing stories. The little one then turned towards the camera. Uncles and aunties on the phone, I'm going to listen to Daddy's story. You all listen too, and afterward, I will teach everyone. Han Luofeng couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity. Teaching meant explaining the story's moral. Meanwhile, in Tang Yi's livestream room, after just over 30 minutes of streaming, his popularity surged, with viewership skyrocketing to 70,000. When viewers inquired once more about the whereabouts of the little milk packet, Tang Yi casually fabricated an excuse, pretending to make a phone call to deflect, and then continued promoting products. Many netizens are quite displeased. They are fond of the little milk packet and currently have a temporary belief in Tang Yi, but they are not fools, are they? At this moment, impatience has begun to brew among many, who have openly expressed their serious doubts about the host exploiting their emotions. Give you 5 more minutes. If we do not see the little milk packet, we will leave. However, this represents only a fraction of the audience's sentiments, as many others remain silent. Meanwhile, Tang Yi has already capitalized on this live broadcast to purchase 4,000 to 5,000 items, all under the pretense of the little milk packet's name. He grows increasingly exhilarated with each purchase, completely disregarding the discontented minority. New viewers, please show some support for the host. The little milk packet will be home shortly. For now, let's take a look at this shower gel, infused with rose essential oil. Fan Yu is a university student and also a volunteer at a welfare institution in the capital. Having been raised in that very institution as an orphan, she harbors a deep concern for the children there and frequently visits to play with them. Over time, her affection for children has grown, and she is one of the little group's devoted fans. The moment she saw a photo of the little group, she was instantly enamored with the little milk packet. And when the adorable child's Weibo account became active, Fan Yu promptly followed it. Today, she has set aside her thesis to tune into the live stream. However, after half an hour without sight of the little group, she too has begun to harbor doubts about Tang Yi. She finds herself among the dissatisfied crowd and, feeling somewhat irked, exits the live stream. I truly wonder if the little milk packet is even Chinese. How can such an adorable child exist in this world? Absolutely delightful. Suddenly, Fan Yu recalls that the Tiger livestream had also mentioned the little milk packet would be invited today. With that thought, she hastily downloads the Tiger Live app. And upon opening it, the largest recommended section on the homepage is indeed the little group's live stream. Fan Yu is instantly filled with irritation. So the previous host was deceiving us. How could they betray the emotions of so many fans? The more she thinks about it, the more aggrieved she feels. Suddenly, an idea strikes her. How dare they deceive so many fans? I shall expose you today. As fate would have it, Fan Yu is a computer science major and is quite adept with technology. At a young age, she has already joined the White Hat organization. This organization also serves as an international hacker collective, comprising numerous hackers of varying skills, some average, others highly proficient, and even those who have infiltrated several forums. Fang Yu, with her moderate skills, promptly opens her computer, tracing Tang Yi's exposed address from Weibo. Within minutes, she manages to breach Tang Yi's computer. She captures screenshots of the little group and Han Luofeng from the Tiger livestream, and swiftly posts them onto Tang Yi's screen. In the next moment, chaos erupts in Tang Yi's livestream. What on earth? What am I seeing? Why is there an image on the screen? Wait, isn't that a picture of the little milk packet? Why does that man holding the little milk packet look so familiar? It truly is the little milk packet. However, this man is not the streamer. What is going on? What else could it be? He is deceiving us. No wonder this host has been streaming for so long without a glimpse of the little darling. It turns out he is a fraud. Damn it, I knew it. He has been promoting products while skillfully avoiding any mention of the little darling. The little darling is on Tiger Ye's stream. Do not be fooled by this scoundrel. This statement was directly posted by Fang Yu in Tang Yi's live stream, as she had hacked into Tang Yi's personal streaming backend, granting her account administrative privileges. Instantly, the audience in the live stream erupted. How dare he? I even purchased 2 sets of shampoo from this fraudulent stream. What good could possibly come from con artist goods? I want a refund. I want my money back. I foolishly bought a set of body wash too. Silly streamer. An unsightly mess. Engaging in such unscrupulous acts. I reported him. In an instant, the atmosphere in Tang Yi's live stream shifted dramatically. Tang Yi was left utterly dumbfounded as his merchant backend began to receive numerous refund notifications. Upon closer inspection, he realized the handiwork of Fang Yu. What the hell? This photo and these words, what is going on? Tang Yi hurriedly deleted the photo, attempting to clarify. Everyone, listen to me. I did not deceive you. I truly did not. Get lost. I am done playing with you. Unethical merchant. Refund. Unfortunately, the netizens were no longer swayed. In just 2 minutes, the number of viewers in Tang Yi's live stream plummeted from 70,000 to 30,000, and it continued to drop at an alarming rate. The comments section filled with curses. Tang Yi's complexion turned pale, and in the next moment, bang, the live stream was shut down. Damn it, who did this? Oh, furious, Tang Yi clawed his hair in front of the computer. The next moment, he noticed the last comment in the chat. I'm going to Tiger Ye to see the little darling. Tang Yi felt a surge of confusion. Did Tiger Ye really invite the real deal? Oh no, this is a disaster. With a sense of curiosity, Tang Yi also downloaded Tiger Ye. Once upon a time, Mama Rabbit gave birth to 3 little white rabbit babies. Mama Rabbit adored her children dearly. One day, she needed to venture into the forest to gather food. So she said to her 3 little bunnies, Children, I will go to the forest to find some food. You must stay at home, lock the door tightly, and do not open it for anyone who knocks until I return. Han Luofeng's gentle and husky voice resonated, captivating the little bundle of joy. Chapter 26. Children's stories earn likes when Tang Yi and many fans entered the little bundle's live stream. They were greeted by Han Luofeng narrating simple and easily understandable stories that, to their ears, seemed rather childish. Many who had just entered were baffled, wondering what was happening. Is this a fairy tale gathering? Oh my, it truly is the little darling. This time, I chose the right door. I must confront that fraudulent streamer and give him a piece of my mind. Several longtime viewers began to explain to the newcomers. The little bundle wants to listen to stories. This is the little bundle's father telling him stories. Numerous young people watching on their phones began to listen patiently. The big bad wolf heard the secret code for opening the door for Mama Rabbit and her little bunnies. After Mama Rabbit left, the wolf approached the door and, putting on a high-pitched voice, began to sing, Little bunny, be good, open the door, hurry and open, Mama is coming in. The little bunnies, believing it was their mother returning, were about to open the door when they suddenly realized that Mama Rabbit's voice was not so hoarse. They peered through the peephole and discovered it was the big bad wolf. They immediately sang, No, I won't open. Mama hasn't returned. I won't open for anyone. Many young people were captivated when Han Luofeng gently sang this nursery rhyme. They thought, hey, this story is a bit simplistic, but the song is delightful. How interesting. In a live broadcast, many parents with children were watching. As Han Luofeng narrated stories and sang, their children's attention was instantly captured. Daddy, are you listening to a story? What story is this? Mommy, why is there an uncle telling a story and singing? Little bunny, be good. Oh, sweetheart, how do you know this song? I just heard the uncle on Mommy's phone singing it. It's so nice. The story is wonderful too. Mommy, I want to listen to the story too. All right, let's listen together. Before they knew it, many parents began to sit with their children in front of the computer or television, attentively listening to Han Luofeng's storytelling. Interestingly, many children were even more focused on the story than they were at school. Han Luofeng's gaze was fixed on the little ones, and seeing their bright eyes looking at him filled his heart with joy. Before long, the big bad wolf returned, this time dressed in clothes and a hat identical to Mama Rabbit's, pretending to be her, and saying once more, "Little bunny, be good, open the door." The two little bunny brothers believed their mother had returned, but the older bunny was skeptical. He said to the wolf, "I won't believe you unless you show us your tail." So, the wolf stretched his tail into the doorway. Thus, the little bunnies, alongside Mama Rabbit, managed to chase away the big bad wolf. Clap, clap, clap. Daddy, awesome. The little bunnies are so clever. As soon as he finished speaking, the little one enthusiastically applauded. Wow, this is quite amusing. The audience in front of the screen couldn't help but smile at the adorable expression of the little one, suddenly finding this children's story rather entertaining. Many parents remarked, "Hey, this nursery rhyme is quite catchy." The little one also held Han Luofeng's thumb and sang, "Little bunny, be good, open the door." The live broadcast erupted with excitement. If Han Luofeng singing this nursery rhyme was entertaining, the little one's rendition was simply irresistible. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several rocket gifs soared in the live chat. Han Luofeng noticed and thought, wow, where did all these people come from? Without realizing it, the number of viewers in the live broadcast had skyrocketed to 30,000. Han Luofeng's eyelids twitched as he pondered. It seems everyone enjoys listening to children's stories. Little dumpling, do you remember what you promised your father just now? Yes, I do. Then tell the brothers and sisters on your phone. What lesson does this story convey? In the next moment, little dumpling's cherubic face appeared clearly on the screens of numerous netizens. In his soft, tender voice, he greeted, "Hello, brothers and sisters. The story of the little white rabbit and the big bad wolf taught me that I must never open the door to strangers when I'm at home, nor should I easily trust their words. Otherwise, I might be taken away by the big bad wolf." The audience was utterly charmed by little dumpling's adorable antics. Oh my, that little darling is just too cute. So understanding. I'm in love. Is this not far more delightful than chasing after celebrities? Such an endearing child. Far more appealing than those troublesome stars. Little dumpling, wait. Uncle is sending you rockets. So adorable. Yet, the story truly held a commendable moral. My son applauded after hearing it. Hey, my daughter did too, especially with that nursery rhyme. She caught on and sang it right away. Ha ha. I used to tell my son not to open the door to strangers, but he only half understood. Now, after hearing Little Dumpling's father's story, my son declared he would never open the door to strangers again. Ha ha. Who knew a live stream could impart such wisdom? Quite impressive. This nursery rhyme is lovely. I'll learn it and sing it to those little angels at kindergarten tomorrow. In no time, the live stream's chat was abuzz, with many fans exhilarated by Little Dumpling's adorable gaze. However, it was predominantly the parents who flooded the comments, all praising Han Luofeng for this profoundly meaningful tale. Cui Xiao, witnessing the sudden surge in viewership, felt somewhat bewildered. After a deep breath, he sighed in relief, grateful that the stream had not crashed. The numbers were climbing. If this live stream had truly failed, his position as the responsible party might have been in jeopardy. Liao Kai's expression relaxed a bit as well. Meanwhile, Amy looked utterly perplexed. How could a simple children's story attract such a large audience? This was utterly astonishing. Dad, I want to hear more. Want to hear more? All right, let me think. How about we talk about the story of the tortoise and the hare next? Little Dumpling looked up. Is it the story of the race between the rabbit and the tortoise? Han Luofeng chuckled as he playfully tapped Little Dumpling's nose. Exactly. You're so clever. This scene warmed the hearts of the viewers, radiating comfort and affection. Oh my, Little Dumpling's father is incredibly handsome. A wave of mature masculinity swept through the screens and into my heart. Ah, I'm smitten. Does Little Dumpling need a mother? I'm available. The bond between this father and son is so heartwarming. This father truly cares for his son. The author has a message. A chance encounter online can lead to something beautiful. Cherish this connection. Could you kindly give a collection? Chapter 27. The live stream concludes successfully. The story of the little white rabbit and the big bad wolf? Haha, it's rather intriguing. At the headquarters of the Children's Cultural Bureau in the capital, a middle-aged man adorned with silver-rimmed glasses sat comfortably on a sofa, engrossed in a live stream on his phone, displaying a notable interest. Subsequently, he made a phone call. Hello, Xiao Lu. Tonight's Huya live broadcast is currently witnessing an audience exceeding 40,000, rapidly approaching 50,000. Han Luofeng, with a flicker of thought, checked the popularity points within the system, which had surged past 40,000, nearing 80,000. At that moment, the viewers urged, "Dear host, please continue. We haven't heard the story of the tortoise and the hare yet. Can you believe it? Here I am, a man in my 20s, sitting at my computer, listening to children's stories. My son has even dragged a small stool to sit here, utterly captivated. However, I must say, this children's story narrated by the host is quite engaging. It's simple and easy to comprehend. Did the host write this story himself? Impressive. But let us get started quickly. My daughter is eagerly awaiting the story of the tortoise and the hare." Little Tawanzi chimed in. "Daddy, can we start now?" Tawanzi is ready. "All right, let us begin." Han Luofeng slowly commenced, a gentle smile gracing his lips. On this day, a running competition was held in the forest, featuring the exceptionally swift little rabbit and Grandpa Tortoise. The little rabbit was the fastest creature in the woods, while Grandpa Tortoise, moving at a leisurely pace, was met with mockery from the little rabbit. "Grandpa Tortoise, you are too slow. Your movements are so sluggish. You can never win against me." Grandpa Tortoise remained unperturbed, simply stating, "One day, I shall prevail." As the race commenced, the little rabbit darted ahead with incredible speed, while Grandpa Tortoise struggled onward, albeit at a much slower pace. The tale unfolded from Han Luofeng's lips, captivating an audience of all ages, children as young as 5, university students in their 20s, and uncles and aunts in their 30s and 40s. Even grandparents in their 50s and 60s gathered around their grandchildren, enchanted by the story. The little rabbit, brimming with pride, believed that Grandpa Tortoise would never catch up, and thus he fell asleep beneath a large tree. Meanwhile, Grandpa Tortoise, undeterred, continued to crawl with unwavering determination. Ultimately, through his relentless perseverance, he reached the finish line, while the little rabbit, having succumbed to laziness, lost the race. As the tale of the tortoise and the hare concluded, little Tawanzi clapped enthusiastically, her face radiating joy. "Daddy is amazing. Grandpa Tortoise is amazing. The little rabbit is naughty." Han Luofeng chuckled softly and inquired, "Why do you think the little rabbit is naughty?" "Because the little rabbit was too proud. He mocked Grandpa Tortoise and was lazy." What has little Tawanzi learned from this story? With a thoughtful expression, little Tawanzi rested her delicate hand on her face and shook her head. Tawanzi must not mock others like the little rabbit, nor be lazy or overly proud. Otherwise, I will lose the race. Excellent. Han Luofeng gently brushed the bridge of the little dumpling's nose and explained with a smile, "You are right. This story teaches us that humility leads to progress, while pride results in regression. I hope that no matter how exceptional you become, you will remain humble and maintain a heart eager to learn. One must approach tasks with sincerity and a commitment to truth. Perseverance is essential for success. Do you understand?" "Yes, I understand." The little dumpling nodded earnestly, her eyes sparkling with comprehension. Han Luofeng chuckled softly, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Though his final words were somewhat profound, often challenging for children to grasp in ordinary discourse, the narrative provided a fitting backdrop that rendered these lessons accessible and relatable, facilitating better acceptance by the young audience. This encapsulates the true essence of children's stories and fables. Wonderful. That was beautifully articulated. Suddenly, a flurry of comments filled the screen, with countless viewers applauding Han Luofeng for his story and words of wisdom. Indeed, who would have thought that Dumpling's father could tell such an engaging tale? What a brilliant method to impart wisdom to children. Absolutely. My child is already 7, and despite my efforts to convey these principles, he often remains puzzled. Yet after hearing Dumpling's father's story, he instantly grasped the concepts and even shared them with me. Dumpling's father is simply remarkable. Ha! My daughter too. After listening, she declared her intention to be as perseverant as Grandpa Turtle. Who knew listening to a story could be so enlightening? I must follow suit. In the future, I will have my daughter tune in for Dumpling's father's storytelling. Hey, don't just mention your daughter. Even as a 17-year-old high school student, I found this story immensely entertaining. I must admit, it is quite captivating. Continue. Please, Dumpling's father, do not stop. My daughter and I are eager for more. The praise surged, accompanied by a myriad of gifts, rockets, planes, and carnival-themed animations flying across the screen. Wow, Daddy, look at all those rockets and planes. They're so beautiful. The little dumpling clapped her hands in delight. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream surpassed 70,000. Wow, this is astonishing, exclaimed Liao Kai and Chui Xiao in unison, their eyes wide with shock and elation. Yes, General Manager, they exchanged glances, swallowing hard, both reflecting astonishment and joy. Amy wore a look of disbelief, her mouth agape. Oh my goodness, to think that in just half a year since Tiger Ye's establishment, the highest viewership record was only 50,000, set by me, which solidified my position as the top host. But now, Han Luofeng has shattered that record. Amy felt a wave of envy wash over her. With half an hour left in the broadcast, Han Luofeng continued his storytelling, subsequently sharing The Boy Who Cried Wolf and The Frog in the Well. Both tales received an avalanche of praise, with countless parents expressing their gratitude, exclaiming, "Thank you." Dumpling's father. Who would have thought that by watching a live stream, my son could learn so much? The most crucial aspect is that he has comprehended the profound meanings embedded within these tales. It is truly remarkable. Indeed, my daughter has also shown the same understanding. Who would have thought that these seemingly simple stories could be so beneficial? I have learned so much. From now on, I shall ensure that my daughter watches the live broadcasts of Tuanzi's father every day. Zoom, zoom, zoom. More gifts are pouring in. After half an hour, the viewership has steadily surpassed 100,000 and currently stands at 120,000. Ultimately, this live stream concluded splendidly with such impressive results. Top der Kokskument Gaiksa, Ningsi. Thank you. How wonderful. Mr. Han, I owe you a great deal. The outcome tonight has far exceeded my expectations. Chui Xiao felt a surge of excitement. When the viewership broke the 100,000 mark, he nearly leaped from his seat in exhilaration. As soon as the live stream ended, Liao Kai approached, his face brimming with astonishment. Mr. Han, did you write these stories yourself? Indeed, Han Luofeng knew did. These tales had never existed in this world, had he not claimed authorship. The uproar it would have caused is unfathomable. General Manager, I suspect Mr. Han was merely jesting when he stated he was unprepared. Each of these stories is a remarkable piece of children's literature. I never anticipated Mr. Han possessed such profound expertise in this genre. Precisely. Mr. Han, your earlier claim of being unprepared was merely a jest, wasn't it? Liao Kai teased with a grin. Han Luofeng cleared his throat twice, stating, "These stories were conceived spontaneously on the spot. Prior to this, I truly had no preparations. Before the live stream, I hadn't even figured out what I was going to present, let alone prepare stories." Wait, what? Created on the spot? Is that true? Chui Xiao and Liao Kai stood dumbfounded, their expressions a mix of disbelief and shock. They were genuinely taken aback. Each story could easily be published. The fact that Han Luofeng had improvised was astonishing. Behind him, Amy's complexion darkened. She felt a pang of discontent, as in her mind, Han Luofeng not only commandeered her live stream, but also shattered her record. What rumors would circulate in the company tomorrow? She sensed her status as the leading figure was under threat. Liao Kai presented a new contract, expressing a desire to sign Tuanzi under their company, allowing Han Luofeng to schedule live broadcasts at his discretion, be it every few days or weekly. It was all acceptable. Faced with such favorable terms, Han Luofeng naturally did not decline. He was no fool. The the live streaming industry undoubtedly holds significant value. Even a broadcast with merely 100 viewers could yield substantial earnings. Most importantly, given Tawanzi's considerable popularity, why squander the opportunity? He could earn some living expenses through live streaming while simultaneously amassing a wealth of popularity points. Was this not a win-win situation? After the broadcast, many viewers felt a lingering desire for more. Meanwhile, Tang Yi sat on the ground, his expression a deep shade of discontent. To Tang Yi's astonishment, the father of the little dumpling was none other than the singer Han Luofeng. Frustration surged within him as he struck the air in exasperation. His heart was heavy with despair, for the intricate web of lies he had spun over the past few days had crumbled. The scathing comments flooding his Weibo account were already unbearable, but to add insult to injury, the thousands of products he had sold during the live broadcast were swiftly refunded. Furthermore, his online store had been reported multiple times, causing his credibility rating to plummet. Truly, he had attempted to steal a chicken only to find himself losing rice in the process. Ding dong. The sound of his phone jolted him from his thoughts. As he glanced at the screen, his heart sank. His online store had been suspended. A tremor coursed through his hand as his complexion turned ashen. Indeed, the website administrators had detected an abrupt surge in transactions followed by a wave of refunds, leading them to assume he had engaged in fraudulent activities, resulting in the immediate closure of his shop. Frustration erupted within him as he shouted, Han Luofeng, I despise you. Returning to the hotel at 10 o'clock, he found the little dumpling soundly asleep on Han Luofeng's shoulder, occasionally emitting soft, contented sounds that warmed Han Luofeng's heart. Ning Sishi, what brings you here at such a late hour? As he approached the door, he spotted Ning Sishi squatting outside. Upon seeing Han Luofeng and the little dumpling, she quickly rose to her feet. I brought you some late-night snacks. I figured you might be hungry after your broadcast. Han Luofeng chuckled at the girl's slightly awkward demeanor. Come in. Unexpectedly, a soft thud echoed as the room card slipped from her grasp. The noise startled the little dumpling awake, and a few disgruntled sounds escaped from him. Ning Sishi quickly patted the little one's back. Let me hold him. She gently took the little dumpling, who, despite being roused from slumber, soon found solace in Ning Sishi's tender voice and gentle motions, drifting back to sleep. Han Luofeng watched in astonishment as the little dumpling, known for his dislike of being disturbed during sleep, calmed down in Ning Sishi's embrace. Once inside the room, Ning Sishi carefully laid the little dumpling on the bed, leaning slightly to ensure he was comfortable against her. Witnessing this tender scene warmed Han Luofeng's heart, causing a slight sting in his nose. The little dumpling clutched Ning Sishi's clothing tightly, evoking a profound sense of maternal love that Han Luofeng could not ignore. Indeed, the little dumpling longed for a mother's affection. Is he asleep? Ning Sishi whispered, mimicking a shushing gesture as she retrieved a takeout box from the table. Opening it, a sumptuous array of late-night snacks was revealed, alongside a few small cakes, presumably meant for the little dumpling. Ning Sishi smiled at Han Luofeng. Hurry and eat while it's hot. I waited a bit, but thankfully it hasn't cooled down. All right. Han Luofeng leisurely enjoyed his late-night meal, while Ning Sishi quietly observed him from the side. After finishing their meal, Ning Sishi quietly spoke, I found you a place to stay. It's not ideal for you and the little one to always be in hotels. You should move in tomorrow. Han Luofeng was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of emotion stirring within him. But I have a competition tomorrow, he reminded her, for it was the second round of I Am a Singer. No worries, just give me the room key, and I'll help you move. You don't have much to take anyway. In that moment, warmth surged through Han Luofeng's heart. Ever since his misfortune, even relatives and friends had shunned him, fearing a connection. One by one, his friends had eagerly distanced themselves. After being reborn in this world, he thought he needed no camaraderie or familial ties. Having the little one was sufficient. Yet, at that moment, he realized that having someone by his side felt rather pleasant. Han Luofeng, remember to give it your all in tomorrow's competition. He flashed a smile. Don't worry, do you still doubt me? Huh, you. Ning Sishi responded. What is it? Thank you. Chapter 29. The Curious Lawn XIN today marked the official recording of the second competition for I Am a Singer. Han Luofeng had arrived early with the little one. Unlike the first recording, this time, when Han Luofeng appeared, all eyes were drawn to him. However, the expressions on their faces had shifted from disdain and skepticism to curiosity and intrigue. Upon seeing Han Luofeng, Xietong approached him naturally, handing him a bottle of milk. Han Luofeng, I didn't expect you to be so talented. You made a good impression in the first round. Are you ready for today? Han Luofeng nodded slightly yes. I am prepared. Oh, what type of song do you plan to sing? Still rock? Sort of. Xietong smiled, her striking features lighting up. Not bad. I look forward to your performance and hope we can have a proper showdown. Don't get eliminated too soon. Han Luofeng glid softly, rest assured. The championship is mine to claim. Oh, Xietong's elegant brow arched slightly. In that case, I want to go easy on you. How courteous. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Xietong went off to get her makeup done. With her breaking the ice, others gradually approached Han Luofeng to greet him, some engaging in light conversation, albeit with a hint of probing. Following the first round, many were wary of Han Luofeng's prowess, naturally leading to increased attention on him. Hey, brother Luofeng, you actually arrived so early today? The voice of Qiu Yuan echoed before he even entered the room. He quickly dashed over Han Luofeng's side. Brother Luofeng, you're impressive. I watched your live stream last night. I didn't expect you to tell stories too. That story was quite good. My niece asked me to teach her to sing that little bunny. Be good. But where did you find that story? I've never heard of it. Han Luofeng gently wiped the milk stain from the corner of the little dumpling's mouth. Before he could utter a word, the little dumpling eagerly interjected, Uncle Qiu Yuan, this story was written by my dad himself. It wasn't sourced from anywhere else. What? Qiu Yuan paused, his expression shifting as he raised his head to inquire. Luofeng, is this true? Han Luofeng nodded nonchalantly. Wow. Qiu Yuan swallowed hard, his eyes widening in astonishment. He then slowly raised his thumb, exclaiming, if you're not aspiring to be a children's story creator, then you're certainly not a good father. At 7:30, the competition commenced. The rules remained unchanged from the first round, involving a draw for names. Han Luofeng found himself placed last, a rather favorable position as the final slot typically featured the grand performance. Huh, last place? Luofeng, it seems your luck is rather unfortunate. Always landing in such a delayed position, Qiu Yuan remarked. Han Luofeng shot him a glance, replying, are you not aware that the last performer is always the highlight of the event? Qiu Yuan fell silent. Today, the contestants no longer engaged in mindless provocations or mockery toward Han Luofeng, yet he sensed an undercurrent of discomfort. This unease stemmed from his sixth sense, indeed. Men possess a sixth sense, and it can be remarkably accurate. After yet another feeling of being watched, Han Luofeng swiftly turned his head, locking eyes with the individual who had been peering at him. To his surprise, he discovered that the observer was none other than Lan Xine, one of the more formidable contestants this season on The Great Singer. Caught in the act, Lan Xine remained unflustered, offering a calm smile to Han Luofeng before turning back to enjoy the performance on stage. Han Luofeng furrowed his brow, sensing that there was something inscrutable within Lan Xine's smile, something that left him feeling perplexed. Ha ha ha, this is hilarious. The first performer cracked their voice and suffers from stage fright. If you're afraid, then why even participate in this competition? Suddenly, Qiu Yuan's boisterous laughter pulled Han Luofeng from his thoughts. It turned out that the performer on stage had faltered due to nerves. Hey Luofeng, what are you watching? Nothing. Han Luofeng shook his head, and Qiu Yuan paid it no mind. Soon, it was Qiu Yuan's turn to perform. His folk song, as always, was both understated and breathtaking. Qiu Yuan indeed possessed a certain musical talent. His few folk songs were more than sufficient to launch his career. Upon completing his performance, applause erupted from the audience. This time, he sang a song that expressed the sorrows of women, instantly winning the hearts of many female spectators, some of whom were moved to tears, rising to applaud him. Unsurprisingly, Qiu Yuan received scores of 297s and 196, achieving the highest score of the day thus far, despite being the fifth performer. Little dumpling, why are you looking at me like that? Do I have candy on my face? The little dumpling shook her head. No, Uncle Qiu Yuan, your hair is shining. Poof! Qiu Yuan nearly toppled from his chair. Go away, you little rascal. You don't understand. This is called being handsome. This is called manliness. Ahem. Han Luofeng coughed a couple of times, struggling to suppress his laughter. Next, let us welcome the 17th contestant, Lon Xin, to the stage. Let us eagerly anticipate the splendid performance he will bring us. Applause erupted as Lon Xin made his entrance. Among the numerous contestants, he was among the few who had amassed a considerable following even before debuting, as he was a former social media musician with over 3 million fans on Douyin. Many young audience members were captivated by Lon Xin on stage. A melancholic, somber prelude began to play, and an air of heaviness settled over the audience. Indeed, as he began to sing, the lyrics conveyed a poignant sorrow. After the song concluded, Qiu Yuan clapped his hands and leaned over to whisper, "Brother Luofeng." This Lon Xin should not be underestimated. His song is already on par with many professional singers. This is only the second round, and he has presented such an excellent piece. It seems the championship is slipping further from my grasp this season. Qiu Yuan's commentary was refreshingly candid. Han Luofeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This Lon Xin was truly remarkable. The author wishes to convey, "Dear patrons, please show your appreciation after enjoying this. I would be immensely grateful." Chapter 30. I Am a Singer. As the performance concluded, it was time for the judges to provide their scores and comments. Zhou Luan could not help but applaud repeatedly, for this song aligned perfectly with his style. Lon Xin, your performance this round has truly exceeded my expectations. It seems you reserved your strength for the previous round. Lon Xin, standing at the center of the stage, humbly smiled. "Teacher Zhou, you flatter me. This round of competition is particularly special for me." "Oh, in what way is it special?" "This song, I wish to dedicate it to a girl." "Oh, so it's a confession," Zhou Luan exclaimed. "However, Lon Xin, I am curious why you chose such a sorrowful song for your declaration." Feng Yujing chuckled lightly and inquired. No, Teacher Feng, you misunderstand. It is not a confession." "Ha! You young folks certainly know how to have fun." Zhou Luan laughed, then raised his scoring card. "Lon Xin, your performance was splendid. Your talent is formidable. I hope you can bring us even more remarkable performances in the upcoming rounds. I score you 99 points. Wow. This declaration caused an uproar in the audience. 99 points. The first 99 points of the entire event had emerged. Simply astounding. Lon Xion's talent was indeed terrifying. What on earth? Our Lon Xion is on the path of a powerful singer. All right? His vocal skills are indisputable. I'm heartbroken. I can't believe Lon Xion has someone he likes. Does anyone have tofu? I think I might as well throw myself against it. Blue Xion is indeed a formidable competitor. Next, we have Ma Tianqin's evaluation and score. Blue Xion, your performance in this round was truly astonishing. However, there remains room for improvement in your vocal technique. While you have already invested considerable emotion into your performance, I hope to see you delve even deeper. Thus, I award you a score of 96. I look forward to an even more remarkable surprise in your next performance. Thank you. A score of 96? This evaluation instantly left many of Blue Xion's fans in discontent. What? Only 96 points for such a performance? Surely, Ma Tianqin is being deliberate. If this performance merits a mere 96, who could possibly achieve a higher score? Is it so strange? I find Ma Tianqin's comments quite fair. There is indeed room for improvement in vocal technique, and the emotional delivery should evoke a sense of ambiguity. Yet Blue Xion's rendition felt overly authentic. I support Ma Tianqin. I support Blue Xion. Go Blue Xion. The next performance will surely be better. The final judge, Feng Yujing, is now ready to give his score. With a smile on his face and without uttering a word, he raised his scorecard. 99 points. 2 99s. Goodness. Has Blue Xion secured the highest score of the night? Incredible. 2 99s. He has certainly claimed the top position for this round. Many spectators gasped in astonishment. Feng Yujing remarked, Blue Xion, I thoroughly enjoyed your rendition. Your talent has genuinely surprised me, and I eagerly anticipate your forthcoming performances. Please do not disappoint us. Blue Xion's eyes sparkled with joy as he bowed and expressed his gratitude to the judges. Thank you, esteemed judges. I will strive to do my best. Amidst the resounding applause, Blue Xin descended from the stage. Han Luofeng's little companion, perplexed, joined in the clapping. At this moment, Blue Xin wore an expression of triumph. As he passed by Han Luofeng, he paused. Han Luofeng looked up, and Blue Xin, glancing sideways, smiled once more. This time, however, Han Luofeng discerned a hint of provocation in his gaze. Provocation? Han Luofeng was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Is this fellow's facial muscle coordination off? What does it mean for him to smile at me so often? Moreover, I don't believe I provoked him in any way. A multitude of questions flooded Han Luofeng's mind, leaving him in a state of confusion. Hey, Luofeng, what's wrong with you? Big brother, it's your turn to perform. Hand me the little one, Qiu Yuan reminded him. Oh, Han Luofeng shook his head, dispelling those questions, and regained his focus. Come here, little one. Uncle will give you a hug. Your daddy is about to take the stage. Go, daddy. All right. Han Luofeng offered a gentle smile to the little one before stepping onto the stage. Meanwhile, the audience continued to discuss Blue Xion's score. It seems that Blue Xion is undoubtedly the frontrunner of this round. Indeed, 2 scores of 99. Who could possibly surpass that? Moreover, there are hardly any competitors left in the running. I never anticipated that Lon Xion would conceal his true abilities in the previous round, only to stage such a remarkable turnaround this time. The contrast is striking. However, his music is undeniably exquisite, truly to my taste. The first place is undoubtedly his to claim. Lon Xion is indeed one of the frontrunners on Douyin and Weibo, with a genuine shot at the championship. Can he lack talent? Let us not even discuss the championship. Today's South first place is likely his alone. One mustn't speak too soon. There is still one performer yet to take the stage, right? No sooner had the thought crossed my mind than everyone's attention turned to the newly arrived Han Luofeng. Astonishingly, he is indeed the last to perform. Han Luofeng? Oh, I recognize him. He was the one who sang Empty City in the last round, bringing me to tears. Indeed, he received the very first perfect score of the entire event. It appears that today's South first place is still uncertain. Judging by the previous competition, this fellow possesses considerable talent as well. Upon hearing this, many of Lon Xion's fans were not pleased. Him? A washed-up artist with a tarnished reputation? Exactly. Our Lon Xion today has achieved 2 scores of 99. What could Han Luofeng possibly bring to compare? Unless Han Luofeng secures 2 perfect 10s. How could he stand a chance? The murmurs from the audience continued unabated. Yet, Han Luofeng remained unfazed, calmly lifting the microphone. Hello everyone, I am the singer Han Luofeng. In an instant, the entire venue fell silent. A brief utterance, a simple introduction, yet the words singer spoken from Han Luofeng's lips resonated powerfully, seeming to pierce through the souls of all present. The next moment, the music began to swell. A voice, rich with the weight of experience, seamlessly followed the melody. I once dreamed of wielding my sword across the land to behold the splendor of the world. The youthful heart is often a bit reckless. Yet now you call the 4 seas your home. Chapter 31. The Resurgence of the King Boom. Just a few lines of lyrics, yet they profoundly touched the hearts of everyone present. A middle-aged man in the audience suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "This song is so poignant." Many others covered their mouths in astonishment, their eyes wide. This is Han Luofeng? In that moment, everyone was taken aback. Among the audience were former fans of Han Luofeng, who had distanced themselves after his scandals. At this moment, their shock surpassed that of anyone else. For in their eyes, Han Luofeng seemed to have shed the darkness that once enveloped him. Reborn anew, Han Luofeng had seldom sung rock before. It was as if I witnessed the return of a king. The girl who once caused you heartache has now quietly vanished. Love always leaves you yearning yet troubled, often leaving you wounded. Once You, a song that Han Luofeng cherished dearly, narrates the story of Su Wei's former self. In this moment, Han Luofeng felt it mirrored his own past. The music surged with fervor as the chorus approached. Drip, drip, drip. The sound reverberates as one strides down the path of unwavering determination. In this moment, Every listener is profoundly immersed in the melodic embrace of Han Luofeng's voice, as if they can intimately perceive the myriad emotions that dwell within his heart. They witness the Han Luofeng of yesteryears and behold the one who momentarily plummeted into the abyss. Then, they behold the present Han Luofeng, the one who stands upon the stage, having returned from the depths. In times of sorrow, one gazes upon the vast ocean, often reminded of the friends who walk alongside them on life's journey, traversing the myriad experiences and the shifting warmth of time. This smile, radiant and innocent, accompanies the conclusion of a song. The music gradually fades into silence, the auditorium enveloped in a tranquil hush, where even the fall of a pin can be heard. Every face reflects a shared expression of astonishment and awe. Applause erupts like thunder as countless spectators awaken from their reverie, exclaiming, "Oh my!" Han Luofeng's voice is steeped in tales. This song, The You of the Past, is simply exquisite. This man has finally returned. Han Luofeng, we have awaited your arrival. The king has returned. No battle is necessary. Victory is assured. In this moment, every soul is enraptured by Han Luofeng's singing. At the center of the stage, Han Luofeng breathes lightly, his attire dampened by sweat, with strands of hair clinging to his forehead, adding a touch of rugged masculinity. Though the song The You of the Past may not seem particularly intense, delivering it requires exceptional vocal prowess. Amidst the applause, Han Luofeng raises the microphone once more. "Hello everyone, I am the singer, Han Luofeng." In this declaration, the audience discerns Han Luofeng's unwavering resolve. Cheers erupt, bravo, magnificent, Han Luofeng. The entire venue is alive with the fervent calls of his name. At this moment, those who once cast doubts upon his talents find themselves rendered speechless. "Excellent, excellent, excellent," Ma Tianshan exclaims, his excitement palpable. "Han Luofeng, your performance was truly remarkable. It filled me with joy. Thank you for sharing it with us." This song encapsulates the essence of youthful dreams and aspirations for the future. I believe that one day, your talent and abilities will forge your destiny. In the you of the past, I hear not only echoes of the past, but also reflections of my own former self. Thank you for helping me rediscover that part of me. Ma Tianshan's commentary is charged with emotion, his eyes sparkling with unmasked delight, nearly propelling him from his seat at the judges' table. Applause resounds from the audience. Indeed, Ma Tianshan is absolutely right. This song not only reveals the Han Luofeng of old, but also mirrors the essence of my own past. Han Luofeng's song transcends mere lyrics when voiced. It resembles poetry, a free-spirited ballad, an ode to liberation. Ma Tianshan continued, "Han Luofeng, thank you for the splendid performance. For this round, I award you a perfect score of 10. The audience gasped, eyes wide with astonishment. Another perfect 10. Han Luofeng had achieved this remarkable feat for the second consecutive time. Applause erupted as Feng Yujing clapped joyfully, a broad smile illuminating his face. I have always cherished Once Upon a Time. This song is a rare gem of gentle rock, and from your voice, I discern an invigorating vitality. Han Luofeng, my score for you is 97. Feng Yujing slowly raised his scoring card. A wave of surprise rippled through the audience. To them, Han Luofeng's performance deserved nothing less than a full 10. They were bewildered as to why Feng Yujing had only given him a 97. With a smile, Feng Yujing clarified, "This score does not diminish your talent, nor is it a personal affront. Han Luofeng, I eagerly anticipate your future accomplishments." "Thank you." Han Luofeng slightly bowed, expressing his gratitude to the judges. With a light chuckle, he understood the deeper significance behind Feng Yujing's score, recognizing it as a reflection of his current standing. It was now Zhou Luan's turn to offer his remarks. He appeared to be lost in thought, still captivated by the recent performance. "Han Luofeng, your performance truly astonished me. I wish to share my interpretation of your song. To me, it embodies a nostalgic reminiscence of youth and a declaration of unwavering resolve. In your voice, I sense your steadfast courage and an innate, confident power. It is as if you have shed the superficial and returned to your authentic self. I felt the echoes of your youthful memories resonate within me. As he spoke, he gradually lifted his scoring card. Boom! 10 points. The audience erupted in excitement. Not only the spectators, but many contestants also stood in disbelief, gazing at the stage. 10. Another perfect 10. Goodness. Han Luofeng has once again claimed the top spot. The applause thundered like a storm, marking the conclusion of today's competition. The host returned to the stage to announce the best performer of the day. Undoubtedly, it was Han Luofeng. Chapter 32. Incorporating the story into the curriculum. Returning to the contestants' area, many participants wore complex expressions, a mix of envy and jealousy. Han Luofeng sensed their heightened scrutiny and caution. It was a positive sign. Luofeng, is your brain truly human? Qiu Yuan asked, his face filled with curiosity. He genuinely wished to understand how Han Luofeng managed to create such breathtaking performances, each of such high quality. Among original musicians, the caliber of compositions varied widely. Who could match his brilliance? It was simply unfathomable. Uncle Qiu, is your brain out of brain? Is it true that Uncle Qiu's mind is filled with water from his ears while bathing? Little Tuanzi pouted innocently. Qiu Yuan turned back, and Han Luofeng noticed Lan Xin sitting not far away, his expression dark and seemingly inscribed with the words discontent. Upon catching Han Luofeng's gaze, Lan Xin turned away with a hint of irritation, losing the calm demeanor he had maintained before the competition. He could hardly fathom that what had seemed to be a secure first place was abruptly seized by Han Luofeng. As the competition concluded, Han Luofeng held little Tuanzi in his arms. After Qiu Yuan departed, his phone chimed with a message notification. It was the new address from Ning Xixi. Han Luofeng tapped a few times, responding, on my way. Within seconds, Ning Xixi's avatar pulsed again. Hurry back. Han Luofeng replied, what has happened? Ning Xixi responded, something good. Just come back quickly. Standing in place, Han Luofeng was momentarily taken aback, his mind swirling with questions. Qindong, you shameless scoundrel. I was here first. Has the Children's Cultural Bureau of the capital come to snatch business from me? Bah, and you Fang Tong, you old fool. How can you even speak? ISNT at your publishing house that insists on only publishing literary works rich in educational significance and profound knowledge? What is it now? Are you really resorting to writing children's stories? At that moment, Han Luofeng was unaware that within his new home, two somewhat renowned figures in the literary world were embroiled in a heated argument. Fang Tong, the manager of the People's Publishing House, had watched the previous day's live stream, where he found Han Luofeng's educational fairy tales exceedingly captivating. Thus, Fang Tong had ventured here today on a mission. Qindong, a minor official from the Children's Cultural Bureau of the capital, shared a similar purpose. Coincidentally, these two had been university classmates, harboring a rivalry that had persisted through their careers. Their encounter today, coupled with the realization that both were there to vie for business, escalated into a fierce dispute. Ning Xixi, bearing 2 cups of tea, appeared exasperated. Gentlemen, shall we take a moment to pause? As the saying goes, harmony brings wealth. Since we are all here to discuss business, the outcome ultimately depends on Han Luofeng's decision, does it not? Internally, she urged, Han Luofeng, please return quickly. If you delay any longer, I won't be able to contain this. The two gentlemen, unable to reach Han Luofeng, had somehow traced their way to her. As they bickered animatedly, both turned their heads in unison, expressing their disdain for one another with great clarity. After a brief moment, Qindong took a sip of tea and politely inquired, Miss Ning, may I ask when Mr. Han is expected to return? Should be soon, she replied. Ah, I truly apologize for intruding so boldly. Thank you for your trouble. Miss Ning, when not engaged in quarrels, Qindong appeared rather presentable. Fang, upon hearing this, immediately retorted with sarcasm, Humph, so you are aware of your audacity? I thought your thick skin was impervious to such self-awareness. Qindong glared at him. Aren't you equally audacious? Do you know what this is called? It's a case of half a pound laughing at 8 tails. Ha! How dare you, Qindong? Why am I the half a pound? You are the 8 tails, aren't you? What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Hey! Ning Xixi, exasperated, rubbed her forehead, realizing yet again they had begun. Just then, a door creaked open behind them. It was Han Luofeng returning. Ning Cixi immediately rose, as if she had spotted a savior. Meanwhile, the quarrel between Chun Dong and Fong froze in an instant, both glaring at each other before swiftly darting in front of Han Luofeng. "Mr. Han, you have finally returned. I am from the People's Publishing House. I came today to discuss a few meaningful stories you mentioned during your live stream yesterday. We are very interested in collaborating with you. What do you think?" "Mr. Han, Mr. Han, do not heed this fellow. I am from the Children's Cultural Bureau of the capital, and we are also very intrigued by your stories. If you agree, we can immediately assist you in publishing them. I firmly believe that with our collaboration, your stories will undoubtedly become a nationwide sensation within a year." Han Luofeng stood before the two eager individuals, utterly bewildered. "What is going on? Did I enter the wrong door?" He cast a pleading glance towards Ning Cixi inside the room. Ning Cixi shrugged helplessly, indicating that she was of no help either. Han Luofeng cleared his throat and said, "Gentlemen, please calm down. May I enter my own home first?" Both Fong and Chun Dong awkwardly scratched their heads. Only then did Han Luofeng successfully step into his new abode. Once seated, it took Han Luofeng a moment to grasp the situation. "So, you both wish to acquire the publishing rights to my stories?" Yes, indeed. Our editor-in-chief, upon hearing your stories, deemed their quality exceptional. Coincidentally, we are currently working on a project titled Complete Collection of Children's Stories from Huagua, in collaboration with the National Education Bureau. It is the largest initiative of its kind in the nation. Chun Dong promptly handed over his business card, beaming with enthusiasm. Meanwhile, Fong, scratching his head, said, "Mr. Han, we desire more than just the publishing rights. My main purpose in coming here is to collaborate with you. Our publishing house wishes to incorporate your stories into a children's extracurricular textbook." The moment these words were uttered, not only Ning Cixi, but also Han Luofeng was momentarily taken aback. "Daddy, what is a textbook? Can it be eaten?" The soft, sticky voice of the little dumpling broke the spell, bringing both adults back to reality. "Dumpling, Daddy is working. How about I take you to the room to play? There's a big surprise I prepared for you in there." Upon hearing this, Ning Cixi recognized the significance of the matter and willingly led the little dumpling back to the room. Chapter 33. This is a children's story. Han Luofeng never anticipated that a mere live broadcast would capture the attention of two leading publishing giants in the literary world. However, upon hearing Fong Tong's words, his interest was piqued. If it were to be included in the curriculum, which textbook would it be? The stories he recounted during the broadcast were well-known tales from Earth's educational materials in his previous life, each imbued with significant moral lessons. Fong Tong responded, "It is a new type of textbook we are collaborating on with the Education Bureau, titled Children's Stories for Primary School Students. This extracurricular material is a fresh approach, primarily gathering exceptional works from various children's story authors, conveying lessons and morals through storytelling." Listening to Fong Tong, Han Luofeng nodded occasionally, reflecting on his understanding of this world. He perceived that the approach to children's education here was rather rigid, with the first-grade textbooks predominantly composed of rather profound prose and essays. It seemed that, with the passage of time, the Education Bureau had recognized this issue, acknowledging that contemporary textbooks did not align with children's comprehension abilities. Hence, the idea of utilizing stories as a pedagogical method emerged. Indeed, this approach is far more accessible for children. Over the years, the National Education Bureau has placed significant emphasis on the education of adolescents, particularly focusing on the cognitive understanding of primary school students from grades 1 to 6. It has become evident that the traditional educational methodologies were gradually falling behind the times. Consequently, after extensive deliberations, the Education Bureau decided to experiment with integrating storytelling into the curriculum. As this was a preliminary endeavor, they intended to start with extracurricular materials, assessing the effectiveness of this teaching method before broader implementation. The nation currently prioritizes the education of its youth, as children represent the future of the country. A strong youth leads to a strong nation. Personally, I believe, Mr. Han, that although your stories are expressed in remarkably simple language, bordering on the alarmingly basic, the educational significance they embody is profoundly clear and accessible for children. Thus, we sincerely wish to collaborate with you, and we kindly ask you to give this serious consideration. Fong Tong, having shifted from his earlier heated argument with Chun Dong, now bore a solemn expression, his eyes filled with sincerity. At 36 years of age, he was a father to a 7-year-old son who had just begun first grade. His son often complained about the complexity of the textbook passages, expressing difficulty in understanding, even after explanations from teachers. As both a father and a responsible literary worker, he was eager to alter this situation. Even Chun Dong, who had consistently clashed with Fong Tong, fell silent upon hearing these remarks. This issue indeed warranted the attention of national leaders and the populace alike. Han Luofeng nodded in agreement. The task of children's education is both significant and challenging, and he had long believed that the current traditional educational methods were fraught with problems. A child, whose intellect has only just begun to blossom, steps through the doors of diligent study at the tender age of 6 or 7. While it is true that a teacher's primary duty is to impart knowledge, I firmly believe that the foremost responsibility of educators in schools is to nurture the character of children, instilling in them the values of humanity before focusing on academic learning. As Fong, the editor-in-chief, aptly stated, a nation's strength is reflected in its youth. If these few stories of mine can contribute even a modest amount to our country and its children, I shall gladly accept that responsibility. Upon hearing this, Fong's eyes sparkled with delight, and he sprang to his feet. Does this mean, Mr. Han, that you are in agreement? Chun Dong was equally taken aback. Are you certain you do not wish to reconsider, Mr. Han? I have yet to finish my thoughts. Ah, Han Luofeng nodded. As a member of Huagua, if I possess the ability, I am certainly willing to lend my efforts to the nation. Fong's joy intensified at this declaration, and he exclaimed repeatedly, Wonderful, wonderful. Mr. Han's willingness is most commendable. Rest assured, our publishing house has always prioritized the nation and its people. As for the remuneration, he continued, here is the contract. Please take a look, Mr. Han. Receiving the contract, Han Luofeng scrutinized it earnestly. After 3 minutes, he furrowed his brow and pointed to a line on the 3rd page, asking, Does Party A possess the right to adapt the works of Party B? Editor Fong, how substantial will these adaptations be? Fong was momentarily taken aback. That depends on the work itself. However, Mr. Han, even for ordinary publications, certain modifications are made to the original work, especially for inclusion in educational materials. We will address any shortcomings in the stories. But rest assured, we will not make significant alterations that would diminish the original essence of the author's work. Could you briefly explain in which direction my stories might be modified? Fong hesitated, unsure why Han Luofeng was fixated on this issue. Nevertheless, he replied earnestly, Mr. Han, I have heard your stories. If adaptations are to be made, they will primarily focus on refining minor details, as certain aspects of these tales are somewhat simplistic or even a bit juvenile. This is all in pursuit of enhancing the quality of the work. With a light chuckle, Han Luofeng understood. Essentially, they intended to complicate his stories. He immediately shook his head and stated plainly, I do not accept adaptations. If there are tangible deficiencies in these stories, or if they lack merit, I am open to revisions according to your suggestions. However, I cannot agree to make the stories more complex. Fong was momentarily taken aback. What was happening? Just a moment ago, everything seemed to be going smoothly. Han Luofeng continued with a smile. Editor Fong, I believe your thoughts have diverged somewhat. What do you consider the most crucial aspect of educating children? After pondering, Fong replied, the children's capacity for comprehension. Indeed, Han Luofeng interjected. Children, at their tender age, possess somewhat limited understanding. If the stories are too intricate, at this realization, Fong's words faltered. Ah, indeed, children's literature should fundamentally prioritize the comprehension of young minds. If we were to modify these works solely based on adult interpretations, transforming them into ornate literary compositions, we would indeed be straying from their original purpose. In that instant, Fong Tong experienced a moment of clarity. He suddenly realized that Han Luofeng intentionally crafted the narrative in such a straightforward manner, as it was conceived from a child's perspective. Thus, while the story may appear simplistic to adults, it is profoundly accessible to children. This is the essence of children's tales. Mr. Han, I understand now. Fong Tong exclaimed with sparkling eyes. I will promptly remove that clause. We shall publish your story verbatim, without any alterations. Beside him, Qindong also experienced an epiphany. Han Luofeng smiled, and after verifying that the contract was in order, he and Fong Tong successfully reached an agreement, signing the contract without incident. Meanwhile, Qindong wore a look of disappointment. Following Han Luofeng's insightful remarks, his perception of children's stories had shifted, and he now recognized the exceptional quality of Han Luofeng's narratives. Unfortunately, he had already relinquished the rights to the People's Publishing House. What a pity. It seems I must await the next opportunity for collaboration, he lamented, contrasting sharply with Fong Tong's beaming countenance. Han Luofeng chuckled. Next opportunity? Are you suggesting that Editor-in-Chief Chun does not intend to collaborate with me this time? Qindong found himself momentarily perplexed by this statement. This time? Did you not assign the publishing rights to the People's Publishing House? Fong Tong echoed his confusion. Mr. Han, I'm having difficulty grasping your words regarding the text publishing rights. Han Luofeng smiled broadly, explaining, the text rights are indeed with Editor Fong, but I still possess the rights for the comic adaptation. What? Both Qindong and Fong Tong exclaimed in unison. Comic adaptation rights? Are you saying these stories have a comic version? Not yet, Han Luofeng replied with a playful smirk. However, if you desire, I can illustrate it myself. What? You would draw it on the spot? Han Luofeng nodded and continued. Moreover, I have several other stories that, while perhaps lacking in educational significance, are nonetheless quite engaging. What does Editor Chen think? More stories? Han Luofeng then proceeded to recount several well-known classic fairy tales from his previous life. Within minutes, Fong Tong and Qindong found their eyes widening, their mouths agape as if they could fit a whole egg inside. Tales such as Little Red Riding Hood, The Ugly Duckling, and Snow White emerged from his lips, leaving them utterly astonished. Qindong's voice trembled as he asked, Are these stories all original creations of Mr. Han? Han Luofeng paused, contemplating the implications of not claiming them as his own. Yes, he finally affirmed. That is splendid, Mr. Han, regarding the copyrights of the aforementioned comic stories. Our Beijing Children's Cultural Bureau has decided to acquire them. Qindong, filled with excitement, rose to his feet. They are currently planning to expand their children's comic story section, which is fortuitous. However, Editor Chun, I have a thought. It would be splendid if we could compile these children's comic stories into a standalone anthology. You wish to publish a complete collection of children's comic stories? Qindong momentarily paused in surprise, his expression turning serious. Mr. Han, how many children's stories do you currently possess? Whatever quantity you seek, I can provide. Qindong and Fong Tong gasped in astonishment. Such audacity was remarkable. Yet, it cannot be more advantageous. Mr. Han, to be candid, our Children's Cultural Bureau is indeed preparing to expand the children's comic story section and is in the midst of gathering suitable children's stories. A single volume would typically require around 100 stories. If you possess such tales, perhaps we could explore a deeper collaboration. However, this matter encompasses various levels, and I may lack the authority to decide. Nevertheless, I personally believe that given the quality of your stories, producing a standalone anthology is more than feasible. If convenient, could you provide me with several comic drafts? I shall submit them to my superiors to assist you in applying for this endeavor. Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow. It appeared that fortune was favoring him today, as his desires were aligning perfectly. Both Qindong and Han Luofeng understood the significance of this opportunity and recognized that such decisions must not be made lightly. Editor Chun, by tomorrow afternoon at the latest, I will send the comic versions of these stories to your email. I appreciate your assistance, Editor Chun. Han Luofeng maintained a calm demeanor, yet internally he felt elated. If this collaboration materializes, it would signify that the comics section of the Children's Cultural Bureau would be under his exclusive purview, potentially granting him a formal entry into the literary realm. What? His aspiration is to become a star? No. The entertainment industry is one of the two titans among all industries. He aspires not only to become a luminary in the entertainment field, but also to carve out a niche in the literary world. A man remains youthful at heart until death, or rather, the saying goes that heroes often falter before beauty, power, wealth, and fame. If a lucrative opportunity presents itself, would one dare to turn away? Surely, no one could resist. Chun Dong nodded earnestly, assuring Mr. Han, "Rest assured, collaboration leads to mutual benefit. As a literary worker, my duty is to ensure that exceptional literary works reach the world." Oh, and Mr. Han, regarding these children's stories, please remember to register the copyrights on the Entertainment Creation Copyright website. The value of your works extends far beyond what meets the eye. Do not allow unscrupulous individuals to exploit any loopholes. Indeed, Fong Tong nodded vigorously at this remark. Although the legal framework surrounding copyrights has gradually improved in recent years, instances of piracy continue to emerge relentlessly. Your works, given time, will undoubtedly become classics, so it is imperative to safeguard your copyrights. Han Luofeng paused, then nodded in acknowledgement. He had indeed forgotten to attend to this matter. In this rapidly evolving world of the entertainment industry, awareness of copyright has significantly heightened, yet piracy remains rampant. Thank you both for your reminders. Mr. Han, we shall take our leave now, and I hope our future collaborations will be delightful. Indeed, a fruitful partnership. Please take care. After bidding farewell to Fong Tong and Chun Dong, Han Luofeng rose and stretched. Have you finished your conversation? Ning Cixi emerged from the room, holding the hand of the little one, who still had traces of crumbs at the corners of his mouth. Han Luofeng crouched down and gently wiped away the crumbs with his fingertip, softly saying, "Tuanzi, Daddy has told you not to eat so many snacks at night. And you've already had enough today. But Daddy, I'm hungry. What about now?" I'm full." The little one, with a round belly like a small ball, laughed heartily and licked his lips, looking as if he wanted more. "Little glutton, this is the last time?" "Okay, Tuanzi understands." The little one tilted his head and asked, "Daddy, will you tell Tuanzi a story tonight?" Tuanzi wants to hear Daddy's storytelling. "Yes, but first you must go take a bath." "All right then." Seeing the little one pout his lips, Ning Cixi chuckled softly. Chapter 35. Is there really a thank you for your patronage? After a busy day, Han Luofeng felt a bit fatigued. After dinner and putting the little one to sleep, Ning Cixi sat on the sofa and spoke to Han Luofeng. "Han Luofeng, there's something I need to ask. Have you registered the copyrights for the songs you've sung these past few days?" "Another copyright issue?" Han Luofeng paused, having truly forgotten about it. Observing his expression, Ning Cixi understood and took out her laptop, logging into the copyright registration website for creative works. "I knew you would forget. How could you overlook such an important matter? If someone registers the copyright before you, and your songs become popular later, it could backfire on you. You would find yourself with 100 mouths but unable to clarify your position." Her words trailed off. Ning Cixi was momentarily taken aback and opened her mouth, internally berating herself for bringing up such a sensitive topic. It is well known that Han Luofeng was initially boycotted and blacklisted primarily for accusations of plagiarism and domestic violence. Han Luofeng stood frozen, pondering the implications of copyright and plagiarism. Suddenly, a realization struck him. When the original owner signed with Huangtian Entertainment, it was the company and the agent who managed the registration of copyrights. After the incident, Pan Rong and his former boss had publicly displayed the registration certificates for many of Han Luofeng's songs, but the names were those of other artists within the same company. Yes, with this thought, Han Luofeng narrowed his eyes, a glint of dangerous intent flashing within them. Clearly, Pan Rong and the boss of Huangtian Entertainment had orchestrated this scheme long ago. He composed the songs, yet the entertainment company failed to register his copyrights, opting instead to register them under the names of other artists. Thus, this became the most substantial evidence of his alleged plagiarism. "Han Luofeng, what's wrong with you?" Ning Cixi gazed at Han Luofeng, who stood frozen in place, instinctively believing he was reminiscing about sorrowful memories. As Han Luofeng regained his senses, he inexplicably blurted out a question to Ning Cixi. "Why do you wish to assist me?" The moment the words escaped his lips, he regretted them, wishing he could slap himself. What was he thinking, posing such a question? Ning Cixi was momentarily taken aback, her actions halting abruptly. After a brief pause, she replied, "Because I believe in you. I am convinced that you are not that kind of person." Upon hearing this, warmth spread through Han Luofeng's heart. Clearing his throat, he added, I mean, as Eugene said, the entertainment industry is a blend of truth and deception. I only trust my own judgment, and I know you're not like that. Ning Cixi felt a flush rise to her cheeks, sensing that her words were becoming increasingly muddled, her demeanor growing a touch awkward. Han Luofeng fruktled lightly. I understand your sentiment. Thank you. He then inquired, by the way, how do I register this copyright? I seem to struggle with this. Oh, this is the registration guidelines. Just scroll down, she replied, successfully redirecting the conversation. Half an hour later, Han Luofeng had successfully registered the copyright for the song and also for several stories. In the late hours of the night, the soft sounds of the little one's breathing filled the air. The small creature was soundly asleep, seemingly lost in delightful dreams. Drool pooling on Han Luofeng's shoulder. He carefully reached for a tissue to wipe it away. Listening to the steady rhythm of the child's breath and feeling the warmth emanating from him, Han Luofeng felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. This past month had allowed him to experience the sheer joy of becoming a father for the first time. Holding the little one close, a thought flickered through his mind as he opened the system interface. His popularity points had now reached 200,000. Time to draw. Han Luofeng silently prayed several times before pressing the lottery button. The pointer spun incessantly, and his heart raced with anticipation. Skills, skills, skills. Ding. Congratulations, host, for consuming 100,000 popularity points for a lottery draw and receiving a thank you for your patronage. Uft. What the heck? Han Luofeng's eyes widened in disbelief. There's a thank you for your patronage? It can be played like this? Damn it, he exclaimed inwardly, nearly leaping in frustration, his face betraying his exasperation. He silently cursed the deceptive system thousands of times, then steeled himself against the sting of disappointment and clicked the lottery button again. Ding, 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 ding. The pointer began to spin once more. Han Luofeng's palms grew clammy, his heart racing as he fervently hoped that this time it wouldn't yield another thank you for your patronage. If it did, he might as well find a block of tofu to end it all. The pointer gradually slowed down. Ding! Congratulations, host, for consuming 100,000 popularity points for a lottery draw and obtaining a beginner's painting skill. Beginner's painting skill, capable of creating simple drawings. With a 30% enhancement in color perception, and the resulting artwork can reach a 3-star rating, equivalent to an ordinary artist's level. Painting skills? Han Luofeng furrowed his brow, exhaling a sigh of disappointment. Although this skill lacked significant utility, it was at least something he could utilize at present. Certainly 100 times better than a mere thank you for your patronage. At this moment, the sound of the system echoed in his mind once more. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing 3 lottery tasks and receiving a token of appreciation. The system shall reward 1 additional lottery opportunity. Oh, is that really possible? Han Luofeng exclaimed softly. Although his voice was barely above a whisper, it startled the little one beside him. Daddy, the small child's murmurs broke the silence, prompting Han Luofeng to quickly close his mouth and gently pat the child's back. He then clicked to draw again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consuming 1 lottery opportunity, resulting in the acquisition of an intermediate vocal talent. Phew! Han Luofeng sighed in relief. Thankfully, he obtained what he desired. Otherwise, he would have felt compelled to perform a dramatic act of crashing into tofu in protest. Intermediate vocal talent. Your voice has upgraded once more, enhancing your singing ability. You can now perform songs of intermediate difficulty. Your voice possesses greater uniqueness and depth. Hee, content with his fortune, Han Luofeng drifted into a deep slumber. Hey, Luofeng, where are you staying? I'm coming over to find you. What? Why are you coming to find me? Oh my gosh. Luofeng, you haven't forgotten, have you? Tonight is the premiere of the first episode of I Am a Great Singer. I even brought some drinks and snacks to enjoy while we watch the show together. Han Luofeng paused for a moment, realizing he had indeed forgotten. He then replied, I've moved. I'm no longer staying at a hotel. The address is you moved? How wonderful. Let us celebrate your housewarming. Double joy. All right, I'll be there by 5. After hanging up the phone, Han Luofeng couldn't help but chuckle at the situation. Author's note. Ahem. Dear readers, please urge for updates. The humble author is here, seeking your support. Chapter 36. The eve before the broadcast time flew swiftly, and 7 days had passed since the recording of the first competition. Today was Saturday, the day the first episode of I Am a Great Singer was set to premiere. The show boasted a formidable background, with its broadcasting rights fiercely contested among major film and television platforms. Ultimately, amid intense competition, the rights were acquired by the immensely popular Orange TV station. Early on Saturday morning, numerous netizens flocked to the official blog to comment. Just the thought of watching the third season tonight made me so excited I couldn't sleep. I've been a loyal fan of Great Singer for years. I can't wait. Where does Miss Xietong rank in this episode? The moment I heard her voice in the preview, I was utterly captivated. Anticipation. Agreed. Xietong's voice is truly unique. It's the kind of female voice I adore. Absolutely stunning. I must see it tonight. I am so looking forward to Lan Xin's performance. One vote for you. One vote for me. Let us help brother Lan Xin debut. Conversely, amidst the chorus of excitement, there were also contrasting comments. Could this third season of Great Singer be lacking? Why did I spot so many unfamiliar faces in the preview? It seems this season's lineup is not as appealing as the last. I'm losing interest. I cannot believe I spotted Han Luofeng in the trailer. Am I seeing things, or is it true? I saw him too. Indeed, Han Luofeng is present. What on earth is happening? I just emerged from school. And what is this decline in societal standards? How could someone like Han Luofeng participate in this competition? It baffles me why they would invite someone who merely replicates the works of others to compete. While Han Luofeng's name may not have garnered much attention during his rise, once his numerous scandals surfaced, he became a household name across the internet. Consequently, his reputation plummeted in the eyes of netizens, who universally disdain him. Now, his name has sparked a minor commotion beneath the official Weibo account of I Am a Singer. Surprisingly, a few voices have emerged in his defense. What is wrong with Han Luofeng competing? Everyone has emerged from the auditions fairly and squarely, showcasing their talent. Why is it that he is deemed unworthy? Indeed, regarding his character, I shall refrain from excessive judgment. I believe none of us are in a position to evaluate him, as the truth remains elusive. However, as an audience member, I feel compelled to express that Han Luofeng is undeniably talented. That day at the venue, his performance was truly breathtaking. Let's set aside his character. I attended the entire first episode of The Singer, and Han Luofeng's performance was genuinely astonishing. Moreover, I must reveal that he secured the highest score in the first competition. Upon the revelation of this news, the netizens could hardly contain themselves. They refused to believe such scant remarks. As frequent spectators of the drama, they immediately took to their keyboards, vehemently criticizing those few who defended him. Talent? Is it not likely that Han Luofeng has hired these commentators? Come now, tell me how much these comments cost. Surely those above are not genuine supporters? How much does a hired commentator cost? I would pay to unleash a torrent of criticism upon this scoundrel, Han Luofeng. Astonishing? I would be a fool to believe you. For someone like Han Luofeng, a plagiarist, I refuse to accept that he could produce anything remarkable. Even if he did, it would undoubtedly be derivative. No. The previous commenter is mistaken. Han Luofeng is reportedly so impoverished that he can barely support his son. How could he possibly afford to engage in plagiarism? I wager he finished in last place. Unbelievable. Surely, those individuals are not foolish enough to defend such a scoundrel? Han Luofeng achieving first place? I would rather eat instant noodles upside down. In an instant, countless champions of justice took to their keyboards to uphold their ideals. And those few who had spoken in favor of Han Luofeng succumbed to the pressure and deleted their comments. The internet was flooded with various news about the official broadcast of I Am a Singer, garnering increasing attention. Wow, a little rabbit. This is Grandpa Turtle, the pesky big bad wolf, and their rabbit mama. Daddy is so amazing. In the room, the occasional sounds of little ones expressing their admiration could be heard. After a simple breakfast in the morning, Han Luofeng immersed himself in his artwork. He had promised Qindong a children's story comic version, which was due today. With his rudimentary painting skills, Han Luofeng effortlessly created these small artworks, each piece almost completed in a single attempt. He chose to refine the simplistic style of line drawings, rendering them not only devoid of difficulty, but also imbued with a charming innocence, thus appealing to children to a considerable extent. After finishing a drawing, the little one would take it and, upon inspecting it, neatly arrange the pieces together. Although the child could not decipher the accompanying text, the lively depictions of animals on the paper brought him immense joy. By 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Han Luofeng concluded his work with a sigh of relief. He photographed these hand-drawn illustrations and sent them to Chun Dong's email. Within minutes, a response arrived. "Mr. Han, I have received your email. I must confess, I did not expect your talents to span not only children's literature, but also such adeptness in painting. The animals in your illustrations seem to come alive under your skilled hand. Such outstanding work. Rest assured, I will do my utmost to advocate for you in this opportunity. Personally, I believe there is an excellent chance your work will pass our leader's review." Reading the message, Han Luofeng smiled and replied, "Thank you for your hard work." Just then, the little one's stomach emitted a series of rumbling sounds. Chuckling softly, Han Luofeng playfully scratched the child's nose with a bent finger. "Are you hungry?" "Daddy, I want to eat cake, but it's time for dinner now. How about we drink a bit of milk first, and then have a piece of bread to tide you over?" "I'm sorry, it's my oversight," he added. The child's eyes brightened at this, and he quickly nodded, then shook his head, understandingly saying, "It's not Daddy's fault. Daddy is working, and Tuanzi is keeping Daddy company." Han Luofeng felt a surge of warmth and pride as he retrieved a carton of milk and a piece of bread from the fridge. The little one sat on the sofa, relishing his snack, with milk adorning the corners of his mouth, looking adorably cute. Ding dong. Before 5 o'clock, Chiu Yuan arrived. As he opened the door, Han Luofeng's eyelids twitched, and a few lines of concern appeared on his forehead. "The author has something to say. Everyone, please encourage more updates. Sending love." Chapter 37. The great Luo Golden Immortal Chiu Yuan initially intended to purchase pre-cooked food to bring to Han Luofeng's home for a quick meal. However, upon wandering through the market, he abruptly changed his mind. After all, nothing compares to the taste of home-cooked meals. At that moment, Han Luofeng watched Chiu Yuan, drenched in sweat and laden with bags, standing at the door, his expression marred by exasperation. The two men exchanged wide-eyed stares for a moment before Chiu Yuan exclaimed, "Luofeng, could you let me in first? My bladder is about to burst. I've been holding it in since I rushed over to buy groceries." With that, Chiu Yuan hastily dropped his bags and dashed to the restroom. 10 minutes later, the atmosphere in the house was quite peculiar. The little one, cradling a carton of milk as large as half his face, curiously looked from side to side. The two grown men sat on either side of him, glaring at each other. "Go on, cook," Han Luofeng said nonchalantly. Chiu Yuan's lips twitched violently as he exclaimed, "Brother, you are my big brother. Is that all right?" "I can't cook." To which the reply came, "Then why did you buy groceries?" Chiu Yuan stammered, "I thought you would cook." "Who knew you couldn't either? By heaven, I truly believe that." Han Luofeng shot a glance of disdain at Chiu Yuan. "I can prepare children's meals. Would you eat them?" "I would. I eat anything," Chiu Yuan retorted, puffing out his chest. Upon hearing this, Han Luofeng, infuriated, raised his hand in frustration, causing Chiu Yuan to leap across the room in alarm. With a pained expression, Chiu Yuan pleaded, No. A gentleman speaks rather than strikes. If you must hit, please spare my face. I earn my living by it. What are we to do now?" "Brother Luofeng, I've purchased so many ingredients. It would be such a shame to waste them." "Salad." Han Luofeng shot back with a glare. This Chiu Yuan truly lacked sense. Did he not think to inquire if anyone at home could cook before buying groceries? Now we have 2 grown men and a 5-year-old, staring blankly at 2 large bags of vegetables. Just as Han Luofeng was about to suggest they dine out, the doorbell rang again. Chiu Yuan scratched his head. "Brother Luofeng, who could it be?" "The great immortal." "Huh." Chiu Yuan looked bewildered, earning another eye roll from Han Luofeng. Han Luofeng stood up and approached the door, swinging it open to reveal Ning Cixi, who was just about to knock again. "Good afternoon, Han Luofeng. Please come in," he invited. As Ning Cixi entered, Chiu Yuan craned his neck to catch a glimpse. "Oh, Brother Luofeng. I didn't realize. This must be your sister-in-law, right? Hello, sister-in-law. I am Chiu Yuan. Chiu from Chiu, Yuan from Yuan. Don't be fooled by my handsome looks. I'm still single. Since you are so lovely, may I inquire if your friends are still available? Suddenly, a slipper flew through the air, and in the next moment, Chiu Yuan's pained cries filled the room. Ouch! Brother Luofeng, you hit me? Woe is me. Now I understand. You favor beauty over friendship. You no longer care for me. Love you, my foot. Han Luofeng's lips twitched, wishing he could toss this fellow out the window. Idle. I am Ning Cixi. I'm merely a college friend of Han Luofeng. Ning Cixi's earlobes turned a shade of crimson. Chiu Yuan scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. But then suddenly his eyes lit up as he jumped in front of Han Luofeng. Oh my, Brother Luofeng, you have the tongue of a crow. Is your tongue blessed? This is indeed the great immortal, isn't it? Our savior has arrived. Huh? Both Han Luofeng and Ning Cixi looked at Chiu Yuan, puzzled, not comprehending his words. Sister-in-law, I dare to ask, can you cook? A little bit. Why do you ask? Wonderful. I bought so many groceries and have no idea how to handle them. Since Sister Cixi is here, I shall leave all of this to you. Chiu Yuan. The clock read 7:50. With the program, I Am a Great Singer scheduled for 8 o'clock on Orange Television. At just the right moment, Ning Si clapped her hands and brought the last dish to the modest dining table, barely large enough to accommodate 4 people. The table was brimming with 6 or 7 delectable dishes. Chiu Yuan bent down, gazing at the array of colorful and aromatic food, nearly drooling in delight. With a face full of surprise, he exclaimed, Wow, Sister Shi, you are amazing. You truly are our savior. Ning Si smiled and replied, It's nothing really. When I was studying abroad, I often cooked for myself at home. Over time, I developed a bit of culinary skill. Though my cooking may not compare to that of professional chefs, I hope you won't mind. Not at all. Brother Luo, I envy you so much. Although you may not be as handsome as I am, you not only have such an adorable son, but also a beautiful and culinary-savvy college classmate. You are truly fortunate. Why don't you just marry Sister Shi? That way, I can come over for meals more often. Han Luofeng kicked Chiu Yuan lightly and shot him a glare, saying, Hurry up and serve the food, or I might just toss you out of here. All right. Thus, the dinner commenced with 3 adults and a little one. They turned on the television, and, just then, the program I Am a Singer began to air. The 3 adults and the little one all focused their eyes on the screen. Within mere seconds of the program starting, the barrage of comments flooded the screen. Lan Xin Yi Shao Han Song. Can't wait. I heard there are many newcomers this season. I wonder how talented they are. I'm here for Miss Xietong, Wu Shi, the beautiful goddess. A rare sight. Amidst the multitude of comments, a few concerning Han Luofeng occasionally appeared. I heard the scoundrel Han Luofeng is participating in this program. Oof. Han Luofeng, the scoundrel. Doesn't he deserve to be on this show? Oh, it's the Han again? Is he bringing plagiarized work to the show? I'm here to see Han Luofeng get eliminated in the first round. Brother Luo, Chiu Yuan remarked, furrowing his brows as he noticed the comments. He turned to see Han Luofeng casually sipping on a snow-white beer. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the 3rd season of I Am a Singer. The host's voice resonated. Within 20 minutes of the broadcast, the viewership soared past 30 million, illustrating the immense popularity of the show. In that brief span, all 6 singers had performed. At that moment, every viewer in front of their screens was captivated as they realized the caliber of contestants in this season of I Am a Singer was exceptionally high. Particularly Xietong, the young lady. Her voice instantly garnered a wave of fans. I'm done for. Xietong is so charming. How can a girl have such a sexy voice? What is sexy? This is what sexy sound like. To possess such a voice. How many versions of Deng Ziqi must one surpass? So beautiful. I'm a fan now. Instantly enchanted. It felt as though Miss Xietong would undoubtedly be the biggest dark horse of this season. The author has something to express. I sense that my dear readers may no longer harbor affection for me. Chapter 38, the premiere of the first episode, has officially aired. As time passes, the once warm dishes on the table gradually grow cold. On television, after Chiu's performance concluded, he clapped his hands incessantly, reveling in his own praise. Indeed, the most dazzling star of the evening is none other than me. Luofeng, did you see that? My prowess is undeniably formidable. Shijia, do you agree? Did you all witness that? A sea of female spectators in the audience were brought to tears, undoubtedly moved by my talent. Or perhaps it was my handsome visage that captivated them. Han Luofeng felt that his restraint had been commendable today. He struggled to suppress the urge to hurl this fellow down the stairs, casting him a disdainful glance. Ning Si Shi, suppressing her laughter, turned to serve food to the little one. Had she not known Qiu Yuan personally, she could never have imagined that such a deeply emotional and rich performer of traditional folk songs could be, in private, such a comical character with a skin as thick as a city wall. This sentiment was shared by all the spectators who witnessed Qiu Yuan's performance. Ha ha ha. Oh my. I cannot contain my laughter. Is this guy for real? No way, I might just choke on my laughter. Ha ha ha. How can he appear as two different people? Singing and not singing? Is he suffering from a split personality? Can you believe it? I was sitting in front of the television, tears streaming down my face, suddenly bursting into laughter. My mother thought I had taken the wrong medication. My goodness, the contrast is astounding. I'm utterly smitten. Although this fellow's personality is hard to describe, to speak truthfully, his singing is quite remarkable. This folk song is delightful. Who would have thought that a significant part of Qiu Yuan's charm comes from this extraordinary contrast? Seeing these comments, Qiu Yuan scratched his head. Eat up. Eat up. Ha ha ha. The program's runtime swiftly passed. The new lineup and fresh faces of I Am a Great Singer receive abundant praise. After the 14th contestant's performance, only 4 performances remained for this episode. When the host announced the name Han Luofeng, a flurry of comments erupted. Goodness, he's on stage. I'm not watching anymore. Get lost. I refuse to watch this scoundrel. Plagiarizing dog. I'm done. In an instant, numerous viewers clamored that they would no longer watch, accompanied by a chorus of insults. At that moment, in the technical department of I Am a Great Singer, a technician responsible for monitoring data growth suddenly broke into a cold sweat, his expression shifting dramatically. Manager, what's going on? Why the commotion? Quick, come take a look. Our data is what's wrong with the data? How much has the viewership increased? Manager, it hasn't increased. It has dropped by 20 million. For a brief second, the air grew thick with tension. The next moment, an enraged shout erupted. What the hell? It dropped by 20 million? Are your eyes playing tricks on you? The technician trembled, exclaiming, Manager, it's true. You must come and see this. The manager hurried over, his eyes widening in disbelief as he processed the shocking information. In less than half a minute, the viewership had plummeted by 20 million. What on earth is happening? He exclaimed. Manager, it seems the audience is reacting poorly to a contestant named Han Luofeng. His reputation isn't exactly stellar, the technician reported. What nonsense is this? The manager snatched the technician's phone, scrutinizing the barrage of comments on the screen for several seconds. Damn it, he exclaimed, placing the phone down. Just focus on accurately recording the data. This is not our department's concern. Even if there are discrepancies in viewership ratings, our job is merely to document. So, do your work. With a scowl, the manager turned away, muttering under his breath. What kind of people are they hiring in the audition department? Meanwhile, on television, the opening notes began to play. Still waiting for you, my heart is nearly dead. A voice, imbued with a hint of weariness and longing, resonated from countless screens, momentarily catching the attention of numerous viewers typing away. In a nearby apartment, 4 or 5 young women lived together as close friends from university. Although they had embarked on different career paths after graduation, their bond remained strong. They had all shared an admiration for the same artist, Han Luofeng, and even after his fall from grace, they continued to support him. However, as the situation worsened and he faced industry ostracism, their voices faded. Yet, the memory of that pure, delicate voice lingered in their minds. Among them, Zhang Yi, the eldest and most composed, stood by a tablet displaying the program I Am a Singer. The other girls busily worked on various tasks, crafting documents and composing new songs. When Han Luofeng's poignant voice filled the room, they all paused in surprise. Did you hear that voice? One of them exclaimed. Zhang Yi nodded. I'm watching the first episode of Season 3 of I Am a Singer. Han Luofeng, is on stage now. Silence enveloped the room for a brief moment before they collectively gasped. What? Han Luofeng? Han Luofeng? They echoed in unison, their astonished gazes fixed on Zhang Yi. Yes, Zhang Yi replied, curling her legs under her in shock. The girls rushed over, exclaiming, "Are you sure it's Han Luofeng? The Han Luofeng? My goodness. I saw news just a few days ago claiming he did participate in this season of I Am a Singer. I thought it was a hoax, but it's real. Unbelievable. It's truly him." A young woman with 2 playful braids and black-rimmed glasses excitedly grabbed her companion and leaped into the air. The other girls around her wore expressions of exhilaration, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. To most, the name Han Luofeng might be unfamiliar, yet for these girls, he represented 3 years of companionship during their university journey. Regardless of what may transpire in the future, they remained steadfast in their quiet belief in him. This is the essence of an idol. The author has a word to share. Dear readers, considering the early update today, please do support with a little encouragement. Chapter 39. From young heartthrob to old relic, this city feels so vacant, yet the memories are so vivid. The bustling streets are alive with traffic. But whom can I embrace? A heart empty renders the city empty, and the vibrant neon lights merely a mirage. Boom! Upon the utterance of these words, countless viewers in front of their screens were struck with astonishment. Their faces bore expressions of disbelief and shock. Is this truly Han Luofeng? Could this be the same Han Luofeng? A heart empty renders the city empty? Why do I suddenly feel a twinge of emotion, a pang of sympathy for Han Luofeng? His voice is imbued with stories that are simply unimaginable. Indeed, it is hard to fathom that just a few months prior, Han Luofeng was a flourishing artist, basking in the dual accolades of fame and fortune. Who could have predicted that he would so swiftly fall from grace? Now, as many witness Han Luofeng once again gracing the stage, they find themselves momentarily choked with emotion. When silence enveloped the screen, the multitude of viewers fell into a hushed stillness. What is happening? Has the internet stalled? At home, Qiu Yuan scratched his head, bewildered. Why are there no comments appearing? I was anticipating the keyboard warriors to apologize. Indeed, when Han Luofeng's voice faded, an astonishing silence lingered for over 10 seconds, with not a single comment gracing the screen. All were left in profound shock. As comments began to flood the screen once more, countless viewers erupted in excitement. My goodness, is this really Han Luofeng? Rock and roll. This is a rock piece. I am flabbergasted. Han Luofeng can actually rock out? Wasn't he known for his lyrical style? Heavens! Han Luofeng's voice has transformed from a clear, delicate tone to a raspy, rich baritone. Yet somehow, it sounds even more enchanting. This song is magnificent. Is Han Luofeng singing about himself? After listening to this piece, all I can say is incredible. Could this possibly be plagiarism? Amidst the astonished voices, a sudden, jarring question arose. In the next moment, an audience member furiously typed a rebuttal. Plagiarism? Nonsense. With a song like this, where could it have been copied from? Tell me, where? Is there anything to copy? Exactly. This song is absolutely phenomenal. The quality is unattainable. If I had a song like this, I would have released it ages ago, not waited for someone to copy it. How foolish is that? Some are left in awe. If it isn't plagiarism, could it be that Han Luofeng wrote this song himself? Wow. The moment that thought crossed their minds, astonishment swept through the crowd. He wrote it himself. He wrote it himself. These words suddenly occupied the thoughts of many. Incredible. A self-written song. Is Han Luofeng making a comeback? I suspect so. Otherwise, why would he participate in The Singer? Setting aside matters of character, this song is truly remarkable. It's titled Empty City, isn't it? Indeed. I have resolved to use this song as my ringtone for the next month. The melody is simply enchanting. Though I may not be a fan of the person, I am certainly a devotee of the music. Huh, does he really think he can re-enter the industry? He has been collectively blacklisted by the entertainment circle. How can he possibly return? The notion of him returning to the limelight seems implausible. Han Luofeng should abandon this hope. Although the song is delightful, given his reputation, the chances of a return to the entertainment industry are slim. In a moment, the online comments surged, with countless individuals captivated by this song. In a girl's dormitory, Zhang held a bucket of instant noodles, her mouth agape in astonishment. The other girls behind her shared her astonishment. A girl with braided hair and glasses exclaimed, "Is this really Han Luofeng?" Zhang nodded, then shook her head, yes and no. Suddenly, their eyes gleamed with excitement. He asked back, "Ah, this is wonderful." We've finally awaited his return. Indeed, over the past few months, they had never wavered in their support. They chose silence in the face of relentless criticism because they believed that one day, Han Luofeng would once again grace the stage. Zhang stated earnestly, "Have you noticed? Brother Feng has changed completely upon his return." Yes, he has changed so much. He has matured, from a youthful heartthrob to a seasoned artist, especially his voice and musical style, transitioning from clarity to depth, from youthful lyricism to passionate rock. Such a transformation. Zhang nodded. Alas, regardless, it's good that he's back. A fresh start is always a positive thing. As the program approached its climax, the host announced the highest score of the first round. Han Luofeng. The comments exploded. Who else could it be? This song deserves that top spot. Why wasn't Team Miss Xie Tong awarded instead? Yet Empty City is still delightful. I can't believe Lan Xin only secured 5th place. Unbelievable. Wu Wenxi, the stunning beauty with long legs. 7th place is commendable as well. What on earth was that last contestant singing? He completely lost his voice. Utter rubbish. This song undoubtedly deserves the 1st place, but Han Luofeng does not. Yes, the honor belongs to the song, not to Han Luofeng himself. No matter how the netizens argue and bicker, at this moment, they are genuinely enamored with Empty City. This is utterly amusing. What a bunch of foolish critics. What do they mean that the 1st place belongs to the song and not to my brother Luofeng? Isn't there a distinction? I am furious. Were it not for my trusty keyboard being absent, I would certainly engage in a battle with them until dawn. Qiu Yuan, with his fiery temper, watched the barrage of comments for several minutes, his anger escalating. The netizens' remarks were indeed excessive, failing to find any flaws in the song. They resorted to dredging up past incidents to unleash a wave of online harassment. How could Qiu Yuan not be infuriated? After more than a month of companionship, transitioning from the preliminary selection to the formal stage, he and Han Luofeng have indeed walked side by side. Throughout this time, Han Luofeng's treatment of the little one has been observed in every detail. Can this be deemed inadequate? It is nothing short of heavenly. If one were to identify Han Luofeng's greatest Achilles heel, it would undoubtedly be this little fellow. Domestic violence? That's absurd. It infuriates me. After taking a large gulp of his drink, Qiu Yuan pouted, his face etched with mild irritation. Han Luofeng chuckled softly and refilled his glass. What is there to be angry about? Why the ire? Seriously, Luofeng, how have you managed these past few months? With all the slander directed at you, how can you remain so unfazed? Can you truly endure it? Qiu Yuan took another sip, exclaiming, "Domestic violence? Surely, these people must be blind. Your care for the little one is nothing short of meticulous. Your attention to detail surpasses that of a microscope. In contrast, the little one's mother, I can only scoff at her. Shiji, for individuals like this, we can only offer one piece of advice." Ning Xixi looked puzzled. What advice? Qiu Yuan picked up a handful of peanuts, crunching them as he spoke. If they don't want their eyes, they should donate them to those in need. That is utterly incisive. Chapter 40. Do you know my phone number? Drink up. Why so chatty? Han Luofeng's lips curled slightly, his mood unaffected. Qiu Yuan reached out to feel Han Luofeng's forehead. Seriously, Luofeng, are you feeling unwell? Do you genuinely not care about their opinions? Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow and retorted, Why should I care? In this industry, I make my living. If they aren't connected to my network, how could they possibly know me? Do they have my phone number? If they don't even have my phone number, on what grounds can they critique me? Qiu Yuan nearly choked on his food, wiping his mouth as he shot up a thumb. Brilliant. Luofeng, back in our non-mainstream days of the 90s, you would have undoubtedly been the leader of the non-mainstream crowd, right? If they don't even have my phone number, on what basis can they have an opinion? That phrase would have made a perfect signature for countless internet idols during that era. Incredible. Here, as to your phone number. Bah, here as to your empty city. The city may be empty, but our hearts are not. You, me, and even Shiji. Come on, let us toast to our triumphant debut. Chiu Yuan promptly cast aside all negative thoughts. Han Luofeng chuckled softly, raising his glass. At this moment, the city may be empty, but our hearts are full. Uncle Chiu Yuan, don't forget about me. The little one, previously overlooked, pouted in protest. Oh dear. All right, little ancestor. You can have milk, how about that? Oomph. I toast to Daddy. Cheers. Gulp, gulp. In the small, cozy room, laughter and merriment filled the air. At the technical department of the I Am a Singer program. Manager, what's going on? Why the shouting? Are the data compilations ready? We need them for tomorrow's meeting. They're out. But what is it? Manager, take a look for yourself. There's an abundance of superfluous chatter. Hand it over for my review. Mehr Moment later. The manager of the technical department stood frozen in astonishment. Are you certain this data is accurate? The technician shook his head, insisting that there could be no mistake. My goodness, the technical manager was utterly bewildered. At the moment Han Luofeng took the stage, the viewer count plummeted by more than 20 million, yet astonishingly. Within just a minute, it surged back up dramatically. As the song reached its chorus, the number skyrocketed by over 50 million. What on earth is happening? Meanwhile, platforms such as Weibo, Tieba, and Douyin were engulfed in a tempest of fervor. The first episode of I Am a Singer had barely concluded 10 minutes prior. Various marketing accounts and onlookers, eager to stir the pot, began editing and disseminating clips of Han Luofeng's performance across multiple platforms before the show had even ended. That night, millions of netizens were destined for a sleepless, fervent evening. On Douyin, what on earth just happened? Is this Han Luofeng? I stepped out for a meal, and upon my return, the recommendation list is flooded with Han Luofeng. Does anyone know what this song is? It's so beautiful. As a man in my 30s, I find it profoundly moving. On Weibo, goodness, Han Luofeng's live performance was electrifying. This song undoubtedly deserves first place. I never expected Han Luofeng to return to the stage with a rock style, though I'm not particularly fond of him. I must concede that this song is truly exceptional. Incredible. My father is even more in tune with the trends than I am. Before the show concluded, he set Empty City as his ringtone. Haha, this song is just mediocre. What on earth? What kind of rock is this? Does someone like him even qualify to sing rock? It's utterly unbearable. Ugh, please, Weibo, spare me from recommending this song again. I'm on the verge of nausea. There is truly no need for such contempt. Those who dislike Han Luofeng need not tarnish the song with their bias. Frankly speaking, this song is genuinely delightful. Just as millions of netizens were passionately discussing the first episode of the third season of I Am a Singer, another video suddenly erupted online. Scandalous singer Han Luofeng returns with his child. Is he starting from live-streaming children's stories? The man, steeped in controversy, is actually the father of a beloved internet sensation? Such topics rapidly ascended the trending lists on Weibo and Douyin, and in that moment, netizens went wild. What is this earth-shattering news? No way. Han Luofeng is the father of that little darling? I'm astounded. ISNT Han Luofeng, the singer notorious for domestic violence? Oh my goodness. Does this mean that little darling has been subjected to abuse by Han Luofeng? It's chilling to contemplate, my friends. A domestic abuser interacting so harmoniously with a child on camera? It must be an act. Is Han Luofeng attempting to leverage his child for publicity? Despicable. Such a person does not deserve to be a parent. Without exception, the revelation that little Tuanzi's father is Han Luofeng, alongside their affectionate live broadcast on Huya some time ago, led the majority of netizens to instinctively harbor negative thoughts. However, a small fraction exhibited a more discerning perspective. Domestic violence? Could it be that little Tuanzi's father is indeed Han Luofeng? Yet that seems implausible. I watched that live broadcast as well. A father's gaze upon his child cannot be feigned. Indeed, I too watched it with my daughter. The interaction between Han Luofeng and little Tuanzi in the live stream was undeniably heartwarming. Such a person could hardly be capable of abusing a child, could he? In the entertainment industry, where everyone's acting skills are commendable, the truth of the matter likely resides solely with those involved. This small group consisted of viewers from that day's broadcast, parents captivated by Han Luofeng's children's stories. In an instant, the internet buzzed with opinions. This time, at least a portion of people stood up to defend Han Luofeng. Some even supported his song, Empty City, which had registered on Huaxia Music a few days prior. Following the broadcast, the song's popularity surged dramatically. In just one night, its streaming, download, and comment numbers skyrocketed. Although it did not chart, the data still surprised the back-end team at Huaxia Music. It can be said that the first episode of the third season of I Am a Singer not only ignited excitement for the show, but also provided a subtle promotion for Han Luofeng's return. An increasing number of people began to pay attention to the program. Chapter 41. Discontent with Others. Ding Dong. Ding Dong. Early in the morning, Han Luofeng had just risen from his slumber, while the little one beside him remained blissfully asleep. Suddenly, a persistent ringing echoed from the door. Rubbing his tousled hair, Han Luofeng furrowed his brow, pondering who it could be. He truly could not fathom who would knock, as he had few friends in this area. With a swift motion, he pulled open the door to reveal a familiar face. Yu Haoran? Indeed, the visitor was one of the standout contestants from I Am a Singer, Yu Haoran. Upon seeing Han Luofeng's disheveled appearance in pajamas, Yu Haoran initially frowned, pinching his nose. Just waking up? The smell of alcohol is quite strong. His face bore an expression of disdain. Disdain? Han Luofeng said nothing, retreating into the house. Yu Haoran followed suit, accompanied by a fashionably dressed young woman who appeared to be an assistant, both clad in large masks and sunglasses, fully equipped. Han Luofeng sat down directly. Due to a small gathering the previous night, the three of them had indulged a bit too much, and the room had yet to be tidied, presenting a somewhat chaotic state. Yu Haoran, what brings you here? Yu Haoran, still wearing a look of disdain, pretentiously patted the sofa before taking a seat, even pulling out a tissue to wipe it down. Han Luofeng felt his eyelids twitch. Was it really that exaggerated? After sitting down, Yu Haoran spoke up. Han Luofeng, did you watch yesterday's episode? I did, and what of it? Han Luofeng replied with a nonchalant tone. You must be aware that your current image in the eyes of the audience is rather poor, right? Is my image truly that bad? I think it's quite good. Han Luofeng retorted. Oh dear. Xiaodong, you explain it to him. Yu Haoran exclaimed, crossing his arms and turning his head away. The young woman beside him, named Xiaodong, was his manager. Although Yu Haoran had not officially debuted yet, he had signed with a management company, and his participation in The Singer was arranged entirely by them. He intended to use this program as a launching pad into the entertainment industry. Xiaodong glanced at Han Luofeng and spoke directly. Mr. Han, hello, I am Xiaodong, Haoran's manager. Here's my business card. I trust you are aware that Haoran is signed under Fanghua Entertainment. As she spoke, her gaze remained icy, and her tone carried a hint of arrogance, as if signing with a management company was a remarkable achievement. Han Luofeng briefly glanced at the business card. Xiaodong continued. The reason we are here is primarily to seek your assistance in writing a song for Haoran. Writing a song? For him? Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow. If I recall correctly, your Haoran is also a singer-songwriter, isn't he? Indeed, but you should understand that Haoran's musical style is not particularly diverse, Xiaodong replied coldly. To be frank, Haoran is not particularly interested in winning the championship of I Am a Singer. He is participating in this program merely to find a starting point for a smooth debut. Of course, given his talent, winning the championship is certainly within reach. Currently, Haoran is preparing for a new album, and we're just one song short. Having recorded 2 episodes with you, he believes your songwriting ability is quite commendable. The only thing missing from his new album is a rock song, which is why we would like you to assist us in writing one. Writing a song? Quite commendable. Han Luofeng huklid lightly. Peace on earth. After decades of life, this is the first time I've encountered someone with such an attitude when seeking help. The implication in Xiaodong's words seemed to suggest to Han Luofeng that seeking his assistance was a favor, a stroke of luck for him. With a flick of his wrist, Han Luofeng casually tossed the business card onto the coffee table, adopting a disinterested demeanor. Miss Xiaodong, are you perhaps still half asleep? I do not enjoy beating around the bush. Since you believe your Haoran's songwriting ability is so exceptional, why do you still seek my help? You. Xiaodong was momentarily speechless by this remark. Hey, Han Luofeng, could you not stir up trouble? I am here to discuss a serious collaboration. Yu Haoran turned his head, interjecting, "Serious? I truly do not see it. You, my friend, are utterly ungrateful." Yu Haoran gritted his teeth and, after a few seconds, continued, "All right, Han Luofeng, I shan't waste time on trivialities. Let's speak plainly. Can you actually write?" Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow and replied, "Sure, writing songs is what I do. How many do you need? I can provide as many as you desire, but what are you willing to pay?" Upon hearing Han Luofeng relent, Yu Haoran scoffed derisively and extended a finger. Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow, signaling for clarification. With a smirk, Yu Haoran slowly declared 10,000. Han Luofeng's expression faltered, and his eyelids involuntarily twitched. 10,000? Is this a jest? Noticing Han Luofeng's prolonged silence, Yu Haoran's expression stiffened, and he tentatively asked, "What's wrong? Are you dissatisfied with the price?" "Dissatisfied?" Han Luofeng retorted incredulously. "It is rather audacious to even claim satisfaction at such a rate. In the entertainment industry, a moderately talented songwriter commands far more than that. Frankly, 10,000 is an insult. Are you suggesting I should beg for a living?" Indeed, Yu Haoran harbored a deep-seated belief that Han Luofeng did not deserve a better offer. Coming from a privileged background, Yu Haoran grew up in an environment of affluence, often exuding an air of superiority, particularly after entering the entertainment sphere. He deemed Han Luofeng, a tainted artist recently shunned by the entire internet, utterly unworthy of the stage, let alone the act of singing or songwriting. Even if he were to enlist Han Luofeng for songwriting, the latter was not deserving of a respectable fee. Nay, no one would seek him out for such services. Hence, Yu Haoran brazenly proposed an insulting price. With a smirk, Han Luofeng countered, "How about this? I will pay you 100,000 for 10 songs. Upon completion, I shall provide you with an additional 100,000. What do you say?" "What? What do you need those 10 songs for? To prop up your table, perhaps?" "Think it over." Yu Haoran was momentarily taken aback. After a few seconds, he realized Han Luofeng was jesting at his expense. "Han Luofeng, you." Yu Haoran gritted his teeth. Xiao Tong grasped him firmly, casting a cold glare at Han Luofeng. "Mr. Han, if you're dissatisfied with the price, you may propose another. There is no need for such an insult." "Dissatisfied? No, no, no. I am dissatisfied with the person." "What?" "Han Luofeng, I sought you out for songwriting as a sign of respect. Do not be so ungrateful." Han Luofeng remained unfazed, replying, "What is your status? Why should I seek your approval?" Chapter 42. Exit to the left. No farewell, Yu. Xiao Tong once again restrained the furious Yu Haoran. Haoran. With a sharp reprimand, Yu Haoran slightly calmed down, his face flushed as he turned away. Xiao Tong regarded Han Luofeng and stated, "Mr. Han, I believe this collaboration will be mutually beneficial, so I urge you to consider it seriously. As for the pricing, we can negotiate." "Negotiate? Huh?" Han Luofeng found the notion laughable. From a moment they stepped through the door, the two individuals exuded an air of superiority, their every word dripping with condescension towards me. Why should I take their opinions seriously? Already somewhat irked, Han Luofeng's displeasure escalated. There was no need for deliberation. I would simply state my price. If they could afford it, we would negotiate. If not, I would politely decline to assist. "How much?" 1 million. Han Luofeng stated bluntly. "What? 1 million? Have you lost your mind, Han Luofeng?" Upon hearing this, Yu Haoran erupted in indignation. 1 million? If I had that kind of money, why would I need to hire you? Han Luofeng, you truly overestimate your worth. Surely, apart from me, who would seek your songwriting services? They probably wouldn't even bother to acknowledge you. In response, Han Luofeng chuckled instead of fuming, retorting, "Indeed, someone like me you still want to hire for songwriting? Perhaps that suggests we are cut from the same cloth? Moreover, you are right about one thing. I do hold myself in high regard. What is wrong with that? Am I expected to lower myself to your level and grovel before others? It is 1 million. If you have the money, we can proceed. If not, a left turn out the door, and I won't see you off." Yu Haoran pointed accusingly at Han Luofeng, his teeth clenched in rage, about to voice his thoughts when a hearty laugh resonated from the entrance. "Ha ha ha. Excellent. 1 million. I'll take it. Who?" The three individuals in the room turned in unison, and in the next moment, Yu Haoran's furious expression froze in disbelief. Teacher Wang Chun? Standing at the entrance were two men clad in black casual attire, sporting baseball caps. At the forefront was none other than the veteran singer Wang Chun of the Chinese music scene. Wang Chun is indeed a senior figure in the entertainment industry. Both Han Luofeng, who has navigated this realm, and Yu Haoran, who is on the brink of entering it, could hardly fail to recognize him. With a smile gracing his face, Wang Chun declared, 1 million. Is it? Very well, I shall cover that amount. Han Luofeng, may I discuss a collaboration with you? Han Luofeng's eyelids flickered. Internally, he mused that now that Wang Chun had crossed the threshold of his home, it would be remiss not to engage in conversation. I've come to seek your assistance in writing a song. Wang Chun continued, his demeanor amiable, which eased Han Luofeng's earlier irritation. No problem, but please allow me to see my guests out first. Certainly. Without further ado, Han Luofeng stood and gestured towards Yu Haoran with a slight lift of his chin. Take care, I shan't see you off. Yu Haoran's face shifted from green to purple. Had it not been for Xiao Tong standing beside him, he might have lost his composure entirely. Xiao Tong's expression was equally displeased, her beauty exuding an icy allure. Mr. Han, I hope you will reconsider. There is nothing to reconsider. I have no interest in collaborating with you. The color drained further from Xiao Tong's face, fully aware of Yu Haoran's abrasive attitude. Yet she had not anticipated Han Luofeng's even more peculiar demeanor, impervious to both charm and intimidation. Yu Haoran, grinding his teeth, pointed at Han Luofeng. Han Luofeng. You enough. Haoran. With a cold snort, Xiao Tong shot a disdainful glance at Yu Haoran and urged, stop fooling around. Let us go. Yu Haoran, seething with suppressed anger, gritted his teeth at Han Luofeng, vowing, you'll pay for this. The two hastily departed. Inside the elevator, Yu Haoran was filled with pent-up frustration, feeling quite vexed. Xiao Tong, however, maintained a more composed demeanor. This meeting has fallen through. What will you do about the lead single for your new album? What else can be done? I'll just find someone else to write it. Yu Haoran replied nonchalantly. Yet, Xiao Tong sighed. Haoran, you know very well that if we could find someone capable of crafting a hit song for you right now, we would have had to seek out Han Luofeng in the first place. Yu Haoran was momentarily at a loss for words. His Achilles heel lay in songwriting. While his vocal prowess was commendable, his creative abilities were lacking. With the imminent release of his new album, the company had set a clear objective. It must include several songs with the potential to become chart toppers. This would ensure he could ride the wave of popularity following his appearance on I Am a Singer and establish his reputation. And what genre currently held the most promise? Undoubtedly, it was rock. The entertainment industry had been swept by a wave of rock music in recent years. However, Yu Haoran faced a dilemma. He needed to acquire the full rights to any songs included in his album, rather than merely the rights to cover them. Not to mention, few talented songwriters were willing to sell complete rights, and even if one was willing, the price would be exorbitant for Yu Haoran to afford. Thus, he had turned his sights on Han Luofeng. After two competitions, Yu Haoran's impression of Han Luofeng had changed significantly. He could not deny that the two rock songs presented were nothing short of classic. How many more songs of such caliber did Han Luofeng possess? With a feigned air of indifference, Yu Haoran remarked, I never intended to collaborate with someone as tarnished as Han Luofeng. This setback is no loss to me. Xiao Tong, looking exasperated, asked, true, you may not care, but what about the lead single for the album? Yu Haoran crossed his arms defiantly and replied, I'll write it myself. What is the big deal? Do you think Yu Haoran, can't even pen a rock song? Honestly, the company's board members are making a mountain out of a molehill. It's just a song. Is my writing truly that poor? Although I haven't written a rock song before, who has to say I'm not cut out for it? Xiao Tong, feeling a mix of helplessness, pondered whether dealing with such a capricious artist was a blessing or a curse. In the room, after the uninvited guest had departed, Han Luofeng opened the windows to air out the space, as the lingering scent of alcohol was rather strong, and he worried it might affect his son. Teacher Wang, my apologies for the wait. Not at all. I just happened to be taking a break. I've been running around recording everywhere lately, leaving no time to rest. This is a perfect moment to unwind here with you. Wang Chun responded with a hearty laugh. Wang Chun was slightly plump, with a square face and sharp features that exuded a certain vigor, defying his age. He carried an aura reminiscent of a prime minister from ancient times. Han Luofeng took a seat, and Wang Chun did not hastily delve into the topic of collaboration. Instead, he gently inquired, "Lil Han, have you been having a tough time lately?" In the brief span of less than half a year, those familiar with him believe that Han Luofeng had experienced the kind of ups and downs that many might encounter only once in a lifetime. Indeed, even now, when people saw Han Luofeng on stage, they could scarcely imagine how he had navigated the past few months. Wang Chun's words, "You seem to be struggling," struck a chord deep within Han Luofeng's heart. Han Luofeng chuckled lightly, saying, "What is there to struggle with? I made it through, Haven Ti. I feel great and am enjoying my meals." Wang Chun sighed deeply. "Ah, my dear child, I know you've been having a hard time lately. In this industry, there are many things I cannot assist with. I feel powerless and constrained." Though Han Luofeng's peak might not seem monumental in the eyes of an elder like Wang Chun, his demeanor and talent certainly garnered admiration. Watching this passionate young man toil in the entertainment industry reminded Wang Chun of his own youth. It was through sheer determination and unwavering resolve that he had achieved his current status, and he had always held Han Luofeng in high regard. However, due to Han Luofeng's previous youthful style, opportunities for collaboration had been scarce. After Han Luofeng's misfortune, Wang Chun felt a profound sense of regret and dismissed the rumors circulating in the outside world, mourning the fall of such a promising star. He never anticipated witnessing Han Luofeng reclaim his place on stage. A deep sense of gratification welled within him. This young individual would not be easily defeated by adversity and was destined for greatness. Han Luofeng green nid. Ooh. What is there to be concerned about? It all comes down to one's perspective. If I cared, then I would struggle. But if I don't, what others say matters not to me. Ha ha ha. It's wonderful to hear you think this way. To be honest, I watched your performance last night, and you truly surprised me. Seeing you back on stage made me genuinely happy. Oh, Han Luofeng turned his gaze toward Wang Chun. Wang Chun chuckled heartily. "I appreciate your resilient spirit. Moreover, your rock song was truly exceptional, a masterpiece indeed." After their pleasantries, Wang Chun straightened his expression and said, "Little Han, the reason I have come to see you today is to make a request. Could you assist me with something?" Han Luofeng smiled and replied, "Teacher Wang, please feel free to speak." Wang Chun continued, "As someone who has emerged from this circle, you understand that collaborations between musicians are quite common. This time, I would like to collaborate with you on a song. I have spent a considerable amount of time in this sphere, and with age comes reflection. Over the years, I have released numerous records and albums, and since last year, I have been diligently preparing for a new album. As of now, I have recorded 10 songs. Yet I find myself in need of one final piece, a piece I wish to collaborate on with you." Collaboration? Han Luofeng instinctively furrowed his brow in confusion. Why? He could not comprehend why a seasoned veteran of the music industry would seek out a newcomer like himself, one who had once faced adversity. Wang Chun, with a serious demeanor, spoke earnestly, as if this were no jest. "Little Han, you must understand, I am 56 years old. In a typical career setting, I would have long since reached retirement age, and in the entertainment industry, I am regarded as an elder. My time in this realm has been fleeting. I think it is time to step back, to enjoy a peaceful life after years of toil. Yet, there remains one aspiration unfulfilled, the album I envision." "The album you envision?" Han Luofeng paused at this revelation. Wang Chun continued, "You see, after spending so much time in this industry, people tend to forget that at my core, I am a singer. They remember me as a star. However, as a musician and a singer, I cannot afford to forget my essence. At my age, looking back, I realize I have yet to create a song that truly satisfies me. Thus, before I withdraw, I wish to produce an album that resonates with both myself and my fans, a work that everyone can cherish." "Such a work?" Han Luofeng was momentarily taken aback. Wang Chun was a genuine musician. He never regarded himself as a mere celebrity. He was a person who cherished music deeply. If he were unable to produce an album that he could take pride in before leaving this circle, it would undoubtedly become his life's sole regret. After hearing these words, Han Luofeng felt a surge of emotions. A work that everyone could appreciate. He repeated this phrase softly to himself. Wang Chun smiled indeed. This aspiration springs from the heart of a pure musician. However, I still lack one song, a song that can truly touch the hearts of people. A song that resonates within my own heart. Han Luofeng nodded slightly, yet confusion lingered in his eyes. Wang Chun, perceiving the young man's uncertainty, patiently clarified, I can see you might be wondering why, as a songwriter myself. I do not write it on my own, correct? Han Luofeng grinned and nodded in agreement. Alas, as we age, our discerning nature tends to intensify. Having encountered countless works in this industry, I have developed a critical eye. Now, when I review my own creations, I find flaws everywhere. Nothing seems satisfactory. That is precisely why I've sought you out. Wang Chun paused momentarily before continuing. You, my friend, had a smooth journey right from the outset of your career. I have listened to and studied your previous works. Indeed, in terms of composition and lyrics, they exhibit a certain youthful naivety and lack of gravitas. However, I must concede that those pieces possess remarkable qualities. They are commendable creations, and you are undoubtedly a gifted individual. It is astonishing that after a period of silence, you have returned with an even more elevated creative prowess, producing works that are increasingly mature and impressive, much like your own character. I have sought out the videos of the 2 songs you performed in the competition, as well as the 2 from the preliminary rounds. All I can say is, Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow and inquired what. Wang Chun patted Han Luofeng on the shoulder, his eyes brimming with admiration, profoundly resonant. Your songs and your voice truly penetrate the hearts of listeners. This is precisely why I sought you out. Chapter 44. 30 minutes of live composition profoundly resonant is an exceedingly high accolade within the music industry for a singer. Crafting a melodious tune is relatively easy. Penning profound lyrics is also manageable, and possessing vocal prowess is not insurmountable. However, the harmonious amalgamation of all 3 elements into a heartfelt performance is exceptionally challenging. At this moment, Wang Chun bestows such a lofty commendation upon Han Luofeng, highlighting his deep appreciation for the latter's talent. Han Luofeng chuckled, Teacher Wang, I am unworthy of such praise. Ha ha ha, there is nothing unworthy about it. Young Han, I believe in you. You will undoubtedly become a leading figure in this industry in the future. You flatter me, Teacher Wang. So, might I request your assistance? Wang Chun's eyes sparkled with amusement as he gazed at Han Luofeng. Han Luofeng looked up and was taken aback by the earnestness in Wang Chun's gaze. After a brief moment, he nodded, Of course. I would be honored to collaborate with you, Teacher Wang. Ha ha ha, that is splendid. Young Han, your agreement brings me immense joy. I was quite concerned before coming here that you might decline my request. Wang Chun chuckled heartily, clapping his hands before declaring, I desire a song, one with distinct characteristics. He gestured in the air, but struggled to articulate his thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed and patted his knee. Alas, to be honest, I find it challenging to describe what I envision, as I cannot quite articulate the essence of the song that resides in my heart. It's an indescribable sensation. Wang Chun lowered his head, appearing somewhat disheartened. However, Han Luofeng smiled. Teacher Wang, I believe I may understand your intent. What? Wang Chun abruptly raised his head, disbelief evident in his eyes. You, young Han, can you truly comprehend? Indeed. Han Luofeng nodded with a smile. Some thoughts and feelings can be conveyed through mere glances, without the need for words. However, Teacher Wang, I must first attend to my personal hygiene and prepare breakfast, as my son is also getting ready to rise. Han Luofeng said, raising his hands in a gesture of resignation. Wang Chun smiled warmly. Ha ha, go ahead, go ahead. I took a moment to rest, having recently traversed multiple cities, which has left me quite exhausted. Pay no mind to us. We are both rather unceremonious. The man seated beside Wang Chun smiled and nodded. Presumably her manager or assistant. Han Luofeng reciprocated with a nod. Upon returning to his room, it was at this moment that the little one stirred awake. Daddy, exclaimed the child, their voice still laced with sleep, instantly bringing a radiant smile to Han Luofeng's face, enveloping him in warmth. Tuanzi, are you awake? Shall we brush our teeth? Then, Daddy will prepare breakfast for you, all right? Mm. The little ones stretched their tiny arms, yawning lazily, then smiled at Han Luofeng, revealing two adorable dimples. Daddy, Tawanzi doesn't T want to get up? Han Luofeng looked at the little one and said, that one T do. Early to bed and early to rise is essential for a healthy body. Have you forgotten? I haven't T forgotten. All right, Daddy. The child then climbed out of bed, their fine hair tousled, enhancing their cuteness. Han Luofeng gently rubbed their nose. That is a good child. Come, Daddy will help you squeeze toothpaste. Okay. The father and son stood in the bathroom, Han Luofeng on the left, the little one on the right. Given the child's limited height, they had to stand on a stool to barely catch a glimpse of the mirror. After their morning routine, Han Luofeng thoughtfully prepared breakfast for the little one and shared some himself. Soon, they ventured into the living room. Before Han Luofeng could speak, the little one chimed in. Good morning, Uncle and Grandpa. I am Tawanzi. Oh my, little Han, this must be your son, right? He is simply adorable. Goodness, he looks just like you. Wang Chun, at this age, had a fondness for children. The little one obediently settled on the sofa, picked up a tablet, and began watching educational animations. Ah, little Han, your son is incredibly charming. Not only is he cute, but he is also quite sensible. Indeed, my neighbor has a son about this age. Yet they often complain about how mischievous he is. I never expected Mr. Han to teach his child so well. Han Luofeng scratched his head, acknowledging that Tawanzi was indeed perceptive. He had noticed that the little one seemed to possess a cleverness beyond that of his peers. Often, he grasped concepts after only a single explanation. After some casual conversation, Wang Chun produced contract. Little Han, since you have agreed, let us sign the contract to ensure your protection. As for the remuneration, feel free to propose any amount. Once the contract was signed, Wang Chun added, whenever you finish the song, send it to me. I'm not in a hurry. He presumed that writing a song would take Han Luofeng several days, understanding that creativity is not an easy endeavor. He even thought it reasonable for Han Luofeng to take longer than usual to compose songs like Empty City and The Once You, as such extraordinary works surely could not be penned without considerable thought. However, to his surprise, Han Luofeng merely chuckled softly and said, no worries. I will finish the song first. We can sign the contract afterwards. Oh, shall I bring the contract over in a few days? No, give me an hour. An hour? Both Wang Chun and his assistant were taken aback. Little Han, you're not joking, are you? Han Luofeng nodded. No joke. I will begin now and should have it ready by 10 o'clock. Is this for real? Don't push yourself too hard. Ha! Teacher Wang, you are mistaken. Han Luofeng, have never been one to force myself. Well, all right then. Wang Chun's tone softened gradually. Following this, Han Luofeng began to scribble on the paper. In this brief span of 30 minutes, countless images flashed through his mind, some belonging to his previous life, others not his own in this existence. In fact, it took him less than 30 minutes. He put down his pen. Done. Huh. Wang Chun looked up, disbelief etched on his face. You finished it just like that? Indeed. Han Luofeng smiled gently as he handed over the notebook. Wang Chun, despite his faith in Han Luofeng, felt a twinge of doubt creeping in. Was this young man attempting to deceive him? Yet, just as that thought began to form, it was swiftly extinguished. For this song. Chapter 45. The youth of those years when it comes to rock icons in the entertainment industry, Wang Chun undoubtedly ranks among them. With over 30 years in the business, he has penned countless musical compositions, a significant portion of which belong to the rock genre. Yet, in this moment, even Wang Chun, who seemingly lived and breathed rock, found himself profoundly captivated by a song that Han Luofeng had written in merely half an hour. At that instant, Wang Chun's gaze was riveted to the notebook, unable to tear himself away. His expression was one of fervor, and as he read further, his hands began to tremble slightly with excitement. Moments later, unable to contain his exhilaration, Wang Chun found himself singing aloud, holding the sheet music. Do you still care for me, my dearest friend? Why decide to let go of everything and walk the path to freedom? Will you still accompany me? At the outset, Wang Chun's voice quivered with suppressed emotion, but soon he found his stride, pouring forth a torrent of feelings. Han Luofeng sat steadily, his fingers gently tapping against his knee, keeping time with the rhythm. It must be acknowledged that Wang Chun's ascension to a leading figure in the Chinese music scene is well-deserved. His vocal prowess is simply impeccable, and his tone and timbre seem as if they were born for rock. As the song reached the chorus, I want to be free like a dream, strong like the sky, on this winding path, experiencing the meaning of life. Wang Chun could no longer contain himself. He suddenly stood up, his eyes shimmering with tears of emotion. This song unexpectedly stirred memories within Wang Chun. It was the year he graduated from university, despite not hailing from a music academy. He nurtured a dream of music. With an electric guitar in hand, he encountered numerous setbacks, yet through persistence, he eventually formed a band. The quartet, all under the age of 25, comprised a group of youthful dreamers. They quickly united in their decision to venture northward. At that time, the entertainment industry was just beginning to flourish, yet competition remained fierce. Upon arriving in the capital, Wang Chun's band continued to face obstacles, relying solely on street performances and bar gigs for sustenance. In their third year of drifting north, the band finally garnered a modicum of recognition in the city. Ultimately, they caught the attention of a highly popular management company and secured an audition. During that period, the four of them spent nearly every day in a dilapidated and dimly lit factory, tirelessly rehearsing and revising their songs, seemingly without fatigue. However, as the audition approached, their songs still fell short of expectations, leading to feelings of disappointment and concern. Fatigue and emotions even sparked minor conflicts among bandmates, resulting in heated arguments. Who would have thought that the band, which had quarreled the day before, would deliver an extraordinary performance the following day? That day, their performance was nothing short of remarkable. They were unexpectedly signed by the management company, and thus began their whirlwind journey in the entertainment industry, establishing their own foothold. Yet, a decade later, the band disbanded, and each member embarked on a solo career. In time, they all achieved remarkable success in their respective fields, fulfilling the dreams they once aspired to. In their later years, whenever Wang Chun reminisced about this chapter of his life, it brought him immense joy. I wish to be as free as a dream, as resilient as the sky. On this winding and intricate path, I seek to experience the essence of life. I aspire to be as free as a dream, as forgiving as the earth. On this arduous journey of exile, I aim to illuminate the brilliance of life. The song concluded, without accompaniment, without music, and even devoid of instruments. Wang Chun felt an unprecedented sense of freedom in the realm of music, a freedom he had tirelessly sought. Tears welled in his eyes, and his lips quivered slightly. "See, Han, this song is magnificent. I want it." Han Luofeng smiled broadly. "Teacher Wang, this song was meant for you." "Splendid. Xiao Han, you truly understand me," Wang Chun exclaimed, hurriedly stowing the manuscript into his bag, as if fearing Han Luofeng might change his mind. After a brief moment, they signed a contract, and Wang Chun, along with his assistant, rose to leave. "Xiao Han, I genuinely don't know how to express my gratitude." "No need. I merely helped this song find its rightful owner." They exchanged a handshake. Before departing, Wang Chun paused at the door, momentarily immobilized. He regained his composure, casting a complex gaze at Han Luofeng. "Ah, Xiao Han, are you truly determined to return to this circle?" Upon hearing these words, Han Luofeng paused momentarily before nodding in affirmation. Sighing softly, Wang Chun lamented, "Alas, this path you choose will be fraught with challenges." Wang Lao chuckled. "I merely seek to reclaim what is rightfully mine. What challenges could there be?" Wang Chun was momentarily taken aback. Then his expression relaxed. He patted Han Luofeng on the shoulder, laughing heartily, while said, "Reclaim what belongs to you. I eagerly anticipate that day." Han Luofeng fuklid softly, "Good be, Wang Le." A small figure peeked out from behind Han Luofeng. "Goodbye, Grandpa Wang." "All right. Farewell, little one. Come visit Grandpa for dinner next time." "Okay, Grandpa." Wang Chun departed contentedly with Ge. Han Luofeng then took the little one to the mall that afternoon to purchase numerous household items and some clothing. Monday arrived. Today marked the recording of the third episode of I Am a Great Singer. In the morning, Han Luofeng assembled his new computer at home and simultaneously compiled a dozen children's stories from his mind. In the afternoon, Chen Dong from the Beijing Children's Culture Bureau sent a message. Mr. Han, I bear good news. The higher-ups are quite interested in your fairy tales. They are also very pleased with the few stories you submitted. This noon, the authorities have approved the children's story comic anthology. However, upon reading the message, Han Luofeng felt a surge of joy. But when he reached the final line, he promptly replied with a question. However, what? Editor Chun, please feel free to speak candidly. 2 minutes later, Chen Dong responded, Mr. Han, I may be quite straightforward, so I hope you do not take offense. My superiors are indeed very pleased with your stories. They are willing to agree to the proposal for the children's story comic anthology. However, they are concerned about the sheer volume of 100 stories and the overall quality. Thus, they have set a condition. We must first review the quality of all 100 stories before a final decision can be made. Moreover, time is of the essence. Only 1 month remains. Upon reading these messages, Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow. Chapter 46. Completing it in half a month, 1 month, for 100 original children's stories. And in comic form. Is that feasible? For an ordinary person, it would seem impossible. Yet for Han Luofeng, what is truly impossible? Isn't this a trivial matter? If it weren't for the need to record the show, I could accomplish this in half a month. Just as Han Luofeng was about to reply to the message on his phone, another message from Chen Dong arrived. Mr. Han, I believe this timeline is indeed quite tight. If you feel overwhelmed, I can strive for more time this afternoon. The quality of these few stories is already exceptional. For children, this is indeed a remarkably high quality. I sincerely hope to publish your delightful children's stories for children around the globe to enjoy. I shall endeavor to seek the approval of the leadership this afternoon. Rest assured. Upon reading this message, Han Luofeng chuckled softly, his fingers dancing swiftly across his phone as he replied. A month should suffice. Chen Dong quickly responded, Mr. Han, are you certain? You jest not? Han Luofeng replied, I do not jest. Chen Dong exclaimed, Is this for real? My heavens, Mr. Han. While I am well aware of your exceptional creative prowess, we must not push the limits. I shall strive to secure an additional half month for you. That should make things a tad easier. Just like that, when the leadership arrives, I will make my case. At that moment, merely gazing at the cold text on his phone, Han Luofeng could vividly envision Chen Dong's flustered demeanor on the other side. Casting his phone aside, he mused that a half month more or less made little difference. Dad, is the computer set up? Little Tuanzi entered with a bottle of milk in hand. Observing the milk stains adorning the corners of the child's mouth, Han Luofeng couldn't help but smile tenderly. It is often said that women are made of water and men of cement. Yet he felt as though his son were composed of milk. A day without milk was simply inconceivable. He was indeed a little milk drinker. Wiping the child's mouth, Han Luofeng inquired, Is it all set up? Would you like to watch a cartoon? Expecting the little one to desire cartoons, he was taken aback when Tuanzi shook his head and declared, No, I want to see Daddy draw comics. Han Luofeng was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating such a response from Tuanzi. Do you really enjoy watching Daddy's comics? Yes. I love them. Daddy's comics feature Grandpa Turtle and Mama Rabbit, along with Uncle Fox, the villain. But the animals in the cartoons on television are unlike any I've seen. Some have horns like cows, but are not cows. It's so strange. Han Luofeng chuckled softly, recognizing the truth in the child's observation. Indeed, in the realm of children's animations, this world fell short compared to Earth, where at least in Pleasant Goat and Big Wolf and Peppa Pig, one could distinctly identify the animals. Here, however, one could find characters with the legs of a cow and the body of a sheep. What a curious creation. Very well, Daddy will begin drawing comics now. Tuanzi, will you wait here for a moment? A new comic will be ready shortly. Okay. Little Tuanzi tilted his head and added, Daddy, I learned several new Chinese characters these past 2 days. I'll read them to you later. Han Luofeng was momentarily taken aback, his expression brightening with joy. Really? He was genuinely surprised, for he had hardly taught Tuanzi to read. Where did you learn them? Little Tuanzi nodded vigorously indeed. I learned many words and characters from watching television. You are wonderful. Han Luofeng's smile grew even wider. This little fellow truly surprises himself time and again. Dad, I can still write. Oh, how about I take you to buy some paintbrushes and pencils tonight? Sure, you're the best, Dad. After a brief moment of hesitation with the little one, Han Luofeng fully immersed himself in his artistic endeavors. While other children's story creators may toil over plot lines and dialogues, Han Luofeng finds no such need. The memories reside vividly within his mind, deeply etched since childhood. Even if some details elude him, it matters little. A bit of creative embellishment suffices, as long as the narrative flows seamlessly. After all, no one is the wiser. Thus, his drawing pace is remarkably swift, averaging 2 or 3 complete illustrated stories per hour. The little one sits nearby, sipping milk while eagerly awaiting the comic strips printed by Han Luofeng. Though his recognition of words is scant, the language used in Han Luofeng's children's comics is delightfully simple, making it accessible for young readers. As he recalls the tales he has heard, his pen never pauses, and the sounds of his son's laughter occasionally reach him, prompting a smile to grace Han Luofeng's lips. The warm sunlight streams through the window, illuminating the room in a golden glow, mirroring the warmth in Han Luofeng's heart. Perhaps the essence of a tranquil life is captured in such moments. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Han Luofeng, seated on a stool, stretches his limbs and gazes out the window at the lush, green leaves of summer, a sight of exquisite beauty. Their home boasts an excellent orientation, allowing for a breezy and open view. Turning back, he notices the little one has neatly arranged the printed comics aside, while he himself plays with a new favorite toy on the carpet. Han Luofeng bends down, extending his long arms to scoop the little one off the floor. Little one, are you tired? The child shakes his head, eyes sparkling. Are you hungry? Would you like a treat? Yes, yes, yes. How about a little cake? Yes, little cake. You little glutton. A warm smile lights up Han Luofeng's eyes, filling his heart with joy. After sharing a light meal at home, the two set off for the filming location of I Am a Singer. The recording begins around 5 or 6 in the evening. Little one, come show me. It's been so long. How have you become even more handsome? It must be that being close to you, the charming Uncle Chiu Yuan, has influenced me. Very good. Han Luofeng remarks. Little one, Uncle Chiu Yuan, my dad says that a person should have pride like a tree has bark. Without pride, one is invincible. Uncle Chiu Yuan, you are already invincible. Then, tilting his head, the little one places his chubby hand over his mouth, adding, and Uncle Chiu Yuan, we only saw each other the day before yesterday. It hasn't been long. The author has something to say. There is another chapter today. Please be patient. Chapter 47. The mysterious beauty appears on set. Cough, cough. Chiu Yuan's face flushed as he rubbed his nose. Brother Luofeng, your little bundle of joy must have inherited your genes, right? So astute. Indeed. Han Luofeng tightened his embrace around the little one. Wow, you as a father certainly possess no humility. Chiu Yuan exclaimed, his foot tapping lightly. By the way, Brother Luofeng, why did you arrive so late? I was beginning to think I would have to resort to a series of urgent calls to reach you. The recording was set to begin around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. Is there an issue? Chiu Yuan clapped his hands. Oh yes, a significant problem. Tell me, do you never check your phone messages? At this remark, Han Luofeng's expression shifted. Cough, cough. He indeed seldom glanced at his phone, for this device could easily lead one to distraction. Goodness, at 27, in the prime of youth, you can actually forsake your phone. Alas, the production team has introduced new rules today. There's now a segment for mutual listening meant to capture snippets for the preview. Moreover, this mutual listening segment commenced at 4 o'clock. Had he arrived any later, he would have missed it. Mutual listening? Han Luofeng's forehead creased with a few lines of concern. The production team's approach was indeed whimsical. Rules could change at a whim. Glancing at his phone, he noted the time was already 3:50. Thus, the segment must be commencing shortly. Fortunately, you made it in time. However, if I possessed your looks, I would arrive punctually every day. Makeup? What need is there for makeup? Natural beauty would outshine the entire crew. Chiu Yuan's jest drew the attention of several handsome young men, albeit with somewhat unfriendly glances. Cough, cough. I'm just kidding. In the next moment, his gaze turned to Han Luofeng. Why must you be so handsome? He mused. If only he had such charm and masculinity, he would undoubtedly pursue a path defined by looks. At that moment, Xietong approached, offering Han Luofeng a bottle of milk. Han Luofeng, I thought you had forgotten to bring your proof of participation again. Han Luofeng hooked lid. That was an accident. Xietong raised an eyebrow. Are you prepared for today's mutual listening segment, where the singers can showcase their own flair? Prepared? Han Luofeng nodded, then shook his head. I suppose I am somewhat prepared. Free expression? This implied that the accompaniment and vocals were also open to interpretation. It would indeed be a test for Han Luofeng. In his previous life, although he had a fondness for music, he was an amateur and could only manage basic proficiency with instruments like the guitar. He could only hope not to make any mistakes later. Xietong chuckled softly. It seems you are entirely unprepared. Huh, only you could be so carefree. Han Luofeng smiled. Free expression is all about adaptability, right? It should be fine. Xietong smiled back. Beside them, Qiu Yuan stared wide-eyed at Xietong, his mouth nearly watering. Xietong was the epitome of Qiu Yuan's aesthetic preferences. Nay, she perfectly embodied his ideal partner. Amid their casual conversations, a wave of gasps erupted from backstage. Hey, look over there. Wow, what a stunning girl. Absolutely beautiful. Goodness. How many plastic surgeries did she undergo? She doesn't even look like she's had any work done. Goddess. So gorgeous. Is this not the image of my dream goddess? Uft. Just you? At least half of the women in the world could be considered your goddess. Oh, come on. But it seems she's looking for someone. Who could it be? Is she someone's girlfriend? I don't know, let's find out. Han Luofeng and the others were interrupted in their conversation, their attention drawn to the entrance. There stood a girl clad in a white cotton linen dress, her inky black hair cascading smoothly over her shoulders. Her fair skin glowed in the air, her complexion a delicate rosy hue. Her aura was graceful and youthful, captivating anyone who caught sight of her. Han Luofeng turned his head and was momentarily taken aback. The girl at the door was none other than Ning Cixi. As the crowd stared in astonishment, Qiu Yuan's boisterous voice rang out. Oh my, is that my sister Xi? See, over here. I'm right here. The onlookers collectively gasped, realizing that this beauty was there for Qiu Yuan. Goodness, how could he know someone so stunning? He must have saved the galaxy in his past life. Wait, Xi's coming over. Look at where Xi's heading. Could be Xi's really looking for Qiu Yuan? Suddenly, the backstage was filled with the heartbroken laments of infatuated onlookers. Ning Cixi gracefully approached Han Luofeng, while everyone assumed she was there for Qiu Yuan. Qiu Yuan waved his arms excitedly, acting like a fool. Sister Xi, what brings you here? Are you here to watch my performance? Oh my gosh, did you see that? Brother Luofeng? I have fans now. He poked Han Luofeng, who shot him a glance, stifling an eye roll. Ning Cixi chuckled softly, covering her mouth before turning to Han Luofeng. Han Luofeng, someone wants to invite you to dinner tonight. Are you free? Gasps echoed through the air once more. Wow, so she is here for Han Luofeng. Laughter erupted. Did you see Qiu Yuan just now? He looked like a monkey. Upon hearing this, Qiu Yuan's face darkened as he glared at the two who spoke, then cast a forlorn look at Ning Cixi. Sister Xi, it's over. Our bond is faded. You greeted Brother Luofeng first? Did you hear that? My heart is breaking. Oh, it's truly over. Ning Cixi was thoroughly amused by Qiu Yuan's playful antics. All right. My fault. I apologize. At this moment, Han Luofeng could no longer contain himself. He discreetly kicked Qiu Yuan and then rolled his eyes. Turning to Ning Cixi, he inquired, Dinner tonight? I might not have the time, as I still have a few drafts at home that remain unfinished. Can we reschedule? All right, Ning Cixi replied with a smile. Nodding her head, she continued, I had originally intended to call you, but then I remembered you have a recording session today, so I came directly to the set to catch your performance. Chapter 48. The unexpected addition of a competition segment. Ning Cixi's appearance at the filming location indeed took everyone by surprise. Han Luofeng felt a flicker of confusion, recalling the last time he attempted to enter, when the staff had demanded proof of participation with an unyielding demeanor. Qiu Yuan also wore a puzzled expression and scratched his head, asking, by the way, Sister Xi, how did you manage to get in? The elder at the entrance is not easily persuaded. Ning Cixi smiled mysteriously and said, "It's a secret." As Han Luofeng gazed at the girl's elegant features, he felt a stir within his heart, as if an unseen string had been inadvertently plucked. He soon recalled that when he first met Feng Yujing, it seemed that he and Ning Cixi shared a close relationship, thus obtaining a work pass should not pose a problem for her. Attention, all contestants. It is now 4 o'clock, and we are entering the mutual listening segment, a staff member announced. All the contestants rose to their feet. Many scratched their heads and frowned, clearly filled with doubts or dissatisfaction regarding this newly introduced segment. However, Qiu Yuan, Xie Tong, and Han Luofeng displayed no signs of concern, maintaining their composure. Before long, the first contestant took the stage. During the mutual listening segment, there were no time restrictions on performances. With over a dozen individuals performing, it would not consume much time. The one challenging aspect lay in the accompaniment, which contestants were required to provide themselves. This posed a significant hurdle for many, including Han Luofeng, who had little familiarity with instruments. Of course, there were others who possessed an even greater proficiency with instruments than with singing, such as Xie Tong and Qiu Yuan. One was an expert in piano, while the other, with a background in folk music, was naturally adept with the guitar. Thus, they displayed no hint of apprehension. By the time the fifth contestant performed, two had already made serious errors in their accompaniment, causing anxiety to ripple through the audience. This mutual listening segment would not only serve as a teaser, but also as a preview for the audience. An error would amount to a public embarrassment. How could they not feel nervous? The eighth contestant was Xie Tong, who delivered a fast-paced English song, accompanied by a bright piano, earning her enthusiastic applause, even from the judges seated in the back, who appeared visibly impressed. The ninth contestant was Qiu Yuan. Qiu Yuan continues to tread the path of folk music, with a rich-toned acoustic guitar in his hands, allowing the melodies to flow like a gentle stream. The performances of the two contestants undoubtedly brought satisfaction to the judges today. It is now the 11th round, and the spotlight shifts to Han Luofeng. Following the unexpected displays in the previous rounds, curiosity envelopes the audience regarding Han Luofeng's performance today. Their collective gaze eagerly fixed upon him, anticipating his contribution during this listening segment. "Go, Dad." The little one cheerfully stands beside Ning Cixi, who holds his tiny hand. Han Luofeng smiles at him before stepping forward to take an electric guitar, drawing upon memories of his amateur skills from a past life. He makes a simple adjustment to the sound. After aligning his state of mind, he takes a deep breath, strumming the guitar, and simultaneously his voice resonates. "Nothing can hinder my yearning for freedom, a life of boundless imagination, your heart unburdened." A collective gasp escapes the audience, astonished. Han Luofeng, remarkably, performs without accompaniment. This song is rather unique. I assent it. Everyone feels that Han Luofeng's arrangement for this song is quite audacious. In today's Chinese music scene, very few songs dare to plunge directly into the lyrics without the support of an introduction. It is essential to understand that such compositions demand a remarkable level of arrangement talent to sustain the entire piece. Typically, songs with an introductory prelude evoke emotions more effectively before entering the lyrical part, whereas those lacking an introduction must rely heavily on the lyrics themselves. At this moment, many begin to scrutinize him. When you lower your head, you discover the path beneath your feet, the world of freedom in your heart, so clear and lofty, blooming with everlasting blue lotuses. Suddenly, the music and singing halt, pulling everyone's thoughts back to reality. Many gaze at Han Luofeng with expressions tinged with confusion. Whispers circulate among the crowd. Why do I feel that Han Luofeng's electric guitar skills are somewhat lacking? I feel the same. It's quite mediocre, isn't it? Yet, he managed to play through, which is commendable. After Han Luofeng's impressive earlier performances, I expected something astonishing this time. Who knew it would be just this? I agree. I regret the anticipation. This song sounds neither rock nor pop, and the emotional depth seems rather bland, lacking any striking elements. The crowd expresses their disappointment. However, this reaction is somewhat expected. After all, Han Luofeng's previous performances were exceptionally remarkable, raising the audience's expectations. To be fair, Han Luofeng's electric guitar skills do not quite measure up, and the absence of a supportive accompaniment undoubtedly affected the overall presentation of the song. At this moment, everyone suddenly began to ponder whether Han Luofeng's performances in the previous rounds were merely the struggles of a once great talent. It was difficult to ascertain, but in this round, it was evident that the quality of his song had significantly diminished compared to the previous two, perhaps indicating a depletion of creativity. Oof. Standing at the back, Yu Haoran felt a surge of quiet satisfaction. To this day, he still believed that Han Luofeng's refusal to collaborate with him was a loss on Han's part, a reflection of his lack of discernment. Observing the current situation, Yu Haoran naturally assumed that Han Luofeng was indeed out of inspiration, his vanity stirring once more. Han Luofeng. Oh, Han Luofeng. One must never become too complacent. Yu Haoran's disdain intensified, and after Han Luofeng left the stage, his gaze was laden with contempt. Yet, Han Luofeng offered him not even a glance, let alone any acknowledgement. This left Yu Haoran feeling as though he had struck a blow against a soft cushion, a sense of frustration welling up within him. Upon stepping off the stage, Han Luofeng chose to disregard the murmurs of the crowd, adhering to the philosophy that if he were to heed everyone's opinions and critiques, he would surely be overwhelmed. Chapter 49. The Golden Melody Blue Lotus, Brother Luofeng. This song of yours is quite remarkable. Qiu Yuan, known for his boisterous nature and occasionally eccentric style, presented a tough exterior. However, after spending some time together, Han Luofeng had come to appreciate Qiu Yuan's considerable musical talent. Each of his folk songs was of exceptional quality. Thus, despite only having heard a fraction of Blue Lotus, Qiu Yuan discerned its uniqueness. Beside him, Xietong smiled gently, remarking, Han Luofeng, your song is indeed impressive. However, your playing technique... Buffed. Qiu Yuan slapped his thigh and laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Now that hits the nail on the head. By the way, Brother Luofeng, weren't you quite proficient with string instruments like the guitar? How was it that now? Han Luofeng's expression momentarily faltered. I've become a bit rusty from not practicing for too long. Ah, that explains it. At this moment, Ma Tianxun and the panel of judges, including Feng Yujing, approached. Ma Tianxun spoke first. Han Luofeng, this song of yours is rather intriguing. I look forward to the complete performance. Feng Yujing added with a smile, Mr. Luofeng, have you not been resting well lately? It seems today a song has not quite reached your usual heights. Zhoulin, standing nearby, interjected, haha. Let us not be too hasty in our judgments. We've only heard less than half. What if the song's brilliance lies in the latter half? Han Luofeng, I'm rooting for you. Don't let me down today. Ma Tianxun chuckled twice, ha. Zhoulin's point is valid, yet Han Luofeng, I must remind you that I will be quite strict in today's competition. Han Luofeng flashed a grin and nodded. He was well aware that the scores from the judges in the previous rounds had been somewhat inflated, primarily to accommodate the numerous contestants. To enable everyone to quickly and effectively enter the right state of mind, today's third competition is naturally more stringent than the previous two. Indeed, every subsequent contest will be more rigorous than the last. Each round will see the elimination of 2 contestants as we progress toward the finale. The caliber of competitors will only intensify, and correspondingly, the judges' scoring will become increasingly stringent. We extend our gratitude to the 3 esteemed judges. Noticing the judges engaging in conversation with Han Luofeng and his entourage, many contestants gathered around, eager to foster a rapport with the judges and bridge the gap. In no time, several individuals crowded around Han Luofeng and his companions. Ma Tianxun clenched his fist, cleared his throat, glanced at his wristwatch, and raised his voice slightly, announcing, All right, the competition is about to commence. Everyone, please prepare yourselves. With that, he added, Teacher Feng, Teacher Zhou, and I will take our leave now. We look forward to your performances shortly. Good luck. The crowd responded in unison. Understood, Teacher Ma. We will give our best. With this, they dispersed. Xietong, facing minor issues with her outfit, sought the makeup artist for assistance. The clock struck 5:30, marking the official commencement of the 3rd round of I Am a Great Singer. This time, the order of performance was determined randomly by the system. However, as fate would have it, Han Luofeng found himself positioned in the middle of the lineup, taking the 9th spot, while Qiu Yuan was assigned the 15th position. Ning Cixi, accompanied by her little companion, settled in the row behind the contestants. As usual, Xietong delivered a splendid performance, garnering high scores. Following the conclusion of one contestant's act, it was Han Luofeng's turn to take the stage. As the host announced his name, all eyes in the contestant area turned toward him. Whispers filled the air. It's Han Luofeng's turn. His performance today must be the song he played during the afternoon listening session, right? It should be the same. Would he really change songs at the last minute? Unlikely. Still, when I heard that song this afternoon, it lacked any highlights. It seems far inferior compared to his previous two performances. Indeed, I share your sentiments. But perhaps he can deliver an extraordinary performance this time? The song is mediocre. What extraordinary performance could he possibly muster? He certainly won claim first place this time. Many relished the thought, including the previously silent Yu Haoren, who now crossed his arms, disdainfully observing Han Luofeng as he stepped onto the stage. As Han Luofeng took the stage, the audience murmured with anticipation. Oh, it's Han Luofeng. Where's my phone? I must capture this moment. A spectator recalled watching the first episode of the competition on television, astonished by Han Luofeng's remarkable performance. Today, I must see for myself if it's true. Sour grapes, aren't you? Han Luofeng is practically a veteran in the music industry. Were it not for the previous ban, he might have already ascended to a prominent position. What can be done? He has simply had a string of misfortunes. However, every cause has its effect. One cannot escape the consequences of their own actions. All right, let us focus on the competition. I am genuinely looking forward to Han Luofeng's performance today. The audience below engaged in incessant discussions, while Han Luofeng on stage instinctively brushed aside the stray strands of hair by his ears. He exchanged a knowing glance with the music director. In the next moment, the lights dimmed dramatically. Only a beam of light illuminated the center of the stage. Silence enveloped the venue as all eyes were drawn to the man on stage. After a brief pause, the music did not commence, yet the singing began. Nothing could hinder the simultaneous emergence of music. In that instant, the audience collectively inhaled sharply. Such an extraordinary opening. Your longing for freedom, a life unrestrained, your heart unburdened, traversing through the shadows of time, having once felt lost. As the melody and accompaniment resonated, everyone present was momentarily entranced. This song, imbued with a sense of zen and devoid of overly fervent melodies, flowed gently into the hearts of the audience like a stream nurturing the blue lotus. Oh my, how many stories has Han Luofeng encountered? His voice is replete with tales and experiences. The singing is exquisite. The song and Han Luofeng's timbre are a match made in heaven. As the song continued, the emotions of the crowd became increasingly tumultuous. The world of freedom within their hearts felt so pure and elevated, blooming like an everlasting blue lotus. In the contestant area below, more than a dozen competitors were utterly astonished. It was only at this moment, watching Han Luofeng passionately perform, that they truly heard and saw the essence of this song. This is a piece that rivals classic hits. The author has something to say. Dear patrons, please encourage the updates tomorrow. I shall write an extra chapter. When Han Luofeng's rendition of Blue Lotus reached its full expression, all those who had previously voiced doubts and mockery fell silent. As the music ceased, a hush descended upon the venue. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Although this song may not possess the exuberance of traditional rock or the appeal of pop, every lyric resonates deeply within the soul. At this moment, everyone was astonished. They were captivated by the complete rendition of Blue Lotus. Suddenly, many audience members rose to their feet, the applause thunderous, echoing for an extended period. It was not until Ma Tianchun spoke that the commotion began to settle. With a light chuckle, Ma Tianchun, seated at the judges' table, seemed to exhibit a touch of self-deprecation, saying, I must admit, I did not expect the entirety of your Blue Lotus to be such a revelation. It appears my earlier judgment was indeed flawed. Zhou Lun also smiled and remarked, Teacher Ma Tianchun, you cannot be blamed. If one only hears half of Blue Lotus, it is truly impossible to discern its breathtaking qualities. Indeed, this song, Blue Lotus, lacks an impassioned melody and any grandiose declarations. its tune devoid of dramatic ups and downs. The entire song was delivered by Han Luofeng in a calm and serene tone, yet it resonated profoundly with the hearts of all present. Perhaps due to shared experiences, many in the audience found themselves wiping away tears. Only those who have traversed similar paths could feel such a stirring connection upon hearing this song. In this round, Ma Tianjin awarded a score of 97, while Zhou Luan gave a score of 98. When it came time for Feng Yujing to express his score, he hesitated, drawing the attention of everyone in the room. After a brief pause, he lifted his scoring card, revealing the number 98. The audience erupted in astonishment. Many contestants could no longer maintain their composure. This round of judging was indeed more stringent than previous ones, with some participants failing to achieve even a score of 9, and others plummeting to a disheartening low of 76. While the spectators may not have perceived the gravity of these scores, the contestants on stage felt the weight of the competition acutely. Many widened their eyes in shock, their mouths agape. This score was already among the highest of the evening. Would they have a chance to surpass it? The uncertainty loomed heavily. At that moment, the hearts of many contestants yet to perform began to race, feeling an overwhelming pressure. After a moment of silence, Feng Yujing remarked, "As far as I know, the blue lotus is a rumored rare and precious flower. Yet in this song, it evokes a vivid image of a blossom thriving in the desolate depths of a desert, flourishing splendidly despite the harsh environment. Han Luofeng, your voice and lyrics encapsulate the psychological state of today's youth and their yearning for a brighter future. My interpretation of your song is that one must have hope to envision a future. I truly admire this song." Upon hearing this, Han Luofeng was momentarily taken aback. A few seconds later, he beamed a smile at Feng Yujing, whose understanding of the song mirrored his own. "Thank you, esteemed judges." The competition continued unabated. Undoubtedly, Han Luofeng emerged as the frontrunner once more. When the host announced the first-place winner, many contestants' expressions darkened like coal, particularly Lan Xian and Yu Haoran, whose faces bore an intensity that suggested they might devour someone. Many competitors thought, 3 consecutive first-place wins. Does he even qualify as human? Can't they be granted a sliver of mercy? Once the competition concluded and they returned backstage, Han Luofeng sensed many eyes discreetly assessing him. 2 individuals beside Yu Haoran whispered in hushed tones, "Ah, Han Luofeng is first again today. I nearly faced elimination." Indeed, who would have thought that the song Blue Lotus, initially unimpressive, would prove to be so stunning upon a full listen? I feel the same. After witnessing Han Luofeng's performance, I felt my pressure multiply exponentially. Today's scoring has become considerably stricter, and I sense that the road ahead may be fraught with challenges. If only my songs could resonate like those of Han Luofeng. Perhaps it is best to wash up and retire for the night. From the tone of their conversation, it is evident that there is a hint of envy. Envy? Oomph. Yu Haoran scoffed disdainfully from the side. What is so special about a mere song? To him, it seemed utterly unremarkable, were he to voice such thoughts. The backstage atmosphere would surely be thick with jealousy. With the conclusion of the 3rd round of competition, a small milestone has been crossed. Many felt a sense of relief. Yet anxiety lingered, for the forthcoming contest would undoubtedly grow even more ruthless and stringent. "Hey, Luofeng, let us grab a meal together." Qiu Yuan had shed his previous styling and donned a flamboyant butterfly-patterned shirt, casually draping an arm over Han Luofeng's shoulder. Han Luofeng's lips twitched in disapproval, casting a cold glance his way. This was, after all, on the street. Moreover, Qiu Yuan's appearance was strikingly outlandish. "Luofeng, we successfully navigated the first milestone of this competition. Shouldn't we celebrate?" Qiu Yuan continued, "I know a Western restaurant that serves absolutely authentic cuisine. The chef is said to be a former head chef from the Malinki restaurant. How about sharing a candlelit dinner with me?" Upon hearing Qiu Yuan's flirtatious tone and his flamboyant expression, Han Luofeng could no longer contain himself and was about to retaliate with a kick. Ning Cixi chuckled beside them. "A candlelit dinner seems unlikely. I've never heard of a candlelit dinner for 3. Oh, such trivial details need not be focused upon." Han Luofeng replied nonchalantly. However, I do have matters to attend to this evening. Matters? What could possibly be more important than dining? Chapter 51. Special events at the restaurant at Xiao Yuan's insistence. Han Luofeng, Ning Cixi, and the little group were reluctantly drawn to the Western restaurant. To his surprise, Xiao Yuan had made a reservation. One must admit, the restaurant appeared to be quite bustling. Every table was occupied, and a long line formed outside. Kulme, sit down. I must tell you, this restaurant, especially the foie gras and the desserts, will leave you raving. I guarantee you'll want to return after just one visit. After summoning the waiter, Xiao Yuan navigated the menu with ease, as though he were at home, swiftly placing their orders. Soon the dishes arrived, and hunger prompted everyone to begin their meal. 20 minutes later, Xiao Yuan, with a slightly distended belly, let out a lengthy, mischievous belch. With a smug raise of his eyebrows, he glanced at Han Luofeng and Ning Cixi, asking, "So, how do you find this restaurant? Not bad, right?" Han Luofeng nodded lightly. Ning Cixi affirmed, "Indeed, it is quite good." Suddenly, Xiao Yuan's gaze shifted, a smirk forming as he leaned in closer. "And, just between us at 8:30, there will be an event." "An event? How do you know that?" Ning Cixi inquired, looking curiously at Xiao Yuan. Indeed, nature has its own marvelous strategies." Xiao Yuan chuckled and continued. "Do you know why I insisted on bringing Brother Luofeng along? Why? Because of the little dumpling. Without the little dumpling tonight, we truly could not participate in this event. Moreover, the scale of the event is quite significant." "Is that for real? Would I deceive you, Sister Shi?" Observing Xiao Yuan's earnest expression, Ning Cixi was filled with curiosity, while Han Luofeng felt a tinge of helplessness. Nevertheless, he too began to wonder what the program Xiao Yuan spoke of actually entailed. Simultaneously, a question flickered in his mind. How was Xiao Yuan so well acquainted with everything about this restaurant? Yet, he chose not to dwell on it. At precisely 8:30, within the restaurant, a performer on the small stage bowed after playing the violin and exited. Following this, a host dressed in a shirt and vest cheerfully stepped onto the stage. "Good evening, everyone. We are delighted to welcome you to our Fei Air Western restaurant. Tonight marks the first anniversary of our establishment. Additionally, it is the birthday of our owner's father. To celebrate this double occasion, all customers present will receive a 20% discount on their purchases. Furthermore, we have prepared a special mystery event." At this moment, the host paused deliberately, surveying the audience. And indeed, many customers' curiosity was piqued. He then smiled and continued. "Do you see the piano behind me? That's right. Tonight, our restaurant will host a piano competition. The top 3 winners will receive prizes. The first prize is a Ferrari-themed model car valued at $6,666. The second prize is a children's watch worth $2,666. The third prize is a children's gaming console valued at $666. Those ranked 4th to 6th will receive a chance to enjoy a 10% discount on tonight's purchases." As the host concluded the announcement of the rewards, many customers' eyes gleamed with excitement. Setting aside the allure of the top 3 prizes, the rewards for the 4th, 5th, and 6th places were substantial as well. A 10% discount could lead to significant savings. While the host continued elaborating on the competition rules, Xiao Yuan's eyes sparkled as he exclaimed, "See? I told you I wasn't mistaken. This event is quite grand." Ning Cixi widened her beautiful eyes in surprise, realizing that Xiao Yuan was indeed correct. Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What does this have to do with the little dumpling?" "Oh, the host will explain that shortly. You'll find out soon." As the group conversed, a nearby table began discussing as well. "Wow, this restaurant is impressive. The scale of this event is astonishing. A model car worth over $6,000, just given away like that?" "Indeed. Moreover, this model is a limited edition. It was a collaborative release from Ferrari a couple of years ago, and now it's sold out everywhere. The children's watch is quite delightful. It would be perfect for our little Yaya, just as I was contemplating purchasing a children's watch for her." Coincidentally, the competition is for piano performances, and our esteemed Mr. Wong has arrived. Perhaps he could showcase his skills for us shortly? Let's aim for the first prize. Oh, I feel quite embarrassed about that. I wouldn't want to make a fool of myself on stage. How could that be embarrassing? You are a returning piano maestro. Your expertise is undoubtedly commendable. Even the grand city of Shanghai. Indeed, Mr. Wang, please do not be modest. Let's win a prize tonight and celebrate in joy. Very well. I shall do my utmost to win a toy car for Yaya. Moreover, within the restaurant, many patrons eagerly anticipated the prizes. However, in the next moment, the host's announcement left numerous individuals flabbergasted. Chapter 52. I believe in my son. After the host introduced the rules and paused for a moment, he cheerfully added, however, in addition to this, we do have a requirement for tonight's participants. The competitors can only be children. Please note, they must be under the age of 10. A collective gasp filled the restaurant as many customers processed this information. What? Children? What sort of rule is this? Someone immediately complained. Is this a joke? Only children under 10 are allowed to compete? This is absurd. What a peculiar regulation. Clearly, they do not wish to part with those prizes. Sighed another. This is a typical marketing tactic. I'm used to it. Just accept it. Those prizes are too valuable to be given away freely. Of course, while some were disheartened, others were elated. Today, a children's event was held nearby, attracting many young participants. Thus, the restaurant was filled with children. But in Zviamat, we joy, exclaiming, our child can participate. I, a mere amateur, am no pianist. But my child can play. I shall let him try his luck. Even a discount would make me happy. Ha ha ha. I previously thought sending my child for piano lessons was pointless, but now it seems fruitful. Sweetheart, didn't you say you wanted that watch? If you perform well, you might just win it. Darling, do you want that gaming console? At this moment, Qiu Yuan finally raised an eyebrow and smiled. Brother Luofeng, do you have any thoughts? These gifts are quite appealing, aren't they? I have no thoughts, Han Luofeng replied, not even lifting his gaze, responding nonchalantly. What? You have no interest in such grand prizes? That car, it's a dream gift for many men. At the very least, a gaming console or a discount will be quite nice. Han Luofeng shot him a sidelong glance. I am interested, but my little one cannot play the piano. What? Really? My brother can't play the piano? Qiu Yuan exclaimed in astonishment. That can't be right, given your father's myriad talents. Surely you must have inherited some skills. Cough. However, it appears that Brother Luofeng truly cannot play the piano. Qiu Yuan's gaze turned melancholic. So, did we come here tonight for nothing? Not entirely, Ning Cixi replied with a smile. At least we enjoyed a delightful meal. Qiu Yuan continued to look at Han Luofeng with a sorrowful expression. Brother Luofeng, why didn't you enroll my little brother in some instrument lessons, or at least a talent class? There's no immediate necessity for that, Han Luofeng replied, causing Qiu Yuan to momentarily be at a loss for words. At that moment, the little one suddenly tugged at Han Luofeng's sleeve, his eyes sparkling as he gazed toward the small stage. Daddy, I want that. The red car. Both Han Luofeng and Qiu Yuan followed the direction of the little one's gaze, and in the next instant, they were momentarily stunned. Their son certainly had an eye for the finest prize among the collection. Was that not the limited edition Ferrari model worth over 6,000 yuan? Qiu Yuan's lips twitched. Little one, oh no. You are my little brother. I want it too. But we can't participate in the competition. Han Luofeng also lowered his head. Little one, the competition rules state that only children can participate. Daddy, can I join the competition? The little one asked, his eyes still gleaming with innocence. What did you say, little brother? The three of them were momentarily taken aback, their faces adorned with question marks. Daddy, can I participate in the competition? The little fellow continued to look at Han Luofeng with a naive expression. Han Luofeng's eyelids flickered, and he patiently responded, of course. But can you play the piano? Yes, I can. The little one replied eagerly. Didn't you send me to learn the piano before, Daddy? Huh? Han Luofeng was taken aback. Oh, that did indeed happen. Last year, when the little one was 4.5, Han Luofeng had indeed sent him for a month of piano lessons, but later, concerned about putting pressure on him, he had stopped the lessons. All right. After a moment, Han Luofeng nodded in agreement. What? Qiu Yuan's lips twitched in astonishment. Wait, Brother Luofeng. Didn't you say my little brother hadn't learned at all? He learned for a month. A month? Are you serious? Qiu Yuan was utterly bewildered. A month? Does that even count as experience? Well, Brother Luofeng, I think we should reconsider. If my little brother's performance is, not quite ideal, what then? It could affect his psyche, right? Han Luofeng replied, It's all right. Since the little one wants to try, let him give it a shot. Yay. Thank you, Daddy. I will definitely win back the red car for you. All right. Han Luofeng affectionately ruffled the little one's hair and then took him to the registration desk. This left Xiao Yuan looking utterly baffled and Ning Cixi somewhat stunned. Sister Shi, aren't you going to intervene with these two? I can't do anything about it. Half an hour later, at 9 o'clock, the registration period ended. In 5 minutes, the competition would commence. The little one's eyes were squinted with joy, radiating happiness. Han Luofeng wore a calm expression, displaying no signs of worry. Xiao Yuan, feeling a sense of unease, inquired, Brother Luofeng, do you really think this will work? Han Luofeng cast a sidelong glance at him, affirming, I have faith in my son. The author remarked, I am not in good spirits today, so I shall add an extra chapter. There is still one more. I will make up for it tomorrow. I assure you, on the honor of Xiao Yuan. Chapter 53. Raising a child is indeed a significant investment. The special event competition at Filksy Restaurant was soon underway. The first little contestant was a young girl, who immediately captured the attention of many. Her exquisite beauty was undeniable. Porcelain skin, a petite and delicate nose, and especially those large, expressive eyes, making her resemble a living doll. Goodness, whose child is this? So stunning. Is this a child? It's as if they raised a doll, like a little princess. Numerous spectators gasped in admiration, and some even took out their phones to capture the moment. Xiao Yuan couldn't help but steal a glance, then exclaimed, Goodness, in this day and age, even 1,000,000 handsome men cannot compare to these two children. Ning Si chuckled and asked, Who is the other one? My brother. Xiao Yuan replied excitedly. Look at him. He is simply more handsome than any handsome man. No, handsome doesn't even begin to describe him. Throughout my life, I have never lost in the realm of looks, but only to my brother. When he grows up, he will undoubtedly captivate countless young girls. And then there's this little doll. I wonder which fortunate family she belongs to. Ning Si smiled and said, If you love children so much, why not have one of your own soon? Before Xiao Yuan could respond, Han Luofeng coolly interjected, Considering his looks, perhaps that is best avoided. I doubt there exists a girl whose genes could save him. Xiao Yuan's mouth twitched in disbelief. Brother Luofeng, must you be so harsh? We share a bond of life and death. Indeed, a bond of life and death. Yet I see you every day, fearing the moment I might tire of the sight. Xiao Yuan nearly collapsed onto the table, his head filled with dark thoughts. Goodness, I never realized Brother Luofeng possessed such a sharp tongue. Fine, I shall remain silent. I will watch the competition. At that moment, the little girl had taken her seat at the piano, exuding grace with every movement. As her tiny hands descended upon the keys, her motions were remarkably professional. The sound of the piano resonated, a clear and melodious chime. It was a popular children's piece, evolved from a lullaby. The melody flowed gently, instilling a serene calm that washed over all who listened, as if momentarily shedding all weariness, yearning only for peaceful slumber. As the piece concluded, applause erupted throughout the venue. Bravo! Many adults exclaimed, praising the little girl's performance. Not just good, it was truly exceptional. The little girl appeared to be no more than 8 years of age. Nowadays, children begin their education at an early age. One can surmise that this girl, at just 8, likely commenced her piano practice at the tender age of 5. Indeed, her performance was truly remarkable. As an adult, I cannot even play the piano. How utterly lacking I am. The little girl gracefully stood up and bowed elegantly before descending from the small stage, making her way toward Han Luofeng. It turned out that this charming girl was the child of a patron seated at the adjacent table to Han Luofeng. Xiao Yuan could not help but shake his head, exclaiming, TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at that child. This is what one would call exceptional. However, raising a child entails substantial investments. They must learn piano, chess, calligraphy, painting, and more, which indeed constitutes a considerable financial commitment. At that moment, the adults at the neighboring table began to converse as well. Oh my, Yaya was simply extraordinary. Indeed, The applause just now was more vibrant than at a concert, thanks to Teacher Wang's excellent guidance. Yes, Teacher Wang deserves the most credit. After all, he is a professional. Absolutely. In my opinion, Yaya is bound to win a grand prize tonight. I concur. I observed the other participants, and none seemed to measure up to our Yaya's expertise. The grand prize must undoubtedly belong to her. Their voices were rather loud, attracting the attention of many patrons, causing several nearby tables to frown in disapproval of their remarks. Xiao Yuan swallowed hard, thinking, what are they saying? Is it merely a piano they learned? What is there to be so proud of? While he had initially appreciated the child's performance, witnessing the adults' expressions caused his impression of them to plummet. Look, is that even humane discourse? My brother looks anything but lacking. He could easily outshine a multitude. Brother, you must win a grand prize later. Do you see that little red car? If you bring it home, Uncle Xiao Yuan will cover your milk for a whole year. Han Luofeng shot Xiao Yuan a sharp glare, admonishing him, play well, but do not burden the child with pressure. He then turned his attention back to the little one. Tuanzi, just perform normally. Do not be afraid. Daddy will be watching you from down below. Stay calm, as if you're singing to Daddy, all right? Hum. Tuanzi understands. The little one giggled, squinting playfully. Good. Tuanzi is very obedient. Go for it. Han Luofeng pinched the little one's nose affectionately. After several young contestants performed, it was finally Tuanzi's turn. Chapter 54. Canon at merely 5 years old. Tuanzi stood less than a meter tall, taking tiny steps as he ascended the small stage and approached the host. Upon seeing Tuanzi, the host could not contain a look of astonishment. Many patrons within the restaurant were equally taken aback. Wow, this little boy is absolutely adorable. What a tiny human being. Whose child is this? Why does he look so familiar? Oh my, isn't this the little milk bundle who recently went viral online? Indeed it is. My goodness, the little milk bundle is dining in the same restaurant as I am? Little milk bundle, I am your devoted fan. You are so adorable. The scene was momentarily chaotic, the restaurant brimming with patrons, many of whom recognized the little dumpling. Unable to contain their excitement, several voices erupted in cheers. The host, drawn back to the present by the clamor, smiled at the little dumpling before grasping the microphone. Everyone, please settle down. To our surprise, this evening we are graced by a special young contestant. I believe many of you will recognize this little star. However, let us refrain from loud outbursts and maintain decorum in this public space. The host then posed a question to the little dumpling. Young one, would you kindly introduce yourself? Nodding, the dumpling took the microphone and beamed at the audience. Good evening, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters. My name is Little Dumpling. The sweet, high-pitched voice resonated through the crowd, causing many hearts to flutter. Following this, the host inquired a few more questions. Xiao Yuan, taking a bite of a cookie, exchanged a knowing glance, brimming with pride. See, my brother's looks are exceptional. He captivates countless young ladies, not to mention married women. Han Luofeng slightly inclined his head, his gaze unwavering from the little dumpling on the small stage. After a few questions, the host assisted the dumpling in taking a seat at the piano. With a gentle smile, he encouraged little dumpling, you can do it. Thank you, uncle. That smile melted the host's heart. He silently resolved, this year, I must ensure my wife bears a child. The audience's attention was now entirely focused on the little dumpling. Earlier, many children, under such scrutiny, were on the verge of tears. Yet, the little dumpling remained utterly composed. His delicate hands rested on the piano keys. With a soft thud, he inadvertently struck a key, producing a bright sound. A few nearby gossipers whispered, this boy is truly handsome. But it seems he hasn't learned to play the piano. Oh dear, how adorable. But he is still so young, probably only around 5 or 6. Unfazed, the little dumpling adjusted his posture. Han Luofeng, unbeknownst to himself, gazed at his son with a glimmer of light, an expression of steadfast yet tender paternal affection. Once more, the dumpling placed his hands on the keys. His small fingers began to move with vigor. Ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, upon hearing that familiar melody, Han Luofeng's mind went blank. This piece is none other than Canon. Indeed, the little dumpling was performing Canon, an original piano composition never before heard in the world. In that moment, Han Luofeng was utterly astonished, his face a mask of disbelief. For this particular piece had been gifted to him by the system after several lottery draws, a nondescript disc containing only a classic version of canon. In this moment, Han Luofeng had played the piece no more than 10 times for the little one. He was astounded to discover that the child had not only learned it, but had mastered it independently. Canon stands as one of the most renowned classical piano compositions on earth. The entire piece evokes a myriad of emotions. Some listeners feel sorrowful, while others experience sweetness. This is the enigmatic allure of canon. Its melody is both elegant and refreshing, profoundly beautiful. It brings forth genuine joy from the depths of one's heart, yet also evokes a subtle melancholia, making it deeply resonant music. At this very moment, the restaurant was enveloped in an extraordinary silence, with only the gentle piano notes performed by the little one reverberating softly, penetrating the hearts of all present. Everyone listened intently to this soothing and serene melody. In that instant, a multitude of vivid images arose in their minds. The first cry of a newborn entering the world, symbolizing joy, the expression of satisfaction and happiness on the face of a war-torn orphan discovering a bun or a coin, representing sorrow, and countless other poignant scenes. Ding! As the final note resonated, it abruptly pulled everyone back to reality. In those brief 5 minutes, they felt they had witnessed a multitude of lives. Applause erupted like thunder. The entire restaurant buzzed with excitement. Chapter 55, An Incredibly Mighty Superhero, How Enchanting. This piece is undoubtedly the most moving music I have ever heard in my life. My goodness, that child is extraordinary. This composition is so sorrowful. What nonsense! This is clearly a gentle sweetness. No, to be precise, this piano piece encapsulates an abundance of emotions. It embodies a bittersweetness. Every facet of human sentiment is intricately woven into it. I have never heard anything like it before. What is the title of this piano piece? I have no idea. I've never encountered it. Is it an original composition? As this question echoed, astonishment washed over the crowd, their faces reflecting disbelief. How could this be? The child is merely 5 years old. How could such originality be possible? Indeed, it seems implausible. At that moment, the little one hopped down from the stool, gracefully walked to the center of the stage, and with a smile, took the microphone, declaring, "Uncles, aunties, brothers, and sisters, this piece was taught to me by my father. My father is an incredibly formidable superhero." This statement stirred emotions in many hearts. For the pride on the little one's face when mentioning Han Luofeng was unmistakable. At that moment, the host stepped onto the stage, and several in the audience noticed that the host wiped away a tear before addressing the crowd. "Little one, your piano performance was magnificent, truly remarkable. I believe your father must be an exceptional and extraordinary man. Indeed, my father is the greatest and best dad," the little one proclaimed with pride, tilting his head upward. At that moment, Han Luofeng felt a slight moisture in his eyes. This was his son, his pride and joy. In the eyes of his son, Han Luofeng was perceived as an extraordinary superhero, the finest father in the world. Tears glistened at the corners of his eyes, his heart brimming with emotion. The heartfelt words of the little one moved everyone present, prompting many fathers dining with their children to embrace them tightly. "Thank you, little one, for the marvelous performance you've bestowed upon us," the host expressed sincerely to the child. Following this, the little one stepped off the stage. Just before the child returned, Han Luofeng discreetly wiped away the moisture from his eyes, donning a smile. "Daddy, I'm back. Great job, my little one. You performed splendidly." The child leaped into Han Luofeng's arms, who affectionately ruffled his hair. Nearby, Ning Cixi watched this tender scene, her heart warming slightly. With a smile, she handed a piece of cake to the little one, saying, "You were fantastic." Xiao Yuan also clapped his hands, adding, "Brother Tuan, you are now one of my idols. Marvelous. From now on, Uncle Qiu will take care of your milk." "Thank you, Sister Cece." "Thank you, Uncle Qiu." The child beamed with an innocent smile, "But Uncle Qiu, I want to drink woof milk." Puffed. Xiao Yuan stumbled, nearly falling from his chair. The child's pure and adorable image shattered in an instant for him. Woof milk. That was the most expensive brand in the supermarket, costing 5 to 600 yuan for just a few bottles. Brother Tuan, you really know how to choose. Xiao Yuan gritted his teeth to utter a few words. Hee hee. The little one giggled, covering his mouth. The competition was still underway, with various young performers taking the stage. As all the contestants concluded their performances, the event approached its climax. However, following the stunning display by the first performer, Yaya, and the little one, many parents were already aware that the first and second places would undoubtedly belong to these two children. Before the results were announced, patrons in the restaurant began to discuss among themselves. Oh, that first little girl and the eighth little boy, who is the little one, their performances were simply breathtaking. Indeed, it seems that the first and second places are destined for these two. It appears my child has little hope for the top spots, but perhaps third or fourth place is still within reach. Securing an award would be wonderful. I wonder who will be first. I think the little girl played exceptionally well. She should take the prize. I beg to differ. I believe the little one played magnificently too. To perform such a simple yet profound piece of music so brilliantly is simply astounding. I concur, and I am quite curious about who this little one's father is to have composed such a remarkable piano piece. Many engaged in a fervent search online, but found no trace of the piece titled Canon, not even a hint of its existence. They were convinced that this composition was undoubtedly an original creation by the little one's father. Xiao Yuan also leaned over and asked Brother Luofeng, "Is this truly your original work?" Han Luofeng cast him a sidelong glance and replied with a mischievous smile, "Guess." Xiao Yuan snorted, "You think I can't guess?" Yet, deep down, he was already convinced. This melody was undoubtedly Han Luofeng's creation. No, I must find an opportunity to have Brother Luofeng compose a piano piece for me, so I can deftly evade the matchmaking arranged by my father during the new year. 10 minutes later, the beaming host returned to the stage, this time holding a list. It must be the names of the winners of this event. Good. Dear friends, it's me again. I now hold the names of the winners for this event. The moment you've all been eagerly awaiting has arrived. So I shall announce. The first prize goes to. The host deliberately paused for effect, then continued. But let us hold off on that for now. Sure. Instantly, a chorus of boos erupted from the audience. The host then began to announce the sixth place winner, followed by fifth and fourth place. Chapter 56. The overall champion next up. It's the second place contestant. Who could it possibly be? I now declare. Another dramatic pause ensued, and many in the restaurant wore expressions of frustration, wishing they could hurl their food directly at the host's face. The second place winner is Yaya. Wow. The crowd erupted in excitement. The second place went to Yaya, the little girl who performed first on stage, which meant the first place belonged undoubtedly to our little Tuanzi. Oh yeah. Wow, wow, wow. Brother Luofeng. Incredible. Tuanzi, you're amazing. The first place is here. It's our Tuanzi. Thank you all for your support. Love you guys. As the results became clear, Xiao Yuan, overwhelmed with excitement, couldn't help but leap from his seat, standing atop the sofa and cheering loudly. Smack! Han Luofeng lightly slapped his forehead, covering his face, and gritting his teeth, suppressing the urge to toss this embarrassing fellow out. It wasn't until a waiter approached to remind him that Xiao Yuan reluctantly climbed down from the couch. Yet he could hardly contain his excitement, leaning over to shout, "Tuanzi, you're absolutely magnificent. Even a water buffalo pales in comparison to your greatness." Brother Luofeng. This is what they mean when they say dragons give birth to dragons and phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. I've made up my mind. I will definitely have a daughter in the future, and she will marry our Tuanzi. Tuanzi, you must marry my daughter. You can't fall for any of the girls. Upon hearing this, Han Luofeng couldn't help but shoot a sharp glance at Xiao Yuan. You should find a girlfriend first. If I leave Tuanzi waiting for you to have a daughter, I fear Tuanzi will end up lonely for life. Xiao Yuan's lips twitched, and he bit into his dessert fiercely, turning his head away. Han Luofeng turned to Tuanzi, gently scratching her nose. Tuanzi, did you hear that? You're the first place. Daddy, am I amazing? Absolutely. My Tuanzi is the best. Because I have a wonderful daddy. Good girl. Han Luofeng, with a gentle demeanor, affectionately ruffled the hair of the little dumpling. At that moment, the host announced the name of the little dumpling, signaling it was his turn to ascend the stage and receive an award. Go on. Han Luofeng nodded encouragingly at the little dumpling. In an instant, the little one leaped off his stool and dashed up the stage, his adorable appearance once again capturing the attention of the crowd. Qiu Yuan also stood up, ensuring he did not obstruct the view of other patrons, his face beaming as he watched the little dumpling on stage. Upon witnessing the little dumpling receive his award, Qiu Yuan's joy was so profound it surpassed even his own triumph in receiving an accolade. Han Luofeng remained seated, calmly observing the little dumpling. At that moment, Ning Cixi turned her head, gazing at Han Luofeng and softly calling out to him. He turned back. Ning Cixi looked at him, blinking her eyes as she inquired. If I recall correctly, the little dumpling is 5 years old this year. ISNT? Yes. Han Luofeng nodded, then asked, what is on your mind? Don't you think that at this age, he should be attending school? Kindergarten. Upon hearing this, Han Luofeng froze momentarily, his expression caught off guard. School? Since his rebirth, he had never contemplated this matter. The little dumpling had never left his side. However, back in September of the previous year, the little dumpling had indeed reached the age for kindergarten, and Han Luofeng had enrolled him in one of the top 10 prestigious kindergartens in Modu. Unfortunately, after a series of incidents, media began to invade the kindergarten, covertly photographing the little dumpling. For safety's sake, Han Luofeng had decided to withdraw him temporarily and grant him a leave of absence. Reflecting on it now, it was evident that at this age, the little dumpling should indeed be in school. Although kindergarten merely serves as pre-educational training, it would at least afford him the opportunity to interact with peers and forge friendships, companions with whom he could grow. Remaining by Han Luofeng's side constantly seemed to hinder his development. Are you not prepared for this? Ning Cixi continued, aside from following you, the little dumpling has no time to encounter new experiences or meet new friends. Might this not adversely affect his growth? Furthermore, if you insist on returning to the entertainment industry, your future days will undoubtedly become increasingly hectic. Will you truly be able to care for the little dumpling at all times, or attend to his emotional needs? Ning Cixi bit her lip. Though her words may have sounded somewhat harsh, they were sincere and heartfelt. She had observed numerous children that evening, each with their own companions and unique talents, prompting her to consider this aspect. Han Luofeng, while pre-education may not be exceedingly profound, embracing a bit more learning and experience would undeniably benefit the little dumpling. Yes, I understand. I will handle this matter. Han Luofeng nodded, acknowledging the truth in Ning Cixi's words. Previously, I indeed failed to consider all aspects thoroughly. It is necessary to find a solution to this predicament. The author wishes to convey. Today, I attended to numerous matters and returned home only at 11 o'clock. I shall update a chapter this evening. Esteemed guests, please do not be upset. I humbly ask for your forgiveness. Chapter 57. A gift for father. The awards ceremony had concluded. The little one soon descended, clutching an enormous gift box. Father, hurry and unwrap it. Han Luofeng gently tilted his head, pondering why the reward was to be unwrapped by him. Of course, it should be unwrapped by father. This is a gift from me to you. A gift for myself? Upon hearing this, Han Luofeng, a grown man, found himself unexpectedly moved. Dad, I saw on television that uncles like you enjoy such cars. However, I do not have enough money to buy a big car for you. So, I'm giving you a small car for now. When I grow up, I will surely gift you a super large car. After speaking, the little one looked at Han Luofeng with an innocent and endearing smile. Upon hearing these words, Han Luofeng nearly shed tears, swiftly turning his head to conceal his emotions from his son. Nearby, Ning Cixi and Qiu Yuan were equally touched. He is merely a 5.5-year-old child. How can he be so understanding? The little one is almost 6 years old, and typically, children of this age would cling to their parents for what they desire. Yet, this small child was thinking of giving a gift to his father. Turning away, Han Luofeng could no longer hold back his tears, which began to flow from the corners of his eyes. He hastily wiped them away and took a couple of deep breaths. At this moment, the little one scratched his head, pouting in confusion. Does father not like this gift? Han Luofeng immediately turned around, smiling as he replied, No, Father loves it. As long as it is from you, I cherish it. Dad, why are you crying? The little one misinterpreted. You just ate a spicy pepper. Allericht, Vater. Please hurry and unwrap the gift. The little one urged, beaming with joy. Very well. Under the enthusiastic gaze of the child, Han Luofeng opened the box. Inside was a delicately crafted small car, slightly larger than the palm of his hand. Wow, how beautiful. Sniff, sniff. Sister Shi, may I lean on your shoulder? Unexpectedly, the warmth of human affection surrounded me. How infuriating. Qiu Yuan pretended to sob in a comically exaggerated manner. Ning Sishi shifted slightly aside. Do not lower your head. The crown will fall. Qiu Yuan pouted. Sister Shi, you have successfully ruined such a wonderful atmosphere. As the group prepared to leave, it was already past 10 o'clock. A waiter approached with the bill. Hello, may I ask who will be settling the account? Qiu Yuan suddenly shot a knowing glance at the waiter. The waiter presented the bill to Han Luofeng, saying, Good day, sir. Your total expenditure amounts to 5,670 yuan, which, after the discount, comes to 4,536 yuan. Would you prefer to settle via card or cash? Han Luofeng's eyelids twitched in exasperation at Qiu Yuan's antics. I'll pay by card. After settling the bill, Han Luofeng prepared to leave, but Qiu Yuan suddenly called out, Hey, Luofeng brother, speak quickly if you have something to say. Please don't be so cold. By the way, what do you think of the food at this restaurant? Qiu Yuan leaned in with a mischievous grin. Han Luofeng felt an inexplicable twitch in his eyelids. It's decent. Clap. Qiu Yuan exclaimed. Decent is just right. Since it's decent, aren't you considering getting a membership card, Luofeng? Han Luofeng's lips twitched. Not at all. That's not right. Qiu Yuan chuckled slyly, and then suddenly turned to the little one beside him. Tuanzi, Uncle wants to ask you, did you find a cake delicious tonight? The little one, puzzled, lifted his head and earnestly replied, Delicious. See, Brother Luofeng, even Tuanzi says it's delicious. Hurry and get a membership card. You might as well load it with 100 or 80,000. Get lost. Han Luofeng shot him a glare and took the little one in his arms as they left. Qiu Yuan stood there scratching his head, lamenting, Oh, why are the tempers of young people so volatile these days? Upon returning home, it was already 20 past 11. Typically, Tuanzi would be fast asleep by this hour, and late nights were a rarity. Observing the little one yawning repeatedly on the way home, Han Luofeng felt a pang of discomfort. At merely 5 years old, Tuanzi exhibited a maturity beyond that of his peers, a reflection of all that he had endured, including his parents' divorce. Despite his tender age, Han Luofeng knew his son well. He was intelligent and perceptive. With a tender heart, Han Luofeng ruffled the little one's hair. Tuanzi, are you sleepy? Daddy, Tuanzi wants to sleep so badly. Be good. We're home now. Let us wash up and then go to sleep, all right? Okay. After both father and son had bathed, shedding their weariness, they lay down on the bed. The little one nestled his small head on Han Luofeng's arm, filling his heart with warmth. Han Luofeng gently patted his back in a soothing rhythm. The little one squinted his eyes, struggling against sleep. Tuanzi, do you want to go to school? Chapter 58. The little one's name, The little one mumbled in his sleep, and Han Luofeng did not quite catch it. He continued softly, In kindergarten, not only can you learn many interesting things, but you'll also meet lots of friends, and there will be playmates to join you in fun games. Do you want to go, Tuanzi? The little one snuggled closer to Han Luofeng. Kindergarten friends are Tuanzi's good friends. Han Luofeng glanced down slightly, only to find that the little one had already drifted off to sleep. He chuckled softly and tucked the little one in before closing his own eyes. The following morning, Tuanzi was in the bathroom, busy with his morning routine. Han Luofeng had prepared a simple breakfast: bacon, ham sausages, bread, a glass of milk, and a handful of vitamin-rich cherry tomatoes. It is essential that children do not consume excessive amounts of high-fat, highly nutritious foods in each meal. A balanced intake is paramount. Thus, every day, regardless of how modest the breakfast may be, Han Luofeng ensures that it is well composed. This is a lesson he has learned through countless late-night study sessions. At that moment, he sat in a chair, gazing at his phone. Ding dong. A message from Ning Sishi arrived. Ning Sishi. Good morning, Han Luofeng. I have contacted the principal of the school you asked me to reach out to. Do you have time today? Let us take the little one to see the school. Ding dong. Following that was the basic information about the school. Last night, on his way home, Han Luofeng contemplated various matters and ultimately decided to send a message, requesting Ning Xixie's assistance in contacting the school. The little one indeed needed exposure to people and experiences beyond his immediate surroundings. Xingyue Kindergarten, while not one of the top 10 renowned kindergartens in the metropolis, is still commendable. It was established in collaboration with the Children's Cultural Bureau of Beijing and a well-known child psychologist. This kindergarten has several branches nationwide, all of which boast an excellent reputation, particularly for the high caliber of its teachers, who are well-versed in child psychology and adept at early childhood education. Furthermore, the relationships among students here are less complex than in prestigious kindergartens, devoid of nepotism, making it a well-rounded environment. Having reviewed the school's information, Han Luofeng felt a sense of satisfaction. He moved his fingers to respond. All right, let us meet at 10 o'clock. Ding dong. Ning Xixie. Okoi. I will send you the address shortly. Dad, I'm all done. Han Luofeng set his phone aside, smiling as he turned towards the voice. Come eat. The milk is getting cold. Wow. Dad, there's bacon. The little one promptly seated himself at the table. Han Luofeng tied a bib around him to prevent any mess on his clothes, then handed him a pair of children's chopsticks. Eat up. Yay. Much. It must be said, watching the little one eat truly enhances one's appetite. After they finished, Han Luofeng said to the little one, Sweetie, Dad needs to wash the dishes now. Why don't you head to the bedroom and change into the clothes I prepared for you? Later, I'll take you to a fun place. Dad, where are we going? That's a secret. Han Luofeng playfully tapped the little one's nose. Go on, hurry. Okay. At 9:50, a tall and handsome figure appeared at the entrance of Xingyue Kindergarten, cradling an adorable little bundle in his arms. Han Luofeng, I'm sorry for keeping you waiting. Ning Xixie had just stepped out of a car and hurried over to Han Luofeng. Han Luofeng smiled. Not at all. We just arrived. Good morning, Sister Xixie. The little one greeted Ning Xixie with a wide grin. Good morning, Han Luofeng. The principal is already waiting for us. Let us head inside. All right. The two entered the kindergarten together. Han Luofeng continuously surveyed the kindergarten, and at first glance, the environment appeared commendable. The play area and recreational equipment were meticulously designed to minimize potential hazards. Even the play equipment seemed custom-made, with sharp corners rounded off and cushioned with a layer of foam. It was evident that the principal was exceedingly attentive. Upon arriving at the principal's office, Ning Xixie gently knocked on the door, which opened with a soft click. A woman, seemingly in her 40s, emerged. Though modestly dressed, her demeanor exuded an air of refined elegance. Good day, Principal Fong. I am Han Luofeng, Ning Xixie introduced. This is the Mr. Han I mentioned, and this is his son, whom we affectionately call Little Tuanzi. At this point, Ning Xixie turned to Han Luofeng, realizing she was unaware of Little Tuanzi's full name. Han Luofeng, noticing the girl's puzzled expression, chuckled softly and replied, Principal Fong, this is my son, affectionately named Little Tuanzi, but his full name is Han Linza, symbolizing the nourishing rain, gentle and enriching. Upon hearing this name, Principal Fong's eyes sparkled with delight. What a magnificent name. Please come in. The author has something to say. She has arrived, bringing updates with her. Thank you, dear readers, for your support. Wishing everyone a joyous little new year. May 2021 be a year of great prosperity. Chapter 59. Do you wish to assist her? Inside the principal's office, Principal Fong poured water for the three of them and settled into her seat. Little Tuanzi, how old are you this year? Little Tuanzi blinked his eyes and replied, Annie Principal, I am 5 years old. After my birthday, I will be 6. Oh, have you attended kindergarten before? Little Tuanzi nodded, yes. Daddy took me to kindergarten, but it wasn't fun there, so he brought me back home. Upon hearing this, Principal Fong glanced at Han Luofeng, who wore a polite yet slightly awkward smile. Mr. Han, at the age of 5, Little Tuanzi should have started kindergarten last year. Yes, Principal, I am aware. However, due to work commitments last year, it delayed my child's education, which is my oversight. Principal Fong nodded slightly, her expression thoughtful. I see. So, Mr. Han, you are now preparing for your child to receive preschool education, correct? Indeed. However, I feel it is necessary to inform you of something in advance. Han Luofeng paused momentarily before nodding. Please, principal, do not hesitate. It is generally advisable for children to begin their early education, entering kindergarten between the ages of 4 and 4.5. Of course, there are instances where children start at 5 or even 6 years old. In little Tawanzi's case, being 5.5 and entering midterm, I am concerned that his foundational learning may not keep pace with his peers. Principal Fong articulated her concern with great delicacy. However, Han Luofeng understood and immediately shook his head, saying, Director Fong, I comprehend your intention, and I sincerely appreciate your consideration for the little dumpling in this regard. Nevertheless, this child possesses a remarkable capacity for learning. He is quite intelligent and absorbs knowledge readily. I have no concerns regarding his foundational education. Upon hearing this, Director Fong nodded slightly and smiled. Very well, Mr. Han. It appears that your interaction with the child, as well as your educational approach, must be quite commendable. How about this? It happens to be the children's free playtime now. Allow me to show you around the kindergarten, giving the little dumpling the opportunity to experience our atmosphere. What do you think? Han Luofeng responded with a smile. Of course, I appreciate your assistance, Director Fong. Thus, under Director Fong's guidance, Han Luofeng and the little dumpling delved deeper into the wonders of Xingyue Kindergarten. The facilities at Xingyue Kindergarten were more comprehensive than those of an ordinary preschool. Although it was a private institution, the costs were not significantly different from those of public kindergartens. In fact, its educational offerings and resources for exploration were more refined than those found in typical preschools. After half an hour of exploration, not only was the little dumpling's face alight with excitement from Director Fong's detailed introduction, but Han Luofeng also found himself increasingly satisfied with the kindergarten. The group then arrived at the outdoor activity area. Here, there were not many entertainment facilities, primarily serving as a space for the children to play ball. Parent-child activities, often held during meetings, also took place in this spacious area. As they reached this section, they observed several young children playing nearby. At that moment, a little boy suddenly approached a girl who was playing with a volleyball. The two children seemed to be engaged in a hushed exchange. The boy gestured animatedly toward the girl, who wore a look of confusion. Subsequently, the boy continued to gesture and speak. Yet the girl's expression shifted to one of distress, as if she were on the verge of tears, her delicate brows furrowed tightly. Director Fong, over there, Ning Cixi exclaimed, noticing the two children seemingly embroiled in a dispute. However, Director Fong had already been aware of the situation, but chose to quietly observe without intervening. Ning Cixi looked perplexed, and Han Luofeng appeared equally puzzled. At that moment, the boy forcefully tugged at the volleyball, snatching it from the girl's hands. In the next instant, wow! The girl burst into loud sobs. The boy, having just acquired the ball, was taken aback by her cries. Standing frozen in place, bewildered and uncertain. Director Fong, shall we not intervene? No, Miss Ning, as adults, we need not interfere just yet. Let us observe a while longer. For reasons unknown, aside from Director Fong, the other teachers did not approach either. The girl's cries failed to attract the attention of the teachers and adults, but did capture the notice of several children, including the little dumpling. At that moment, Han Luofeng suddenly felt a gentle tug at the hem of his garment from the small child beside him. He glanced down and asked, "What is it?" The little one furrowed her brows tightly, her lips pursed in a pout, displaying a clear sense of discontent. "Daddy, that little girl was bullied." "Really? Daddy, may I go help her?" Han Luofeng hesitated for a moment, recalling the words of the head of the kindergarten, ready to decline when he heard her voice beside him. "Tawanzi, do you wish to assist her?" The child nodded vigorously. Yes. The head of the kindergarten crouched down to align her gaze with that of the small child. "Can you tell me why you want to help that little girl?" "Because Daddy said that a real man must never make girls cry or bully them." The small child spoke earnestly. "That boy just now took the girl's ball and made her cry. You should apologize. But that boy didn't mean to." The head of the kindergarten replied gently. Still, the girl was upset. The head of the kindergarten chuckled softly, then affectionately ruffled the child's hair. "Very well, Tawanzi. Please go and help the little girl." The child looked up at Han Luofeng, who hesitated but finally nodded in agreement. The little one then released his hand and hurried toward the two children. As she approached, She stood beside the little boy, her expression neither stern nor accusatory. Instead, she appeared earnest, conversing with him about something. After a moment of hesitation, the boy bit his lip, nodded, and extended his hand to offer the ball to the girl. The girl, crouched on the ground, looked up with tear-filled eyes, gazing curiously at the boy who had suddenly appeared beside her. However, she did not take the ball, seemingly reluctant to accept the apology. Tawanzi then crouched down, smiling as she spoke a few comforting words to the girl, gently wiping her tears. Eventually, the girl smiled back and accepted the ball, reconciling with the boy. They exchanged a few cheerful words with Tawanzi, who beamed in response. In the next moment, she dashed back to Han Luofeng, exclaiming, "Daddy, the boy and girl want to play ball with me. Can I go?" It turned out she had returned to seek Han Luofeng's approval. With a smile, he replied, "Go ahead, but be safe, and you can play for 15 minutes, all right?" "Okay. Thank you, Daddy." The little one ran off once more. The head of the kindergarten observed this scene with a smile and remarked to Han Luofeng, "Mr. Han, I never expected your approach to educating Tawanzi to be even more remarkable than I imagined. I must say, you excel in teaching children." Han Luofeng shook his head modestly. "Not at all." Just then, Ning Cixi spoke up, "Head of the kindergarten, why didn't you and the other teachers come out to speak earlier?" Upon hearing this, Director Fong smiled gently and explained, "In fact, children of this age have already developed their own set of perceptions, albeit somewhat naive. Their understanding of right and wrong remains quite blurry. At times, they commit errors without even realizing it. Traditional educational methods often involve parents stepping in to lecture their children, and in some cases, resorting to punishment. While this may instill a sense of right and wrong in children, it ultimately proves detrimental. Children also possess their own social circles. Who do you think they're more likely to absorb concepts from, peers or adults? As parents, we should not rigidly impose our beliefs upon our children, but rather allow them to learn acceptance. Many parents prefer to interact with their children from a parental standpoint, unaware that this may inadvertently widen the gap between them and their children. A more effective approach would be to engage with children as friends, fostering a relationship that encourages quicker and more effective learning. Upon hearing these words, Han Luofeng and Ning Cixi were momentarily taken aback. This discourse undoubtedly struck a chord, subtly shifting their ingrained traditional beliefs. Indeed, in dealing with children, one should not resort to mere coercion. Han Luofeng glanced at Director Feng, who was indeed a renowned child psychologist. Director Feng's gaze wandered to a group of children playing nearby, his expression warm and kind, as he continued. In situations like the one we just discussed, if we, as teachers or parents, were to directly intervene and say, "You did this wrong, and that behavior is inappropriate," the young boy might accept it, but it would be acceptance under duress. However, if the same message were conveyed by a peer, they would be more receptive and come to realize their mistake independently. Children have their own social networks. They are more inclined to heed the words of someone similar to themselves. Of course, some children spoiled from a young age may exhibit a more obstinate attitude. The two listened, suddenly enlightened, grasping the essence of Director Feng's earlier remarks. Han Luofeng and Ning Cixi exchanged a glance, recognizing mutual understanding and joy in each other's eyes. This educational approach resonated deeply with Han Luofeng. When little Tawanzi returned, Han Luofeng knelt down to wipe his sweat and asked, "Did you have fun, Tawanzi?" "Yes, Daddy. I made 3 new friends today. That's wonderful. Do you like it here?" "I do." "Daddy, can I come back next time?" "Of course." Han Luofeng hooked. Subsequently, the 3 bid farewell to the director and departed from the kindergarten. The author has a message. Are you returning to your hometown for the new year? I will be driving back tomorrow, but I have to work late tonight to write. I aim to maintain 2 updates tomorrow. Chapter 61. A visit to the amusement park. Having left Xingyue Kindergarten, Han Luofeng took Ning Cixi and little Tawanzi to buy 2 bottles of water nearby. Ning Cixi took a sip of water and asked, "Han Luofeng, are you heading home now?" Han Luofeng wiped the corner of the little bun's mouth and replied, "No. I plan to go to the mall to buy some things for the little one, including clothes. What about you?" Ning Cixi bit her lip and said, "I'll accompany you. As a grown man, I believe you could use some guidance." Han Luofeng chuckled. All right then, let us go together. At that moment, the little bun took a couple of gulps of water, his cheeks still flushed from their earlier play. Looking up, he exclaimed, "Daddy, Sister Shi, can we go to the amusement park?" The amusement park? Han Luofeng was momentarily taken aback, glancing down at his child. The little bun licked his lips and continued, "Daddy, Yaya told me that her parents took her to the amusement park last weekend. There's so many fun things there. There's a carousel and a pirate ship. I want to go too." Han Luofeng was slightly surprised. This was one of the rare occasions the little bun made a request of him. To the amusement park? The little bun nodded earnestly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Ning Si smiled and suggested, "Since it's still early, shall we go together?" Han Luofeng nodded. "All right then, I'll call a cab." Reflecting on it, it seemed the little bun had never been to an amusement park. In the past, he had burst onto the scene as a top-tier singer with just a few works, swiftly climbing the ranks. At that time, he was also a lucrative asset for Huangtian Entertainment, and his schedule was perpetually busy with engagements. There were few opportunities to spend time with the little bun. Even when he was home, he was often occupied with songwriting and recording, let alone dedicating a whole day for leisure. Partly due to time constraints, and partly out of concern for being photographed by paparazzi, which could lead to negative repercussions for either him or the little bun. His presence as a father had been woefully scarce. 20 minutes later, the three arrived at the second-largest amusement park in the city, chosen for its proximity. Upon disembarking, the sight of the grand sign and the fantastical entrance made the little bun's eyes sparkle with curiosity as he looked around in wonder. "Wow, Daddy, is that a roller coaster? It's so impressive. So tall. Wow, and there's a clown. Hello, Mr. Clown. I'm a little bun," he exclaimed, spotting a character. "And a bear. So amazing." As they stepped into the amusement park, the little bun was overwhelmed with astonishment. Everything within was a novelty to him. Many of these sights he had never encountered before, and even those he had seen were merely on television. "What would you like to do first, little bun?" Ning Si asked with great joy, reminiscing that it had been a long time since she visited an amusement park after graduating from university. The little bun pondered for a moment, tilting his head with a smile. "The carousel. Can we go on the carousel first, Daddy?" Han Luofeng, uplifted by the smiles of both, couldn't he help but grin. "All right, the carousel it is. Let us go. Sister Shi, keep up. Coming." They purchased 3 tickets. The staff members, observing the delightful combination of the adorable child alongside the charming young couple, could not help but smile. They thoughtfully arranged for them to occupy 2 adjacent spots. The carousel, a popular attraction in the amusement park, was met with joyous laughter. "Ha! Sister Cece can't catch up with us." The laughter of the little group had been incessant since they entered the amusement park. Holding the soft, cuddly child in his arms, Han Luofeng felt a warm sensation in his heart, his lips involuntarily curling upwards. The trio reveled in their merriment, experiencing nearly every child-friendly attraction in the park. As the sun gradually set, the weather in the magical city was particularly splendid, with few heavy clouds in the sky. The sunset painted half the sky in hues of red. "Daddy, I want ice cream." "All right, Daddy will go buy it for you." Han Luofeng returned with 2 ice creams in hand, offering one to the little one and the other to Ning Si. Rubbing the back of his head, he sheepishly admitted, "I forgot to ask what flavor you like, so I got you strawberry. I believe television says most girls prefer this flavor." Ning Si chuckled, accepting the ice cream. "Thank you. I really like this flavor." The little one had a mango-flavored treat. "Daddy, aren't you going to eat any?" "Daddy doesn't like ice cream. But ice cream is really delicious. Just have a taste, Daddy." "Okay." Han Luofeng found it impossible to resist the sparkling gaze of the little one. Lowering his head, he took a bite of the icy treat. At that moment, the little one mischievously glanced at Ning Si, giving her a playful look. Ning Si widened her eyes, chuckling softly, then stealthily dipped her hand into the melting ice cream that had dripped onto the napkin. Seizing the opportunity while Han Luofeng was distracted, she swiftly smeared a bit on the tip of his nose. "You too." Han Luofeng raised his head, a look of helplessness on his face as he beheld the duo, one large and one small, leaning against each other in fits of laughter. He could not help but chuckle in resignation. "You too." Chapter 62. A real-life farmer and the snake. Just as Han Luofeng intended to wipe the ice cream off his nose, he heard Ning Siki exclaim, "Wait, don't." Then, under his puzzled gaze, she pulled out her phone. The little one tugged at Han Luofeng's shirt, urging him to sit on her other side. With a click, the camera captured the moment. In the photograph, Han Luofeng's expression displayed confusion, his eyes slightly widened, with a dollop of ice cream adorning his nose, adding a playful touch to his otherwise composed demeanor. The little one's eyes crinkled in laughter, revealing a few tiny teeth, while Ning Siki beamed with joy. Resting her face against the child's head, a gentle blush gracing her cheeks. Passers-by gazed at the trio, their faces lighting up with envious smiles, an enchanting man and woman, accompanied by a soft, adorable child. It was a scene that naturally led onlookers to assume they were a family. "Excuse me, sir and madam. May I take a photo of you and the little one together?" At that moment, a youthful boy with an artistic demeanor, clad in a crisp white shirt and exuding a radiant smile, approached with an inquisitive expression. A camera dangled from his neck. Both Han Luofeng and Ning Siki were momentarily taken aback, while the little one reacted swiftly. Yes, let's take a picture." Noticing the hesitation from the two, the boy gently continued, "Sir, madam, I am a photography student from the Magic City Academy. I am currently capturing works for my sophomore examination. May I take a photograph of you? Rest assured, I am not a bad person. I promise not to circulate your pictures. If it's not convenient, that is perfectly fine." Before he could finish, Han Luofeng smiled and readily agreed. "That sounds wonderful. Thank you, sir." The boy joyfully stepped back, raising his camera. "Oh, please don't feel constrained. Just be as natural as you were a moment ago." Click. The flash illuminated the scene. The boy gazed at the image captured within the camera, revealing a sincere and pure smile. "Fantastic." He quickly rummaged through his pocket and produced a lollipop, offering it to the little one. "Thank you both. And sir, your lady is truly beautiful." With a bashful grin, he hurriedly departed. Han Luofeng and Ning Siki exchanged astonished glances, followed by an awkward silence. "Ahem, it's getting late. Shall we grab a bite?" "All right." At that moment, a rosy hue graced Ning Siki's cheeks, leaving her unsure whether it was from shyness or the joy of the previous encounter. "Daddy, Sister Sisi, what is wrong with you?" The little one, sensing the sudden shift in atmosphere, inquired with curiosity. "It's nothing. Let us go." Han Luofeng exerted his arm, lifting the little one effortlessly. His tall frame nearly obscured Ning Siki entirely. "Off we go." "Okay." The trio made their way towards the exit. By now, the time had surpassed 5 o'clock, and the amusement park was preparing to close. A throng of people had gathered at the exit, forming a long queue, with many adults accompanied by children. As Han Luofeng and the others prepared to queue, a sudden wail erupted from the crowd. "Wah! Boo-hoo! Huh! What is happening?" The commotion drew the attention of those in line, and Han Luofeng and Ning Siki turned to see a small child, around 4 or 5 years old, standing nearby and crying inconsolably. Passers-by instinctively took a few steps back, curiously observing the scene. Han Luofeng furrowed his brow. Ning Siki covered her mouth, whispering, "That child. Could he have lost his parents?" Han Luofeng remained silent, his brow knitted in concern. A number of onlookers murmured quietly, "What is going on? Where are the child's parents? I didn't even notice there was a child here. There are too many people today. Could he have gotten separated from his parents? It's possible. Should we take him to find a staff member for help? Don't approach him. What if, upon finding the parents later, you were accused of abducting their child? Indeed. Have you forgotten the news from a few days ago?" Speaking of news, Han Luofeng seemed to recall something. It was about an event that took place in a square not long ago. A mother, accompanied by her 2 children, one older and one younger, went to join the festivities. Unfortunately, she lost track of her eldest daughter, who was merely 5 years old. The mother was frantic with worry, and the little girl was in tears, desperate to find her mother. Fortunately, a kind-hearted university student took it upon herself to report the incident to the police, escorting the little girl to the station. That same evening, the police managed to contact the mother, who rushed to the station with urgency. Yet, instead of expressing gratitude to the benevolent young woman, they turned the tables and accused her of abducting their child. The unfortunate young woman found herself in a dire situation. The place where she found the child lacked surveillance, and the frightened little girl did not clarify the misunderstanding. Thus, despite her good intentions, she faced legal repercussions. Although she was ultimately exonerated, do you not agree that this is an injustice? It is akin to the proverbial dog biting El Dongbin, failing to recognize a good deed. Or perhaps more fittingly, a real-life version of the farmer and the snake. Chapter 63. The Lost Child at the Amusement Park. Near the exit, a lost child stood alone, weeping. Many adults nearby hesitated to approach, unsure of how to help. For a moment, no one intervened. They merely observed the child. At the same time, two staff members, caught in the crowd, remained oblivious to the situation. The child's cries grew increasingly hoarse, her voice dwindling, her small frame trembling. Han Luofeng furrowed his brow, preparing to step forward. Perhaps due to his affection for the little group, he felt an even greater fondness for children. Observing from the sidelines was not an option for him. However, just as he lifted his foot, he noticed Ning Cixi had already stepped forward. "Little friend, have you lost your mother?" Han Luofeng opened his mouth to speak, but Ning Cixi was already kneeling down, aligning her gaze with the child. Her tone gentle and her smile warm. The child, upon hearing her voice, lifted her head, her face streaked with tears, her small eyes red and swollen. Her gaze was timid. The older girl before her was still a stranger, and she hesitated to speak. Ning Cixi softly reassured her with a few more kind words, gradually easing the child's apprehension. At this moment, Han Luofeng approached Ning Cixi, cradling the little one in his arms. The child glanced at Han Luofeng with a flicker of fear, shrinking back slightly. But upon noticing the little one he held, her guard began to lower. Ning Cixi took the child's hand and asked, "What is your name, little one?" The child timidly replied, "Sister, my name is Xiaoming." "Xiaoming, why are you here all alone?" I saw cotton candy and wanted to buy some, but the cotton candy is gone, and so is my mother." Upon hearing this, Ning Cixi paused momentarily. "Well then, shall we go look for your mother together?" Ning Cixi possessed an exquisite beauty, characterized by an innocent charm that rendered her flawless. Even without the adornment of makeup, young girls are often drawn to beauty, and thus she swiftly formed a bond with her peers. Clutching a child, she endeavored to squeeze her way towards the staff, yet her slight frame proved insufficient against the throngs of people, nearly causing her to stumble. Han Luofeng, observing this, felt a pang of concern in his heart, and promptly lifted the little one, positioning himself beside her. "Be careful." Ning Cixi raised her slightly bewildered eyes, and, upon seeing Han Luofeng's gentle smile, expressed her gratitude with a simple thank you. Han Luofeng, utilizing his towering stature, cautiously shielded the two small ones and himself, ultimately managing to navigate through the crowd. Hey, what do you lot think you're doing, pushing like that? Where's the fire?" The staff, visibly agitated at the overwhelming crowd, directed a sharp tone towards Han Luofeng and his companions. Ning Cixi interjected, "Sir, this little one has lost her mother. Could you please make an announcement for her?" The staff member paused, taken aback by the revelation of a lost child. "Oh, all right. You all come this way." Under the staff's guidance, they were ushered forward. Ning Cixi settled with the child beside her as the staff proceeded to the broadcasting station. "Attention, parents! Your child is currently at the broadcasting point. Please come to the exit as soon as possible." The announcement echoed repeatedly. Approximately 20 minutes later, a couple hurriedly arrived at the exit. The woman's face was streaked with tears, her eyes reddened, while the man's countenance bore a pallor, clearly anxious. "Are you the child's parents?" The staff inquired, providing a brief explanation to the little girl. With that, the child leaped from Ning Cixi's embrace, racing towards her parents, and the family joyously reunited in an emotional embrace. "Phew!" Ning Cixi exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping her brow. Han Luofeng lowered his gaze, noticing the child's forehead glistening with perspiration. "Thank you. We are so grateful," the woman exclaimed, her voice brimming with emotion. The man added, "Thank you so much. I can hardly express my gratitude. If Meng Meng had been lost, neither I nor her mother could have borne it. We are truly thankful." As he spoke, The man's voice quavered with emotion. Gripping Han Luofeng's hand, he continued, I am at a loss for how to repay your kindness. Perhaps my wife and I could treat you to a meal? No, no, no. There's no need for that, sir. It was merely a small act of kindness. Ning Cixi insisted, shaking her head repeatedly. After much insistence, Han Luofeng and his companions finally slipped away. Phew, we're finally out. There were so many people inside. Upon exiting, a smile illuminated Ning Cixi's face, and Han Luofeng couldn't help but return the gesture. After a long day of play, the little one was utterly exhausted. As soon as they got into the car, she rested her head on Han Luofeng's shoulder, drifting into a deep slumber. The author has something to say. There is still one chapter left. I wonder if I can complete it today. Chapter 64. Your brother is an exceptional person. The car window was slightly ajar, allowing the cool breeze of a summer evening to caress her face, enveloping her in a wave of comfort. The wind danced through her hair, gently lifting the delicate strands, and, as she turned her face to the side, Han Luofeng caught sight of this scene and was momentarily captivated. Just then, Ning Cixi also turned her head. In an instant, their gazes collided unexpectedly. You cough. Han Luofeng, feeling a bit awkward, turned his head, attempting to mask his embarrassment with a cough. After a considerable pause, he opened his mouth, trying to articulate something, but found himself at a loss for topics. Eventually, he ventured, Ning Cixi, weren't you afraid of being misunderstood just now? Like that news from a few days ago. Ning Cixi paused slightly, then smiled. You mean the news about the female college student who was wronged? Yes. Ning Cixi pondered for a moment. Honestly, I wasn't thinking too much at that time. When I saw that child crying so sorrowfully, I felt a sense of urgency. With so many people at the amusement park, what if there were ill-intentioned individuals lurking about? That would be dreadful. Anyway, there were so many people around and surveillance cameras. Nothing would happen. If I could contribute, even a little, to adding some color to this society, it would be a good thing, right? Although my individual efforts may seem insignificant, I still wish to do what I can to bring a bit of light to this world. As she spoke, the smile on Ning Cixi's face grew increasingly radiant. In that moment, Han Luofeng felt that the girl possessed a newfound brilliance. He chuckled softly, choosing not to speak further. Meanwhile, Ning Cixi's gaze drifted outside the car window, gradually becoming unfocused. It seemed she was lost in thought. After a couple of minutes, she quietly spoke again. Actually, in this world, there might truly be more good people than bad. Han Luofeng, I have an older brother. He struggled academically as a child and was quite mischievous. As he grew older, he became what others deemed a spoiled troublemaker. Everyone labeled him a bad person, an idler who brought shame to our family. That year, he failed to gain admission to university, and no one expected him to choose the path of a soldier, including my father. At the time, everyone was skeptical of his decision, thinking he was up to something mischievous again. Yet he enlisted. When I saw him again, clad in military uniform, he was striking and impressive, transformed entirely, and soon everyone began to praise him. That year, the southern regions were ravaged by floods. They received orders to assist on the front lines, and our family was worried for my brother, as the task was perilous. One misstep could lead to being swept away by the waters. It was during that particular mission that my brother, in a valiant effort to rescue a child swept away by the torrential waters, found himself clinging to a tree as the lifeboat reached its maximum capacity. When his comrades returned to that location, he had already been engulfed by the flood. Upon their eventual discovery of him, he was precariously lodged in the branches of a tree, the waters having receded, yet his legs were drenched in blood. Later, the doctor informed us that he might never regain the full use of his legs. At that time, I was still quite young, sitting by his bedside, listening to his tales of rescue. I asked him, "Aren't you afraid?" He replied, "Yes, I am, but the people need me. Though my name may not be remembered, I have contributed to this world, and that is my greatest pride." After he spoke, Ning Cixi fell silent, her eyes reflecting a myriad of complex emotions. Han Luofeng gazed at her, opening his mouth, yet the words of comfort eluded him. In the next moment, somewhat awkwardly, he extended his arm and gently patted her back. "Your brother is an exceptional person." Ning Cixi offered a faint smile. Upon returning home, the little one had already awakened, excitedly waving goodbye to Ning Cixi. Lying in bed, the small child tugged at his fingers, pouting as he asked Han Luofeng, "Daddy, that little girl, she couldn't find her mommy and daddy. She must be very sad, right?" Han Luofeng replied, "Of course, her parents must be heartbroken as well." The child looked at Han Luofeng and inquired, "But why did her parents lose her? Will you ever lose me, Daddy?" Hearing this question, Han Luofeng paused. "Lose you? Never. I will always hold your hand. I will never let you go." I know. Daddy is super amazing. You will never lose me. All right, now sleep. Today marks the recording of the 4th episode of I Am a Singer. The season comprises 12 episodes, and the recording progresses swiftly. The entire season will conclude in a mere 2 months. Currently, we are 1/3 through the process. Out of 24 contestants, 6 have already been eliminated, leaving 18 remaining. As the 4th episode unfolds, the competitive atmosphere has intensified considerably. Upon his arrival, Han Luofeng captured the attention of many. After 3 rounds of recording, the participants, all accomplished individuals within the industry, have gained a clear understanding of Han Luofeng's prowess. Many even believe that he stands a significant chance of clinching the championship this season. In today's listening segment, Han Luofeng once again accompanied himself on electric guitar, which is modestly deemed inadequate. The song he prepared was a rock piece, Braveheart, a remarkable rock anthem. As the audience listened, their admiration for Han Luofeng deepened. Hyun rushed over, exclaiming, "Han Luofeng." It's another rock song. I thought you used to follow a more youthful, fresh style? What else with this wildness now? This song you chose today is truly impressive. Compared to the previous performances and songs, this one is truly on par, and I dare say, this time you're guaranteed to secure a place in the top 3. Han Luofeng responded with a faint nod, remarking, "It's rather ordinary. I'm still uncertain whether to use this song for this round." What? In the next moment, Chiu Yuan's exclamation echoed throughout the entire backstage. "You're not planning to use this song? Are you jesting with me? If you're not using this song, which one will you choose instead? Are you contemplating a last-minute change?" Han Luofeng remained silent, his expression serene, closing his eyes as if lost in thought. Noticing this, Chiu Yuan continued, "No, brother Luofeng, please do not jest with me. I have been navigating the entertainment industry for quite some time and have never heard of any singer changing their song at the last minute before taking the stage. Oh, I have heard of it, but a last-minute change has significant repercussions. Setting aside your live performance, even the sound engineer's presentation will undoubtedly suffer somewhat. The author has something to convey. 2 updates will resume tomorrow. I have returned to the countryside these past 2 days and have been preoccupied, only finding time to write at 11 o'clock. I sincerely apologize, dear friends. Regular updates will resume tomorrow." Chapter 65. Has Han Luofeng become arrogant? Chiu Yuan was somewhat anxious. He was quite knowledgeable about the music industry. He understood well how a last-minute song change before the competition could affect the overall performance. "Brother Luofeng, are you jesting? You should be aware of the impact on sound coordination for live performances. Furthermore, this song of yours is of such high quality. If you perform it today, let us not even mention the first place, but a spot in the top 3 is certainly assured." Chiu Yuan couldn't contain himself and raised his voice slightly. As a result, many backstage began to take notice of the situation. Those nearby could clearly hear what Chiu Yuan had said, and they were momentarily taken aback. What? Han Luofeng is planning to change songs at the last minute? Why? His previous song, Braveheart, was quite excellent. Huh? After several seasons of I Am a Singer, this is the first time I have heard of a last-minute song change. What is Han Luofeng up to? Is he becoming arrogant? I think he is merely jesting. If he were to change songs, the stage effect he presents later would undoubtedly diminish. I agree. He has likely become complacent after securing first place in the previous rounds. Or perhaps he has genuinely prepared 2 songs. TCH, I believe he has indeed become arrogant. Can he ensure that the other song matches the quality of this one? The crowd began to murmur, speculating whether Han Luofeng had indeed become arrogant. Han Luofeng opened his eyes, casting a somewhat impatient glance around the room. The audience responded with a chorus of hisses. Yu Haoren and Lan Xin, seated in a relatively close position, heard Yu Haoren scoff, "TCH, What is there to show off? If he dares to change songs last minute, that would be splendid. Today's South first place is already in my grasp. Lon Xin cast a sidelong glance at Yu Haoran, feeling a degree of disdain for his arrogance, yet responded, "Heh, he should consider his own abilities. He still thinks he can change songs last minute. I reckon he has truly become arrogant." Han Luofeng raised his eyes to Qiu Yuan and said, "I am uncertain about this song and do not wish to perform it. Braveheart is indeed a remarkable piece." However, for some reason, Han Luofeng felt somewhat distracted today. During the performance, he sensed that his emotions were not adequately conveyed. Qiu Yuan clicked his tongue and remarked, "Luofeng, you seem a bit off today. I can sense it too. Nevertheless, based on your recent performance, you have done quite well. Changing songs at the last minute can have a significant impact. You should consider this carefully. The program is only in its 4th episode, and you have only just begun to earn the affection of your fans. If you make such a hasty decision, I fear they might think you have become aloof." Upon hearing this, Han Luofeng turned to Qiu Yuan and replied, "This stage is of great importance to me. I will not treat any performance lightly. Standing on this stage, we need not respond to anyone's speculations. Our work is the best answer to all rumors and gossip." With a serious expression, Han Luofeng's words weighed heavily on Qiu Yuan's heart. The notion of not needing to respond to anyone's conjectures resonated deeply within him. Indeed, on this stage and within this entertainment industry, many seemingly glamorous artists live under the scrutiny of others, molding themselves into the forms others prefer while losing their true selves. Constantly try to decipher the thoughts of countless individuals. Han Luofeng's remarks prompted Qiu Yuan to reassess his own identity and the essence of this stage. After a moment, he sighed and said, "Well, if you are determined to proceed in this manner, I will stand by your side, my brother." "Thank you," Han Luofeng replied with a slight smile. As they waited, Han Luofeng began to feel restless. To calm his emotions and pass the time, he opened his phone and began to scroll through the news. At that moment, a headline notification caught his attention, an update on the forest fires in Sichuan province. Sichuan, located in the southern region of Huaghua, has experienced an unusually hot and dry summer this year. In many remote areas of Huaghua, fire safety awareness is inadequate. A few days prior, some young individuals in Sichuan had carelessly started a fire to roast wild chickens in the forest. When they left, they hastily extinguished the flames without ensuring they were completely out. Under the scorching, dry conditions, a few stray embers quickly ignited the forest. That night, the blaze raged fiercely, illuminating the sky. The mountains were engulfed in flames. Immediately, the government dispatched a significant number of firefighters to combat the flames overnight. Today marks the 3rd day, and the intensity of the fire has diminished considerably, allowing everyone to breathe a little easier. However, when the 400 firefighters who had ventured into the heart of the inferno returned, it was discovered that only 380 had made it back. Chapter 66. A tribute to the heroes burdened with heavy loads. After an extensive search, the 30 firefighters were finally brought out. Several were gravely injured, while others would never open their eyes again. Upon the news breaking, the internet was inundated with expressions of grief. "Oh, the folly of a few individuals has wrought such suffering on so many, toiling endlessly for days, only to see these vibrant lives extinguished. It is lamentable. Those responsible for this arson must face severe consequences. May the heroes rest in peace. Though their names remain unknown to us, they will forever be revered as great heroes in the hearts of the people. Tears have been shed for these brave souls. How tragic for these valiant individuals. May you find peace on your journey ahead. To the ones whose careless actions ignited the forest fire, how despicable. Do you not feel the weight of sorrow upon hearing this news?" After reading this report, Han Luofeng felt a heaviness settle in his heart. At that moment, a thought flashed through his mind. There is no tranquil passage of time. It is merely that some bear the burdens for your sake. As he pictured the firefighters risking their lives to combat the flames, he recalled a conversation from the previous day in the taxi, where Ning Cixi spoke of her brother. The moment he had questioned her about her brother's actions flickered through his mind, along with countless other memories. Sighing deeply, Han Luofeng closed his phone and rose to his feet. Qiu Yuan, startled by his action, immediately called out, "Luofeng, where are you going?" Han Luofeng replied, "I'm going to change my song." "What? Change your song?" The crowd around them gasped in unison, watching Han Luofeng's retreating figure in disbelief. Is he really going to change his song? I can't comprehend this move. He must be feeling bold. The competition commenced formally. This time, there was no drawing lots. Instead, the system generated random rankings. Han Luofeng's turn came early, as he was the third contestant to perform. Xiao Yuan, seated beside him, continued to chatter away, while Han Luofeng closed his eyes, diligently adjusting his mental state. Today, the little one was taken by Ning Xixi to further acclimate to the kindergarten environment. After the second performer concluded their act, the host announced Han Luofeng's name. He opened his eyes and walked slowly onto the stage. Meanwhile, at the judges' table, none of the three judges were aware of Han Luofeng's last-minute song change. During the previous segment, all three judges had expressed their admiration for the piece Braveheart. Feng Yujing leaned slightly towards Ma Tianchen and inquired softly, "What did you think of that song Braveheart?" Ma Tianchen replied with a smile, "I found it quite impressive. It seems Han Luofeng is poised to achieve another commendable performance today." Feng Yujing responded, "Indeed. Throughout these competitions, Han Luofeng's performances have been remarkable, leaving me hard-pressed to find any faults. It's quite a challenge." Ma Tianchen chuckled lightly. "You're absolutely right. He truly is difficult to criticize. Moreover, I noticed that in this round, Han Luofeng's vocal skills have improved significantly compared to the previous two performances. Regarding his recent performance of Braveheart, I found it quite to my liking. If all goes as expected, I might truly be unable to score him low this time. Haha." At that moment, Zhou Luan chimed in with a smile. "Well, Ma Laosher, one can never be too certain. Every singer experiences a different state every minute. We have yet to see how the upcoming performance will unfold. Though I adore this song as well, there is always a chance that Han Luofeng might choose to switch to another." Little did Zhou Luan and Ma Tianchen know, Han Luofeng indeed had decided to change his song. As Han Luofeng took the stage, a few instructors bearing instruments followed suit. This sudden turn left everyone perplexed. What is happening? Are they going for a live accompaniment? No, that can't be right. The accompaniment should have been prepared hours ago. Why is it being performed live now? At this moment, the three judges exchanged bewildered glances. Then, with a dramatic flourish, the lights dimmed. In the center of the stage, Han Luofeng raised the microphone to his lips and began to sing. Tonight, this song is dedicated to those silent heroes who contribute to this world. The moment his words fell, the three judges were left in stunned silence. A song for heroes? This was clearly not the song from earlier. Ma Tianchen was the first to react. Han Luofeng, he has indeed changed the song on a whim. Zhou Luan was taken aback. What? Did I really predict that? In the next instant, the melody played, and Han Luofeng closed his eyes, instantly immersing himself in the performance. The city dawns, lights aglow. There are always halos that fall. Imitators, one after another, rolls unnoticed, uncalled. Whom do you choose to idolize? Below the stage, thousands of spectators fell into hushed silence as the song resonated. Among them was Chun Hung, a humble auxiliary police officer. To many, auxiliary officers are hardly considered police at all. The author wishes to convey, "I feel the choice of this song isn't quite fitting. Does anyone have good song recommendations?" Chapter 67. Yet some bear the burden for us as an auxiliary officer. Chun Hung never dared to forget the mission he bore. Even in performing menial tasks, he strived to excel. Last year, during the spring festival travel rush, while assisting traffic police in directing traffic, he encountered a 6-year-old child crossing the road alone. It was at one of the busiest intersections in the bustling metropolis, and the child dashed through a red light, sprinting past Chun Hung. Just then, a car came barreling down the road, disregarding the speed limit, seemingly driven by a reckless driver. Without a moment's hesitation, Chun Hung dashed forward, pushing the child to safety at the edge of the crosswalk. The child was safely ushered away, but he himself was struck by the speeding vehicle. In that instant, he felt a violent impact, and his body was propelled uncontrollably several meters away. A sudden excruciating pain engulfed him, and he lost consciousness. When he awoke once more, it was in a hospital, where the doctor informed him that one of his legs had been amputated. For Chun Hung, this revelation was akin to a thunderbolt from a clear sky. The media reported on his valiant deeds, yet due to professional constraints, his name remained undisclosed. Everyone was aware of a commendable police officer, yet no one knew his identity. Higher authorities bestowed upon him immense honors, but due to his physical condition, he was relegated to a supporting role behind the scenes. In the eyes of many, auxiliary police officers were not regarded as true policemen. Even the mere mention of it would invite disdain from many, including Chun Heng's own relatives. During the New Year festivities, when his relatives inquired about his occupation, their reaction was a dismissive chuckle at the mention of auxiliary police, implying that he was not even a real officer. Such words pierced his heart like daggers. However, in the depths of his despair, he beheld Han Luofeng passionately performing on stage, resonating with his soul-stirring song. Who am I, an unnamed individual? It matters not if I am forgotten. Who among us does not strive tirelessly to reach life's conclusion? Perhaps weary and disheveled, perhaps leading a humble, unremarkable existence, perhaps forever unable to bask in your glory. Boom! The chorus erupted. Yet at that moment, the grand screen behind Han Luofeng suddenly illuminated, showcasing countless clips. Firefighters bravely entering burning buildings to save lives, police officers sprinting on the front lines, and medical personnel resolutely pushing patients in critical situations. As Han Luofeng's song played on, these scenes continued to unfold. Wow! In an instant, the audience of over 1,000 erupted in fervor. Oh my! This song is so powerful. Unnamed Individuals speaks not only of the heroes who silently bear burdens for us, but also of ourselves. My goodness, the atmosphere was electric. Many in the audience rose to their feet, the sounds of astonishment filling the venue, all captivated by the evening's performance. Unnamed individuals, who am I? It matters not if I am forgotten. Who among us does not strive tirelessly to reach life's conclusion? Perhaps weary and disheveled, perhaps leading a humble, unremarkable existence. Are we not all the same? Though you call me an unnamed individual. Clap. After a few seconds of silence, the music came to an abrupt halt. On stage, Han Luofeng breathed heavily, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. In this world, there exists no such thing as tranquility without strife. It is merely that some bear the weight for us in silence. This world is filled with heroes and countless unnamed individuals who contribute selflessly from unseen corners of society. Wow! In that moment, the audience erupted into a resounding applause. Many eyes shimmered with tears, and numerous spectators shed tears of emotion. Chun Heng's eyes were already glistening with moisture. Indeed, perhaps in this life, he would never become anyone's pride. Perhaps he is merely an unnamed individual. Yet he has not betrayed himself, nor has he forsaken the responsibilities and beliefs he carries upon his shoulders. Chun Heng lifted his head, his eyes glistening with tears as he gazed at the stage. Thank you, the unnamed. Tonight, how many souls have been captivated by such a song? It is simply enchanting. I adore this song. Oh no, I find Han Luofeng incredibly handsome. Have I fallen for the song? Goodness. I feel as if I am on the verge of falling for Han Luofeng as well. With such talent, how could he ever resort to plagiarism? A song like this cannot be replicated. My goodness. Amidst the shouts and cheers, the moment for the judges to score arrived. Ma Tianxun appeared utterly astonished. He had yet to recover from the shock of Han Luofeng's sudden song change when he was further stunned by Han Luofeng's rendition of the unnamed. He was taken aback. Zhou Lun was not much better off. His expression still bore a hint of disbelief. My word, Han Luofeng truly possesses something remarkable. To change songs on a whim. Moreover, this song is every bit as good as the previous one. Ahem, it was Feng Yujing who first regained his composure, gently reminding the two still in shock. Ma Tianxun snapped back to reality, clearing his throat twice, and said earnestly, Han Luofeng, I did not expect you to. Ha ha ha, but this song is indeed exceptional. He then inquired about the large screen. Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow, responding, that has nothing to do with me. With an innocent expression, he maintained that it was genuinely beyond his purview. Chapter 68. Han Luofeng's first 89 points. At that moment, Han Luofeng approached Jiang Zheng, expressing his desire to change songs. Initially, Jiang Zheng was equally taken aback, but upon hearing Han Luofeng's unaccompanied performance of the unnamed, he readily acquiesced. As for the large screen, that was also an impromptu arrangement by him. Ma Tianchun did not comment further, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Next came the critiques. Ma Tianchun's feedback was consistent with his usual approach, measured and impartial, highlighting the song's merits without bias or hostility. He gradually raised his scoring card, revealing a score of 95. The audience erupted in applause. Following him was Zhou Luan, whose critique mirrored his customary style, awarding a score of 94 points. The crowd gasped in unison as these two scores were announced. Though these ratings marked the lowest Han Luofeng had received since his debut, the scoring had been notably stricter this time. Thus, these scores were still commendable. Indeed, however, this song is genuinely delightful. The scores are inconsequential. I simply wish to know if this song has been uploaded to the music store. I long to loop it endlessly. As it was Feng Youjing's turn, he smiled briefly. This time, he refrained from delivering a critique first and instead directly raised his scoring card. What? The moment the audience glimpsed Feng Youjing's score, astonishment swept through them. Only 89 points? Good heavens! What is going on? This song is undeniably captivating. How can it only receive 89 points? My word, this is terrifying. Furthermore, Feng Youjing had yet to even provide his critique. The shock was palpable, not just among the audience, but even among the leading contestants. What is happening? Upon seeing this score, Han Luofeng felt a slight perplexity within himself. Nevertheless, he maintained an impassive facade, quietly awaiting Feng Youjing to speak. After a moment of silence, Feng Youjing finally broke the stillness with a smile. He inquired, Han Luofeng, do you understand why I bestowed upon you this rating? Han Luofeng shook his head. Feng Youjing continued, this score does not signify a rejection of your song. Rather, it indicates that I discern something deeper within it. To be candid, I truly appreciate your piece, The Nameless, and its significance resonates profoundly. Bestowing this song upon these heroes holds great meaning. However, to my ears, it conveys an additional layer of sentiment. Upon hearing it, I am reminded of a poignant phrase. We strive with all our might, solely to lead an ordinary life. In youth, many aspire to live an extraordinary existence. Yet, as we mature and traverse the mundane realities of life, we come to understand the challenges encapsulated in the term ordinary. In other words, we are all nameless individuals. Each of us has harbored dreams of being the protagonist, venturing forth into the world, only to encounter countless obstacles. Disappointment is inevitable, yet despair is unnecessary. Growth may very well be the acceptance of our ordinariness. I believe this song articulates the sentiments of us nameless souls, ordinary, yet not mediocre. This composition not only pays tribute to those heroes who bear burdens for us. They may shed their armor to reveal themselves as ordinary individuals, yet when donned, they transform into extraordinary beings. Likewise, we nameless folk can also embody the ordinary without succumbing to mediocrity. As these words resonated, Han Luofeng at the center of the stage was momentarily taken aback. He was subtly astonished by Feng Youjing's interpretation, for it was remarkably accurate. Teacher Feng, you are absolutely right. Han Luofeng smiled. Excellent. Truly splendid. At that instant, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, and applause erupted throughout the venue. Ordinary, yet not mediocre. This phrase was simply brilliant. Truly, Feng Youjing is remarkable. How impressive. As someone lacking in culture, all I can express is admiration. No wonder I felt a sense of resonance upon hearing this song. It is beautiful. Teacher Feng is truly exceptional. At this juncture, Feng Youjing continued, Han Luofeng, I thoroughly enjoy your song. I hope you will continue to present us with splendid performances. Thank you, esteemed judges. Han Luofeng replied, bowing deeply before descending from the stage. One by one, contestants took the stage, and the competition swiftly approached its conclusion. When the final rankings were announced, Han Luofeng secured third place, while Zhang Liu claimed first and Xie Tong second. Qiu Yuan finished in sixth. As the recording concluded, Han Luofeng gathered his belongings and departed. The clock striking 8 in the evening. Glancing at his phone, he saw a message from Ning Cixi. accompanied by a photo of her and the little one joyfully baking a cake. Observing the image, a gentle smile crept upon Han Luofeng's lips. At that moment, a feminine voice suddenly emerged from behind Han Luofeng. He put away his phone and turned around to find Xie Tong standing there. Han Luofeng, do you have a moment? She asked. What is the matter? The author remarks, the inspiration for this song came from numerous videos on Douyin showcasing the frontline heroes battling the pandemic last year. One particular phrase resonated deeply with me. They're merely a group of children who donned armor and became warriors. This sentiment struck a chord, and I found great fondness for this song, even though it felt somewhat inappropriate to write at the time. Nonetheless, I extend my gratitude to those heroes who carry burdens on our behalf. Chapter 69. An old acquaintance. After the competition concluded, Xie Tong called out to Han Luofeng. She approached him and said, Han Luofeng, it's still early. How about we grab some late-night snacks together? Han Luofeng replied, No, I need to head home. If you have something to discuss, you can do so here if it's convenient. Xie Tong smiled playfully. What? Are you afraid I might eat you? She continued. I believe you would be quite interested in this matter, but discussing it here might not be suitable. What do you say? Give it a thought? Seeing the confident smile on Xie Tong's lips, Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow, curiosity indeed piquing within him. All right, you have half an hour. The two then sought out a nearby barbecue spot. Upon entering, Xie Tong led Han Luofeng directly to a corner table. As they reached the last seat by the window, Han Luofeng discovered that it was already occupied by a man he recognized. Upon noticing Han Luofeng and Xie Tong, the man's eyes sparkled with a smile as he stood up and extended his hand in greeting. Han Luofeng, I never anticipated our reunion would be under such circumstances. Taken aback momentarily, Han Luofeng soon returned a smile and shook his hand. Senior Gao, it's been quite a while. His tone was familiar, for this man was none other than Gao Zhixin, the founder and chairman of StarTime Entertainment. StarTime Entertainment, while not the longest-standing company in the myriad of entertainment firms in Huagua, wields considerable influence. Renowned throughout the entertainment industry, its standing is notably higher than that of Huangtian Entertainment. In its heyday, Huangtian Entertainment was well regarded, not only due to its formidable connections, but also because it was one of the oldest companies in the industry, having been established during the early development of the cultural and entertainment sector. Although it has since slipped in rankings under its current leadership, it still holds a respectable position. Conversely, StarTime Entertainment has emerged as the foremost rival of Huangtian Entertainment. Established less than a decade ago, StarTime is said to possess a remarkably powerful backing, the identity of which remains a mystery, yet it undoubtedly holds significant clout. In today's fiercely competitive entertainment industry, it took less than a decade for StarTime Entertainment to ascend to the top 10 of domestic entertainment companies, which speaks volumes about the formidable strength and wealth behind it. Back then, when Han Luofeng entered Huangtian Entertainment, it was precisely during the most intense rivalry between the two companies. Every resource, regardless of its significance, was fiercely contested by both sides without mercy. Han Luofeng, under the auspices of StarTime Entertainment, secured countless resources. Thus, Gao Zhixin was quite familiar with Han Luofeng. Similarly, Han Luofeng had a fair amount of understanding regarding Gao Zhixin. The first impression this man left on him was one of strategic acumen. At least, he was not someone Huangtian Entertainment could easily surpass. I once thought that after such events transpired, the so-called favored child of the fans would languish, withdrawing from the entertainment world. Yet, I never anticipated the day would come when I could see you again. As he took a seat, a glimmer of insight flashed in Gao Zhixin's eyes, and he smiled teasingly. Han Luofeng, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed, merely responding with a faint smile. Some matters have never truly captured my attention, let alone crush me. Moreover, if I were so easily subdued, how could I have acquired so many resources from you back in the day? This statement momentarily left Gao Zhixin at a loss for words. Han Luofeng regarded him with a subtle smile. Dealing with an old fox like Gao Zhixin required a sharp retort. Senior Gao, we no longer stand on opposite sides. Miss Xie asked you to find me tonight. Is there something you wish to discuss? Han Luofeng inquired candidly. Ha ha ha. Han Luofeng, I do appreciate your straightforward nature. Gao Zhixin laughed heartily before tentatively asking, I've heard you are contemplating a comeback? Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow slightly, responding, heard? With your keen information network, Senior Gao, you must have known well before now. Gao Zhixin paused, chuckling, look at you. Today we're no longer competitors, so there is no need for such formality. Formality? When dealing with an old fox like Gao Zhixin, one misstep could lead to being ensnared in his verbal traps. Yuyist, Senor Gao. If you have matters to discuss tonight, please be direct. My son is still waiting for me at home. All right. Gao Zhixin poured a drink for Han Luofeng and continued. Luofeng, given our friendship, it's acceptable for me to call you that, right? The reason I asked Xiaodong to bring you here tonight is to discuss a potential collaboration. Collaboration? Upon hearing this, Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow. Senior Gao, after being rivals for so many years, you still seek to collaborate with me? Surely this isn't a trap? With a leisurely sip of beer, Gao Zhixin replied with a smile, Luofeng, do you really think so poorly of my reputation? Han Luofeng's lips twitched. The image of this old fox in his mind was far from flattering. Ha. I won't beat around the bush any longer. I understand that you possess a forthright disposition. There is no need to mention years spent as rivals. You are aware that while I operate an entertainment company within the realm of the entertainment industry, fundamentally, I remain a businessman. In the eyes of a merchant, only profit matters. There are no eternal foes. I am here today for your song. For my song? Upon hearing this, Han Luofeng furrowed his brow. Could it be that this elder Gao wishes to acquire the copyright to his songs, or perhaps invite him to compose for their artists? Which song's copyright do you desire? Han Luofeng inquired tentatively. To his surprise, Gao Zhixin shook his head. Copyright? I fear I have not articulated my intentions clearly. Do you not wish to acquire the rights to my songs? It is both yes and no. What? An Luofeng's bro nita dicta. Why could this elder not speak plainly? Why must he meander like a winding mountain path? I kindly request that you, esteemed Gao, express your thoughts directly. You young man, cannot endure even a brief moment of suspense. Truly, Gao Zhixin stroked his stubble thoughtfully. I have come tonight with the intention of signing both you and your songs. Siet Tong, standing nearby, interjected in confusion. Teacher Gao, you wish to sign Han Luofeng? Han Luofeng shared her bewilderment. Esteemed Gao, I am already in my late 20s. Not to mention, in comparison to most artists, my age is a disadvantage. Furthermore, with the stigma of being a controversial artist attached to me, I fail to comprehend why you would want to sign me. At this moment, Gao Zhixin's demeanor shifted. He adopted a serious expression, exuding an air of authority. Indeed, your age is no longer youthful, and you carry numerous blemishes on your reputation, which significantly impact your standing. However, Han Luofeng, others may not perceive it, but I'm not so blind. After spending years working alongside you, your talent has long inspired this notion within me. Moreover, your return to the stage has revealed even more dazzling facets of your artistry. You are no ordinary individual. Your songs are exceptional, and your talents illuminate every aspect of your being. Gao Zhixin spoke with utmost sincerity, leaving Siet Tong momentarily speechless. Without pausing, he continued, You are a steed of remarkable capability, and I aspire to be the one who recognizes your potential before others do. What say you? After listening, Han Luofeng grasped his cup tightly, his fingertips turning slightly pale. He narrowed his eyes, and what else? Whether I am a steed of remarkable capability, or you a discerning judge, I am uncertain. I merely wish to know what reasons you believe I have to collaborate with you. Bang! Upon hearing this, Sietong felt a heaviness in her heart. Han Luofeng's words were audacious. It is worth noting that the worth of the man before him surpasses that of 20 top-tier stars combined. Sietong momentarily forgot to chew, her gaze transfixed upon the exchange, sensing the palpable tension between the two men. Gao Zhixin rested his elbow on the table, his palm covering his mouth as he spoke. For instance, I can assist you in cleansing your reputation and elevate you to the status of a top-tier star. Furthermore, we could join forces against Lu Jinkai and Huang Tian Entertainment. Upon hearing this, Han Luofeng felt a heaviness in his heart. The name Lu Jinkai was all too familiar to him. After all, he was the head of Huang Tian Entertainment and the lover of Pan Rong. A flicker of complex emotions crossed Han Luofeng's eyes. Gao Zixin, perceptive as he was, immediately sensed the subtle shift in Han Luofeng's expression and continued. Do not doubt my sincerity. I am extending this invitation to you in my capacity as the chairman of Xing Shikong Entertainment. Our two companies have been rivals for quite some time, and now, under Lu Jinsai's management, Huangtian Entertainment's situation has been deteriorating day by day. While outsiders may not perceive it, those of us in the industry see it clearly. After all this competition, I believe it is time to reach a conclusion. What do you say? Or do you require some time to ponder? Han Luofeng's dark eyes shifted slightly. He understood that most of what Gao Zixin said was likely true. Observing Han Luofeng, Gao Zixin felt a sense of inevitability. While others might be oblivious, he possessed a wealth of resources. He was well aware of the gossip surrounding Han Luofeng, Lu Jinkai, and Pan Rong. He was confident that Han Luofeng harbored resentment towards Huangtian Entertainment. What reason could Han Luofeng have to reject his olive branch? However, to his surprise, Han Luofeng did not respond immediately. Instead, he glanced at the time and simply said, I apologize. He then stood up, grabbed his backpack, and continued, I'm afraid I cannot accept this collaboration. With that, he turned and left. Chapter 71. A family game having spoken, Han Luofeng departed from the barbecue restaurant, leaving Gao Zixin and Xie Tong momentarily stunned. Xie Tong paused mid-bite of her grilled meat and remarked, Uncle, Han Luofeng. Gao Zixin was taken aback for several seconds. He had never anticipated that Han Luofeng would outright reject him. To wash his reputation, ascend to a prestigious position, and topple Huangtian Entertainment. How could Han Luofeng possibly refuse such enticing terms? Gao Zixin was utterly perplexed as to why Han Luofeng declined to collaborate with him. Hailing a taxi outside, Han Luofeng entered without a moment's hesitation, not glancing back. As he sat in the vehicle, watching the scenery rush by outside the window, a flicker of contemplation crossed his dark eyes. He had not overlooked the idea of signing with an entertainment company. Rather, it had never crossed his mind. Reflecting on his past life in this new world, he realized that the entertainment industry, regardless of its facade of glamour, was rife with filth beneath the surface. His previous missteps with Huangtian Entertainment had served as a cautionary tale. Of every 10 entertainment companies, 9 were corrupt, and 1 was particularly so. As for Gao Zixin, although Xing Shikong Entertainment boasts a formidable backing, his methods are undoubtedly intricate. It is hard for Han Luofeng to believe that the founder of such a colossal entertainment company could be merely naive and kind-hearted. Rather than being perpetually constrained by others, wouldn't it be more gratifying to establish his own studio when the opportunity arises? This path may indeed be fraught with challenges, yet it offers the freedom from subjugation. Taking a deep breath, Han Luofeng chose to set aside these thoughts. Once bitten by an electric shock, one fears the wire for a decade. This adage holds truth. Upon returning home, Han Luofeng had barely placed his keys down and removed his shoes when a small figure rushed towards him. Daddy, you're back, the little one exclaimed. Wrapping his arms around Han Luofeng's legs, his smile so wide it seemed he could not contain it. In truth, this was the first time Han Luofeng had been separated from his little one for such an extended period since coming to this world. Did you miss Daddy? Han Luofeng lifted the little fellow into his arms, rubbing their foreheads together. The small child with a sweet voice replied, I did. Daddy, I have a big surprise for you. A big surprise? Han Luofeng paused, taken aback by the radiant smile on his son's face, and could not help but chuckle, asking, what surprise did you prepare for Daddy? As they spoke, he carried the little one to the table, just as Ning Cixi emerged, wearing heat-resistant gloves and bearing a tray of freshly baked cookies. Han Luofeng, you're back just in time. Come and taste. Ning Cixi exclaimed with a smile. The little one chimed in eagerly, yes. Daddy, you must try this. It's made by me and Sister Cixi. Han Luofeng frickled softly, bending down to see a tray of cookies shaped like little bear heads, slightly golden and still warm. Among them were a few misshapen cookies that were clearly the handiwork of the little one. He first sampled one of the cookies made by his son. This is delicious. You can cook now, little one. Daddy is in for a treat. The child giggled. Daddy, try the one Sister Cixi made too. With both Ning Cixi and the little one watching him with expectant eyes, Han Luofeng smiled wryly. Though he was not fond of sweets, he could not resist their eager gazes. Thus, he picked up a delicately shaped cookie to taste. "How is it, Daddy?" "Delicious. Just as good." Hee. The little one beamed with joy, and Han Luofeng's eyes were filled with affection. Ning Cixi chuckled. "Let me warm up some dishes for you. I've already eaten with the little one and saved some for you in the microwave." "All right." Noticing Han Luofeng's agreeable nod, the little one grinned and said, "Daddy, Sister Cixi, can we play a game later?" Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow and asked, "What game?" "A family game." The little one replied earnestly. "Today at kindergarten, Yaya, Dong Dong, and I played a family game. Yaya was the mommy, Dong Dong was the daddy, and I was the baby. Father seeks to earn a living, while mother busies herself with the culinary arts." Wait a moment. If father continues in his paternal role, mightn't Sister Cixi assume the role of mother? Little Tuanzi can play the baby. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing this, Ning Cixi's face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, retreating to the kitchen. Han Luofeng, observing the little one, chuckled softly, playfully pinching Tuanzi's nose, and said, "Tuanzi, shall we play this game another time? It's time for you to sleep." "Well, that is fine." Shortly thereafter, Ning Cixi brought the dishes to the table. Han Luofeng washed his hands and took a seat. "Thank you for taking care of little Tuanzi today," he expressed gratefully. Ning Cixi lowered her eyes and replied, "It was nothing. I had no particular plans. And Tuanzi is quite adorable. By the way, Han Luofeng," she continued, "the principal mentioned that if little Tuanzi's enrollment is confirmed, we can complete the paperwork in the next few days. His learning aptitude is remarkable. With a little effort, he should catch up to his peers in their foundational education." Han Luofeng nodded in agreement. "All right, since I have no pressing matters these days, I shall attend to the paperwork." "Good," she acknowledged. Once again, the atmosphere grew somewhat chilly. Observing this, Ning Cixi stood, awkwardly tucking a strand of hair behind her ear. Han Luofeng, it's getting late. I should head back now." All right," he replied. Ning Cixi hesitated, struggling to find her words. Han Luofeng looked up in confusion. What? She gazed at him, her heart racing at the sight of his striking features, swallowing hard as her ears turned crimson. "I'm fine. You should get some rest. See you tomorrow." With that, Ning Cixi hurriedly grabbed her belongings and left, her steps a bit unsteady. Witnessing this, Han Luofeng scratched his head in perplexity, wondering what had transpired. Why had Ning Cixi suddenly become so peculiar? Chapter 72. Two familiar faces. It was Friday, and Han Luofeng rose early. The principal had already informed him of the documents and requirements needed for enrollment. Thus, Han Luofeng's primary task today was to finalize the paperwork. After running around several establishments and gathering numerous documents, he checked the time and realized the day was nearly over. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. Inspecting the contents of his backpack, he found that he had successfully completed most of the necessary paperwork. He hoisted his backpack and turned to little Tuanzi. "Are you hungry, Tuanzi?" Yes. "Daddy, I want to eat a hamburger." The little one nodded vigorously. Han Luofeng ruffled the boy's hair. "It's dinner time now. We can't have hamburgers for a proper meal. How about I take you for some delicious braised pork rice? And we'll add a chicken leg?" "Well, that sounds good." So, the father and son made their way to a nearby restaurant. Adjacent to this establishment was an upscale hotel, its resplendent sign truly eye-catching. However, many passers-by merely glanced at it without entering. As Han Luofeng carried little Tuanzi, ready to step into the braised pork rice restaurant, he casually glanced aside and was surprised to spot a familiar face. "Zhang Luoyu?" Han Luofeng murmured softly to himself, subtly repositioning to conceal a significant portion of his figure. Upon lifting his gaze, he indeed spotted Zhang Luoyu. The latter emerged from a black minivan, donning dark sunglasses, a black mask, and a hat, meticulously disguised to the extent that one might overlook him entirely. However, due to Zhang Luoyu's remarkable performance in the competition, Han Luofeng had paid him some attention, allowing him to recognize the figure before him. Shortly thereafter, a woman clad in a black suit followed Zhang Luoyu out. Han Luofeng was equally familiar with her. She was Wang Shui, a renowned agent from Huangtian Entertainment. Could it be that Huangtian Entertainment sought to sign Zhang Luoyu? Han Luofeng furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with confusion. Zhang Liu, a free-spirited musician, had released numerous songs on a music platform, garnering considerable popularity. Following his participation in this program, there had been reports of a prominent entertainment company wanting to sign him, and Zhang Liu himself had shown interest in that company. Many speculated that he might seize this opportunity to debut. Yet, at this moment, he was walking alongside Wang Shui from Huangtian Entertainment. What could this signify? Daddy? What are you doing? At that moment, a soft, sweet voice pulled Han Luofeng back from his reverie. He gently shook his head, casting aside his doubts. Whatever was happening with Zhang Liu and Huangtian Entertainment was of no concern to him. Such gossip was best left for journalists. It's all right, come on. Daddy will take you to eat chicken legs. Yay! Saturday marked the airing of the second episode of I Am a Singer. Qiu Yuan arrived at Han Luofeng's doorstep, laden with bags of groceries. Brother Luofeng, this handsome guy's back. Once inside, Qiu Yuan exclaimed, Brother Luofeng, today is the second episode's broadcast, and I have a feeling I'm about to become famous. After the first episode aired, my Weibo followers skyrocketed by tens of thousands. What about you? Did your followers increase? Han Luofeng sipped his tea and replied, no. What? No, that can't be. Even that guy ranked third from the bottom gained several thousand followers. How could you not? I mean, I don't have a Weibo. What? Upon hearing this, Qiu Yuan's mouth twitched in disbelief. Han Luofeng merely raised an eyebrow. Appearing entirely sincere, he truly did not possess a Weibo account. The account that had been tagged by the official I Am a Singer Weibo was one held by Huangtian Entertainment. For reasons unknown, it had never been deactivated. I'm not criticizing you, Brother Luofeng, but you are now a person of some stature. How can you not even have a Weibo account? Is it really necessary? Qiu Yuan, unable to counter Han Luofeng's reasoning, reluctantly took out his phone and began scrolling through Weibo. Han Luofeng, however, immersed himself in the study, continuing to illustrate his children's comics. The clock now indicated 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Weibo had already erupted with excitement. How could it merely be 3 o'clock? Time seemed to drag on endlessly. I had already set up my little stool, eagerly awaiting Miss Xie Tong's performance. Sisters, let's chant together. Lan Xin is the most handsome. Am I the only one who has fallen for the big fool Qiu Yuan? With the airing of the first episode, the fervor surrounding the show, I Am a Great Singer intensified. The audience is not oblivious. Many have discerned that this season features several talented and captivating contestants. Zhang Liu, Xie Tong, and others have garnered a significant following, and even Qiu Yuan, with a striking contrast, has won over numerous admirers. However, the discourse surrounding Han Luofeng remains contentious. Chapter 73. Weibo erupts. I am here to witness which episode Han Luofeng will be eliminated. I wager 1,000 yuan. Han Luofeng will undoubtedly not survive the second episode. Who is Han Luofeng? Does he even deserve to compete alongside our Lan Xin? Some comments are rather excessive. Based on the previous episode, Han Luofeng's performance was commendable. He possesses considerable talent. Indeed, can we refrain from incessantly barking like stray dogs? It is absurd. Even if Han Luofeng has character flaws, how does that concern you? It's ridiculous to scrutinize someone's character while watching a competition. Does a good or bad character affect your romantic prospects? Do you reside by the sea? To be so meddlesome? What business is it of yours? I simply find the likes of Han Luofeng distasteful. I'm a lifelong critic. Bah! If Han Luofeng manages to appear in more than 5 episodes, I shall eat spicy noodles while standing on my head. I stand by my words. Dare to challenge me? Thousands of comments flooded in, with approximately 80% criticizing Han Luofeng. The remaining 20% refrained from disparagement. Some are former fans of Han Luofeng, while others have become admirers after witnessing his breathtaking performance live. This situation marked a notable improvement from before, demonstrating that at least through these few episodes, Han Luofeng's efforts had not gone unnoticed. Just as netizens buzzed with discussions regarding the second episode of I Am a Great Singer, including the myriad evaluations of Han Luofeng, suddenly, a particular Weibo post captured everyone's attention. This post was also about Han Luofeng, and upon further inspection, it turned out to be from a verified account. The striking headline immediately drew attention. What is happening in the entertainment industry? How can a person with such a tainted past step onto stage? This title sparked numerous associations. Upon opening the post, I found myself bewildered by the current state of the entertainment world. As a public figure, I diligently strive each day, holding myself to the highest standards. In every aspect, I dare not allow a moment of complacency. I channel all my energy towards presenting the best version of myself to everyone. As public figures, I believe many of us share the common aspiration to excel, to establish a positive image for our fans and those who appreciate us. However, upon witnessing a scoundrel, marred by disgrace, manage to grace the stage of I Am a Singer, I found myself overwhelmed with dismay. What qualifications does Han Luofeng possess to stand upon this platform? What has become of the world's moral compass? It is astonishing that some proclaim it has nothing to do with character. I simply enjoy this song. His music? Is it true that the internet has no memory? Han Luofeng's songs? Back in the day, the uproar surrounding his plagiarism of other artists' works was deafening. Have you all forgotten? It is common knowledge that Han Luofeng has engaged in such unscrupulous acts. The stage of I Am a Singer once boldly declared its commitment to originality. What's changed now? Is this operation of the I Am a Singer stage merely a slap in its own face? Or are you all advocating for such despicable acts of imitation, or for imitation artists? I express this sentiment on Weibo because I cannot bear to witness such behavior. Why should so many individuals who have invested so much effort over time be denied the stage, while someone like Han Luofeng, who has casually plagiarized a couple of songs, can ascend? It is profoundly unjust. Furthermore, I am unwilling to allow countless fans and viewers to be deceived once more. I sincerely hope that the production team of I Am a Singer can provide a reasonable explanation. Are you encouraging this kind of culture by allowing someone like Han Luofeng to take the stage? I hope the production team can offer clarity to all your devoted viewers. Upon the release of this Weibo post, the entire internet erupted. My goodness, what is happening? Are they tearing apart I Am a Singer? It appears to me they are tearing apart Han Luofeng. Hello everyone. Allow me to perform an act of tearing apart a scoundrel. Are we merely spectators? The blogger's words seem to contain a wealth of information. I too feel this way. It is utterly right. Why should this plagiarist, Han Luofeng, be allowed on the stage? Zheng Zheng has spoken wisely. This individual named Zheng Zheng is a singer who has been in the industry for 3 years and resides in the upper echelon of the third tier. If Han Luofeng were to hear his name, it would surely ring a bell, for he was once an artist under the same company. Indeed, Zheng Zheng is an artist of Huangtian Entertainment. Moreover, he and Han Luofeng had a somewhat competitive relationship at the time. He harbored envy towards Han Luofeng's superior resources and often disseminated unfavorable remarks within the company. Notably, during the scandal, it was Zheng Zheng who testified against Han Luofeng for his plagiarism. Now, with Zheng Zheng's name once again associated with Han Luofeng, the internet has erupted. Chapter 74. Expulsion from the competition. Goodness, if my memory serves me right, Zheng Zheng was one of Han Luofeng's victims back in the day. I recall that this individual had indeed suffered from Han Luofeng's plagiarism of numerous songs. So that is how it is. Now that you mention it, I too remember. Zheng Zheng speaks the truth. Han Luofeng is indeed unworthy of standing on this stage. Furthermore, I hope that the production team of I Am a Singer can provide an explanation to the vast audience. Shouldn't such a person be permanently banned? How is it possible for him to still have the opportunity to appear on stage? Is there some secret transaction between I Am a Singer and Han Luofeng? Once these statements emerged, they led the public's perception of the show in a rather negative direction. The term dark curtain began to conjure in the minds of many. Consequently, netizens and keyboard warriors grew increasingly outraged. The flames of this controversy swiftly reached the official Weibo account of I Am a Singer. In an instant, both Weibo and Douyin were ablaze with fervent discussions and criticisms. At that moment, the headquarters of I Am a Singer was in turmoil. Director Jiang, what should we do? The assistant wore a troubled expression, lamenting, if only we had canceled Han Luofeng's participation earlier, we wouldn't be facing this predicament. Now, the backlash has extended to us. What are we to do? Jiang, staring at his phone with a grim expression, retorted, What do you expect me to do? Should I smash their keyboards? Director, perhaps we should consider eliminating Han Luofeng from the competition while we still can? Eliminate him from the competition? Jiang squinted at the assistant. Let's not forget, the show has already recorded 4 episodes. What justification do you have for removing Han Luofeng? But he plagiarized. Oh, who told you he plagiarized? Do you have any evidence? Or did you overhear him confessing under his bed at night? The assistant was left speechless. Just then, the assistant's phone rang. After answering, he said, "Hello? Chairman, what?" Within moments, the assistant's demeanor shifted drastically. "What's wrong?" Jiang inquired. The assistant replied, "Director Jiang, it was the chairman. He mentioned that this incident has already cast a negative shadow over our program. The investors have only given us 2 days to resolve this matter. Otherwise, the company will resort to special measures." Special measures? Jiang paused slightly, understanding that this implied Han Luofeng's reputation was adversely affecting their show. If the issue could not be rectified, Han Luofeng would lose his eligibility to continue in the competition. Even Jiang was at a loss for what to do. "What should we do, Director Jiang?" "If you ask me, who should I ask?" After a long sigh, Jiang finally conceded, "For now, we can only take it one step at a time and see how the program performs once it airs." Meanwhile, shortly after Zheng Zheng's Weibo post, an entertainment media account also shared the tweet, expressing support for Zheng Zheng. At this moment, in Huangtian Entertainment, Zheng Zheng said, "Do you think what we're doing is inappropriate?" "What is inappropriate? I am merely voicing criticism from the perspective of the victims and the public. Is there anything wrong with that?" Zheng Zheng replied nonchalantly. The assistant expressed some concern, saying, "However, the media account of Blue Sky Entertainment belongs to the company. Would it not be inappropriate for us to use it for this purpose? What are you worried about? Can I not use a single account?" Zheng Zheng replied with an air of self-satisfaction. "Moreover, who told you that I used it without permission? I have indeed obtained consent." Zheng Zheng was quite pleased with himself. Indeed, the entertainment media account that had retweeted his Weibo belonged to a media company under the auspices of Huangtian Entertainment. However, he had genuinely secure permission for this, specifically from Pan Rong. Zheng Zheng had joined the company at the same time as Han Luofeng, yet he was a person of small-mindedness, harboring a strong sense of jealousy. Despite his mediocre abilities, he was exceedingly arrogant and always believed himself to be quite formidable. Thus, when he observed the abundant resources being lavished upon Han Luofeng, he felt an inherent imbalance, and resentment began to fester within him, convinced that Han Luofeng was overshadowing him, preventing his own rise to fame. Consequently, when Han Luofeng was slandered, Zheng Zheng exerted considerable effort to contribute to that downfall. He was elated to witness Han Luofeng's decline. Even months later, his animosity remained unabated. Especially upon seeing Han Luofeng ascend the stage of I Am a Singer, his jealousy reached new heights. This was the catalyst for today's events. When he sought Pan Rong's approval, she offered little resistance. Although she believed Han Luofeng would not rebound, she was more than willing to see someone step on him. Zheng Zheng snorted derisively. "Han Luofeng, do you still aspire to make a comeback? That will forever be impossible. As long as I, Zheng Zheng, am here, you shall never see the light of day." Chapter 75. Data surge thanks to Zheng Zheng's post on Weibo, coupled with the retweet from Huangtian Entertainment's media account. The post rapidly gained traction online. An increasing number of individuals flocked to Han Luofeng's Weibo account to unleash their vitriol. Even the pressure from I Am a Singer intensified. Ultimately, Han Luofeng's account was suspended for an hour due to the onslaught of criticism. Observing this, Huangtian Entertainment took note of the account once more. Yet it now held little value for them. With the upper management's consent, the administrators of Huangtian Entertainment promptly decided to terminate Han Luofeng's account. Amidst this overwhelming pressure, the broadcast time for the second episode of I Am a Singer arrived. Ning Cixi received a call from Qiu Yuan, who had prepared an extravagant feast. The 3 adults, accompanied by a small child, gathered around the dining table and turned on the television. With a broad smile, Qiu Yuan boasted, "Sister Shi, let me tell you, you haven't seen this episode yet, but my performance was simply stunning, a true showstopper. If it weren't for Luofeng, I would undoubtedly have claimed first place. Once you watch it, remember to hop on Weibo and give me a follow." And if you have any friends or acquaintances, feel free to introduce them to me. I'm still single. Amidst Xiao Yuan's incessant chatter, Han Luofeng rolled his eyes at him. As everyone's attention shifted, it gravitated towards the television screen. The preceding performance had incited a frenzy in the comment section. Oh, Xietong is so handsome. How can a girl's voice sound so captivating? Xiao Yuan's performance was also commendable. If we overlook appearances, he is quite decent. Lan Xin, my love for you knows no bounds. I think I might be falling for him. His singing is simply exquisite. I desperately seek all personal information about the third contestant. I'll offer 50 million. Can I sponsor Zhang Luoyu for a month? Zhang Luoyu's looks are impeccable, and his vocal skills are equally impressive. I adore him. As it was Han Luofeng's turn to take the stage, the manager of the technical department backstage at I Am a Singer stood anxiously behind the technician. From this moment, the data for the next 6 minutes must be meticulously recorded. Once documented, send it to me for review, understood? The manager wore a grave expression during the first episode. The data had fluctuated dramatically during Han Luofeng's performance, prompting his superior to personally inquire about it. Any further issues could severely tarnish his reputation in front of leadership. By the way, what is the current data? How much has it dropped compared to a minute ago? One moment, let me check, manager. All right, 10 seconds later. Manager. With a sharp slap, the manager struck the technician lightly on the back of the head, his seriousness palpable. What are you doing? Summoning spirits? Manager. The data. What about the data? The manager instinctively assumed the data had plummeted, causing his brow to furrow. But in the next moment, he heard the technician exclaim, the data has increased by 10 million. What? This must be a joke. The manager leaned over, and upon seeing the upward trend displayed on the computer screen, he was momentarily taken aback. Is this real? It has actually risen? He swallowed hard, utterly bewildered by the situation, yet he felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as there was no significant drop, everything was manageable. Due to the incidents on Weibo earlier in the day, when Han Luofeng took to the stage that night, the viewership skyrocketed by 10 million. The comment section was flooded with critical remarks. On screen, Han Luofeng ascended the stage, his serene demeanor momentarily stunning the audience, particularly those former fans who had turned against him. A voice echoed in the hearts of the crowd. This Han Luofeng seems different from before. On the screen, Han Luofeng raised a microphone. Once I dreamed of wielding a sword and traversing the world to witness the splendor of existence. The youthful heart is often reckless. Yet now you call the world your home. Boom! As the melody resonated, all the keyboard warriors paused their fervor, and every viewer watching the program experienced a fleeting moment of astonishment. 2 seconds later, countless viewers reacted. This song is extraordinary. Meanwhile, in a towering skyscraper in the magical city, within a certain office, a middle-aged man clad in a bespoke suit sat at his desk, watching Han Luofeng's performance on his computer. This man was the chairman of the I Am a Singer production company. As the man listened to the melody, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a glimmer of brilliance flashed across them. Love always leaves one in a state of yearning and vexation, having once carved wounds deep into one's soul. The symphony of droplets echoed, a haunting reminder of the myriad experiences and the warmth that once embraced him. Chapter 76. Talent Guides Principles. Liao Yang, a man nearing 30, was often regarded by relatives as a failure. Just days ago, the company he had founded with great ambition was on the brink of bankruptcy, a crushing blow to the dreams he had nurtured over the years. This enterprise had consumed nearly all his energy and resources. He had even sold the family property entrusted to him to sustain its operations. Today, as he signed a bankruptcy application, his emotions were tumultuous, teetering on the edge of tears. This was his dream. Clutching the contract, Liao Yang's fingers tightened, while his other hand lifted a bottle of liquor, pouring its contents down his throat. Ah, so dreams ultimately succumb to reality? He set the contract aside, grasped the bottle, and rose unsteadily, a palpable aura of despondency enveloping him. Was he truly on the verge of surrendering after years of relentless struggle and resilience? Just as he prepared to relinquish the last flicker of hope, his hand inadvertently pressed the remote, and the television flickered to life. The haunting melody played once more. In moments of sorrow, one often gazes at the sea, reminiscing about friends wandering the path of life and wondering how many are awakening. Let's raise our glasses. A true man's heart mirrors the vastness of the ocean, embracing the spectrum of human experience. Boom! At that instant, Liao Yang was momentarily taken aback. Enveloped in the essence of the song, he found himself immersed in its depths. As the final lyric resonated, his eyes glistened with unshed tears, a solitary droplet cascading down his cheek, landing softly on the bottle. With a deep breath, he closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, a newfound clarity glimmered within, accompanied by a rekindled flame of determination. He recalled the fervor he had felt upon leaving school and setting forth to establish his company, along with the original dreams that had ignited his passion. Thud! The bottle tumbled onto the carpet, emitting a dull thud. In that moment, the earlier despondency vanished without a trace. Liao Yang's eyes sparkled anew. It matters not. Let's drink this bitter wine. Set sail once more. For the sake of his dreams. What is failure? On the journey of pursuing dreams, one must not fear setbacks. He understood. At this very moment, in countless corners of Huagua, thousands of spectators found themselves moved to tears. The song Once You had undoubtedly touched the hearts of many. As the performance concluded, the camera once again captured Han Luofeng, and the expressions of countless individuals transformed, their moods altered. In a mere 3 seconds, the barrage of comments fell silent. However, moments later, an avalanche of messages erupted. Oh my, this song, Once You, has moved a 30-year-old man to tears. The critique from teacher Ma Tianchun resonates deeply with my sentiments. Once You encapsulates not only the essence of your past, but also mine, and indeed the past of everyone. Goodness, the quality of this song is approaching that of a classic. As the program drew to a close, and the host announced that Han Luofeng had once again secured first place in this competition, the crowd erupted in fervor. Two voices soared amidst the excitement. First place truly deserved. Han Luofeng's rendition was simply exquisite. I have never encountered such an astonishing piece of music. Alas, I feel utterly captivated, enamored with both this song and Han Luofeng. So do I. Is this what it means for one's values to align with talent? Though they say Han Luofeng is a villain, I cannot help but be drawn to him. I am in love. So am I. Yet another voice emerged. The song is delightful, but who can ascertain whether it is original? I am bewildered. What sort of individuals are these, actually idolizing Han Luofeng? Are they blind? Ridiculous. A bunch of thoughtless people. I have serious doubts about the originality of this song. When these negative comments surfaced, this time was different from the previous occasions. Those who were captivated by Han Luofeng's talent could no longer remain seated. In an instant, thousands took to their keyboards. Among them, housewives, beleaguered office workers, and students. Within mere minutes, the disparaging remarks were thoroughly dismantled. However, what transpired next was even more shocking. After the conclusion of the second episode of I Am a Singer, the battlefield of opinions shifted to Weibo. An increasing number of individuals expressed their admiration for Han Luofeng's music, even for the man himself. He garnered countless admirers in an instant. Nevertheless, there were still those who vehemently criticized him. To hell with it. A plagiarist is just a plagiarist. What good is a beautiful song? This piece must surely be a copy. Han Luofeng could never compose such a song. What garbage. I genuinely do not understand how Han Luofeng dares to stand on this stage. Resist plagiarism. Let originality receive its due justice. These comments only fueled the anger of netizens. Yet, before they could retaliate, the official response arrived. At precisely 10 o'clock that evening, the official Weibo account of I Am a Singer posted a shocking announcement that caught many off guard. Chapter 77. A world-class turnaround. The official Weibo account of I Am a Singer conveyed the latest news. In recent days, information regarding contestant Han Luofeng from the third season of Singer has caused quite an uproar online, resulting in some very negative repercussions for our production team. Today, with Han Luofeng's personal consent, the production team has obtained certain evidence that we hope you will examine, and we urge all netizens to think twice before speaking. Regarding Han Luofeng, There has recently been a plethora of negative information circulating on the internet concerning allegations of plagiarism against him. Some individuals have vehemently accused the contestant of these actions. However, no one has been able to provide evidence substantiating their claims. Thus, we shall refer to this as misinformation for the time being. As the situation surrounding these allegations intensifies, it has inevitably tarnished the reputation of our production team. Therefore, today we must strive to vindicate Han Luofeng and, concurrently, our program. Some have asserted that Han Luofeng's songs are allegedly plagiarized, while attempting to discredit our production team by using the phrase, "only support original works." We shall pursue accountability for each of these matters to the fullest extent. To substantiate our position, the production team has obtained compelling evidence through Han Luofeng. Please take a look. The accompanying image is a screenshot from the back end of a copyright website dedicated to entertainment creation, revealing clear information within the entertainment section. Upon closer inspection, is this not Han Luofeng's personal backend? Moreover, it distinctly lists several songs. These are indeed the songs that Han Luofeng has already released. There are additional tracks obscured for privacy, likely not yet known to the public. Upon the revelation of this information, the entire internet was left in shock. What? Am I seeing this correctly? This is indeed the back end of Han Luofeng's copyright registration website. This is an official back end verified by our team, leaving no room for doubt. This implies that these songs are truly Han Luofeng's original creations. This is simply a monumental moment of vindication. My favorite song, Empty City, is genuinely Han Luofeng's original work. I am in tears. Could this signify the long-awaited exoneration? Fantastic. Where the naysayers? Come fort. Continue your disparagement. The most authoritative evidence has been presented by the production team. Let's see what you have to say now. As I was indulging in this juicy gossip, I can hardly believe the magnitude of this world-class turnaround. In the wake of this revelation, many were awakened to the truth. So, these songs are indeed Han Luofeng's originals? Have we misjudged him? I suddenly feel remorseful for having believed the words of others, resulting in unjustly criticizing Han Luofeng for so long. For the first time in my life, I feel the sting of shame. I simply wish to convey my sincerest apologies to Han Luofeng within a mere 10 minutes. This news swiftly spread across the internet. Countless individuals were left astonished and bewildered, while many felt the fiery heat of embarrassment, akin to receiving several resounding slaps across the face. Plagiarism? The copyright has long been registered. How dare they? It turns out the true jesters were themselves. No wonder an Luofeng remained silent. The real fool was I. He clearly held us in disdain. At this moment, countless individuals felt their faces flush with shame, especially those who had engaged in disparaging remarks. In this instant, their fingers hovered over their keyboards, paralyzed. In less than half an hour, the Weibo post from I Am a Singer spread like wildfire, reaching over 30 million views in no time. In response to the plagiarism incident, topics such as those years, we witnessed world-class turnarounds. And regarding plagiarism, the fool is myself, swiftly ascended the trending charts within a mere half hour. The 28th position on the trending list proved to be even more intriguing. Following a wave of shame among numerous netizens, an increasing number expressed remorse for their previous remarks, with some even initiating discussions under the banner of Han Luofeng. I apologize. Remarkably, this topic rapidly garnered over 5 million interactions. Upon delving into it, one would find a plethora of posts, all uniformly extending apologies to Han Luofeng. As of today, since Han Luofeng re-emerged on this stage, the unfounded accusations of plagiarism that had long been imposed upon him have finally been dispelled. Consequently, those who had become Han Luofeng's fans through his music, upon seeking to follow him on Weibo, found that a search for his name yielded no results. What? No such person found? Further scrolling revealed only individuals with the same name. At this moment, the collective realization struck the netizens. Had Han Luofeng's account been deactivated? A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. At 11 o'clock that night, in an upscale apartment somewhere in the bustling metropolis, singer Zheng Zheng, clad in a bathrobe and humming a tune, elegantly settled onto the sofa with a glass of red wine in hand, having just emerged from shower. His demeanor appeared quite cheerful, undoubtedly influenced by the disparaging remarks made about Han Luofeng on Weibo. In a tit-for-tat manner, or rather, fueled by jealousy towards Han Luofeng's prolonged success, Zheng Zheng could hardly contain his disdain upon merely thinking of him. Chapter 78. Zheng Zheng in distress. Zheng Zheng opened his phone. Currently, he boasted over 3 million followers on Weibo. Although this number paled in comparison to the millions amassed by countless artists, even overshadowed by many internet celebrities, Zheng Zheng still regarded himself as a significant figure. He assumed that, given his follower count and exposure, the fervor surrounding this incident would quickly escalate. Indeed, the topic gained traction. However, upon witnessing the shift in public sentiment on Weibo, Zheng Zheng found himself utterly unsettled. In an instant, his Weibo comment section was inundated with tens of thousands of remarks, and they were far from favorable. It became apparent that this Zheng Zheng was merely riding the wave of popularity. No, it seemed he was simply envious of Han Luofeng's acclaim, which prompted him to post that tweet. A classic case of sour grapes. What a repugnant individual. It finally dawned on me why he had not achieved stardom. Accusing others of plagiarism without a shred of evidence? It was nothing short of opportunistic exploitation. The moral decline of society is alarming. Such individuals exist, and yet they present their arguments with such pretentiousness. Did he truly expect the I Am a Great Singer production team to provide him with an explanation to grant him any semblance of dignity? Gazing at these comments, Zheng Zheng was left utterly dumbfounded. Wait, what is going on here? Did these misguided trolls mistakenly enter the wrong space? The so-called entertainment industry regards fans as the lifeblood of celebrities, a statement that holds a modicum of truth. Yet, Zheng Zheng harbors a contrary opinion, perceiving this group as mere sycophants, drawn to him solely by his talent. In his eyes, fans are akin to online bootlickers. It was then that Zheng Zheng realized something must have transpired. He began his quest for the truth on Weibo. Moments later, in his apartment, Zheng Zheng trembled uncontrollably, his molars grinding audibly as he forcefully set down his wine glass, producing a loud clink. With a face marred by shades of green and purple, one might mistakenly assume he had overindulged. Suddenly, Zheng Zheng sprang to his feet, his composure shattered. A multitude of people on Weibo were lambasting him. He finally comprehended that he had made a grave misstep. Perhaps this was the proverbial case of losing a feather while attempting to catch a bird. He hastily navigated to his contacts, intending to reach out to his manager for damage control, as the situation spiraled beyond his grasp, leaving him somewhat unnerved. If he allowed matters to continue unchecked, he might very well become the next target of online vitriol. However, before he could even dial the number, his manager's call came through. Zheng Zheng's hand trembled. Could the company already be aware of the situation? Cautiously, he pressed the answer button. Hello, Feng Jia. What brings you to call at such a late hour? No sooner had he spoken than a furious roar erupted from the other end. Zheng Zheng, what the hell have you done during my brief absence? Feng Jia, what do you mean? I don't understand. He attempted to protest. Little did he know that his manager was currently at the airport, fuming with rage. Passers-by were taken aback by her fearsome expression, mistaking her for someone on the verge of a breakdown. Are you trying to play dumb? Are you not aware of your own actions tonight? Feng Jia. This is merely a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Do you take me for a fool? Let me tell you, Zheng Zheng, you have completely escalated this situation. His manager's brow throbbed with fury, her frustration nearing its boiling point. Internally, she cursed Zheng Zheng for his foolishness. Why provoke Han Luofeng for no reason? What benefit could possibly arise from associating with a tarnished artist? Most importantly, this brainless fool had even implicated the production team of I Am a Superstar. If not for the throngs of people around, she would have unleashed her wrath over the phone. Zheng Zheng, you need to immediately disable your Weibo comments. From this moment on, you better not step outside. If you don't start behaving, you can prepare for your downfall. I'm heading back to the city now. With that, she abruptly hung up. Zheng Zheng stood frozen, utterly disoriented. His lips quivered intermittently, his heart racing with anxiety. He knew he had gravely miscalculated this time. He had landed himself in serious trouble. Yet even now, he failed to grasp what he had done wrong. Han Luofeng is merely a blemished artist, is he not? How has the situation devolved into this? Ah, I see. Thank you, goodbye. Click. After hanging up the phone, Han Luofeng stepped in from the balcony. Brother Luofeng. Who was that? The production team. Qiu Yuan nodded in realization, then donned a broad smile, his excitement palpable as he opened his phone and exclaimed, "Hey, Brother Luofeng, come here quickly. I must tell you, you've been the talk of Weibo lately. In my 20-something years of life, I have never witnessed such a spectacular turn of events." With great enthusiasm, Qiu Yuan opened Weibo and handed the phone to Han Luofeng. Chapter 79. Timely pickup. Without a doubt, the moment of greatest joy for Qiu Yuan today was now. Han Luofeng, who seldom frequented Weibo or even scrolled through Douyin, could hardly comprehend Qiu Yuan's current exuberance. Whenever Qiu Yuan found a moment to spare, he would surf the internet, and upon encountering the malicious slander aimed at Han Luofeng, his head nearly exploded with fury. Upholding the principle of standing by a good brother in times of hardship, Qiu Yuan brought forth his collection of dormant alternate accounts, engaging in a fierce battle with those trolls for several rounds. Yet, alas, he was outnumbered. His fists could not contend against the multitude of voices, and ultimately, he found several accounts banned due to the backlash. This infuriated Qiu Yuan to the brink of a breakdown. Thus, when he witnessed the sudden reversal of fortune, he was utterly elated. "Ha, Brother Luofeng, I can almost envision the expressions on those trolls' faces. If I were them, I would certainly consider quitting the internet altogether. And what about that so-called singer, Zheng Zheng? He resembles nothing more than a clown. I bet he is too afraid to speak up now. It's utterly hilarious." Before the show aired, he brazenly used my brother Luofeng as a stepping stone to elevate himself. How comical is that the real fool turned out to be him. Qiu Yuan, unable to contain his amusement, collapsed onto the sofa, laughing uncontrollably. Beside him, the little one, holding a spoon and digging into yogurt, gazed at Qiu Yuan with wide, curious eyes. Han Luofeng casually glanced at Weibo, returned the phone to Qiu Yuan, and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "Get up. It's time to tidy the table." "What? You can't be serious. I worked hard to buy groceries, and now I must clean up as well?" With a smile frozen on his face, Qiu Yuan stood up with a look of feigned resentment and headed to wash the dishes. Ning Si, peeling grapes for the little one, lifted her gaze to Han Luofeng and inquired, "I just saw the Weibo of the singer production team. What is going on?" Ning Si found it somewhat strange. Typically, when a contestant's personal issues affect the competition, the production team would usually opt to disqualify the contestant to preserve the integrity of the show. Why was it different this time? Han Luofeng scratched his head and replied, "Last night, Feng Yujing asked me for a screenshot of the back end. He must have anticipated this issue." "Oh," Ning Si nodded, understanding now. Indeed, last night, Feng Yujing had contacted Han Luofeng for that very screenshot. At that moment, Han Luofeng had not considered the purpose behind the request. Now, Han Luofeng has come to understand. However, he cannot help but feel a sense of admiration. He never expected Feng Yujing to have anticipated today's events. Truly, he is a product of a prominent family. Considering the Feng family's influence in the entertainment industry, it is only natural that Feng Yujing possesses a profound understanding of this realm. This is indeed a manifestation of his foresight. By the way, have all the documents for the little 1S school enrollment been prepared? Ning Sichi inquired. Han Luofeng nodded, stating, "Everything is ready. We can proceed with the enrollment procedures on Monday." At that moment, the little one, hearing their conversation, lifted her head and asked Han Luofeng, "Daddy, are you going to take me to kindergarten?" "Yes, do you want to go?" He replied. Does that mean I won't see Daddy very often anymore?" The little one seemed to have realized something and pouted her lips, showing signs of unhappiness. Han Luofeng tilted his head, puzzled yet smiling. How could that be? Why would you think that? Over the past few days, Han Luofeng has gradually learned how to be a good father. As a parent, he has become accustomed to being attentive to the subtle shifts in his child's emotions. Thus, when he saw the little one pouting, he sensed her discontent. The little one continued, "Daddy, I heard from Yaya that after her daddy took her to kindergarten, she rarely saw him, because every day, before she even wakes up, her daddy has already gone to work, and every night, When she's about to sleep, she still hasn't seen her daddy come home. She said she can only play with her mommy and little brother, and can't play with her daddy at all. Does that mean I won't be able to play with daddy anymore? Han Luofeng's expression faltered momentarily. Then he reached out to ruffle the little one's hair, smiling gently as he said, "How could that be? Daddy is different from other daddies. From now on, I promise to pick you up and drop you off from school on time. How does that sound?" The little one's eyes sparkled with delight, and she grinned. "Really?" "Yes." Han Luofeng knew it. "Yay. Are you very happy?" The little one nodded vigorously, her eyes gleaming. "Happy. Xingyue Kindergarten is so much fun. The children inside are wonderful. I love playing with everyone and making friends. The teachers and the principal at Xingyue Kindergarten, along with the children, are all so different from those at my previous kindergarten. They are all so very nice." As he watched the little one joyfully recounting her experiences at kindergarten, Han Luofeng felt a weight lift from his heart as he tousled his son's hair. Perhaps due to her tender age, having already encountered such unfortunate events, the little one has matured more quickly than others, exhibiting a heightened sensitivity to the world around her. There are not many people or things that she can genuinely cherish. It seems that the educational approach at Xingyue Kindergarten truly differs from that of other institutions. Chapter 80. Foolish Actions following the broadcast of the second episode of I Am a Great Singer, along with the recent events on Weibo, Han Luofeng's popularity has reached a pinnacle since his return. The next day, both those who had been following the gossip since yesterday and those who joined in today continued to discuss the matter with great enthusiasm. Similarly, the online spectators were left in utter shock. Last year, the scandal surrounding Han Luofeng's plagiarism was a sensational affair, and nearly everyone with an interest in the entertainment industry had heard of it, harboring a particular disdain for the individual involved. However, following yesterday's events, the public's perception of him underwent an unexpected transformation. After the uproar, several marketing accounts continued to follow in Zheng Zheng's footsteps, attempting to capitalize on the incident for their own gain. They resurrected old discussions, revisiting the plagiarism controversy from the previous year. Some accounts, in their quest for attention, even insinuated a desire to incite conflict, subtly questioning the legitimacy of Han Luofeng's actions. Contrary to prior sentiments, many internet users began to advocate for Han Luofeng. Observing this shift, he felt a slight sense of relief. Living under a cloud of scandal was certainly no pleasant existence. However, while Han Luofeng found solace, Zheng Zheng was enduring a much harsher reality. Since the events of last night, his mind remained in turmoil, rendered almost catatonic. Following his manager's instructions, he refrained from stepping outside or voicing any opinions, waiting for the company to come to his rescue. Yet, since that fateful phone call, neither his manager nor the company had reached out to him. Panic began to set in, but he dared not act impulsively. Damn it! All of this was Han Luofeng's fault. Zheng Zheng lay on his bed, exhausted, staring at his phone with a grimace. The dark circles under his eyes were a testament to the sleepless night he had endured. In truth, it was not merely a restless night. He had not slept at all. Notifications from Weibo had been incessant, overwhelming him with a barrage of messages, most of which were filled with insults or mockery directed at him. Zheng Zheng found himself in a dire situation, suffering severe backlash. After once again perusing the comments, his body trembled with rage, his face flushed with anger, and he couldn't help but curse aloud, cursing the foolishness of these netizens. Having been subjected to relentless criticism throughout the night, his mental state was unraveling. Were the updates from Fengjia? Zheng Zheng anxiously stared at his phone, wondering what he should do in the absence of news from the company. Wait, a thought struck him. Could it be that the company had already abandoned him? As this notion took root, his anxiety deepened. Faced with an incessant tide of vitriol, the pressure had already been overwhelming, and now this thought rendered him nearly immobile. He immediately dialed his manager, but the call went unanswered. This was disastrous. Just then, more notifications popped up on Weibo. Zheng Zheng glanced at them, and the vitriol had intensified, even extending to his work. He was on the brink of being doxxed. This realization sent him into a frenzy. He glared at the comments, his anger boiling over, and promptly sat down at his computer. With fervent keystrokes, he composed a new post, his frustration reaching a breaking point. This latest post was charged with indignation. He eloquently expressed his fervent emotions. He once again brought up the incident of Han Luofeng's plagiarism from last year, which was indeed substantiated by evidence. Zheng gritted his teeth, unable to fathom how Han Luofeng could possibly defend himself regarding this matter. After all, the evidence was irrefutable. Even if you could prove that these few songs by Han Luofeng were not plagiarized, what about the past? His previous acts of plagiarism have been thoroughly substantiated. Am I mistaken? He is nothing but a plagiarist. Are you, the producers of I Am a Singer, attempting to shield this plagiarist? What sort of program are you running? Once the post was published, it quickly captured the attention of numerous netizens. Upon reading the post, their initial reaction was one of stunned disbelief. They could hardly believe that Zheng dared to speak out at such a contentious time. Surely, he must be lacking in common sense? Even outsiders understood that remaining silent at such a moment was the wisest choice. However, as the netizens delved deeper into the content of the post, they began to ponder. Yet this time, they did not align themselves with Zheng. After all, they were not fools. The comments began to surge. The evidence has been laid bare. How dare you brazenly accuse someone of plagiarism? What audacity! I am astounded. What sort of intellect is at play here? Whose artist is this? I am amused. Anyone with a modicum of sense should realize that the situation is far from simple. Indeed, just these few original songs are enough to showcase Han Luofeng's prowess and talent. With such artistry, how could one even suggest he would resort to plagiarism? These are truly original creations. Chapter 81. A stage that solely supports originality, Zheng's second Weibo post swiftly ignited quite a stir. Many artists took notice of the situation, and even several entertainment companies became involved. Within an hour of Zheng's post, the official Weibo account of I Am a Singer issued a statement. It consisted of a mere succinct sentence. The stage of singers will always support originality. Boom. These few, simple words instantly conveyed the stance of the I Am a Singer production team. The netizens gasped in astonishment. It seemed a fierce battle was brewing. Clearly, I Am a Singer was poised to stand firmly behind Han Luofeng. However, the main event was yet to unfold. In less than 10 minutes, the rock veteran Wang Chun also voiced his opinion. This time, Wang Chun released a teaser for his new album, revealing the track list, and remarkably, the song written by Han Luofeng was chosen as the lead single. Accompanying this announcement was a video featuring a backdrop of arid yellow desert, with Wang Chun holding a microphone and a band standing behind him. This was quintessentially Wang Chun's style. The curious netizens eagerly clicked to watch the video. As the uniquely husky voice of Wang Chun resonated, one could not help but ponder, do you still care for me, my dearest friend? When I resolved to relinquish everything and embark upon the path to freedom, will you still accompany me, my most cherished kin? We have already bid farewell to yesterday, setting sail towards the roads of tomorrow. I yearn to be as free as a dream, as resilient as the sky. Snap! The video concludes here. Before the screen, countless captivated netizens were left in stunned silence, bewildered by the abrupt ending. What's happening? This cannot be how it ends. Just as I was immersed in the melody, it ceased. Wang Chun has released a new song. This piece, as free as a dream, has already instilled in me a premonition of its potential to become a classic. Wang Chun has reached yet another pinnacle. The quality of this song is simply extraordinary. So delightful. Alas, it ended prematurely. Oh, I implore you, Wang Chun, please release the full version. In a brief video lasting less than a minute, not even half of the song was sung. Yet, this fleeting moment captured the hearts of fans and garnered exceptional acclaim. Thus, when everyone encountered Wang Chun's comments, they were utterly astonished. Wang Chun, greetings. I'm a singer Wang Chun. In the blink of an eye, I have traversed this path for several decades. Throughout these years, I have composed numerous songs and reached what I deem my peak. After much contemplation, I have decided to release a new album, aiming to surpass myself. Just like As Free as a Dream. Do you all enjoy this song? I personally adore it, as it encapsulates the emotions I've harbored over these decades. Therefore, I am immensely grateful to Han Luofeng for crafting this piece for me. Thank you, Han Luofeng. Boom. At this moment, Tens of millions of netizens were left bewildered. What could Wang Chun's words possibly imply? How could it be that this song was penned by Han Luofeng? My goodness, I am utterly astonished. Han Luofeng has collaborated with Wang Chun? The crowd gasped in disbelief. It is well known that over the years, only heavyweight artists have had the privilege of collaborating with Wang Chun, and many aspiring singers have sought the opportunity to work with him, yet to no avail. Upon learning this news, the excitement became palpable. Simultaneously, this Weibo post allowed countless individuals within the industry to witness Wang Chun's stance. However, the astonishment did not cease there. Following Wang Chun's revelation, Ma Tianqian also retweeted the official post from I Am a Big Singer, followed by Zhou Feng Yujing, Xie Tong, and Xiao Yuan, with an increasing number of people expressing their support. Now, both insiders and outsiders were in a state of frenzy. My heavens, Ma Tianqian has spoken. What is happening today? Is Han Luofeng truly making a comeback? Why is there such an outpouring of support for him? Whether or not a comeback is imminent remains uncertain. But I'm convinced now that Han Luofeng's songs are undoubtedly original. Wang Chun is well known for his staunch opposition to plagiarism and would never associate with such deceit. Indeed, this only strengthens my belief. If Han Luofeng were truly a plagiarist, how could figures like Feng Yujing, Ma Tianqian, and Zhou Luan stand by him? We must support originality. In a certain upscale apartment, Zheng soon learned of the news. This is impossible. How could it be? Han Luofeng is nothing but a plagiarist. Why are there still so many people defending him? As the saying goes, some individuals become so engrossed in their performance that they ultimately lose themselves in the role. This is precisely the state of Zheng, whose thoughts have become a chaotic tangle. In a flurry of anxiety, he fumbled for his phone, his face pale as he navigated to his manager's number. Just as he was about to dial, a call from his manager came through. Upon seeing the name of his manager, Feng Jie, his eyes brightened as if a dying man had caught sight of a savior. Feng Jie, at last. You call me. What should I do? I'm being ruthlessly attacked online. Damn it, came an angry roar from the other end. Zheng, you are nothing but a helpless mess. Didn't I tell you yesterday not to speak out? Why didn't you listen? Look at the mess you've made of a good situation. How dare you come to me for help? Feng Jie launched into a tirade, leaving Zheng utterly dejected. Feng Jie, spare me your excuses. Didn't I tell you to remain silent? Yet, you chose to post on Weibo? Do you possess no common sense? At such a precarious time, you still insist on digging your own grave. Feng Jie, I just couldn't swallow my pride. Their insults were too harsh. Harsh? Huh. In this entertainment industry, who hasn't faced a few rounds of online harassment? You can't handle that? With such a fragile constitution, you dare to aspire to be a star? I'm telling you, once you step into this realm, you must obediently follow the directives. This is your own folly, and the company cannot save you now. Panic surged within Zheng. Fear gripped him. No, please. Feng Jie, I was wrong, truly wrong. I promise I will listen to your guidance. Please save me. At that moment, a wave of true terror washed over him, fearing he might never recover from the situation. Regret gnawed at his heart. Feng Jie scoffed coldly. Save you? If you had remained silent, perhaps I could have saved you, but now, even the emperor himself could not rescue you. Oh, by the way, Zheng, let me inform you that due to your reckless behavior, you have severely tarnished the company's reputation. Coincidentally, your contract is about to expire, and the company has decided not to renew it. Take care of yourself. With that, Feng Jie abruptly ended the call. She looked disdainfully at Zheng's contract in her hand, scoffing a few times before carelessly tossing it into the cabinet. Zheng had been in the industry for several years, and despite the company's efforts to promote him, he remained unworthy of elevation. Feng Jie had long since run out of patience. Such a hopeless case was best discarded, sparing her further trouble. This time, she had originally hoped to take advantage of him, but unexpectedly, this fellow managed to dig his own grave. Now, the rock legends, such as Wang Chun and Ma Tianqian, have come forth to express their support for Han Luofeng. Yet this man still leaps into the fire pit. Is this not akin to courting disaster? Moreover, Zheng has now offended both fans and artists alike, particularly the production team of I Am a Great Singer. Such arrogance. Feng Jie scoffed and departed. Zheng Zheng was utterly incredulous. His company had actually abandoned him. Why? No, this cannot be true. His eyes widened in disbelief. His expression twisted in anguish as he hurriedly attempted to redial Feng Jie's number. Yet, mere seconds later, all he heard was the busy tone. He had been blacklisted. No, this is impossible. He quickly opened Weibo and hastily clicked on the official account of Huangtian Entertainment. To his dismay, just 2 minutes prior, they had announced the termination of his contract with the company. It was over, completely over. Zheng Zheng was in utter despair, clutching his head. However, calamity rarely comes alone. Mere moments later, his phone rang again. Assuming it was the company, he answered without even looking. Hello, is this Mr. Zheng Zheng? I am a lawyer and also the special legal advisor for the production team of I Am a Great Singer. Due to your personal remarks, our program has suffered a certain degree of negative impact. I am here to inform you that we will be pursuing legal action to safeguard our rights. Please be on the lookout for the lawyer's letter. With a sharp click, Zheng Zheng realized he was utterly finished. Following this tumultuous event, no one dared to question whether Han Luofeng had plagiarized. Occasionally, 1 or 2 marketing accounts might cast doubt, but they were swiftly met with backlash from netizens and bystanders alike. It became a silent consensus to refrain from revisiting the previous plagiarism incident. After all, anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that with Han Luofeng's talent, there was no need for him to resort to plagiarism. It was others who should be concerned about copying him. Morning arrived. As the alarm clock rang at 7 o'clock, Han Luofeng opened his eyes and turned it off. Rolling over, he called out, Tuanzi, time to get up. Ugh, Daddy, but I still want to sleep. I'm so tired, the little one mumbled, rubbing his eyes. Don't you remember, Tuanzi? You have school today. What? Upon hearing this, the child immediately sat up, surprising even Han Luofeng with his swift response. Daddy, I'm getting up right now. Watching his son dart out the door, Han Luofeng chuckled softly. It seemed his son was quite eager about school after all. At 7:50, the pair arrived at the gate of Xingyue Kindergarten. Mr. Han, here is the enrollment certificate for little Han Linza, the principal, smiling, handed over the document in her office and then squatted down to ruffle the child's hair. Tuanzi, from now on, you will be a member of Xingyue Kindergarten. The little dumpling's eyes sparkled brightly, and with a gentle curve of his lips, he nodded vigorously, exclaiming yes. Thank you, principal. After completing the formalities, Han Luofeng was ready to head back. At the kindergarten entrance, he turned around, crouched down, and playfully tapped the tip of the little dumpling's nose with his index finger. Dumpling, while at school, remember to heed your teacher's words, study diligently, and get along well with your peers. You mustn't throw tantrums or be lazy, right? Father, I know. I must interact well with others. The child replied. Han Luofeng couldn't help but chuckle softly, squeezing his son's tender cheeks and saying, All right then, as long as you remember. I will be leaving now. Okay, father. Thank you, Principal Feng. Principal Feng smiled kindly. It's no trouble at all. It is our duty. Rest assured, Mr. Han. Although Han Luofeng felt a twinge of reluctance as it was his son's first day of school, he harbored no worries, fully aware of his son's maturity. On the way back, he passed by the vegetable market and decided to purchase some groceries. Han Luofeng admitted he was not adept at cooking. He could only prepare simple children's meals. However, considering his son's growth, he resolved to learn culinary skills. How I wish I had a recipe that required no learning and could be mastered at a glance. Suddenly, he remembered, I have a system. In the elevator, Han Luofeng slapped his forehead, realizing he had almost forgotten about it, his golden opportunity bestowed upon him by fate. Upon returning home, he eagerly opened the system that had been gathering dust. To his astonishment, he was greeted by an unexpected surprise. Wow, how has the popularity value increased so rapidly? Unbeknownst to him, the system's popularity value had soared to an impressive 5 million. With a lottery ticket priced at 100,000, he could participate over 50 times. While reveling in his good fortune, he was abruptly interrupted by a notification. Ding! The host's popularity value has reached 5 million. The system will automatically upgrade. Upgrading the system will consume 4 million popularity points. Commencing upgrade. What? Han Luofeng leapt from the sofa in disbelief. his expression frozen in a mixture of pride and shock. Wait, system. Hold on a moment. Ding. System upgrading. Please remain patient. In that moment, the typically composed Han Luofeng could not contain his expletive. This system is utterly outrageous. Why do other systems grant their owners the world, while mine seems malfunctioning? A mere thank you for a lottery? And now, it upgrades automatically upon reaching a milestone, and it consumes my popularity points? This is infuriating. His frustration mounted, and he gasped for breath, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. A minute later, the system finally emitted a sound once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system upgrade has been successfully completed. The 2.0 version is now officially at your service. Ding! In version 2.0, the lottery mode has undergone slight adjustments. Each draw now requires the expenditure of 1 million popularity points, and the items obtained will be of a considerably higher grade. Simultaneously, the system has automatically activated the system store for the host, where items can be purchased. What on earth? Han Luofeng, feeling vexed, raked his fingers through his hair. What nonsense is this? The upgrade cost me 4 million popularity points, and now a single lottery draw requires another 1 million? Is this a scam? And what is this ridiculous system store? Wait a moment, a system store? Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow, intrigued. With a thought, he opened the system store directly. After browsing through the offerings, he found only about a dozen items available for purchase, such as misfortune talismans, time-space memory capsules, diarrhea pills, and even luck-enhancing pills. How bizarre. After perusing the selection, Han Luofeng realized that none of it was of any real use to him. What he truly desired were skills that could enhance his strength. Gazing at the remaining 1 million popularity points, Han Luofeng sighed. Well, never mind. I'll hold off on the lottery for now and save it for when I truly need it. In truth, he was contemplating saving up his popularity points until he had a bit more, for if he were to draw one at a time, he might end up with nothing but a thank you for your patronage, which would surely send him into a fit of despair. After the system upgrade, a 10-draw feature had been introduced. A 10-draw costs 10 million popularity points. Forget it. I'll just save for now. Just as he closed the system interface, Han Luofeng snapped back to reality. At that moment, a message arrived on his phone. Chapter 84. The eve of the second live broadcast, Mr. Han. Have you been busy lately? No note. Who is this? Han Luofeng looked at the profile picture and found the person familiar, so he clicked to enlarge the image. It turned out to be that guy, Chui Xiao. Han Luofeng promptly replied, "What is up, Mr. Chui?" Chui Xiao. "Oh, nothing much. I wanted to ask if you have some time to come to the company for a live broadcast. The fans of the group have been urging us quite a bit, and I thought it's been quite a while since the last one. A live broadcast? If Chui Xiao hadn't mentioned it, Han Luofeng would have completely forgotten about it. Han Luofeng, it's fine, but the group is at school right now. We might not be able to make it tonight." Chui Xiao quickly replied, "No worries. Actually, the broadcast can be done anywhere. It's quite flexible. If it's convenient for you, you can even do it from home. As long as you have a phone and a computer, it's all good. A live broadcast from home? Very well. We'll start the broadcast at 7 tonight. But it can't be too late. My son needs to go to bed early." Chui Xiao, sound great. Whatever works for you, Mr. Han. Just do as you see fit. All right then. After hanging up the phone, Han Luofeng dove back into his study and began sketching his comic. During this busy period, whenever he found a moment of respite, he would immerse himself in his work in the study. The comic is already more than halfway completed, and it is expected to be submitted in a week. There remains a little over half a month. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, everyone lined up neatly, standing in an orderly fashion. At Xingyue Kindergarten, the teachers were organizing the students to leave school in an orderly manner. Today was the first day of school for the little one, who performed quite well, making several new friends and getting along splendidly with Yeye and a few others. His height could not be considered tall, yet he was not short either, positioned in the middle of the line. Han Luofeng arrived punctually at the school gate. When the sign for his class appeared, he immediately spotted the little one among the group of children. It was not that Han Luofeng had particularly sharp eyes. Rather, the little one was simply too adorable. "Hey, Pumping's mom, look! Pumping's class is coming out. Is that little child in the same class as Pumping? So cute. Indeed, what an adorable child. However, I don't believe I've seen him before. He must have transferred here, right? Oh my goodness, he is just too cute. His parents must be wonderful too. You can tell they have good genes. Unlike my son, goodness, at least the grandson isn't unfortunate looking. If he were, I would certainly have to break my son's legs. A group of parents gathered together, discussing animatedly. Daddy, the little one dashed straight into Han Luofeng's arms after emerging. Daddy, you came to pick me up. Han Luofeng smiled indulgently, looking at the little one, and gently pinched his small nose. Of course, Daddy would come to pick you up. How was your first day at school? Are you getting used to it? Yes. I received praise from my teacher today. Really? That's wonderful. Han Luofeng beamed with affection. At that moment, the little one seemed to recall something, pointing his small finger at his chin, tilting his head to gaze up at Han Luofeng. But Daddy, today at school, I praised you, but the teacher told me that baldy cannot be used as a compliment. It is an insult. Uft, an Luofeng's wisha. Bemused by his son's antics. Little one, didn't Daddy tell you that this term shouldn't be used casually? Huh? The little one tilted his head. But today Yia helped me with something, and I wanted to thank her. Besides, Yia is very pretty, so I use that word compliment her. Next time, you mustn't do that. The meaning of that word is rather complex, understand? Okay, the little one scratched his head, looking troubled. But last time, when I complimented Uncle Chiu Yuan like that, he seemed very happy. Han Luofeng did not hear the little one's murmured words as he led him across the street. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the sweltering heat began to irritate both father and son. Daddy, how much longer do we have to wait? I'm so hot and hungry. Well, it is currently rush hour. It has been nearly half an hour, and no one has accepted our ride request. But Daddy, I'm really hungry. Before he could finish speaking, the little one's stomach protested loudly. The two exchanged glances, the little one's eyes filled with a pitiful expression, while Han Luofeng's gaze reflected a hint of helplessness. At this moment, Han Luofeng truly realized the significance of having a car for transportation in a bustling metropolis. That evening, he showcased his nascent culinary skills by preparing a relatively sumptuous dinner for the little dumpling, which, at the very least, was palatable. The little dumpling was quite gracious, finishing an entire plate. Meanwhile, on the Tiger Broadcasting platform, Kuya had been fervently promoting the event since the morning. The second live stream of the little dumpling attracted considerable attention. In one of the rooms on the Tiger Broadcasting platform, as the clock struck 6:50, there were merely 10 minutes remaining. My little rascal, upon hearing that the little dumpling's father would be live streaming tonight, devoured his meal in haste and was now sitting upright in front of the computer, eagerly awaiting the broadcast. Oh, indeed, my little girl is no different. It is a rare sight to see her diligently complete her homework. Previously, she would labor until 9 or 10 o'clock every night. However, today, she finished her assignments in less than an hour after returning from school. Chapter 85. The live stream commences, although the live stream had yet to begin. The audience in the room was already engaged in lively conversation. From their words, it was evident that many children had conscientiously finished their homework early to await the stream. This clearly demonstrated the allure of Han Luofeng's fairy tales, which had captivated a substantial number of young fans. As the clock struck 7, over 20,000 viewers in the live stream room awaited in silence. Yet as seconds ticked away, 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 5 minutes elapsed. What was happening? Why hadn't the little dumpling started the stream yet? Was there a delay? I thought I had arrived late. The live stream room erupted once again, but this time, everyone was bewildered. Where had the host gone? On the other side, there was also someone closely monitoring the little dumpling's live stream. Wang Tsuhua. Oh, pardon me, I meant Amy. Ever since the last live stream, which peaked at an astounding 120,000 concurrent viewers, breaking Amy's record, she had been brooding over it. She believed that telling a few children's stories was hardly a remarkable feat. Amy maintained that Han Luofeng had merely been fortunate that day. It was her absence from the live stream that allowed Han Luofeng to steal the limelight and the audience. Upon learning of Han Luofeng's upcoming second live stream, Amy made a decisive resolution. She would broadcast simultaneously with him. She was determined to reclaim her status as the queen of Tiger Broadcasting. Thus, at precisely 7 o'clock, Amy commenced her live stream. With her popularity on Tiger Broadcasting, she was nothing short of sensation. As soon as the clock struck 7, The viewer count in Amy's live stream soared to over 50,000, easily surpassing that of Han Luofeng's stream by more than double. Welcome, all you lovely viewers, to the stream. Good evening, everyone. Miami. Today marks Amy's birthday. In appreciation of the unwavering support from her fans, Amy has decided to orchestrate a delightful surprise. Before the camera, Amy presents two distinct personas. The birthday celebration is merely a ploy for her live stream, a clever ruse to garner attention under the guise of a festive occasion. This strategy is a well-trodden path in the realm of live streaming, and Amy executes it with remarkable finesse, leaving no hint of contrivance. With just a few carefully chosen words, she stirs the curiosity of her audience. However, the surprises she promises are not particularly thrilling. They merely introduce some whimsical games into the existing format of her broadcast. In stark contrast, Han Luofeng, who is adjusting his camera at home and is not a professional, inadvertently blacked out the live stream for the first 7 minutes. It was only at 7:07 that he managed to set up the camera correctly. With a sigh of relief, he made his way to the bathroom. Meanwhile, in the live stream room, confusion reigned. Where's the little one? And what about the little one's father? It has been so long. Why hasn't the stream started yet? What is going on? Could we have received the wrong information? Is there a problem? This is so disappointing. After waiting for ages, it turns out to be a false alarm. I'm leaving. I won't watch anymore. Alas, my child waited in vain for this. Since there won't be a broadcast, I might as well take my child to do homework. In a moment, many viewers assumed it was a blunder, while others speculated that an issue had arisen, causing a significant drop in the number of participants in the live stream. Just then, a delightful sight appeared. The little one, clad in adorable bear-patterned pajamas, approached the camera Han Luofeng had just adjusted, gazing curiously at the screen. In her innocent wonder, the little one inadvertently brushed the mouse with her arm. Ding! The live stream commenced. Is this a photo session? The cherubic face of the little one appeared directly in front of countless screens. At that moment, over 8,000 viewers remained in the live stream. Those who were preparing to leave, upon seeing her face, felt a surge of joy. Oh my, the little one. How utterly adorable. Her face looks so tender and chubby. I just want to pinch it. Ha ha ha. A cute child live streaming is simply too charming. The little one has finally arrived. I was about to wither away waiting. Little one, where is your father? Once the visual was established, the audience's enthusiasm reignited. Comments in the chat flew by at an astonishing pace, yet the little one remained oblivious to the excitement. When Han Luofeng emerged from the bathroom, he was greeted by this enchanting scene. His son's plump, rosy face was pressed against the camera, occasionally making funny faces. To his surprise, the live stream had already begun without his knowledge. With a resigned smile, he walked over to his son. Thus, the second live stream of the father and son duo began in a rather muddled fashion. Chapter 86. The little one tells a story. Han Luofeng patiently elucidated the situation to the little one. And it was only then that this small creature grasped the reality. They were indeed live streaming. Upon this revelation, the little one experienced an unusual bout of shyness. The mere thought that his earlier silly faces had been witnessed by numerous uncles and aunts left him feeling quite bashful. In a fleeting moment, a rosy hue adorned his cheeks, rendering him even more endearing. Han Luofeng glanced down to behold his son's flushed visage, unable to suppress a gentle chuckle. He crouched down and playfully teased the little one's nose. My dear, now sit obediently on the stool. Shall we engage in some fun with the uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters? The little one nodded. Yes, sure. At that moment, a flurry of comments cascaded across the screen. Ah, so adorable. I wish to steal the little one away. What kind of sack do you prefer, little one? Oh my, the looks of this father-son duo are simply stunning. I'm in love. You all want the little one? Then I claim the little one's father. Who dares to compete with me for the little one's father? Come, let us duel. A troupe of dramatic souls began to enact their performances in the comment section. After some lively banter, Han Luofeng composed himself and began to clarify the reasons for the delay in today's live stream. Upon hearing his explanation, the audience expressed their understanding. However, many parents and children started to urge, If that's the case, then please, little one's father, begin the story. Yes, yes. Share the tale. My daughter has been restless for quite some time. I thought you wouldn't stream anymore. Let us get straight to the point, tell the story. My son can hardly sit still. How wonderful it would be if the little one's father's stories could be published. I would surely buy several copies for my child. That way, he wouldn't pester me daily to have the little one's father stream. The loudest clamor in the comments was for storytelling. As the live stream returned to normalcy, the audience count saw a slight increase, rising from 8,000 to 10,000. Among these, there were few passive viewers, as the atmosphere in the comments was quite lively. After a brief chat, Luofeng turned to the little one and asked, "My dear, would you like to hear a story?" Upon hearing this, not only did the little one perk up, but all in the live stream eagerly tuned in, awaiting the tale. Yes, I want to hear. Then how about this time, you tell a story to your father and the uncles and aunts in a live stream. Huh? Father? At this, the audience in the live stream fell into astonished silence. What? The little one will tell a story? This is quite perplexing. How old is the little one? 5 perhaps. Can he truly tell a story? No, little one's father. We came to hear you narrate tales. Not for the little one to take the stage. Can a little one really tell stories? This is utter nonsense. Ridiculous. Please don't tease. I just want to quietly listen to a story. In an instant, many viewers voiced their skepticism. Initially, from the very first live stream, they had been drawn in by the little one. Yet it seemed they had developed an affection for Luofeng's children's stories as well. However, while they held fondness, they still harbored doubts about whether the little one could genuinely tell a story. Such a tiny child, remaining composed in front of the camera, is already a remarkable feat. And now he is expected to tell a story? Is this ayist? Luofeng caught a glimpse of the diverse barrage of comments out of the corner of his eye, a flicker of subtle light passing through his gaze. Anyone witnessing their child being questioned would undoubtedly feel a pang of discomfort. However, Luofeng did not react with anger. Instead, he crouched down to meet the little one at eye level. Can you, my dear, share a story with Daddy? Just one would suffice. At that moment, in a live stream attended by 10,000 viewers, all eyes were fixed on this father-son duo through the lens. The audience was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the intent behind Luofeng's request. Perhaps only he understood the reasoning behind it. One reason was that he had observed that although the little one typically possessed a cheerful disposition, he often became particularly anxious or felt insecure when asked to undertake tasks independently. To alleviate such tendencies and encourage him to be bolder, performing under the gaze of thousands was indeed an excellent strategy. Moreover, Luofeng had discerned that his son exhibited an impressive capacity for learning. For instance, during their last visit to the French restaurant, the rendition of Canon in D on the piano had astounded him. This time, he wished to test his son's aptitude for learning. The story comics he had drawn would be shown to the little one, who would recount them in the evening. He was eager to discover whether his son possessed any innate talent for memory. Noticing a flicker of hesitation and anxiety in the pure, large eyes of his little one, Luofeng's gaze softened with tenderness as he encouraged, "Don't be nervous, sweetheart. Daddy is right beside you." He leaned closer to whisper in the child's ear, "Daddy will always support you. You are the best." "Can I do it, Daddy?" "Of course you can, my dear." "Well then, let us begin." Chapter 87. The little one tells a story, 2. Good evening, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters. I am the little one, and I shall now present a story. The tale is titled The Ugly Duckling. One sweltering summer day, a mother duck was incubating her little ones. After a long wait, the eggs finally cracked open, and one by one, the ducklings poked their heads out. Many days passed, and at last, the large egg broke open, revealing a rather unattractive little creature. The mother duck exclaimed in astonishment, "Why is he so ugly?" Feeling both anger and pity, the ugly duckling was mocked by its siblings. Once outside, it faced ridicule from others, and even the mother duck grew to despise it, leading to the poor creature being driven from its home. Before the camera, the little one's clear and melodious voice rang out. His lips curled into a gentle smile, his head held high, and his hands resting behind him as he sat upright. At that moment, an air of confidence radiated from him. Han Luofeng gazed at his son, feeling an overwhelming pride. My son is truly charming. I wonder which family's daughter he will end up winning over when he grows up. In a corner of the bustling metropolis, Ning Sishi was holding her phone, momentarily captivated by the sight of the little dumpling, Lang Lang, narrating a story. On the screen, the diminutive figure of the little dumpling sat on a small stool before Han Luofeng, who loomed behind him, casting a shadow that nearly enveloped the child. At that moment, a chorus of voices echoed in the hearts of thousands, exclaiming how much these two resembled one another. Both radiated an undeniable confidence, one exuding an adorable charm and the other a hint of wild allure. Undoubtedly, this scene instantly captured the hearts of countless young girls watching from their screens. Meanwhile, Han Luofeng's eyes sparkled with pride. It was astonishing to realize that this soft, endearing little creature was his own flesh and blood. The sensation was truly remarkable. As the little dumpling continued, the audience's attention gradually shifted from the handsome father and son to the tale itself. When spring arrived, the ugly duckling discovered it could lift its wings, feeling a surge of strength coursing through them. It flapped its wings and surprisingly took to the skies. There, it spotted a flock of white swans and thought to itself, "How beautiful they are! I long to join them, but I am so ugly." Eventually, the ugly duckling soared beside the swans, filled with both joy and trepidation, only to find that the disdain and insults it had imagined did not come. When it lowered its head, it beheld a reflection in the crystal-clear lake. To its astonishment, the reflection was that of a stunning white swan. My story has come to an end. Thank you all. Upon concluding, the little dumpling performed a charming bow. He eagerly glanced up at Han Luofeng, eyes brimming with anticipation and a hint of nervousness. Observing his son's sparkling gaze, Han Luofeng smiled and nodded, tousling his hair as he praised, "You did wonderfully, dumpling. I truly enjoyed this story." At this, the little dumpling's eyes sparkled even brighter, and his face radiated joy. He then turned his attention back to the camera, addressing the audience. "So, dear uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters, did you enjoy my story?" At that moment, the comments flooded in. Dumpling is so adorable. Han Luofeng. Be careful. I fear one day I might just snatch your son away. If possible, I would take you both along. So delightful. Truly wonderful. This story is remarkable. The journey of the ugly duckling transforming into a swan is arduous yet profoundly meaningful. Only through life's trials can one learn to grow. What a splendid moral. I have decided to share this story with my class tomorrow. Are you a teacher too? I will also tell this story to my students and have them write reflections. Its educational significance is immense. It seems yet another original tale from Dumpling's father. I was astounded to find no relevant stories online. Tongzi's father is truly remarkable. Han Luofeng, a father who does not aspire to be a children's story creator, is not a good writer. I must say, Han Luofeng's level of creativity is on par with those esteemed children's authors in the Writers Association. In fact, their tales pale in comparison to his. Indeed, the narratives from those authors are overly pedantic, filled with phrases too profound for children to comprehend. Such an air of literary pretension. Tongzi's father is simply delightful. Tongzi is exceptional. Let's continue. Merely based on this one story, the public's perception of Han Luofeng has notably elevated. Comparisons have even been drawn between him and several authors from the Writers Association. Chapter 88. A mediocre tale following the commencement of Little Tongzi's story. The number of viewers in the live stream surged to 15,000 and continued to rise steadily. Meanwhile, on the other side, in Amy's live stream, she was in a state of exhilaration, her smile unwavering. Today, her viewer count surpassed 80,000. This marked the highest figure in her streaming career, breaking her previous record. Can a host dance? How about singing? This host is so beautiful. I've followed her. Has the host undergone cosmetic surgery? As she read the flurry of comments, the praises made Amy feel somewhat elated. Typically, she would ignore any doubts regarding cosmetic enhancements, simply dismissing such comments. However, in her current cheerful mood, she patiently responded, "Cosmetic surgery? Ha ha ha. This darling certainly has a sense of humor. Those who watch my streams know I've never undergone such procedures. I cherish the appearance my parents bestowed upon me. And besides, I fear pain. Never had cosmetic surgery? Her assistant discreetly lowered his gaze. Hasn't Amy had enough work done on her face? He was aware of at least 5 or 6 surgeries. Amy's behavior was simply a display of humble bragging. As a host specializing in emotional and gaming content, while Amy usually appeared on camera, it was only from a small angle, making it difficult for viewers to see her clearly. The surge in popularity of her live stream today was entirely due to the novelty of her appearance and the element of surprise. While Amy was reveling in her success, she soon noticed that her viewer count had plummeted from 90,000 to 81,000. This was an ominous sign. Avoiding the camera, she discreetly opened Han Luofeng's live stream, and, upon seeing only 16,000 viewers, a weight lifted from her heart. Just 16,000? Amy scoffed inwardly, maintaining a composed exterior. The position of the top host is mine alone. What does it matter if the company invested a fortune to recruit him? What does it matter if they meticulously crafted his image? What does it matter if they hold him in high regard? Is it not the case that he cannot even compare in numbers to himself? He is indeed far removed from his own standards. Turning off his phone, Amy still wore a beaming smile, her gaze fixed on the barrage of comments, engaging with her fans and audience. Han Luofeng's few fairy tales received exceedingly high praise from everyone. Lin Fanghai, too, is a writer, albeit one of youthful literature. He had only recently joined the Shanghai Writers Association last year. This newfound affiliation was something Lin Fanghai often boasted about during festive gatherings with relatives or friends. He would not miss an opportunity to flaunt this achievement, basking in immense pride. He believed that this connection with the association set him apart from ordinary writers. Thus, whenever he encountered them, he would adopt a condescending demeanor. 2 months prior, Lin Fanghai registered an account on the Tiger live streaming platform, spending a few hundred yuan to obtain a writer's certification. He occasionally streamed his writing or shared insights about the craft, and soon amassed over 50,000 followers, which only inflated his ego further. This evening, after concluding a live session, he wandered aimlessly around the streaming plaza. He would intermittently drop into the live rooms of various novelists, showing off his perceived superiority. By chance, he entered Han Luofeng's stream just as the little one began narrating a story. Initially, he was mildly intrigued by the children's tale. However, once the story concluded, Lin Fanghai's old habits resurfaced. Upon seeing others claim the story was original, he felt compelled to offer his critique. Yet, before he could unleash a lengthy comment, he noticed the glowing reviews for Han Luofeng's children's story. What? Such trivial tales can be compared to the works of our association as writers? Lin Fanghai scoffed disdainfully at his phone. His fingers flew across the keyboard, and soon a comment was dispatched into the chat. This story seems rather mediocre, doesn't it? The plot is overly cliché, lacking originality, and the prose is rather crude. It's merely something to pass the time, hardly qualifying as authentic literature. As soon as Lin Fanghai's comment was posted, the chat erupted in outrage. Who's this guy? Did he forget to brush his teeth this morning with such a big attitude? Mediocre? Oh my, if you're so capable. Why don't you write one for us to see? Who does this arrogant fool think he is? Such mindless criticism. How can this story be deemed mediocre? I think it's wonderful. Did you leave your brain at home? One idiot. Host, kick him out. Lin Fanghai, witnessing the barrage of comments attacking him, nearly choked on his indignation. You ignorant lot. Do you possess even a shred of literary appreciation? Can such a pitiful story be considered a literary work? Crude. Utterly crude. Chapter 89. The conflict begins. Han Luofeng observed the sudden shift in the comment section and scrolled up, spotting Lin Fanghai's remark. A flicker of cold light flashed in his eyes. Literary work? Not worthy? Han Luofeng couldn't help but chuckle. In a previous life, each of these seemingly simple tales, when presented individually, could be deemed a classic work. So what if the prose is straightforward? It possesses its own charm. Han Luofeng glanced at a comment, dismissing it without a second thought. Yet, the audience vociferously berated for several minutes, their insults flooding the chat, nearly resulting in the stream's termination. Left with no choice, Han Luofeng expelled Lin Fanghai from the livestream. Meanwhile, Lin Fanghai had just composed a barrage of comments. Yet before he could dispatch them, he discovered he had been ejected from a stream. What on earth is this? Who is this insufferable brat? Anger surged within him, his chest heaving with indignation. This was undoubtedly infuriating for someone as arrogant as he. Lin Fanghai promptly switched to another account. He possessed 2 accounts. The one just ejected was a minor one, albeit verified. He swiftly logged into his primary account, boasting over 50,000 followers. Simultaneously, he sent a message to a renowned children's author in the Magic City Writers Association, a prominent figure known as Mr. Grey Wolf pseudonym. Upon logging into his main account, Lin Fanghai immediately re-entered Han Luofeng's livestream. At this juncture, Han Luofeng had successfully calmed the audience's tempers and resumed narrating children's stories, as the viewers clamored for more and the little ones were keen to listen. While recounting the tales, Han Luofeng caught a glimpse of a notification at the top of the screen. Lin Fanghai? That name seemed somewhat familiar. At that moment, a comment appeared exclaiming, "Oh my, isn't that the troll from earlier? Here, to face more ridicule? Lin Fanghai? Isn't he the author from the Magic City Writers Association? Could it be a coincidence of names?" As this comment surfaced, several others began to recall him as well. Indeed, there was such a figure. A quick glance at his profile revealed a writer's emblem prominently displayed beneath his avatar. This solidified the truth, not due to Lin Fanghai's notoriety, but rather because he was notoriously ostentatious. Is the quality of the Writers' Association so deplorable that they resort to trolling? So what if they belong to an association? They shouldn't behave so recklessly. The stories told by the father of the little dumpling are genuinely delightful. I believe that such straightforward children's tales are the best, as they are more easily embraced by children. I, too, think these stories are indeed wonderful, conveying profound educational meanings through the simplest of prose. This is commendable. What kind of association is this? It seems to be a gathering of individuals reeking of envy. They probably cannot bear to see others' stories thrive. Upon entering, Lin Fanghai immediately encountered this comment, his expression darkening. He furiously hammered the keyboard, yet his remarks were swiftly overshadowed by the flood of comments, going unnoticed by Han Luofeng, who continued to be assailed by the audience's scorn. Just then, a more dazzling notification illuminated the top of the screen. Mr. Grey Wolf, the children's story creator from the Magic City Writers Association, has entered the live stream. The live stream became increasingly lively. Goodness, Mr. Grey Wolf? Is he not the renowned children's story author? I am familiar with Mr. Grey Wolf. He was nominated for the Huaxia Children's Literature Award last year. My eldest daughter adores his children's stories. They are indeed wonderfully written. How extraordinary that Mr. Grey Wolf has come to watch Han Luofeng's live broadcast. Mr. Grey Wolf? Han Luofeng paused slightly in his storytelling upon noticing the comments from the audience. However, he chose to disregard the commotion and continued his narration. After he concluded a tale, the little dumpling beside him erupted into enthusiastic applause. "Daddy, that was fantastic." Han Luofeng bestowed a fond smile upon the little dumpling and then addressed the camera, saying, "Well, we shall pause our stories here for today. The little ones must attend school tomorrow, so let us listen again next time. Dumpling, it's time for us to sleep." "Okay, Daddy." The little dumpling beamed widely. At that moment, Mr. Grey Wolf's comment, which had incited a flurry of discussion, appeared. With Mr. Grey Wolf's account boasting hundreds of thousands of followers on Huya, his entrance and comments came with distinct notification bubbles. Thus, when his comment appeared, everyone, including Han Luofeng, took notice. Mr. Grey Wolf, is this really considered a children's story? One can only say that it lacks literary merit. Boom! The live stream erupted in chaos. Oh my! Mr. Grey Wolf has spoken. Is it really appropriate for Mr. Grey Wolf to say such things? I personally think Dumpling Daddy stories are quite good. Well, although I also find these stories enjoyable, the writing does seem somewhat simplistic. Perhaps Mr. Grey Wolf has a point. Dumpling Daddy's tales may not be deemed authentic children's stories. How can you say such things? What does authentic even mean? Isn't a good story simply one that is enjoyable? Must it be adorned with flowery language and complex prose to qualify as a literary masterpiece? That is not entirely accurate. There are indeed different levels of storytelling. I do not deny that these tales are delightful, but they can only be regarded as ordinary self-created stories, not true literary works. These stories likely do not reach that echelon. Chapter 90. True literary works in an instant. The comments from the esteemed children's story author Mr. Grey Wolf, associated with the Shanghai Writers Association, ignited a tumultuous debate within Han Luofeng's livestream, which boasted nearly 20,000 viewers. Observing the uproar, Han Luofeng let out a resigned sigh. This was not the scene he wished to witness. Just as he prepared to conclude the livestream, Lin Fanghai interjected once more. I said it before, these few little stories simply cannot hold up to scrutiny. How can you even dream of comparing them to the works of established authors? Huh, what a delusion. I truly cannot fathom how you could dare present such material. With such trivial works that barely scratch the surface, you aspire to enter the literary realm? You might as well close the door and go to sleep. Lin Fanghai's verified account had over 50,000 followers, lending weight to his remarks with a straightforward notification bubble. Thus, his comments appeared starkly before the eyes of countless individuals, displayed on over 20,000 mobile screens. At that moment, an uproar erupted among the masses. What on earth? Lin Fanghai, are you out of your mind? Is this really someone from the Writers Association? What a disgrace. They seem to accept anyone, even the most absurd characters. Who is this guy associated with? I must report him. Disgusting. Can someone please kick him out? This is nauseating. Meanwhile, Lin Fanghai, upon reading these remarks, clenched his teeth in fury. A group of uncultured individuals, and yet some support this nonsense, and they dare to insult me? It's utterly vulgar. Unable to contain his anger any longer, Lin Fanghai seized his keyboard and began to retaliate against the multitude of hands in the live stream. Observing this chaotic scene, Han Luofeng felt a few beads of sweat trickle down his forehead as his lips twitched in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Why has it turned into a brawl? Can someone grant him a moment to breathe? Just then, a notification from the official Tiger Ya livestream platform chimed in. The quarrel in the live stream had escalated to such an extent that even the officials could no longer tolerate it. Lin Fanghai found himself outnumbered and, in his panic, forgot all semblance of the decorum expected of a scholar, unleashing a torrent of crude and filthy insults. At this point, there was no need for Han Luofeng to ban him. He had already been suspended. Lin Fanghai stared wide-eyed at the screen, displaying his suspension notice, his teeth grinding audibly. After a while of cursing, the crowd noticed Lin Fanghai had fallen silent, and their fervor began to wane. It's been ages since I've had such a satisfying bout of cursing. Same here. However, there is still that fellow from the Shanghai Writers Association lurking around. Oh right. The crowd suddenly remembered. Lin Fanghai was gone, but there was still the infamous Mr. Grey Wolf present. At that moment, Mr. Grey Wolf sat leisurely at his computer, savoring a fine De Hong Pao tea, a look of enjoyment on his face. Coincidentally, Mr. Grey Wolf was somewhat familiar with Han Luofeng. During the time Han Luofeng faced public condemnation online, Mr. Grey Wolf, as a literary figure, had also taken to the keyboard to compose an extensive diatribe on Weibo, denouncing on Luofeng. Riding the wave of Han Luofeng's notoriety, he gained nearly 100,000 followers. His current perception of Han Luofeng was that of a tarnished star desperately attempting a comeback. At 45 years of age, Mr. Grey Wolf embodied the archetype of a literary figure steeped in pretentiousness. He prided himself on being a writer and harbored an inherent disdain for celebrities, viewing them merely as superficial performers. Upon hearing Lin Fanghai's embellished comments this evening, he decided to enter Han Luofeng's livestream. Naturally, with the intention of taking a jab at him. Don't worry, Dad Tawanzi. We truly enjoy the stories you create. Those in the Writers Association have long rubbed me the wrong way. They're all a bunch of pompous pretenders. Indeed, do not take their words to heart. Simply regard them as the yapping of little dogs. As for that so-called Mr. Grey Wolf, I have perused his tales, and they pale in comparison to those of Daddy Tawanzi. Undoubtedly, there is no comparison. Daddy Tawanzi surpasses that group by leaps and bounds. When Mr. Grey Wolf encountered these remarks, he set down his teacup and squinted his eyes, a flicker of disdain crossing his mind. He then seized the keyboard with determination. After Lin Fanghai was expelled, Han Luofeng breathed a sigh of relief. thinking the matter had come to a close. However, Mr. Grey Wolf suddenly spoke up. These narratives possess not a shred of literary merit and are not worthy of genuine recognition. Yet, even the most crude creations will find their admirers, of course. Those who appreciate such works are akin to them. Boom! What the hell does this mean? Who is this Mr. Grey Wolf? Damn it! How can the people of the Shanghai Writers Association have such foul mouths? Han Luofeng, seated before the screen, furrowed his brow. These words had undoubtedly offended everyone in the live stream. The audience could no longer remain seated. Daddy Tuanzi, this fellow is infuriating. Show some prowess and strike back at them. Yes, Daddy Tuanzi, we believe in you and support you. I'm heading to Weibo right now to rally votes for you. I have long found the members of the Writers Association displeasing. Hurry and take them down, Daddy Tuanzi. Present a work that blinds them with its brilliance. Yes, let them witness what true literature is. The author has something to say. May I post an update today? Chapter 91, Living. Unbeknownst to many, an increasing number of people stood in solidarity with Han Luofeng. The members of the Writers Association were utterly detestable. What does it mean to be crude? What does it mean to say that those who enjoy such works are akin to them? Is this not a roundabout way of labeling them as a bunch of uncouth individuals? Can you tolerate this? Perhaps just minutes ago, some still aligned with Mr. Grey Wolf due to his reputation in the literary world. Yet now, that support had dwindled significantly. More and more voices called for Han Luofeng to unleash his true talents and obliterate Mr. Grey Wolf. Unbeknownst to him, over 20,000 individuals harbored genuine trust in Han Luofeng. In this moment, one must acknowledge that Han Luofeng felt a slight sense of emotion stirring within him. Throughout his existence in this world, he had borne the brunt of endless scorn and cold glares wherever he went. This was the first time he felt such widespread support in such a public setting. At this juncture, Han Luofeng was overwhelmed with an indescribable emotion, a profound sense of gratitude. Moments later, he spoke softly. In this world, some individuals are perpetually self-centered, believing themselves to be the protagonists while others merely play supporting roles. I do not believe that literary works have boundaries. What constitutes a piece of literature? In my view, every person's journey and experiences are unique literary creations, akin to a splendid tome entitled Life. Han Luofeng's voice was slightly hoarse, imbued with a magnetic quality. As he spoke softly, it seemed to possess a certain enchantment that gradually calmed the hearts of the more than 20,000 viewers in the live broadcast room. Everyone listened intently, and before long, the words appeared on the screen. A work of literary merit? Is a children's story devoid of literary value? Very well, allow me to demonstrate what constitutes a true masterpiece. After finishing his remarks, Han Luofeng paused momentarily. It was precisely during this pause that the audience noticed on the screen. Is he about to tell a story? Han Luofeng began. Next, I shall share with you a remarkable work. Suddenly, a shift occurred in Han Luofeng's demeanor. His entire presence transformed. I, a decade younger than I am now, once held a carefree profession, wandering the countryside to collect folk songs. That summer, I flitted about like a restless sparrow, meandering through fields filled with cicadas and sunshine. I relished the farmer's bitter tea, served from barrels placed beneath the trees along the field's edge. Without hesitation, I embraced the work, which had once garnered immense acclaim in my previous life. It is a creation of the author Yuhua. This work narrates the life story of a man, encapsulating the poignant reflections of an elderly individual who has endured the vicissitudes and tribulations of life. The novel unfolds the life of Fugui, delivering profound insights that strike at the very heart of existence. My goodness, this book exudes a strong sense of its era. Whether it is the essence of the work or the impression left by Han Luofeng, I cannot shake the feeling of profound depth. I am 45 years old. How authentic. The book feels so real. The genuine suffering. We truly lived through such hardships in our time. In this moment, Han Luofeng was utterly earnest. As the book's lighthearted and humorous passages emerged, countless viewers clutched their phones, laughing uncontrollably on their sofas or beds. The beginning was so bitter that it instantly cast a pall over my mood. I never anticipated such comedic moments would follow. The audience laughed and felt heavy-hearted. Gradually, As the story progressed, laughter began to fade. In the live broadcast room, even the barrage of comments diminished significantly. At this moment, every viewer felt an intricate blend of emotions. Mr. Grey Wolf, who had previously looked down upon Han Luofeng with disdain, sat before his computer, dumbfounded. The work is not lengthy, and coupled with Han Luofeng's profound familiarity with it, having been one of Yu Hua's most ardent fans in his past life, he recalled how he would go to great lengths just to read. He would secretly read it in class, enduring scoldings from teachers without uttering a word. At night, he would hide under the covers, peering at the pages with a small flashlight. He would swear that he had never been so dedicated or obsessed with the studies. Now, he narrated the story with a tone that was neither too light nor too heavy. Mr. Grey Wolf sat in front of his computer, his face a canvas of incredulity. Han Luofeng, how could he possibly craft such a profound and timeless novel? As the narrative unfolds, countless individuals have been captivated by this masterpiece. This book has utterly transformed my perceptions. Although I am not a professional, I can confidently assert that the literary quality of this work surpasses millions of others on the market. Gradually, tragedy commenced. The son perished, Feng Xia died, Jiajin was lost, and Erxi followed suit. Even the grandson met his demise. Chapter 92, The Most Authentic Tragedy. At this moment, the story approached its conclusion. The livestream room fell into a profound silence. The earlier lively barrage of comments had vanished completely. At this instant, countless viewers found themselves gasping for breath. Their throats seemed constricted by Han Luofeng's calm, yet profoundly sorrowful tone. This is astounding. What manner of genius is this man? He narrates the most heart-wrenching tale in the most tranquil voice. Oh, Han Luofeng, you have gone too far. With such a limited cast, you have tragically ended their lives. Goodness, I, a 38-year-old man, am sobbing like a fool while clutching my phone. How heart-wrenching. How can everyone be gone and to live? Countless viewers wept uncontrollably. Time trickled by. In the blink of an eye, it was already 10:40. This story had unfolded over 2 hours. Suddenly, Han Luofeng lifted his gaze. I realized that dusk was fleeting and night was descending. I beheld the vast land revealing its robust chest, a beckoning gesture akin to a mother calling her children, as the earth summoned the approach of night. Boom! As this final passage concluded, countless individuals who had been gritting their teeth to hold back tears instantly succumbed to their emotions. Silence. Utter silence. The livestream room was enveloped in a deathly stillness. Han Luofeng remained speechless, his complex emotions inscrutable to all. The small child beside him quietly rested on his lap, his large, watery eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Although he could not comprehend the story his father told, he seemed to sense the sadness emanating from him. A bond between father and son. He felt his father's distress acutely. Thump, thump, thump. In those brief seconds, the comment section remained devoid of any remarks. Yet, these fleeting moments felt interminable to the audience. Boom! It was not until half a minute later that someone broke the oppressive silence. I feel so suffocated, so weighed down. This is extraordinary. This book is simply phenomenal. I am 56 years old, and I came to listen to a story with my grandson, only to encounter such a tale. I can only say, this book captures the essence of our era's most authentic reality and deepest sorrow. I never expected that the author, the father of the little one, is merely 30 this year. How could you possibly create such a work? It is truly remarkable. After listening to this book, my goodness, Han Luofeng is absolutely incredible. Such a work, imbued with a sense of nostalgia, has been crafted with remarkable quality. If this book were to be released, it would be hard to believe that it was penned by someone under 30. I pride myself on having immersed in literature since childhood, having read countless works. Yet I have never encountered a piece that captures the essence of pessimistic literature with such finesse. My goodness, beyond mere exclamations of astonishment, I find myself at a loss for words. This book, entitled To Live, serves as a poignant reflection of tragic reality. The author's adherence to conventional prose has astonishingly brought the characters to life with such vividness. I'm utterly in awe. Please accept my humble admiration. Where has Mr. Grey Wolf gone? Continue to provide your insights. I am eager to see what further evaluations you might offer regarding this remarkable book. Yes, indeed, Mr. Grey Wolf, do emerge. Are you not exceptional? Hurry and share your critique. Or, if you possess the talent, compose a work that can stand against this one. As the shock and sorrow gradually dissipated, the audience suddenly recalled the presence of Mr. Grey Wolf. Thus, they began to tag him incessantly. However, despite their persistent calls, Mr. Grey Wolf remained silent. At that moment, he sat motionless before his computer, enveloped in a haze of smoke. It became evident that this so-called literary figure, Mr. Grey Wolf, was in tears, his wrinkled face glistening with moisture. Nearby, a small ash had fallen beside his hand. This book is simply extraordinary, albeit it has left a cloud of smoke in its wake. After a lengthy sigh, a voice finally echoed in the dimly lit room. Alas, the youth are indeed formidable. This time, I truly misjudged. I have become rather dull in my old age. The crowd had tagged Mr. Grey Wolf's account for several minutes, yet he did not respond. By this time, the live stream had erupted into a chorus of hushed cheers. Well done. Han Luofeng is simply phenomenal. This single volume of To Live outshines millions. Mr. Grey Wolf and that so-called Lin Fanghai had long since departed the live broadcast. How delightful. What are you in a hurry for? I have already begun my tirade on Weibo. These two old codgers are utterly shameless, especially that Lin fellow. Today, I shall berate them until their accounts are suspended. Undoubtedly. This time, the faces of Mr. Grey Wolf and Lin Fanghai had been left stinging from the blows of criticism. You claimed he could only write children's stories? You asserted that his works lack literary merit? Huh. I ask, who can rival this book To Live? I dare say, should it be published, it would undoubtedly shatter sales records. Chapter 93, A Desire to Hear Father Sing. Beijing. In the Beijing Children's Literary Bureau, Chen Dong sat alone in his office, fixated on the live stream. He had anticipated that Han Luofeng would merely present a few more children's stories. Yet, he could never have fathomed that he was witnessing the birth of such a profoundly shocking work. I never imagined Han Luofeng possessed such talent in this domain. I had thought he could only write children's tales. It seems my task has once again presented itself. Just a few minutes after the words were spoken, Chen Dong's phone rang. On the other end was the People's Publishing House. Fong Tong held dozens of documents awaiting approval in his hands. Unbeknownst to anyone, he had been sitting there in silence for over an hour. The corners of Fong Tong's eyes glistened with moisture as he sniffed. Goodness, this book is destined to be a sensation. No, this won't do. Fong Tong abruptly tossed the documents aside and grabbed his phone. Hello, Xiao Zhang. I trust you're still awake? Good. Now quickly book me the earliest flight to Shanghai. What? Fully booked for the next couple of days? In that case, please postpone whatever can be delayed and arrange for the soonest trip to Shanghai. Yes, it's crucial, pertaining to our livelihoods. The sooner, the better. All right then, let us leave it at that. After a considerable interval, when Han Luofeng once again spoke about the book To Live, a whirlwind of emotions surged within him. Despite some details fading from memory, he was enveloped by a heavy sentiment for nearly 10 minutes. Han Luofeng took a deep breath and lifted his head once more. Well, time is running late, and I must conclude the broadcast. The children are preparing for bed, and everyone else ought to rest as well. He glanced at the viewer count. Wow, what a surprise. The audience had unexpectedly surged to over 70,000. No, please, Daddy Tuanzi, tell us another story. No, just 10 more minutes? How about we co-fund your book, and you share another story with us? I feel that Han Luofeng is quite an extraordinary man. I've decided I must tune into every one of his live broadcasts from now on. Faced with the pleas of tens of thousands of viewers, Han Luofeng found himself momentarily torn. All right then, just 10 more minutes. I will continue with the children's stories. Okay. Children's stories are fine. I discovered that Daddy Tuanzi's storytelling possesses an enchanting quality, making it utterly addictive. Meanwhile, an hour earlier, Amy noticed that her audience had suddenly vanished like water rushing from a dam. What on earth is happening? Amy muttered to herself, utterly perplexed. Suddenly, a notification popped up on her personal phone. Upon checking, she found a message from her colleague, Xiao Wang. Oh my goodness. Everyone, hurry to watch Daddy Tuanzi's live stream. P.S. Telling stories. Daddy Tawanzi telling stories? ISNT that just children's tales? I'm not particularly interested in children's stories. Xiao Wang replied, no, it's not just children's stories. I can't quite explain it, but this is definitely a big reveal. You must watch. You'll regret it if you don't. 20 minutes later, the work group exploded with excitement. Everyone was raving about how captivating Han Luofeng's stories were, prompting Amy to check it out herself. Consequently, she found herself sobbing uncontrollably in the live stream. Wow, this is just too infuriating. How can a story be so heart-wrenching? After hearing the tale, Amy completely disregarded her own streaming statistics. To be precise, she can no longer find any faults with Han Luofeng. In fact, she is on the verge of becoming his admirer. Another story was shared. At that moment, the little one, who had been quietly resting on Han Luofeng's lap, rubbed his eyes and sleepily uttered, Daddy, I'm tired. Tired? Sorry. Shall we go to sleep? He replied, But didn't T-Daddy promise the uncles and aunties in the live stream to broadcast for another 10 minutes? Upon hearing his son's words, Han Luofeng was momentarily taken aback. Just as he was contemplating this dilemma, the little one spoke again. Daddy, could you sing to me to help me sleep? I love listening to you sing. This little one seems to be asking for a lullaby, yet he himself cannot sing one. What should he sing? Surely, he cannot resort to two tigers. Daddy, please? I really want to hear you sing. At that moment, the audience was utterly charmed by the little one's adorable demeanor, prompting them to chime in, Daddy Tawanzi, just sing one more. Yes, sing another one. Seeing the eager anticipation on the little one's face softened Han Luofeng's heart. All right. At that moment, a melody surfaced in his mind. Daddy is amazing, the little one murmured, resting his small head on Han Luofeng's knee. Han Luofeng's large hand gently caressed the little one's back, rhythmically patting him. He began to sing softly, without accompaniment. The dark sky hangs low, bright stars accompany, insects fly. Insects fly, who do you long for? As the tender, soothing, and slightly magnetic voice resonated, nearly everyone was captivated in an instant. Originally a song about love tinged with sorrow, it transformed into a source of comfort in Han Luofeng's rendition, devoid of any sadness. His voice invited one to drift into a peaceful slumber enveloped in its enchanting embrace. Insects fly, flowers sleep, a pair is beautiful, fear not the dark. Only fear a broken heart, regardless of fatigue, no matter the direction. In less than 2 minutes, under the spell of Han Luofeng's mesmerizing voice, the little one had already fallen into a deep sleep. Occasionally, he would murmur, Daddy, burger, little bread, while a stream of crystal-clear drool trickled from the corner of his mouth. Han Luofeng's gaze was entirely captivated by his son. Unbeknownst to him, when he looked at the little one, an unintentional glow of paternal love radiated from him, silent yet profound. This tranquil scene rendered countless viewers before the screen utterly spellbound. Oh no, I feel myself succumbing. For the first time in my life, I've realized how handsome Han Luofeng truly is. I believe I finally understand why the little one is so remarkably attractive. Shamefully, I must ask, Han Luofeng, may I borrow your jeans? Goodness, Han Luofeng's singing is truly magical. Can you believe I almost fell asleep just now? The most significant difference between me and the little dumpling is, first, that I am not as handsome as he is, and second, my father does not possess the charm of his father. To the individual upstairs, do wash up and retire for the night. I suspect you might not even be as wealthy as his father. I hereby declare, unilaterally, that from this moment on, I shall be the online stepmother of the little dumpling. Within the brief interlude, while Han Luofeng serenaded, a mere span of fewer than 3 minutes, the number of viewers in the live stream surged to an astonishing 15,000. That's a whole 30,000 more than last time. This figure is likely to leave Chui, Xiao, and Liao Kai sleepless through the night. Perhaps for many major websites, this number may not seem particularly remarkable. However, for a novel platform like Huya, this marks a historic first since its inception. The last scene witnessed by the audience was Han Luofeng lifting the little dumpling, simultaneously reaching out to turn off the camera. This moment elicited countless shrieks from young girls. Ah, how delightful! This is what we call boyfriend power, or rather, paternal affection. Love it. Everything that transpired that evening, this literary banquet, stirred quite a wave in the literary community. Overnight, countless self-proclaimed literary figures became acquainted with such a talent. In a single night, innumerable netizens and viewers discovered this facet of Han Luofeng. Many exclaimed in astonishment. Who knew Han Luofeng was so multifaceted? He can sing, compose songs, write children's stories, and now delve into literature. Is this truly the Han Luofeng they knew? Following various events, netizens beheld the boundless talent Han Luofeng had to offer. Should anyone dare to allege that his songs were plagiarized at this juncture, I fear at least 90% would remain skeptical. How could such a remarkably talented man resort to plagiarizing an utterly unremarkable song? Only a fool would believe that. Indeed, during this period, Han Luofeng's popularity soared, capturing the attention of countless individuals. Some began to delve into his earlier works. Upon listening to his past songs, they found them rather uninspiring, only marginally superior to the typical pop drivel available. Especially when compared to his current masterpieces, there was no contest. However, innumerable netizens lamented over one particular issue. Why on earth could no music platform in Huagua find Han Luofeng's songs? I echo that sentiment. It is driving me to madness. With dark circles under my eyes, I searched through the night, only to find his songs on a few pirated platforms, and the sound quality was atrocious. Can someone please urge Han Luofeng to release new music soon? Is it a matter of finances? If so, we could crowdfund to help you produce your songs. Meanwhile, the protagonist of all this fervor, Han Luofeng, was diligently preparing dinner for his son. Sizzle. A prime cut of snowflake beef steak entered the frying pan, accompanied by a delightful hiss and a plume of smoke. Wow, Daddy, it smells heavenly. The little dumpling rushed in, dropped his backpack, and dashed over, wrapping his arms around Han Luofeng's leg, beaming up at him. You're back. Wash your hands. Dinner is ready. As the school day concluded, little dumpling received a message from Ning Cixi, who mentioned she was nearby and would pick him up from school. Go wash your hands and prepare for dinner. I have cooked steak for you. Would you care to sample my culinary skills? She inquired. Sounds delightful. Just as Ning Cixi stood at the kitchen door, her gaze unintentionally collided with Han Luofeng's, causing her heart to race momentarily. Why did it seem that Han Luofeng's good looks had become increasingly captivating? Oh dear, Ning Cixi. What are you thinking? Cixi Jia, why is your face so flushed? Little dumpling tilted his head, pouting. I'm not. Clearly you are. Oh, adults can be so hypocritical. You, hurry and wash your hands, or your father might refuse to let you eat. Ning Cixi felt a bit flustered and lowered her head. My father would never do that. Come on, let us wash your hands. You, such a little rascal. Han Luofeng, observing the duo heading towards the bathroom, couldn't help but smile, his mood lifting slightly. The author has something to say. Is this considered a happy ending for everyone? Should I share some sweets? Chapter 95. Qiu Yuan's Anomaly Cixi Jia. You must not be picky with your food. My dad says being picky is detrimental to your growth. I'm not picky. I just can't eat onions. Can't eat? Why not? I'm allergic to onions. Huh? Well, with your small frame, you seem quite fragile. Ning Cixi shot a resentful glance at Han Luofeng, who was trying to suppress his laughter, feigning seriousness. Dumpling, eat properly. Have you forgotten what your father said? Little dumpling puffed out his cheeks and replied, All right, I understand. For some reason, Han Luofeng noticed that since his son started school, his wit had sharpened considerably. While he didn't speak so harshly to his father, he was unabashedly candid with others. However, this also indicated an improvement in his cheerful disposition. Dad, I've noticed your cooking skills have improved recently. This steak is delicious, just as good as what we eat at restaurants. Little dumpling praised while munching. Han Luofeng gently wiped his son's mouth with a napkin, chuckling softly. If you find it tasty, shall I prepare it for you again tomorrow? Absolutely. Little dumpling then turned to Ning Cixi. Cixi Jia, what do you think? How is my dad's cooking? ISNT, it's super delicious. Ning Cixi moved with graceful elegance, her innate refinement radiating through her every gesture. Yes, it's delightful, particularly delicious, though it seems a tad light on the pepper. She had a preference for black pepper steak. Indeed, I usually keep the seasoning light for dumpling's palate, Han Luofeng explained. That's all right. I can always add a bit more black pepper myself. As she reached for the black pepper on the table, Han Luofeng instinctively extended his hand as well. With a soft thud, their hands brushed against each other, and Ning Cixi felt her face flush with warmth. In that fleeting moment, she felt as though her breath had caught in her throat, her heart racing wildly like a startled deer. Stealthily, she lifted her gaze to glance at Han Luofeng. His visage seemed to overlap with a face deeply etched in her memory. Ning Cixi, might you kindly remove your hand? Han Luofeng, however, was oblivious to the implications of their contact, hardly perceiving it as significant. Oh, I apologize, just as the atmosphere reached a peak of awkwardness. Han Luofeng's phone erupted with a sudden ring from a sofa. Dad, I'll get it. The small child scampered over to retrieve the device. Hello. Han Luofeng didn't bother to check the caller's identity. Silence enveloped the line. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Just as he presumed it to be a prank call and prepared to hang up, a familiar yet unfamiliar voice finally broke through. Luofeng Gu, it's Xiao Yuan. Yet the tone was so foreign that it caused Han Luofeng's heart to tighten. Xiao Yuan? It's me, Luofeng Gu. Where are you? Shall we go for a drink? Now. Han Luofeng's brows knitted tightly. Something felt amiss, far too amiss. Xiao Yuan's tone was unsettlingly strange. Did something happen? The thought caused a heavy stone to settle in Han Luofeng's chest. Where are you? I'm at the barbecue place at the end of Jiefeng Road. Come on, let us grab a drink. Your brother, well. Han Luofeng hesitated, casting a troubled glance at the small child. The phone's volume was loud, and the room was quiet, allowing Ning Cixi to hear Xiao Yuan's voice, which also stirred her concern. She promptly said, Han Luofeng, you should go. I'll stay with the little one while he sleeps. All right. Han Luofeng then replied directly to Xiao Yuan. Wait for me. I'll be there in 20 minutes. With a click, he ended the call, wiped his hands, and grabbed his coat before heading out. At the end of Jiefeng Road, there stood a barbecue establishment named July Barbecue. The crowd was sparse. Upon entering, Han Luofeng immediately spotted Xiao Yuan sitting in a corner. In that instant, his previously relaxed brow furrowed once more. Xiao Yuan bore the signs of distress. Dark stubble shadowed his jaw, dark circles hung beneath his eyes, and his entire demeanor exuded an air of despondency, as if he had recently endured a profound blow, relinquishing all hope in life. He appeared to have aged a decade. What's wrong with you? Luofeng, you've come. Gulp. Another glass of liquor disappeared down Xiao Yuan's throat. His complexion flushed slightly, suggesting he had consumed a fair amount, and his gaze teetered between lucidity and haze. Stop. Han Luofeng seized Xiao Yuan's hand, halting his reckless drinking. What are you doing? Presenting this dismal facade for whom? I. Xiao Yuan stammered, and within mere seconds, the eyes of this grown man glistened with unshed tears. An Luofeng isa froen dapenat. What on earth has transpired? Luofeng I feel like a complete failure, just an utter waste. Xiao Yuan slammed down his drink, biting his lip fiercely. Liquor splashed everywhere. What does it matter if I entered the entertainment industry? Yet, I can't even keep her. Why is that? Why? Chapter 96. The Tale of Xiao Yuan in the Barbecue Restaurant. Many patrons were drawn to the sound of Xiao Yuan's voice. As they witnessed a large man weeping profusely, their eyes reflected disdain, disgust, and curiosity. Han Luofeng furrowed his brow and stood in front of Xiao Yuan. He uttered no words, merely observing Xiao Yuan in silence, allowing him to vent his emotions. Such is the nature of humanity. When feelings accumulate to a certain extent, they often necessitate release. If they remain unexpressed, the underlying issues become truly formidable. With tightly shut eyes, Xiao Yuan let crystalline tears cascade from the corners of his eyes. A torrent of sorrow flooded his heart, accompanied by vivid memories of a girl with a graceful figure, youthful visage, and innocent gaze. Xiao Yuan was engaged in a childhood betrothal. Is it not somewhat astonishing? In this day and age, a childhood engagement? This union was arranged by his mother, with the bride being the daughter of her close friend. He and the girl grew up together. He was like an older brother, ever protective of her with his not-so-broad shoulders. Their bond in childhood was even closer than that of childhood sweethearts. However, as time progressed, they matured and gained a clearer understanding of their feelings. Qiu Yuan was certain of his deep affection for her, yet she seemed oblivious to his sentiments. There's a saying that goes, "The farthest distance in the world is not that I love you and you are unaware, but rather that you are right beside me, yet do not love me." Qiu Yuan believed that by keeping her close, she would eventually develop feelings for him. Thus, for years, he followed her wherever she went. The moment he saw her holding hands with another boy, sharing a cup of milk tea with an expression of bliss, a cascade of emotions surged within him. Resentment, disappointment, heartache. These feelings intertwined in his heart. That was the first time Qiu Yuan consciously distanced himself from her. He thought that such a gesture might rekindle her affection. A notion perhaps naive, yet he still harbored hope. However, contrary to his expectations, she did not return to him. Instead, she expressed to her father her desire to become engaged to that boy. Panic seized Qiu Yuan, leading him to intensify his efforts, exploiting the friendship between their families to manipulate her father into forcing her back into his life. He believed that things would gradually improve. Yet, he realized that his girl no longer sparkled with light in her eyes. In that moment, an unbearable pain engulfed him, awakening him to the reality that a profoundly significant person was drifting away from him. Ultimately, the girl ran away from home. Everyone was frantic. When they found her 2 days later, she handed her father a pregnancy test report, smiling and crying simultaneously. With misty eyes, she gazed at him and softly spoke. "This time, we truly cannot go the same way anymore." With a resounding crack, Qiu Yuan felt his heart shatter into countless pieces. He could not recall when his consciousness returned to his mind. He also could not remember how he endured that day. It was only when he regained his senses that he noticed the ground littered with empty bottles. She had called him selfish, and yes, he was selfish. Yet, what have I done wrong? She is my girl. My girl. I have been selfish just this once. I simply wish for her to remain by my side. I thought that as long as she turned around, I would always be there, never considering that she would never turn back for me. What have these years amounted to? What do they mean? Why is it that two parallel lines, separated by merely a degree, could intersect, yet here I am, unable to bridge the gap? In the throes of passion, one cannot simply withdraw. At this moment, the usual carefree demeanor of Qiu Yuan had vanished entirely, replaced by a poignant sadness that weighed heavily upon him at just a glance. He clutched a bottle of beer, guzzling it down, the liquid spilling from the corners of his mouth, trickling down his neck and soaking his shirt. Han Luofeng's fingers involuntarily tightened. It is not only women who struggle with matters of the heart. Even men may falter. You question why, but have you pondered the nature of love? What rationale exists in love? Love is simply love, and indifference is indifference. You may confine a person, but can you imprison their heart? Qiu Yuan let out a derisive laugh. I cannot. I cannot. I am utterly powerless. I could do nothing. Observing his tortured expression, Han Luofeng pinched the bridge of his nose. How does one, a grown man who has never experienced love, counsel another who is ensnared by it? The thought of offering gentle words made Han Luofeng's skin crawl. It felt so awkward. Sighing deeply, he chose silence and simply opened a bottle of wine. Fine. If you wish to drink, I shall drink with you. A woman may be gone, but you still have your brothers, and they too are without women. Qiu Yuan, wiping his mouth with his sleeve, exclaimed, Yes, you have no woman either. We are both unfortunate souls. Come, let us drink. Tonight it is my treat. The two bottles clinked together. Qiu Yuan's eyes were bloodshot, his heart aching with an unbearable torment. Tears flowed uncontrollably, cascading down his cheeks. At 2 a.m, Han Luofeng bore the inebriated Qiu Yuan, who was completely unresponsive. A loud belch, reeking of alcohol, erupted from Qiu Yuan, nearly provoking Han Luofeng to slap him. This fool, utterly intoxicated, left Han Luofeng no choice but to carry him home. He unceremoniously tossed him onto the sofa, ignoring his condition. Chapter 97. The synchronization of father and son. Han Luofeng returned to his room, careful not to make too much noise. The space was illuminated by a single warm bedside lamp, casting a soft glow over the modest room. adding to its coziness. On the bed, a little bundle had one foot resting atop the covers, exposing a generous portion of her belly, soundly sleeping and occasionally smacking her lips. Beside her, Ning Sishi's small head rested at an angle against the headboard, one hand draped over the chubby leg of the little one, her face displaying traces of fatigue as she too succumbed to slumber. Han Luofeng could not help but smile, feeling an unanticipated warmth filling his heart. He retrieved a blanket from the wardrobe and gently draped it over Ning Sishi. Despite his gentle movements, he inadvertently stirred the slumbering girl. "You're back, Han Luofeng," she murmured, her eyes still hazy with sleep as she gazed at him, caught between wakefulness and dreams. A soft chuckle escaped Han Luofeng. In that moment, he found her drowsy state reminiscent of child. More specifically, she bore a striking resemblance to a little dumpling just roused from slumber. "You've returned." Then the girl paused for a few seconds, then quickly attempted to rise. Han Luofeng pressed a hand to her shoulder, draping a blanket over her. "It's all right. You should rest. I'll sleep outside. After drinking tonight, I wouldn't want to disturb the little dumpling, and he tends to kick off his covers at night. I would appreciate it if you could look after him for me." His head felt somewhat heavy. After uttering this, he tucked the little dumpling's shirt down to cover his exposed belly and quietly exited the room, leaving behind Ning Sishi, her hair slightly tousled, clutching the blanket, her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson. The morning sun shone brightly, accompanied by a gentle breeze. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the figure sprawled on the sofa. Qiu Yuan, reeking of alcohol, was fast asleep, snoring loudly. "Qiu Yuan, uncle, wake up. It's time to get up." "Oh no, what is happening? Is there a fire?" "Run." Qiu Yuan sprang up from the sofa in a panic, bewildered, his hair standing on end, and his chin adorned with stubble. "Ha ha ha." The sound of the little dumpling's laughter rang out, pure and melodic. Qiu Yuan turned his confused gaze towards the little dumpling squatting beside the sofa, suddenly recalling the events of the previous night. A dark cloud crossed his face. The little dumpling, with a cheeky grin and a small backpack, stuck out her tongue and exclaimed, "Uncle Qiu Yuan, your sleeping position is so ugly. Plus, you drooled. I've captured your embarrassing moment on camera. I'll post it on Weibo later. Hee hee hee. You, Uncle Qiu Yuan, how do you like the personalized wake-up service I've set up for you?" A cold glare from Han Luofeng silenced Qiu Yuan, who swallowed the rest of his words. "Good morning, Brother Luofeng," he managed to say, though Han Luofeng didn't even spare him a glance. "Dumpling, it's time for school." "Okay, Daddy." The little dumpling stood up from the floor just as Ning Sishi emerged from her room, fully dressed. Upon seeing Qiu Yuan awake, her face flushed a deep red. She lowered her head, walked to Han Luofeng's side, and took the little dumpling's hand. "Han Luofeng, we're leaving now." He nodded gently. "Daddy, we're off." "Goodbye, Uncle Qiu Yuan." The little dumpling called out, pausing at the door, catching Qiu Yuan off guard. "Huh." She playfully stuck out her tongue and added, "Don't forget to clean my sofa later." With a splutter, Qiu Yuan nearly choked on his own surprise as the door slammed shut. He turned to Han Luofeng, bewildered, gesturing toward the door. "Brother Luofeng, you and my sister know way. You're incredible. To have captured such a stunning beauty as my sister so swiftly." Qiu Yuni smacked his forehead, regretting that he hadn't risen in the middle of the night to relieve himself. Perhaps he could have overheard some rather embarrassing sounds. He dismissed his lewd thoughts, asserting that there was nothing between him and Ning Sishi. "Hee, Brother Luofeng, an explanation is merely a disguise. And what is concealed is the truth. It was just a temporary stay." Ouch! Another piercing glare was directed at him. Qiu Yuni instinctively shrank back, guessing that he must be innocent. He swallowed hard. If gazes could kill, he would have perished countless times under Brother Luofeng's stare. "Get up, wash up, and eat. After eating, hurry along." "All right, Brother Luofeng." Looking at the breakfast spread before him, Qiu Yuni yelled toward Han Luofeng, who was reading the newspaper on the sofa. "Brother Luofeng, I think I'm falling for you." "Scram." Qiu Yuni scratched his head. After finishing breakfast, he had pieced together all his memories from the previous night. A wave of melancholy enveloped him again. He spoke with a heavy heart. "Brother Luofeng, I'm sorry about last night." Han Luofeng lifted his head from the newspaper. "What's the matter?" Qiu Yuni paused for a moment, then looked up and smiled. Huh, it's nothing, nothing at all. Thank you for the thoughtful breakfast. Get lost. By the way, what is up, brother Luofeng? Remember to clean my sofa when you get a chance. Puffed. The corners of Chiu Yuan's mouth twitched violently. The two of them tacitly avoided mentioning last night's events. Han Luofeng had no particular thoughts on the matter. Chiu Yuan was a mature man, and a mature man often had to bear many things alone. The wisdom of others paled in comparison to one's own realizations. At 4 in the afternoon, it was the day of the 5th episode recording of I Am a Singer. Han Luofeng and Chiu Yuan arrived at the studio simultaneously. This time, as soon as Han Luofeng appeared, he captivated everyone's attention. Chapter 98. You show me this after taking off your pants? Everyone present was a young person at the forefront of the new era. In the entertainment industry, they were always alert to any developments. This time, Han Luofeng had stirred quite a commotion in the literary circle. Several contestants, along with many staff members, were aware of the situation. Moreover, given the recent scandal accusing him of plagiarism, many had spoken in his defense. Even the dimmest could discern the signs. In short, Han Luofeng was not someone to offend. This time, even the I Am a Singer production team and Wang Chun stood by him. Offending either of them was unthinkable. Furthermore, with the backing of Wang Chun, the production team, and various mentors, no one dared to openly accuse Han Luofeng of plagiarism again. In fact, no one even dared to associate him with that label anymore. Stripped of previous prejudices, everyone now recognized Han Luofeng's formidable talent. Several contestants felt somewhat disheartened. Of course, a few individuals still harbored disdain toward Han Luofeng, such as Yu Haoren and Lan Xin. Yet, they were still beneath Han Luofeng's notice. As Han Luofeng and his companion entered the venue, before uttering a word, several staff members and contestants proactively greeted them. Chiu Yuan raised an eyebrow, genuinely pleased for his dear friend. Han Luofeng, seated on a stool with his phone in hand, occasionally smiled as he glanced at the screen, his spirits evidently high. It was 5 in the afternoon, and all contestants were gathered beside the makeshift recording studio. As it was now the listening segment, Han Luofeng was ranked relatively high this time. After the third contestant finished their performance, it was his turn. His electric guitar skills remained, as always, rather mediocre. However, the audience had grown accustomed to it, and so they overlooked this flaw. Once again, Han Luofeng presented his signature style, performing a pop-rock song that had been a timeless classic in his previous life. The chimes signaled the return home, evoking a sense of nostalgia in his life. The significance of his dark skin was a lifelong dedication amidst a struggle for identity. As Han Luofeng's voice resonated with the song Glorious Years, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. Many contestants paused in their actions, their eyes widening. This song, it possesses such deep meaning. It seems to carry an inspirational essence, strikingly motivational. Time transforms possession into loss, weary eyes harboring hope. Today, only a remnant of the body remains to greet the glorious years, embracing freedom amidst the storm. Han Luofeng's voice vividly conveyed the story within song. In less than a minute, everyone appeared to envision a narrative in their minds. They were drawn into the world of Han Luofeng's music, experiencing a soul-stirring sensation. All were captivated by his enchanting performance. Such is the prowess of Han Luofeng. His talent is undoubtedly exceptional. Through a lifetime of wandering struggles, confidence can alter the future. Who else can achieve such a feat? With a sudden crescendo, the song ceased. Han Luofeng's performance had concluded, and the audience, awakening from their reverie, exclaimed in awe, "This song is simply magnificent. It is my first time hearing such an extraordinary Cantonese song." Crafting a Cantonese piece in such a remarkable way, Han Luofeng is indeed impressive. However, after their praises, many grumbled, feeling that it had ended too soon, as if they were still yearning for more. Indeed, Han Luofeng, you leave me wanting. Han Luofeng set down his electric guitar with a gentle smile, unfazed, assuring them that they would soon hear more in the official competition. A collective sigh escaped their lips, and they ceased their chatter. Before Han Luofeng could settle onto the stool, Chiu Yuan nudged him with his elbow. "Luofeng, as expected of you, your performance is nothing short of exquisite." Han Luofeng merely cast a fleeting glance at him, discerning the subtle strain hidden within Qiu Yuan's smile, which seemed somewhat forced. The light in Han Luofeng's eyes deepened with understanding. I merely hope that Qiu Yuan's state does not affect his performance in today's competition. The stage is an alternative battlefield. A moment of carelessness can lead to a swift downfall, as every action can bring about a fatal shift in outcome. Luofeng, why do you gaze upon me so? I queried. Do I have food on my face? Han Luofeng replied. Qiu Yuan, set aside your distractions and focus on the competition. This opportunity is the result of your relentless effort, and I would hate to see you squander it. Qiu Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then broke into a smile, feigning indifference. What are you talking about? Do I look like that kind of person? If I were to falter, I wouldn't even be here today. You can rest assured. Let us hope your performance aligns with your words. If you falter, I shall stew you. Hiss. Qiu Yuan shot him a glance. Luofeng, we woke up in the same space this morning. Why do you now act as if you don't recognize me? Han Luofeng's forehead twitched with annoyance. If you keep babbling, I won't hesitate to knock you back into the same space. Their attention returned to the recording studio, focusing once again on the singers taking the stage. Now, it was the turn of the third contestant after Han Luofeng to perform. This contestant had chosen to accompany her voice with a guitar. As the first notes resonated, Qiu Yuan's eyes brightened, and he nudged Han Luofeng. Luofeng, this Miss Xie Tong. Surely she isn't about to perform a melancholic love song, is she? To his surprise, the girl played the guitar exceptionally well. However, when Xie Tong began to sing, Qiu Yuan's expression froze in an instant. In Chapter 99, songs are capricious. Xie Tong deviated from her previous vibrant singing style and presented a deeply sentimental song. One cannot deny her prowess in both composition and lyricism. Particularly, her voice possessed a heavy, smoky quality that significantly enhanced her musicality. With this unique timbre, the audience could sense a depth of emotion in her performance. I open my mouth, you step back. With a turn, it is as if nothing remains. Upon reaching the chorus, Qiu Yuan's entire being stilled, his fingers trembling slightly. Han Luofeng's gaze sharpened as he turned to Qiu Yuan, for the aura that had enveloped him last night returned. At that moment, Qiu Yuan's eyes brimmed with sorrow, an ocean of melancholy spilling forth. When Xie Tong concluded her performance, several contestants led by Lan Xin rose to applaud fervently. Bravo! Xie Tong truly excels. Despite the sudden shift in style, there is no sense of discord. Beautiful. This song surpasses numerous emotional ballads currently available. It struck a chord in me, evoking memories of first love. Woe is me, could I borrow a shoulder from you, brother? Scram. My romantic inclinations are perfectly normal. Han Luofeng frowned slightly and murmured. Qiu Yuan. Noting his lack of response, he gently nudged him again. Qiu Yuan? Hey! As Qiu Yuan regained his senses, he noticed Han Luofeng's furrowed brow and paused, then offered a self-deprecating smile. Apologies, brother Luofeng. I found myself rather immersed in the song. No worries. Han Luofeng raised an eyebrow, clearly skeptical. Really? It's fine. He sighed, gently pinching the bridge of his nose, feeling somewhat helpless. This was the first time he encountered such a situation, unsure of what to say. It was now Qiu Yuan's turn to perform. He appeared somewhat disoriented as he approached the stage, picking up an electric guitar. Ma Tianchun noticed his unusual demeanor and called out, Qiu Yuan, huh? Did you perhaps grab the wrong instrument? Looking down at the guitar, Qiu Yuan paused, shook his head, and sheepishly said, I'm sorry. He then switched back to an acoustic guitar. The onlookers were filled with curiosity. They all knew that Qiu Yuan was dedicated to pursuing the path of folk music, and it had become his signature. Folk music was his label, and, given his talent, he would undoubtedly be a defining figure in that genre in the future. How could he possibly mistake his instrument? It was clearly an issue of personal state. Realizing this, some were puzzled, while others reveled in his misfortune. Only Han Luofeng felt a twinge of concern. Ding. Indeed, the very first note was struck, and Qiu Yuan hit a wrong chord. Feng Yu Jing, with genuine concern, asked, Qiu Yuan, are you all right? I'm sorry, esteemed judges, I was a bit nervous. It's all right, take your time. Qiu Yuan, I have faith in you. Please adjust your state, all right? Sure. Thank you, esteemed judge, Chiu Yuan said, his face slightly pale but forcing a smile. As the performance continued, Han Luofeng lowered his head, covering his eyes with his hand. Too painful to watch. Off-key notes and missed pitches. The three judges wore worried expressions. Yu Haoran disdainfully remarked, "What on earth? Has Chiu Yuan had too much to drink? Is he trying to forfeit on purpose?" Others chimed in, "Indeed, this is an affront to my ears." If Xietong and Han Luofeng's performances were a delight, then Chiu Yuan's rendition has been an outright disaster. This young man truly knows how to make a spectacle. Is Chiu Yuan's attitude an intentional insult to us? Mocking gazes fell upon Chiu Yuan, yet he remained oblivious, as if he had heard nothing. He walked straight back to his seat. Han Luofeng furrowed his brow, staring at him intently. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, sigh. This guy is something else. Han Luofeng placed a hand on Chiu Yuan's shoulder. Hey, adjust your state. Today's competition is not what we wish to see you like this. Chiu Yuan felt a lump in his throat. Brother Luofeng, Han Luofeng, withdrew his gaze. Let's not say anything more. Emotions are not the entirety of life. The world will continue to turn without anyone. As a mature man, don't let me lose respect for you. Chiu Yuan clenched his fists tightly. Han Luofeng said nothing further, his eyes growing even more profound. No one knew what he was thinking. Heartbreak is a sorrowful affair, and moving on from it is an incredibly arduous journey, especially for those who feel deeply. Yet, one must endure. What can one do? Today's listening session will conclude here. Everyone, please prepare yourselves and adjust your states. I look forward to witnessing the splendid performances you will bring forth. As Ma Tianshun uttered these words, his gaze occasionally drifted towards Chiu Yuan. He, too, was a connoisseur of talent. Although he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding Chiu Yuan, he felt a sense of duty as a senior and mentor. After all, he could not bear to witness the fall of a promising star in its cradle. Once the mentors departed, many individuals cast furtive glances towards Chiu Yuan, their whispers growing more audacious. Xietong rose from her seat and made her way towards Han Luofeng. At that moment, with a sudden motion, Han Luofeng abruptly stood up. Xietong quickened her pace, calling out, "Han Luofeng, where are you going?" Without pausing his steps, he replied, changing the song. The crowd gasped in astonishment. What? Han Luofeng is changing the song again? They murmured in disbelief. Is this guy serious? Why would he do that? This song is quite good. As Han Luofeng sauntered away with an air of nonchalance, the onlookers were left in stunned silence. Xietong halted, her mouth agape in shock. She turned to the equally bewildered Chiu Yuan and asked, "Chiu Yuan, what is going on?" Chiu Yuan shook his head. "I don't know either." While he voiced his uncertainty, he couldn't shake the feeling that the matter was more complicated than it appeared. "What? You're changing the song again?" At this moment, Jiang Zheng, seated at the director's position, felt his facial muscles twitch in disbelief as he observed Han Luofeng. Why must this child be such a source of concern? He pondered. Han Luofeng, I'm not criticizing you. I genuinely want to advise you. I know you possess immense talent, but you cannot treat song changes so lightly. If it affects your performance, it could jeopardize your future competitions. You must think this through. Han Luofeng blinked and flashed a grin. Director Jiang, I understand. But I'm serious this time. Serious? Weren't you serious last time as well? Jiang Zheng's lips twitched as he took several deep breaths, suppressing the urge to unleash a tirade. After years in the industry, he had never encountered anyone as stubborn as Han Luofeng. Surely he must have been born with a head of iron. Fine, if you wish to change the song, I can accept that. The last time was due to extenuating circumstances, but this time you must provide me with a valid reason. Otherwise, I cannot explain it to the public. The reason is simply that I no longer wish to sing this song. Jiang Zheng stared at Han Luofeng with a dark expression. After a long moment, he sighed. All right, I concede. You young people cannot be a bit more composed, can you? Your talent is overwhelming, indeed. He gestured, I understand. Please provide me with the score and other materials, and I will make the necessary arrangements. Thank you, Director Jiang. Han Luofeng took a little over 10 minutes to compose the music score and other materials, which he then handed over to Jiang Zheng. This song holds a special place in his heart, etched deeply into his mind. The competition soon commenced. Once again, Han Luofeng found himself positioned in the middle ranks. Qiu Yuan sat beside him, unusually quiet, completely devoid of his usual exuberance. This peculiar demeanor led many contestants to suspect something was amiss with him today. As the competition unfolded, Qiu Yuan hesitated several times, seemingly on the verge of speaking to Han Luofeng. Finally, Han Luofeng could no longer contain himself, turning slightly to say, "Speak your mind. There's no need for unnecessary preamble." "How did you know, Brother Luofeng?" Qiu Yuan replied. With a sidelong glance, Han Luofeng remarked, "Your thoughts are written all over your face. I might wish to ignore it, but I'm not a fool." Qiu Yuan twitched his lips in response, taken aback by Han Luofeng's teasing. However, he had no desire to dwell on trivial matters. "Brother Luofeng, why did you change the song?" Han Luofeng shot him a glance. "What do you think?" Qiu Yuan paused. "Is it related to me?" With a cold gaze, Han Luofeng replied, "You're overthinking it. It has nothing to do with you." "Huh?" Qiu Yuan was momentarily stunned, almost bursting into laughter. "Did I make you laugh? Is your mood improved?" Han Luofeng inquired. Qiu Yuan scratched his head, realizing that Brother Luofeng actually cared for him. "I thought you were just bothered by your sour expression. It's rather unattractive." Qiu Yuan's lips twitched. He wondered if he could give Han Luofeng a few slaps. Why did it seem that Han Luofeng's words were becoming increasingly sharp? This time, Qiu Yuan's rank slipped slightly, landing a few places behind Han Luofeng. The two fell into silence, merely observing the performances. However, whenever Qiu Yuan heard a melancholic song, the weight of his own solitude grew heavier. Only those who have experienced heartbreak can truly understand its essence. Moreover, it appeared that the girl in question held a significant importance for Qiu Yuan. After all, how could one easily let go of someone they cherished for over 20 years? Soon, it was Han Luofeng's turn to take the stage. As he stepped forward, several musicians followed suit, instruments in hand. The audience below felt an unsettling stir among them. Why do I have a foreboding sense of unease? That rascal Han Luofeng is being rather capricious, isn't he? It seems he is changing the song at the last minute again. What can I even say? Yet, why do I find myself still hoping for the best? It seems those with talent often indulge in such whims. The audience sighed in resignation. Meanwhile, Jiang Zheng, seated in the director's booth, lowered his head in helplessness, covering his eyes with his hand. His expression seemed to convey the words, "I cannot bear to watch." With natural grace, Han Luofeng raised the microphone to his lips. "Tonight, this song is dedicated to a friend of mine. I want to tell him that what has departed is merely scenery, while what remains is life. Since yesterday is destined to be filled with regrets, let us not allow today and tomorrow to be burdened by the same. Some missed opportunities are not errors, but rather moments that have simply passed." Boom!